Chapter 362. Reward for meritorious service. As Haotian approached the entrance of the cave, he was greeted by the brilliance of daylight outside. The piercing sunlight momentarily disoriented him, necessitating a brief pause to acclimate to the intensity before stepping out. The world beyond the cave unfolded before his eyes in a tapestry of vibrant beauty, evoking a profound sense of having emerged into the light once again. When Haotian had followed Zou Ming and the others to this location, dawn was just breaking, and he had been unable to discern the geography of the mountains. Now, he could finally behold the surroundings in their entirety. A casual glance revealed a modest hill behind him, and the cave's entrance was somewhat concealed, slightly lower than the ground below, with a thicket of low shrubs obscuring it. Beyond the bushes lay a lush, verdant forest, nestled deep within the Qingyun Jungle. Since this cave resided within the Qingyun Jungle, it would henceforth be known as the Qingyun Cave. After confirming that the area was deserted and devoid of wild beasts, Haotian set up a concealed formation at the cave's entrance, effectively camouflaging the Qingyun Cave. He then took a moment to appreciate the enchanting scenery of the Qingyun Jungle. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, and leaves rustled gently in the breeze, while fallen leaves danced gracefully, scattering like a delicate carpet across the forest floor. Occasional sharp animal roars resonated through the mountains, echoing persistently, creating an atmospheric symphony. As the autumn chill permeated the jungle, Haotian surveyed the surrounding geography and soared into the air, discerning the direction of the Qingyun sect. With haste, he sped away, and within the span of an hour, the scenery around him transformed continuously. Periodically, he would descend to the ground to admire the beauty of the forest. Occasionally, passers-by would speculate about the identity of the young master, leisurely enjoying an autumn outing. Throughout his journey, he maintained a keen awareness, meticulously documenting the route he traversed and crafting mental maps of the terrain. His objective was to remember the paths taken for easier access to the Qingyun Cave in the future. The sun shone brilliantly, and the flower-laden hills displayed their splendor. Glancing back through the gaps in the trees, he could faintly glimpse the vibrant five-flower mountain in the distance. Before him lay an expansive clearing, overgrown with weeds, where a riot of colorful autumn flowers and fruits mingled, their fragrances wafting enticingly with the gentle breeze. Eventually, Haotian emerged from the Qingyun Jungle, returning to the sect. Leaving the Qingyun Jungle, he directed his course straight towards the Qingyun sect. His flight was leisurely, not rushed, and it took him 2 hours to reach the sect. He arrived at the residence of Yushan. After a brief respite at Yushan's abode, Haotian promptly sought an audience with his master, Lung Yushuang. The reunion between master and disciple was filled with endless conversation. However, as the esteemed elder of the Qingyun sect, Lung Yushuang placed great importance on the intelligence Haotian provided. She then relayed a message to the 2 other elders, Ling Yun and Cheng Zihao, as well as the sect leader, summoning them to convene at the cave for discussions. In the meantime, Haotian extracted Zou Ming, the envoy of the Blood Shadow Demon cult, from the Demon Suppression Tower, presenting him as a source of intelligence for his master, Lung Yushuang, to handle. At this moment, the emissary of the demonic sect, Zou Ming, had long been ensnared in a memory manipulation orchestrated by Hao Chun, wherein Zou Ming was led into a cave. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the 3 men convened. Hao Chun recounted the events following his separation from the sect leader, detailing his pursuit of Zou Ming, the emissary from the demonic sect headquarters. Within the verdant thicket of Qingyun, he described the ambush that led to the demise of Zhao Wuji from the Baodan Pavilion and an unidentified middle-aged man, providing a vivid depiction of the latter's appearance as well as the weapon he wielded. Through Hao Chen's narrative, the 4 men unequivocally identified this middle-aged individual as Wei Fengyang, the outer sect steward of the Qingyun sect. This man was the eldest disciple of the 5th elder, Chu Jing, a fact known only to their small circle. Next, the group was instructed to closely monitor the movements of the 5th elder, Chu Jing, to ascertain whether he was privy to any of this information. As the Grand Elder, Ling Yun, addressed those present with a grave demeanor. Following Ling Yun's pronouncement, Hao Chun continued to recount the events of luring Zou Ming, the emissary of the demonic sect headquarters, into captivity, which was, of course, a fabrication, and that the individual had been subsequently handed over to his master, Lung Yushuang, for confinement. Hao Chun refrained from disclosing any occurrences that transpired within the cave, even to his master. Through the sect leader's recounting, Haotian learned of the events that unfolded during his pursuit of the Blood Shadow demonic sect's emissary. On that day, after hastily reporting to his master and the sect leader about the impending invasion of the western regions by the forces of the Demon Clan and the Blood Shadow demonic sect at Yu Mountain, the sect leader and Grand Elder Lung Yushuang immediately took action. They summoned the sect elders, grand elders, and the leaders of each peak to convene an urgent meeting. Without delay, they dispatched adept practitioners at the nascent soul stage to surveil the Qianyuan sect's Qingxian Market and Baodan Pavilion. The meeting resolved that the third elder, Lung Yushuang, would travel to the five-sect alliance to relay the information to Ancestor Xingxiao. Upon receiving such momentous news, Ancestor Xingxiao promptly gathered the other four ancestors to devise a strategy in response. The trust placed in the information source stemmed from its origin with Haotian and the assurance provided by Lung Yushuang. 7 days later, the intelligence proved accurate. The collusion between the Blood Shadow demonic sect and the Demon Clan indeed culminated in an invasion of the western regions. However, thanks to the advance warning, they were well prepared. The ensuing battle resulted in a narrow victory for the allied forces of the five-sect alliance, thwarting the nefarious plot of the Blood Shadow demonic sect and the Demon Clan to invade the west. The two factions of the Blood Shadow demonic sect and the Demon Clan suffered a disastrous defeat during their initial confrontation with the allied forces. After a brief gathering, Haotian and the others proceeded to the grand hall of the Qingyuan sect's main peak for deliberations. Within the hall, a multitude of elders had assembled. The sect leader had already conferred with the grand elders Ling Yun, Cheng Zihao, and Lung Yushuang, gathering the upper echelons of the Qianyuan sect to acknowledge and reward Haotian's contributions. Upon entering the grand hall, the only familiar faces to Haotian were the sect leader Tsonghua, the portly grand elder Cheng Zihao, and the elegant grand elder Ling Yun, alongside Lung Yushuang. Haotian, please recount the events in detail. Tsonghua urged impatiently as soon as Haotian crossed the threshold of the hall. Without any intention of withholding information, Haotian proceeded to narrate the occurrences from start to finish. Alone, I ventured to rescue disciples from our sect who were captured during an external trial. Entering the blood-poisoned base hidden within the Qingyun forest, I inadvertently stumbled into an ancient battlefield amidst the desert and unwittingly discovered an envoy of the Blood Shadow demon sect, leading to a series of pursuits and traps. Meanwhile, Haotian stood silently beside a group of elders within the grand hall, observing their fervent discussions. As the elders exchanged opinions, Lung Yushuang suddenly spoke, revealing, "The envoy of the Blood Shadow demon sect, Zou Ming, is in my possession. However, it is not the right time for him to meet with everyone. I shall consult our ancestor before making any decisions." She then shifted the topic, stating, regarding the blood-poisoned base discovered by Haotian, as well as the location sealing the Demon King, we must reach a consensus on whom to dispatch. What Lung Yushuang disclosed evidently caught the assembly off guard. Amidst the ongoing discussions, Haotian found no significant insights. I shall investigate the sealing site. The Supreme Elder, Ling Yun, finally expressed his impatience, rising abruptly to voice his thoughts. The Supreme Elder is well versed in formations and barriers. It would be prudent for you to explore, as you may uncover something of importance, remarked the fifth elder, Chu Jing. In contemplation, I will accompany you, just to be cautious, declared the sixth elder, Wu Chengfeng, as he too stood up. Ling Yun did not object. Indeed, having two individuals would provide greater security. However, before departing, Ling Yun rose once more, leading the assembly to believe he was about to take his leave, only to suddenly speak again. I am uncertain if the Supreme Elder has any other matters to address, inquired the fifth elder, Chu Jing, once more. Haotian narrowly escaped death and has returned with such crucial intelligence. He deserves a reward. Ling Yun proposed the idea of bestowing a commendation upon Haotian. The information Haotian had previously relayed had undeniably contributed significantly to the Qianyuan sect, and rewarding merit is a principle upheld by the sect. Why not grant him contribution points? Suggested the fifth elder, Chu Jing. There were no objections to Ling Yun's proposal. Indeed, Haotian had rendered great service. Ultimately, after deliberation among the elders, they decided to reward Haotian with 3 million contribution points. While 3 million was a substantial amount, Haotian sighed in mixed emotions. For acquiring a set of exceptional treasures would require at least 10 million contribution points. In comparison to that colossal figure, 3 million felt somewhat meager. Yet, many disciples at the Yuandan realm would struggle to amass even 1 million contribution points throughout their lives. However, Haotian lacked for techniques and treasures. For him, these contribution points merely affirmed the significance of his intelligence, serving as a mark of honor. Chapter 363. Emerging Brilliance following the reward bestowed upon Haotian. The Supreme Elder Qingyun did not depart immediately. Instead, he summoned the two other Supreme Elders, Lung Yushuang and Cheng Zihao, drawing Haotian closer to the sect leader to inquire about his understanding of formations. During this journey through the Qingyun forest, Haotian's comprehension of formations had deepened, particularly regarding the intricate teleportation arrays, no longer remaining merely superficial. He clearly articulated his insights in response to the inquiries posed by the sect leader and the three Supreme Elders. Excellent. It seems you possess a keen interest in formations. Here are my notes from my early studies on the subject. Take them and peruse at your leisure. After thoroughly examining Haotian, Qingyun discovered his profound understanding of formations, which filled her with joy. In her delight, she tossed a jade slip to Haotian. After exchanging greetings with the other three, Qingyun enveloped Haotian in a swift movement. Disappearing from sight, the esteemed Elder Qingyun was eager to investigate the sealed land, to ascertain what changes had transpired there. With her departure, the elders in the council hall gradually dispersed. An hour later, Haotian, alongside Elder Qingyun and Elder Wu Chongfeng, arrived at the site of the final confrontation with the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan. At the juncture between Zhongzhou and Zaiwanzu, Haotian oriented himself and entered the Qingyun forest. He sought out Hu Ying, a female disciple who had been rescued by him during the sect's trials. The three of them followed the stream upstream, arriving at the location where the firebird had been tamed. After meandering about, they finally stood before the barrier of the Xinshang Valley. Elder Qingyun waved her hand, breaking through the barrier to enter Xinshang Valley. Relying on his memory, Haotian navigated to the spot where they had emerged from the ancient desert battlefield. Although they had escaped through this barrier, it was peculiar that a myriad of formations now enveloped the area. These formations appeared to have been recently set up. Could they be laid by the blood-poisoned cult's base, or perhaps by the demon race? Yet, the reason for their establishment remained a mystery. Haotian was filled with doubt, and even Elder Qingyun and Elder Wu Chongfeng found the situation rather strange. However, he soon cast aside these distractions. Unbeknownst to them, the formations were indeed arranged by Zheng Yuan and the people from the blood-poison base. Zheng Yuan was aware that Haotian and the others had broken through the barrier at this point, escaping the ancient desert battlefield. Fearing that Haotian and the other youths who had escaped might lead powerful figures to their location and uncover the blood-poison base through the barrier, they had set these traps. Let me give it a try, Haotian declared to the two elders. Elder Qingyun, keen to assess Haotian's studies on formations, encouraged him to attempt to decipher the intricate array. Haotian, feeling no need for pretense with the two powerful figures backing him, refrained from using his spiritual eye technique and relied solely on his keen vision to observe his surroundings. Before long, he stepped into a formation, and instantly, the world around him transformed, revealing a scene of swirling yellow sand. An illusion formation? Haotian thought instinctively, observing the tempestuous winds. This was merely an illusion. After all, he was not new to this valley. As the wind and sand surged, countless grains pelted him, striking with tremendous force, leaving Haotian feeling as though he were being battered by an overwhelming power. Even his formidable physique felt the stinging pain. In that moment, Haotian realized that this was not an illusion but a killing formation. Having previously encountered an illusion-killing formation, he had synthesized knowledge from his studies on formations. During his research on teleportation arrays in the night-cold cave, he had delved into various formation theories. Now, he quickly discerned that this illusion-killing formation was not merely an illusion. Rather, it concealed a deadly array within its depths. The winds roared like a tornado, surging towards him with ferocity. The moment Haotian breached the grand formation, he was immediately confronted with its lethal onslaught. Caught off guard, he found himself in a precarious situation, struggling to fend off the relentless attacks. As time progressed, he activated the wings of wind, deftly navigating through the tempest, adapting to the fierce combat amidst the gales. He meticulously contemplated the elemental nature of the wind, deducing how the formation utilized its attributes to create such a flawless illusionary killing array. For others, entering the wind illusion killing array might have seemed insurmountable, yet for Haotian, each formation that unfolded before him was an enigma he could unravel in its entirety. This was possible due to his mastery of the spirit eye technique. As he employed the spirit eye technique, everything before him transformed into its primordial essence, revealing the true form of the formation. It became apparent that this was a formidable killing array, classified as a heavenly grade formation. Under the scrutiny of his spirit eye, Haotian discerned the reason behind the raging winds. It stemmed from a core component, a gourd of wind, from which the hurricane emanated. This gourd functioned similarly to a bellows, housing a massive turbine that spun to orchestrate the formation, showcasing an ingenious design. With clarity granted by his spirit eye, he meticulously examined the intricate patterns of the formation, swiftly committing them to memory. He focused particularly on the structural principles of the wind gourd, identifying the energy source that powered its mechanism. Retrieving a high-quality elemental stone to dismantle the formation, unveiling its original visage. Eager to explore the next formation, Haotian advanced with enthusiasm. Each formation was unique, yet shared commonalities. Under the guidance of Elder Lingyun and Elder Wu Chongfeng, Haotian diligently retained all the insights gleaned from unraveling the formations. His progress in the study of formations was substantial. Although he was not yet capable of creating new formations, he possessed ample materials to replicate existing ones without difficulty. With fervor, Haotian delved into the study of formations, recognizing this as an excellent locale for such endeavors, where countless arrays intertwined, demanding caution with every step forward. Immersed in his studies, he understood that to fully comprehend the intricacies of the formations, he would need to rely on his spirit eye, though its usage was taxing, necessitating periods of recuperation. During Haotian's moments of rest, Elder Lingyun and Elder Wu Chongfeng also opted to dismantle formations. By the early dawn of the third day in the Valley of Immortal Sorrow, the trio had successfully deciphered a significant number of formations, gradually approaching the heart of the array. Upon breaching the final formation, the instant it collapsed was heralded by a resounding crack through the air. Boom! The formation shattered, but from the sealed remnants of the ancient battlefield, a surge of demonic energy suddenly flooded the vicinity of the Valley of Immortal Sorrow where the three stood. "Be cautious," Elder Lingyun and Elder Wu Chongfeng exclaimed in unison. The demonic energy roiled, dark as ink, enveloping the area. The trio found themselves unable to discern their surroundings, even their spiritual senses failing to perceive anything beyond the veil of darkness. "Do not act rashly. Maintain your defenses," Elder Lingyun commanded with authority. Yet, Haotian remained unperturbed, accustomed to solitude and self-reliance. The malevolent energy, while capable of obscuring divine perception, could not conceal the awareness of Haotian. When he broke through to the mid-stage of the Yuandan realm, his consciousness had already ascended to the 5th level, comparable to that of an advanced transformation stage practitioner. Now, having reached the late 5th level, his perception surpassed even that of Lingyun. Furthermore, endowed with dark attributes and being a practitioner of demonic arts, he activated the spirit eye technique, rendering everything within the dense malevolence visible. With the formidable presence of both Lingyun and Wu Chongfeng by his side, what did he have to fear? Amidst the thick black mist stood a towering figure. The moment the formation was disrupted, he appeared before Haotian and lunged at him upon sighting his form. Haotian extended his right hand, and with a gentle strike of the demon's slaughtering palm, he sent the powerful assailant flying over 10 zhang away. This was his first display of prowess before the experts of Qingyuan's sect. How audacious for a mere demon cultivator at the Demon Dan level to act so arrogantly, Haotian mused, intentionally voicing his thoughts for the benefit of the two powerful companions beside him. It seemed the demon confined within the barrier had broken free, and the desolate ancient battlefield had been overtaken by demons. Elder Lingyun observed the situation and remarked, "When I last entered this place, the scenario was quite different. It appears the seal has been broken, and the demon king has been liberated." Haotian informed the two elders beside him. Upon witnessing such a scene, Elders Lingyun and the 6th elder readily concurred with Haotian's conjecture. Given their inability to access the desolate ancient battlefield, they could not locate the blood-poison base. This predicament was beyond the capacity of the three. They must return to report to the ancestor. Subsequently, the trio resealed the breached barrier with a formation. Chapter 364. A belly full of doubts upon departing from the sealed area, Haotian retraced his steps with the two elders. After returning to the sect, he bid farewell to them, intending to fulfill the obligations of an elite disciple. However, this was merely one aspect. Haotian wished to visit Shihao City to see both Haoying and Ziju, who were indeed real, and then took his leave. Lingyun and the others were not surprised. Nearly 99% of individuals, upon becoming elite disciples, would first set out to undertake tasks. Accumulating contribution points by engaging in tasks allowed them to exchange these points for an array of powerful techniques, cultivated over countless years by the Qingyun sect, which were seldom seen in the outside world. After parting ways with the two elders, Haotian made his way to the task hall of Qingyun sect. The hall was vast, bustling with activity and brimming with disciples. Not only elite disciples, but also a multitude of inner and outer sect disciples, even those of true inheritance, gathered here to accept sect tasks. Upon entering the task hall, Haotian directly purchased a jade slip that enabled him to view all available tasks, a valuable item crafted by the elders of the hall. All posted tasks would appear immediately on the jade slip, and tasks could be accepted directly through it. However, certain designated and special tasks required the individual to be present in person. Haotian, having ascended to the rank of an elite disciple, is required to undertake a special task within the span of a year. This task serves as the price for the myriad benefits that elite disciples enjoy from the sect annually, a price that necessitates the completion of a mission commensurate with their abilities. At present, Haotian's true ambition lies in seizing the opportunity presented by this task to visit Zou City and behold its beauties. After sifting through dozens of pieces of information extracted from the jade slips, he briefly scanned the offerings. Some tasks were issued by sect elders calling for the collection of rare materials, while others sought the annihilation of heretical practitioners at the Yuan Dan and Yuaning stages, or the discovery of evil cult bases, among others. The task of gathering rare materials, however, is one that cannot be procured even with the most precious of stones. Haotian intends to keep any he might find for himself. Conversely, he meticulously reviewed the details regarding the extermination of heretics and the search for cult hideouts. Most of the selected tasks are situated in the vicinity of Zou City. With the task details in hand, he approached his master, Lung Yushuang, at her cave abode for her approval. Understanding Haotian's ulterior motive to visit the Zou Pavilion in Zou City under the guise of fulfilling his task, Lung Yushuang largely consented to his choice. She knew that if she needed to find him, her cultivation would allow her to traverse between the two locations in less than an hour. Upon returning to the task hall, Haotian signed an agreement with the steward to undertake the mission. He departed from Qingyun sect and set his course directly towards Zou City. Zou City is one of the few grand cities in the western regions. Upon his return, the tranquility of the city had been restored following the thwarted conspiracies of the Demon Clan and the Blood Shadow sect, returning life to its usual rhythm. However, the situation remained tense, as a curfew was imposed on all 4 city gates at night, restricting entry and exit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets of Zou City bustled with an unceasing flow of people. Navigating the city with ease, Haotian arrived at the Qingyun Tavern, situated diagonally across from the Zou Pavilion, a venue that offers both dining and lodging. Upon seeing the sign of the Zou Pavilion, Haotian's eyes sparkled with delight. This establishment, overseen by his master, serves as a commercial entity. Though not grand in scale, it embodies his master's dedication and effort. At this moment, Haotian's aspiration is to assist the Zou Pavilion in elevating it to a premier commercial entity within the Tianyuan continent. To safeguard the future development of the pavilion, he chose to disguise his true identity upon arriving, wishing to keep his connection to the establishment concealed, as traversing the martial world inevitably leads to making enemies. Finding a secluded spot to conceal his appearance, he then entered the Qingyun Tavern, selecting a room with a view of the Zou Pavilion's entrance. He intended to observe its activities while also gathering intelligence amidst the diverse crowd. Following the upheaval caused by the Demon Clan and the Blood Shadow sect, the once vibrant Zou City appeared to have returned to its former self, with the streets alive with throngs of people. After securing his accommodation and resting for a while, Haotian made his way to the second-floor hall, choosing a window-side seat to enjoy a drink. His gaze was fixed on the bustling crowd at the Zou Pavilion while his senses absorbed the lively discussions within the tavern, filled with various speculations surrounding the recent turmoil instigated by the cult and the Demon Clan, each rumor differing from the next. In the realm of consciousness, the individual seated across the table was a young maiden clad in a beige gown, her hands glistening with grease as she voraciously gnawed on a piece of meat. At that moment, her features remained obscured, shrouded by the remnants of the oily delicacy. Before her, the table was lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. Eat. You should indulge as well. Despite her gluttonous state, the young woman urged her companion, exclaiming, "The cuisine from your continent is truly delectable, far surpassing what we prepare." With her mouth full, she spoke with a muffled yet palpable delight. "Your continent?" Upon hearing her words, Haotian felt a flicker of confusion. Could she not be from the Tianyuan continent? "This girl tends to babble when she's had her fill," remarked the young man seated opposite her, attempting to dismiss her slip of the tongue. "My apologies," the maiden stammered as she swallowed her food. Just as Haotian pondered her identity, his peripheral vision caught sight of two figures entering through the entrance of the tavern. "Ah, it is the esteemed young Master Qi and young Master Lu. Please come in." The keen-eyed waiter, having spotted the duo, swiftly approached with a beaming smile. "Take us to the private room on the 3rd floor, room 4. One of the young gentlemen, clad in a white robe, signaled to the waiter with an air of aloofness, indicating for him to lead the way. "Certainly. Right this way, gentlemen." The waiter, with a respectful demeanor, turned and guided the two up the staircase to the 3rd floor. "Cheats only, Zou Ming?" Haotian's gaze lingered on the spot where the two had vanished, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. With a mind filled with questions, he silently extended his consciousness, trailing the pair to the 3rd floor. Seated in his original position, a playful smile crept upon Haotian's lips. During the previous encounter at Zou Pavilion, he had shattered Lu Ming's leg. In the battle at Luqing, he had slain Qi Songli's father. Given the Lu family's previous animosity with Zou Pavilion, Haotian found himself particularly invested in their affairs. Fortunately, there were no formidable opponents within the tavern, allowing him to remain undetected as his consciousness seamlessly traversed through walls, eventually settling upon a particular chamber. The two individuals took their seats, ordering wine and dishes while sipping tea in anticipation. Chapter 365. Close pursuit. At that moment, the young man seated opposite the maiden was whispering something to her. She nodded slightly, keeping her gaze lowered as she continued to eat. Resembling a person who had never experienced hunger, a true gourmand, the young man vacated his seat, casting a brief glance over the 2nd floor's hall before leisurely ascending to the 3rd floor. Haotian's consciousness vigilantly monitored room 4 on the 3rd floor. The door of the private chamber creaked open, and the very man who had been dining with the maiden entered, his back turned to Haotian. "Brother Yue, I hope the matter regarding the token has progressed," Qi Songli inquired eagerly before the man could settle into his seat. "Rest assured, I have come specifically for that matter," the man replied, taking his place across from the two. Seated before Qi Songli and Lu Ming was a young man clad in a blue robe, appearing to be in his 30s. However, given the obsequious demeanor of Qi Songli and Lu Ming, it was evident that this man held a position of considerable stature. At this moment, the young man deftly flipped his hand, and 2 streaks of darkness flashed. Upon the table lay 2 palm-sized black tokens. One token bore the character for order, while the other displayed the character for divine, lying in opposition to one another. The divine sect tokens. As this scene unfolded, Haotian, seated downstairs, remained outwardly composed, yet internally he was astounded. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly unremarkable youth possessed 2 exceedingly precious divine sect tokens. Haotian was well acquainted with these tokens, having discovered black divine sect tokens within the storage rings of Shao Jiuqing, Chu Xingyun, and Zou Ming. Those who possessed black divine sect tokens were invariably core figures within the demonic sect. Yue truly is a man of his word. Upon my return, I shall promptly gather the necessary provisions and deliver them to you tonight, Lu Ming eagerly proclaimed, gazing at the divine sect tokens. Indeed, indeed. We certainly understand the principle of exchanging money for goods, Qi only added, sharing a glance with Lu Ming, both displaying expressions of delight. Brothers Qi and Lu, you needn't stand on ceremony. You are welcome to take the tokens now. As for the compensation, we can discuss it later this evening. The youth, referred to as Yue by Qi Songli, responded with a slight smile, pushing the 2 tokens toward the pair. Haha, Yue, you truly exemplify the generosity of a local lord within the divine sect. In that case, we shall graciously accept. Tonight, I, Lu, shall host a banquet at the Misty Rain Tower, allowing Yue to indulge himself. Lu Ming, adorned in splendid garments, swiftly pocketed one of the divine sect tokens, raised his wine cup, and toasted to Yue before him. Having ventured out, let us treat each other tonight. I have heard that the Misty Rain Tower has recently acquired a new batch of delightful talents. I trust Yue will not decline. Qi Songli also rose, securing his divine sect token before lifting his cup with buoyant laughter. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yue's face. However, upon hearing Qi Zhongli's words. An unmistakable spark ignited in his eyes. With a wry smile, he raised his cup and declared, "Since we rarely have such an opportunity, let us not return until we are thoroughly inebriated." After concluding their business and enjoying a few rounds of drinks, Yue descended alone, returning to his previous position to continue accompanying the young lady. "Where have you been for so long?" the girl inquired, still nibbling delicately on her food. "I ran into a friend while at the restroom. He invited me to the Misty Rain Tower tonight," Yue disclosed, not concealing his plans for an evening of revelry. "Is it fun? I want to go too." At this moment, the girl, upon hearing of an exciting place, lifted her head to ask, Just eat. That is not a place for girls," Yue replied, exasperated. "Oh, then you go on ahead. I'll wait for you here." The girl, displaying a commendable understanding, was actually still hungry and wished for more to eat, especially since her residence was on the 4th floor of the tavern. As Yue departed from the room, Qi Zhongli and Lu Ming erupted into hearty laughter, exchanging drinks in a convivial manner. The young girl remained engrossed in her meal, her head bowed and eyes averted, while Yue continued to sit opposite her, silently accompanying her indulgence. As evening approached, Qi Zhongli and Lu Ming took their leave from the tavern. It was only then that the girl let out a satisfied burp, having feasted to her heart's content, reluctantly vacating the table. Noticing the departure of Qi Zhongli and Lu Ming, Yue bid farewell to the young girl and rose to exit the tavern. "Make sure you return swiftly," she said, a hint of an incongruous smile gracing her lips, before she turned and ascended to the 4th floor. Haotian observed the trio departing the tavern and slowly made his way up to the 4th floor, where his lodging awaited. With a resounding slam, he shut the door behind him, and a playful smile crept across his face. With a swift gesture, a set of black night attire appeared on the bed, an ensemble Haotian had originally procured from the Ziyun Pavilion, unexpectedly finding it useful today. He quickly donned the outfit and peered through the window to gauge the evening's ambience. The night had just begun to envelop the sky, thick clouds obscuring any glimmer of moonlight. Sighing inwardly, Haotian marveled at the perfect night for mischief, reminiscent of the phrase, "A moonless night with a high wind is ideal for murder." Extinguishing the candles in the room, Haotian stealthily opened the window and leaped out, his movements as graceful and silent as a night owl as he landed outside the tavern. Gazing at the tranquil, shadowy street, he suddenly smacked his forehead, chiding himself for his foolishness. He had no idea where the Yinyu Tower was or which path to take. It was crucial to note that Shihai City was not like Fengming Town. Even the streets surrounding the Ziyun Pavilion could rival a significant portion of Fengming Town's expanse. Emerging into the inky darkness, Haotian felt utterly lost. However, a moment of enlightenment washed over him as he spotted an ornately decorated carriage gliding through the night. The carriage was quite spacious, resembling a small room from the outside. Despite its rapid pace, it maintained a steady course. Haotian stealthily concealed himself and focused his gaze upon the driver. Dressed in plain gray attire, he sensed that the driver was a formidable practitioner, suggesting that the occupants within the carriage were likely of considerable importance. With a subtle probe of his consciousness into the carriage, Haotian's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he murmured to himself, "What on earth is she doing here?" Without hesitation, he bent down and retrieved a brick from the ground, following the carriage closely. As the carriage turned a corner, a gray shadow flickered in the void before landing in the bushes nearby. The driver immediately sensed something amiss and began to cautiously scrutinize his surroundings. Chapter 366, An Unexpected Embarrassment. What happened? A soft, slightly perplexed voice emanated from within the carriage, sending shivers down the spine. "Nothing to worry about, my lady. Allow me a moment to investigate," the coachman responded before departing from the carriage. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting a corner of the carriage curtain. At that moment, the coachman, preoccupied with surveying his surroundings, remained blissfully unaware. Suddenly, a hushed voice emerged from within the carriage, followed by a subtle tremor of the vehicle, which soon returned to its tranquil state. Puzzled, the coachman returned to his position at the reins. "My lady, are you well?" he inquired respectfully, turning his head. However, after a prolonged silence, no response came from within the carriage, causing a flicker of unease to stir in his heart. "I'm fine. Please continue on your way." Just as the coachman was about to brazenly lift the curtain to investigate, he heard the lady's reply, which reassured him enough to guide the carriage forward, disappearing around the corner shortly thereafter. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in black had stealthily entered the carriage behind him. Coincidentally, the woman inside was changing her attire while crafting a soundproof barrier. At the precise moment she channeled her inner energy to set the barrier, the black-clad figure leaped into the carriage. Instantly upon his arrival, the barrier materialized. Although the moonlight was faint, several moonstone gems illuminated the carriage, casting a bright glow within. Nevertheless, the atmosphere inside was decidedly awkward. The black-clad man, in his haste, had inadvertently landed in the woman's embrace. With a short sword poised against her alabaster neck, he could even discern the vivid veins beneath her delicate skin. However, his other hand found itself in an unexpectedly awkward position. "Who are you? Why do you attempt to assassinate me?" The woman, displaying neither panic nor fear, gazed at the unexpected intruder with a flicker of disdain. Her voice calm, yet firm as she straightened herself away from his grasp. A soft cough escaped the black-clad man, though he did not lower his weapon. His gaze swept over the woman, internally musing on her audacity to change clothes within the confines of the carriage. "You," the woman, noticing the man's eyes lingering on her chest, hastily pulled a garment from beside her to cover herself, glaring at the intruder with indignation. "Hee, Miss Ziyuan, I did not anticipate you harbored such a penchant." The black-clad figure, intentionally lowering his voice to a gravelly tone, teased as he observed the slight flush of anger on her exquisite face. Upon hearing the man's mocking words, the woman appeared unfazed. In her estimation, the assailant must have meticulously planned this attack, and thus could not possibly be unaware of her identity. However, she found it perplexing that her outing had been a spontaneous decision, leaving her to wonder how he could have foreseen it. Cold Ziyuan pondered inwardly. Could it be that this person has been monitoring me all along? No, it seems implausible. The Ziyu Pavilion is rife with powerful individuals, making it improbable for him to infiltrate unnoticed. In that fleeting moment, Ziyuan scrutinized the features of the intruder, her mind swirling with thoughts. The black-clad man was none other than the disguised Haotian, and with Ziyuan's cultivation level, she was unable to discern his true identity. "How did you come to know of my whereabouts?" Even with the short sword pressed against her neck, Ziyuan exhibited not a trace of fear. Her crimson lips parted as she fixed her gaze upon Haotian's eyes and inquired, "Hey, would Miss Ziyuan believe me if I said it was merely a coincidence?" Gazing at Ziyuan's enchanting visage, Haotian felt a sudden stir within him. He leaned closer, his head extending as he chuckled. Each word exchanged between them was but half a foot apart, and the warmth of his breath brushed against Ziyuan's face, even seeping into her bosom. At that moment, Ziyuan's heart softened, and her grip on her garments loosened slightly, revealing her chest once more. Witnessing Haotian's audacity, Ziyuan raised her hand, preparing to strike him. However, her delicate hand froze mid-air, abruptly halting. The chilling aura emanating from the short sword brought her back to reality. Now constrained, she could only suppress the fury within. "Was it truly a coincidence that you encountered me?" Coldly, Ziyuan swiftly concealed the anger in her eyes, regaining her composure. She fixed her gaze firmly on Haotian's face, seemingly unwilling to miss a single hint of weakness. "Take a guess." Haotian chuckled lightly, his eyes fixed on the woman before him, secretly admiring Ziyuan's remarkable calmness. He had not anticipated that she could remain so unflustered in the presence of an assailant, engaging in conversation with him. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have screamed in terror, succumbing to despair. Yet, Haotian was not a true assassin. Believe it. Otherwise, I find it hard to imagine anyone could have foreseen my movements. Ziyuan sat opposite Haotian, exhaling softly. Her shoulders, smooth as mutton fat, were bared, seemingly indifferent to the short sword in the dark-clad man's hand. She silently reached for a delicate light green gown beside her and began to don it. After all, a mere undergarment could hardly conceal the springtime beauty within the carriage. Leaning against one side of the carriage, Haotian wore a slight smile, his gaze calmly appreciating the woman before him. Ziyuan, with a faint smile, glanced at Haotian before swiftly retrieving a jade-green hairpin. With delicate grace, she gathered her long hair behind her head, securing it with the hairpin, transforming her appearance into one of stunning elegance. "Put down the sword. I will not call for help." Once she had adorned herself in the gown, Ziyuan settled back, locking her eyes on Haotian's, her tone remarkably composed. With a swift motion, the blade flickered in front of him and vanished, instantly stowed away in Haotian's storage ring. Observing the dark-clad man's actions, Ziyuan smiled, curiosity glimmering in her beautiful eyes as she scrutinized him closely. "Do you know? Had I detected even the slightest hint of ill intent in you just now, you would be dead." As she spoke, Xian gestured between them, placing a delicate small square table. On it, surprisingly, rested a pot of tea and several exquisite teacups. Is it because of this hairpin? Just a moment ago, I sensed a sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from you upon acquiring this jade hairpin. With a smile gracing his lips, Haotian turned his gaze towards the tea being poured by Lung Xian and spoke up unexpectedly. Clever of you, Lung Xian replied, giggling as she set down the purple clay teapot. However, a flicker of surprise still lingered in her eyes as she regarded Haotian. She truly did not anticipate that the newcomer could perceive the killing intent within her. Chapter 367. A unique taste. I suspect that the reason you, Miss Xian, have refrained from making a move is perhaps due to some reservations. If I am not mistaken, the moment this hairpin is employed, the entire carriage may cease to exist. Haotian observed Lung Xian's countenance, smiling faintly. He then shifted the conversation, teasingly fixing his gaze upon her eyes. When that time comes, my demise will matter little. It would be quite unfortunate for a captivating beauty such as yourself, Miss Xian, to accompany me in such a fate. As he spoke, he leaned forward, took a cup of tea, and brought it to his lips, savoring a delicate sip. Ah, exquisite tea, with just a small taste. Haotian felt an overwhelming sensation of comfort wash over him, a delightful warmth enveloping his entire being. Oh, are you not afraid that my tea might be poisoned? Observing Haotian's expression of sheer enjoyment, Xian felt a spark of intrigue. She realized he was a rather enigmatic individual. A gem such as Miss Xian could never engage in such vile acts. Haotian finished the tea in his cup and set it down, smiling nonchalantly. Now tell me, what prompts your intrusion into this carriage? After several fruitless attempts at probing, Xian decided to be forthright and directly inquired. Intrusion? A playful smile danced upon Haotian's lips as he glanced at the coachman outside the carriage, chuckling. I merely came to inquire about directions. Gulp. Xian seemed caught off guard by Haotian's unexpected response. Her face flushed, and she inadvertently choked on the tea in her mouth. Inquire about directions? What directions? Xian, momentarily flustered, set down her teacup and leaned forward, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Hee. I have just arrived in Xihua City and heard of a place called the Misty Rain Pavilion. Coincidentally, I thought I might visit it while I have the time. Haotian said sheepishly, clasping his hands behind his head. You wish to go to the Misty Rain Pavilion? A soft laugh escaped Xian's lips, her demeanor fluttering as she scrutinized Haotian from head to toe, seemingly amused. While covering her mouth, she remained silent. What's wrong? Has this girl lost her mind? Haotian pondered, his eyes reflecting confusion as he gazed at the smiling Xian, who appeared unable to contain her mirth. Are you certain you wish to go to the Misty Rain Pavilion? I have never seen anyone donning night attire venture there. Your taste is indeed rather unique. After adjusting her dress, Xian regarded Haotian once more, shaking her head, still wearing a smile. To the Misty Rain Pavilion. Xian communicated with the coachman. Noticing Xian's composed demeanor, Haotian mused inwardly. She seems to be someone of substantial importance. Just as Haotian was deep in thought, the carriage jolted to a stop, and the coachman's voice rang out. Miss, we have arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion. As the words of the coachman faded, Lung Xian suddenly sensed a shadowy figure in black slipping through the window, vanishing in an instant. A smile graced her lips as her large eyes fixed upon the direction in which Haotian had disappeared. Shaking her head, she addressed the coachman. Let us return. The carriage promptly changed direction and sped back along the path. Although unaware of Xian's destination, Haotian, knowing she was the leader of the Xiu Pavilion, felt little inclination to dwell on it. He quietly extended his consciousness, stealthily making his way into the Misty Rain Tower. The hall on the first floor was ablaze with light, a stark contrast to the tranquility found elsewhere. The atmosphere within was lively, filled with the sounds of instruments and the melodious laughter of guests, which reached Haotian's ears as he stood concealed in a shadowy corner outside the hall. Oh, young Master Qi, young Master Lu, the rooms have been prepared for you upstairs. Please, follow me. A middle-aged woman, adorned in vibrant attire, approached with a warm smile and quickened pace. Haha, landlady, lead the way. Zou Ming boisterously waved his hand, sharing an excited glance with Qi Zhongli, and the two eagerly followed the woman up the stairs to the second floor. Meanwhile, Haotian, stationed in the courtyard outside the hall, glanced up at a brightly lit room on the second floor. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, soaring to the eaves above. Creak. At that moment, the middle-aged woman had already opened the door, respectfully ushering the two gentlemen inside. Gentlemen, the entire second floor has been reserved for you tonight. I assure you, No one will disturb your enjoyment. With that, she playfully covered her mouth with her silk handkerchief, casting a suggestive glance at her esteemed guests. All right, landlady. I've heard that a new batch of lovely maidens has arrived. Tonight, we shall host a banquet for our friends, so please prepare. Cheats only. Seated at the round table within the room, instructed the landlady with a smile. Young Master Qi, you are well informed. Indeed, a splendid group just arrived. Rest assured, I shall summon them to serve you promptly. The landlady, her eyes darting eagerly between Zou Ming and Cheats only, waved her silk handkerchief. Enough. Here is a token of appreciation for you. Should our esteemed guest be satisfied, there will be generous rewards. Cheats only remarked, casting a glance at the landlady. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering pouch gracefully arced through the air, landing in her palm. Thank you, young Master Qi. I promise to ensure your satisfaction. The landlady replied, eager to bow and retreat. Oh, and do bring forth your finest wines and teas. Remember, the very best. At this moment, Zou Ming chimed in from the side. Yes, yes, I shall attend to it immediately. With a beaming smile of servility, she gently exited the room, closing the door behind her as she made her way downstairs. Lu brother. This time, regarding the token matter, both our families have certainly invested a significant sum. Once the landlady departed, Cheats only turned to Zou Ming and spoke. Indeed, I have heard that this time the divine sect has allied with the demon clan, planning to launch another assault on the Western Yuan kingdom. It is said that the demon emperor's holy son and the blood poison prince have reached a consensus. Zou Ming's expression turned serious as he responded in kind. Ever since the Lu family's expert was slain by Haotian, the family has not only suffered a significant blow, but has also faced ostracism from several other prominent clans, leaving the Lu family in an exceedingly awkward position. The only path forward for the Lu family now rests upon the shoulders of Zou Ming. This time, the Lu family is willing to pay a hefty price to acquire the Divine Cult's token. As long as it proves effective during the Divine Cult and Demon Clan's assault on the Western Yuan Kingdom, they can seize the opportunity to take down the Zou Pavilion, suppressing other families with the support of the Divine Cult. In such circumstances, the Lu family would have substantial security once the Demon Cult governs Shihai City. Even if other families wish to target the Lu family, they would likely reconsider the pros and cons. Indeed, the sudden rise of the Divine Cult has rendered the situation in Shihai City increasingly perplexing. If our two families remain inactive, it is likely that we will have no foothold left in Shihai City in the future, lamented Cheats only. However, we must first secure the Zou Pavilion before seeking out that treasure to present to the Divine Cult. Upon hearing Cheats only's words, Zou Ming's expression shifted to one of excitement as he murmured to himself. Chapter 368. Each finds their place, though the two were cautious. Their conversation was overheard clearly by Haotian, who was concealed beneath the eaves. This truly exemplifies the adage, walls have ears. Securing the Zou Pavilion and then searching for the treasure? What treasure could be so significant that even the demon cult is so invested? Does this treasure have a connection to the Zou Pavilion? Haotian pondered internally. He once again stealthily extended his consciousness into the room where Zou Ming and Cheats only were, and with their cultivation being at the mid-foundation stage, they were naturally oblivious to Haotian's presence. The Yinyu building, unlike ordinary taverns, is entirely attended to by female attendants who serve exquisite dishes and drinks. As footsteps approached, an attendant carefully ascended the stairs, holding a tray brimming with fragrant delicacies. Oh, what kind of guests are so difficult to serve? She muttered, her brows furrowed as she whispered complaints. Just then, a gust of wind swept past her. What is going on? Where did that wind come from in the corridor? She mused in confusion. The unexpected breeze caused her to lose her balance momentarily, almost dropping the tray, but fortunately, she cleverly leaned against the wall to steady herself. Sighing in relief, she proceeded into the room where Zou Ming and Cheats only were seated. Such precious spiritual herbs are truly wasted on these two. Observing the attendant entering Zou Ming and Cheats only's room, Haotian, concealed in the shadows, felt a pang of regret as he gazed at the remaining Zui Xiandao in his possession. This was a delightful treasure he had acquired from the storage bag of Zhang Fan, a disciple of Huayang's sect. Zui Xiandao is colorless and tasteless, dissolving seamlessly in water, making it impossible to detect any difference. It was precisely because of this characteristic that Haotian had boldly mixed it into the drinks. With a creak, the attendant opened the door and respectfully bowed as she exited. The maid had just exited the room, and the previously departed proprietress, wearing a broad smile, led a young man clad in a green robe to the second floor. This young man, dressed in green, was flanked by several elegantly adorned young ladies, their attire revealing and vibrant, who nestled beside him, their faces radiating uncontainable delight. "Esteemed guest, we have arrived," she announced, as the young man approached the room where Qingyun and Zou Ming awaited, having been in anticipation for some time. Upon reaching the door, the proprietress cast a glance at the young man in green, then gracefully turned to knock. After receiving a response, she opened the door, ushering him inside. "Oh, just in time, Brother Yue. Come, take a seat." Qingyun and Zou Ming promptly rose, extending warm greetings. The proprietress, catching their subtle gesture, obediently closed the door behind them and took her leave. "Haha, you two brothers are far too courteous. This Misty Rain Pavilion is truly a splendid establishment. I was nearly suffocated back at the base not long ago. Today, thanks to your generous hospitality, let us indulge and revel," Yue exclaimed, one arm wrapped around a captivating beauty, while two other young ladies, having followed closely, approached Qingyun and Zou Ming's side, their fragrant presence enveloping them as they leaned against their chests with joyful smiles. "Oh, Brother Yue, you flatter us. Let us raise a toast." Qingyun replied with hearty laughter, unabashedly embracing the woman beside him and gesturing for everyone to take their seats. Once seated, the young ladies, with remarkable intuition, poured drinks and served dishes for their respective companions, their movements suggestive and coy. "These fellows truly know how to indulge," thought Haotian, who silently observed from outside the window. The individuals within the room remained blissfully unaware of the audience lingering just beyond their door. "Brother Qi, Brother Lu, I feel an instant camaraderie with you both. I, Yue, have taken a liking to you," Yue declared, his face alight with enthusiasm as he raised his glass in a toast to Qingyun and Zou Ming. "Haha, with such words from Brother Yue, we are immensely honored," Qingyun and Zou Ming replied, lifting their glasses and exchanging knowing glances before turning to Yue, bursting into hearty laughter. With drinks flowing, their spirits soared, and conversation flourished. Yue, seated comfortably, had a lovely maiden on each thigh, both adorned in sheer garments that offered a glimpse of their delicate undergarments. At that moment, Yue's hands roamed over their curves, teasing and pinching, causing them to frown yet remain silent, fearful of inciting his ire. Observing Yue's antics, Qingyun and Zou Ming exchanged discreet smiles, each producing a pair of shimmering golden cards with a flourish. The two individuals placed the crystal cards before Yue on the table and exclaimed, "Brother Yue, we have acquired the tokens, and it is time to deliver your reward." Gazing at the two pale golden crystal cards on the table, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yue's face. However, he quickly regained his composure, while the two women in his embrace stared wide-eyed, clearly astonished. These crystal cards were universally recognized across the Tianyuan continent and the surrounding islands. Only those of the highest status possessed the privilege of ownership. The pale golden cards produced by Qingyun and Zou Ming each held a value of 500,000 stones, and their worth could only escalate. "Oh, what is this?" Yue's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed as he focused on the objects before him. Yet he was no fool. The value of these two crystal cards surpassed that of the two tokens, indicating there was more to the exchange than met the eye. Therefore, he refrained from reaching out, and instead observed the two men with keen interest. The duo scanned the four charming young women serving drinks, and understanding their intent, Yue instructed the ladies to retreat to the adjoining room, creating a soundproof barrier with a wave of his hand. "Brother Yue, Zou Ming and I are but humble individuals. It would be a great fortune for us to join the divine sect." Qingyun lifted a cup of wine, glancing at Zou Ming before turning to Yue with a pleading expression, a smile adorning his face. Indeed, Brother Yue, being one of the divine sect, we shall be indebted to you for your future guidance." Zou Ming also raised his cup, beaming with flattery towards Yue. "Haha, what a trivial matter this is," Yue exclaimed, raising his cup with a hearty laugh. He then discreetly tucked the two crystal cards into his robe. "You two have indeed come to the right person. I can certainly accommodate this small request. I hereby appoint both of you as attendants in charge of the Shihai City Affairs Hall of the Blood God sect." Yue promptly designated Qingyun and Zou Ming as attendants of the Shihai City Affairs Hall, presenting each with an identity jade pendant. Sent by the Blood God sect, Yue's mission in Shihai City was to covertly expand influence and gather resources. He was indeed an envoy of the Blood God sect and served as the deputy head of the Affairs Hall. Qi Zongli and Lu Ming were already aware of this. Without such credentials, their astuteness would have prevented them from being easily deceived. Upon witnessing Yue Wei secure the crystal cards, expressions of joy surfaced on Qi Zongli and Lu Ming's faces. The three clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Chapter 369. No Mercy. Having concluded their serious discussion, Yue Wei eagerly dispelled the barrier and summoned the young maidens to continue their service. The revelry resumed in full swing. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a figure clad in black slipped into the room. Who goes there? Did I not make it clear? Do not disturb our enjoyment. Get out of here at once. Lu Ming shouted furiously upon hearing the door's intrusion. At that moment, Yue Wei, lounging in his seat with an expression of utmost pleasure, was momentarily taken aback, while the woman seated upon him slid off in fright. Yue Wei's anger flared. Who dares to ruin my good mood? Rain Wei forcefully pushed aside another woman beside her and stood up, shouting towards the newcomer. Bang! With that exclamation, the door was slammed shut, and the figure clad in black slowly approached the table. Upon seeing the person entering the room, dressed entirely in black, it was evident that they were not from the Misty Rain Tower. The three felt a surge of alarm and reached for their weapons, preparing to strike at the black-clad figure. However, before they could make a move, they collapsed one after another onto the ground, a wave of intense paralysis sweeping over them. Yet their minds remained alert. Such a waste to use good stuff on you. The intruder was none other than Haotian, who now held a short sword named Qing Pu and stepped forward toward Qi Zongli. Am I poisoned? Qi Zongli stammered, unable to muster any strength. His tongue feeling somewhat numb, his eyes filled with confusion as he spoke in fragments. It was only when they beheld the black-clad figure before them that realization dawned. Their faces turned pale with bewilderment and fear, their bodies trembling as they lay on the ground, fixated on the figure before them. I am Qi. Qi's tongue quivered, but before he could finish, blood erupted. Blood gushed from his throat, and after a violent tremor, his legs kicked out, and he breathed his last. Too much idle chatter. I know you are Qi Zongli from Qi family fort. With a cold glance, Haotian's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Lu family. Young master Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with terror as he stared intently at the black figure. Yet he never anticipated that encountering Haotian again would seal his fate. The sword flashed, and Lu Ming hurriedly pursued Qi Zongli. Haha. Haotian let out a chilling laugh as he turned to look at Rain Wei, who lay on the ground. You know I am Rain Wei. I intended to leverage the name of the divine sect to intimidate the black-clad figure. Before he could finish speaking, the sword light flickered again. However, this time, a hint of amusement flickered in Haotian's eyes as he glanced between Rain Wei's legs. A howl of frustration and agony erupted from Rain Wei's throat. If not for the paralysis gripping his body, he would have surely fainted from the pain. Let us collect a bit of interest first, Haotian said with a smirk. He waved his hand to remove the storage ring from Rain Wei's finger and retrieved 2 crystal cards from his possession. He similarly took the storage rings and other valuables from Lu Ming and Qi Zongli, stowing them away in a jade-pendant space. Without hesitation, he eliminated Qi Zongli and Lu Ming. At this moment, Haotian would not tolerate those who had allied with the demon sect to live on. However, Rain Wei still held value, and Haotian did not wish for him to perish alongside Qi Zongli and Lu Ming. Thus, he imprisoned Rain Wei within the confines of the demon suppression tower. Casting a glance at the trembling women, Haotian turned and leapt out the window, disappearing into the night sky. Bang! The door was forcefully swung open, and several sword-wielding guards, alerted by the noise, rushed upstairs. Yet, within the room, apart from the 2 lifeless bodies and a few women, there was no sign of the assassin or the master. Meanwhile, in the darkness, a shadowy figure glided between the reflections of the buildings. With the tips of his toes barely touching the ground, he moved silently, akin to a nimble night owl, swiftly making his way toward the West Garden restaurant. Clad in black, he ascended to the 4th floor of the establishment, slipping through a window with stealth. At that moment, the dense fog in the sky dissipated, revealing twinkling stars. A figure stood in the vastness of the sky, gazing down at Haotian as he entered the guest room of the restaurant, and with a sigh of contemplation, he vanished from sight. This ethereal individual was none other than Ling Yun, the esteemed elder of the Qingyun sect, tasked with overseeing and evaluating Haotian. He had been entrusted by the ancient ancestor Xing Shao to monitor Haotian's actions. Unbeknownst to Haotian, someone was meticulously tracking his every move. Upon returning to his room, without even changing out of his night attire, He promptly examined the 3 storage rings and 2 crystalline cards he had just acquired, each valued at a staggering 100,000 stones. Within the storage ring of Yue, Haotian discovered 2 remarkable items. One was a pitch-black crystal emanating a faint glow, known in the cultivation world as the Demon King Crystal. This extraordinary gem contained the essence of the Demon King's power and possessed the ability to refine one's consciousness. It could be said that after its refinement, one's awareness would undergo a qualitative leap. The Demon King Crystal was exceedingly rare. The probability of a demon cultivator reaching the Demon King realm was less than 1 in 10,000, and those who could produce such crystals were even fewer. The crystal was the quintessence left behind by a Demon King's demise. This was the very item the Blood Shadow Demon sect had sent envoy Zou Ming to seek, as well as the object of desire for Qingyun Jungle and Zou Ming at the Zou Pavilion. The other item was a superlative essence stone, which had become a rarity in itself. It was unexpected that Yue possessed not 1, but 2. After closely examining them, Haotian was pleasantly surprised to discover that the pure essence contained within a single superlative essence stone was sufficient to provide substantial support during his advancement. No wonder such treasures were highly sought after by formidable cultivators. Consider the immense amount of elemental energy that those who had ascended beyond the nascent soul stage could harbor within them. Relying solely on absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth, along with the energy contained in medicinal pills, combined with refining top-tier essence stones for advancement, would indeed be a slow and laborious process. However, possessing superlative essence stones was akin to having a concentrated reservoir of exquisite elemental energy at one's disposal. A truly marvelous find. Haotian securely stored the Demon King Crystal, the superlative essence stones, and the 2 crystalline cards in his jade pendant space. A smile graced his lips as the unexpected joy elevated his spirits. Curious about the treasures within Zou Ming and Qingyun's storage rings, he decided to explore further. In his delight, he retrieved the 2 storage rings from the jade pendant space, and with a flick of his hand, they landed on the bed. Upon deciphering the 2 rings, a disarray of items appeared before him. Religious tokens. Haotian promptly gathered the 2 palm-sized religious tokens, along with the ones obtained from envoy Zou Ming, Xiao Jiuqing, and Chu Qingyun, placing them into the jade pendant space for safekeeping. This time, it was likely that the Qi and Lu families would be utterly infuriated. They had expended such great resources to procure these treasures, only for them to fall into Haotian's hands before they could even bask in their warmth. How could they not be vexed? After stowing away the religious tokens, Haotian's gaze fell upon the remaining items on the bed, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He discovered Haolan powder and Miqing powder. There are exquisite art albums, and as I casually flipped through a couple of pages, my pupils constricted sharply. I must admit, the talent within this realm is indeed remarkable. Haotian even suspected that the album might have been penned by Yi Hanxiao upon his return. The vividly lifelike images and the impeccably captured movements are utterly captivating. Goodness, these are indeed treasures. Without a second thought, Haotian hastily gathered all the items strewn across the bed and tucked them into the jade pendant space. This had become a habit for him since childhood. Only items collected within, never discarded. Chapter 370. Covert investigation. There remains one matter yet to be resolved. Who is that little glutton accompanying Yue? Haotian suspects that this foodie is not from the Tianyuan continent. Otherwise, they would not utter the phrase, the food from your continent. The use of your continent indicates that this gourmand hails from overseas. With this thought, Haotian swiftly made his way to Yue's room, intending to wait for the little foodie there. He wished to inquire about the identity of this glutton, but he surmised that, now rendered a eunuch, Yue would likely despise himself enough to withhold the truth. While soul-searching could yield authentic information, he feared inadvertently turning Yue into a fool. After much contemplation, he resolved to devise a strategy to handle the little foodie, hoping to uncover the true origins of this girl. At this moment, Haotian sat on the bed, deep in thought, pondering how to weave a beautiful tale to deceive the little glutton. The events that transpired at the Misty Rain Tower had certainly not escaped the attention of those in Shihai City, and the Zou Pavilion had naturally received the news as well. "Leader, should we send someone to investigate?" inquired the coachman from last night. "There's no need. We are in tumultuous times. Our Zou Pavilion must act with discretion and avoid drawing too much attention. You may leave now." The leader gestured for the man before him to exit the room. A pair of beautiful eyes gazed vacantly out the window, and with her lips slightly parted, she murmured. Could it be him? A night had passed, and Haotian had spent half the night in Yu Wei's room, still crafting his story. Knock a light sound echoed from the door, followed by a clear, melodious voice from outside. Yu Wei, open the door quickly. Yuer has something important to tell you. The voice brimmed with excitement as the little foodie eagerly awaited at Yu Wei's door. Upon opening the door, Haotian found himself face to face with the little glutton, who stood there with an alluring smile. Who are you? You are not Yu Wei. How did you end up in his room? The little foodie exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the person emerging from Yu Wei's chamber. Oh, it's like this. Yu Wei has been called away on urgent business and may not return for a while. He entrusted me to keep you company in the meantime. He explained, gesturing for the little foodie to enter and converse. Oh, now it makes sense. It's so late, and yet no one called me for dinner. The little foodie seemed to comprehend, and upon seeing Haotian in Yu Wei's room, she continued, What is your name? You may call me Haotian, he replied, having restored his original appearance, thus feeling no need to conceal his identity. I am Yi Xiaoya. The little foodie willingly introduced herself to Haotian. In the quiet of the night, upon hearing her surname, Haotian sensed that this little gourmand, Yi Xiaoya, likely belonged to the Yi family. Could she perhaps be a relative of Yi Hanjiao? What was her purpose in the Tianyuan continent? Was she merely seeking indulgence and slipped away from the Tianwu continent? Or was she accompanied by others for leisure? This was crucial information, yet at that moment, Haotian preferred not to interrogate Yi Xiaoya. He intended to discreetly investigate and gradually uncover the true motives behind her visit. However, being merely a young girl, it was rather inconvenient for a grown man to escort her around for food and entertainment daily. What should he do? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not have Zizhuan and a few others accompany her for a few days of fun? After a hearty lunch, a satisfied Yi Xiaoya was taking an afternoon nap in her room. Seizing this opportunity, Haotian decided to quietly assess the operational capabilities of the Ziyu Pavilion. After disguising himself, he descended alone to the pavilion, stepping in without hesitation. Good sir, how may I assist you? Upon entering, a beautiful maid approached him with a sweet voice. I need to speak with someone in charge. I wish to procure a substantial quantity of supplies. Casting a glance at the various materials displayed in the hall, he noted that many were indeed what he required. However, he had no intention of selecting each item personally. Haotian was no longer the inexperienced and low-powered cultivator he once was. He was now a wealthy and formidable individual, speaking with confidence. The maid, upon hearing his words, sparkled with intrigue. Having daily interactions with customers, she could discern that Haotian was not deceiving her, and he might indeed be a significant patron. Excited, the maid asked him to wait and promptly sought out someone. Soon, she returned with a stunning beauty following closely behind, none other than the pavilion's master, Lung Zian. Haotian, however, could keenly sense that although Lung Zian was trying to conceal her aura, a faint yet formidable presence, indicative of her mid-foundation stage, was unmistakably apparent, revealing an extraordinary depth compared to the previous night. Greetings, esteemed friend. I am Lung Zian, the master of Ziyu Pavilion. What items do you wish to purchase? With a smile, she approached Haotian, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Hello, Master Lung. The materials I require are detailed in this list. Might your esteemed pavilion have them? Haotian stated directly, producing the list of needed items and handing it to Lung Zian for her perusal, before inquiring with a serious tone. Please hold on for a moment. The quantity of materials listed is considerable. However, we at Ziyu Pavilion should possess them all. It will take some time to gather everything. Kindly follow me upstairs for some tea while you wait. After examining the list for a while, Lung Zian replied, Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Master Lung. Haotian nodded and followed her upstairs to a private chamber. Lung Zian then summoned a steward, handing the list of materials to be procured to him. The items Haotian sought were not particularly rare, yet their vast quantity and variety represented a substantial transaction for the Ziyu Pavilion. Guiding Haotian into the elegant room, Lung Zian attended to him with great care, pouring tea and ensuring his comfort. As Haotian took a sip of the tea, he was surprised to find it was the same blend he had enjoyed the previous night while traveling in the carriage. From this cup of tea, it is evident that Lung Zian places considerable importance on this transaction. Otherwise, she would not have offered such high-quality spiritual tea to her guests. This tea is quite a rare delicacy, capable of calming the mind and spirit, making it a precious beverage for cultivators. Consequently, Haotian did not hesitate to indulge, consuming it heartily. During the intervals of tea drinking, Lung Zian engaged in conversation with Haotian, casually inquiring about customer information. Haotian, having no intention of concealing anything, wore the robe of a disciple from the Qingyun sect, making it impossible to hide his identity. He fabricated a story about procuring materials for the Qingyun sect, and their conversation flowed pleasantly. As time elapsed, approximately half an hour later, the steward returned. The items Haotian required had been gathered, neatly organized, and placed in a storage bag. How many spirit stones? Haotian was quite pleased with the efficiency of Zou Pavilion. A total of 933,000 spirit stones. I can waive the extra, so you need only pay 930,000 spirit stones, Lung Xian announced. At that moment, her face radiated a captivating brilliance, reflecting the joy of success from such a substantial transaction. Only 930,000 low-grade spirit stones. Haotian mused as he retrieved a storage bag containing 1 million spirit stones. He casually handed the bag to Lung Xian, saying, "The remaining 70,000 spirit stones in the bag can be temporarily stored at your esteemed pavilion. I would appreciate it if you could inquire about the whereabouts of the snake molt flower, withered water vine, transformation grass, broken yuan grass, returning spirit fruit, and myriad beast fruit." The quantity of spirit stones Haotian possessed was incalculable. The wealth amassed by Yi Hanyao over a century was now in Haotian's hands. After deducting 9 million, the expenses seemed trivial to him. This is our Zou Pavilion's purple crystal card. With this card, regardless of where you are in the Tianyuan continent, any merchant association linked to our pavilion will provide you with preferential treatment. Lung Xian presented Haotian with a purple crystal card. Haotian accepted it without much thought, adding it to his collection, which now comprised 5 cards. One was from Ziyun Pavilion, another from Ziyun Merchant Association, and 2 were acquired from the Rain Guard. Do visit us often. Lung Xian accompanied Haotian to the door, bidding him farewell with a smile. Certainly. Haotian cast a lingering gaze at Lung Xian, filled with emotion, before departing from Zou Pavilion. Chapter 371, A Long-Awaited Reunion, Part 1. After leaving Zou Pavilion and returning to his room at Qingyun Tavern, Haotian resumed his true appearance, just as Yi Xiaoya was awakening. "Yuer, come, I will introduce you to a few sisters," Haotian said as he led Yi Xiaoya downstairs. "All right, are the sisters more beautiful than me?" Yi Xiaoya inquired as they descended. "You will know once you meet them. I am certain you will like them," Haotian replied, guiding her away from Qingyun Tavern. As they approached the vicinity of Zou Pavilion, a voice calling from a distance halted Haotian in his tracks. "Haotian, is that really you?" Just as he was making his way towards Zou Pavilion with Yuer, a melodious voice rang in his ears. He looked up to see a familiar figure rushing toward him. "Ziyu?" The figure dashing toward him was none other than the second miss of Zou Pavilion, Lung Ziyu. For Lung Ziyu, the younger sister of Lung Xian, the master of Zou Pavilion, Haotian was exceedingly familiar. As enchanting as ever, she radiated an allure that captivated all. "Ziyu, it has been quite a while, hasn't it?" Haotian greeted her warmly, showing no trace of surprise. "Why haven't you returned to see me after such a long absence? Am I truly so devoid of charm?" Lung Ziyu lamented, her voice tinged with melancholy. She was on her way to a nearby shop to settle a debt when she spotted Haotian in the distance. "Ah, Ziyu, I have only just returned to Xihua City. Upon entering the city, I headed straight here. I have always kept you in my thoughts, but I have been preoccupied with pressing matters," Haotian replied, momentarily taken aback before teasingly adding, "Have you been thinking of me all this time?" Night Xiaoya, overhearing Haotian's words, smirked, thinking to herself, what a skilled fibber, charming the ladies with tales. "Haotian, I fear it is not me you long for, but rather those 2 lovely ladies you are so fond of." Lung Ziyu sighed inwardly upon hearing his words. Noticing her elder sister, Night Xiaoya discreetly stepped aside, gesturing with her hands as if to compare herself with Lung Ziyu. She touched her own chest and adjusted her waist, pondering where she might fall short. Who is this lovely little sister? Lung Ziyu chuckled, noticing Night Xiaoya's animated gestures. "Hello, big sister. I am Xiaoya." Before Haotian could respond, Night Xiaoya eagerly answered Lung Ziyu's inquiry. "Hello, Xiaoya. You may call me Ziyu Jia," Lung Ziyu replied with a smile. "Ziyu Jia, you are so beautiful," Xiaoya exclaimed cheerfully, seeking to flatter her. "Come, let us return home." Without waiting for a response, Lung Ziyu took Xiaoya by the hand and began walking towards Zou Pavilion. Before Haotian could react, Lung Ziyu had already grasped his hand with her other hand. The sensation of her soft, delicate grip sent delightful shivers through him. The fragrant scent enveloping him ignited an impulsive desire to pull her into his embrace and kiss her deeply. Before him stood a stunning beauty, her figure reminiscent of a devil, with a waist that seemed to beckon and curves that were simply mesmerizing, paired with her breathtaking visage. It was almost impossible not to succumb to temptation. As he followed this enchanting maiden, Haotian struggled to suppress the wicked thoughts stirring within him. Unbeknownst to him, their hands had switched positions, and Haotian found himself leading Lung Ziyu into Ziyu Pavilion. The short distance felt as though they had traversed an eternity. In this moment, Lung Ziyu, holding Haotian's hand, felt an overwhelming joy, wishing for the journey to be longer, hoping their pace would slow. As emotions swirled within her, the warmth of Haotian's hand caused her grip to tighten involuntarily. Just as the trio stepped into Ziyu Pavilion, a figure suddenly dashed down the stairs. The alluring silhouette halted abruptly before them. It was none other than Lung Ziyan, the master of Ziyu Pavilion. As Haotian's figure appeared in the square before Ziyu Pavilion, Lung Ziyan had just been watching her sister leave from the window. Unable to contain her excitement upon seeing Haotian, she rushed down the staircase without hesitation. By chance, Haotian, Xiaoya, and Ziyu stepped into the grand hall of Ziyu Pavilion. However, at that moment, Lung Ziyan stood before Haotian, appearing somewhat ill at ease. The girl, who had always exuded confidence, found herself unexpectedly timid in Haotian's presence. Lung Ziyu had believed that her sister's longings would bear fruit, bringing her the same joy she felt. Just as she intended to convey her delight through a glance, she instead noticed her sister blushing and lost for words. Her eyes seemed to reflect 7 parts joy and 3 parts hesitation. A sudden pang of concern for her sister struck Lung Ziyu, and she sighed inwardly. Foolish sister. How can you still hold on to the past at this juncture? If it weren't for Haotian's timely intervention last time, the 2 sisters would have been captured by the Lu family. To preserve their dignity, they would have had no choice but to take drastic measures. It must be fate that brought him to Ziyu Pavilion. Lung Ziyu contemplated offering words of encouragement to her oblivious sister. Yet the presence of Haotian deterred her from speaking directly. How could one let go of such a perfect match? Meanwhile, Haotian felt a twinge of anxiety himself, oblivious to the turmoil brewing within Lung Ziyan. Upon his arrival at Ziyu Pavilion, he had encountered the Lu family's provocation, and in his moment of desperation, he had blurted out an impulsive remark, "Only you would dare to bully my women." It was indeed a slip of the tongue to refer to the Lung sisters as his women. After saying it, even he found it hard to believe, burying that fleeting thought deep within his heart. At that moment, he sought to free his hand to grasp Lung Ziyan's, but she would not relinquish her hold. Reluctantly, Haotian released Xiaoya's hand and took Lung Ziyan's instead. Tch. Xiaoya felt a pang of discomfort as her hand was cast away, muttering under her breath. What a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship, and sulked behind, following the trio toward the backyard. Now, as Haotian held the hands of both women, he felt a mix of astonishment and concern, fearing they might suddenly pull away. Perhaps deep within, he had already come to regard the sisters as his own. Nevertheless, he harbored a steadfast desire to protect them from harm and to ensure they were not claimed by others. Yet, at that moment, Lung Ziyan, though enveloped in warmth, felt a sense of insecurity. She involuntarily tensed, beads of perspiration forming in her palms. The back courtyard housed the residential area of Ziyu Pavilion. At this moment, Haoying and Ji Wan heard voices in the living room and stepped out onto the second-floor balcony, peering down at the trio in the hall. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts as they entered the living room. Suddenly, they lifted their gazes, only to find the 2 women above watching them with eyes filled with unspoken grievances, which ignited a flicker of guilt within Haotian. He quickly released the sisters' hands and rushed upstairs. At this time, the Lung sisters raised their heads, stealing a glance at Haoying and Ji Wan on the second floor, who looked down with evident discontent. Lung Ziyan and Lung Ziyu could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Chapter 372, A Long-Awaited Reunion, Part 2. After a brief conversation in the living room, Haoying excused herself, citing a feeling of discomfort, and ascended the staircase alone. You four continue your discussion. I shall check on something. Haoqing, observing her departure, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that this jealous heart would stir trouble. He mused silently. At this moment, if I were to summon both Shan and Shuang it could lead to chaos. As Haoying heard footsteps, a flicker of satisfaction ignited within her. At least you are perceptive. Should you dare to show affection for another, I shall ensure you face the consequences. She listened intently, yet did not turn her head, her demeanor sulking as she closed the door behind her. Almost immediately, regret washed over her. However, the thought of confronting the two girls vying for his affection weighed heavily on her heart. Haotian quickly followed, revealing his concern for her well-being. Elated by his pursuit, Haoying cast aside her earlier grievances. Being a naturally cheerful girl, her openness signified her ability to move on. The matters buried deep within her heart were far more challenging to resolve. Entering with an expression of remorse, Haotian approached Haoying, gently placing his hands on her soft shoulders. Leaning in to whisper, "Are you upset with me?" Conflicted, Haotian struggled to articulate his feelings, for Yi Xiaya was a girl he had brought along, and he could not simply dismiss her. After all, she was still a young girl. Ziyuan and Ziyu, the sisters who hosted them, were entitled to their affections, as it was only natural. Upon hearing Haotian's gentle voice, Haoying found it impossible to maintain her displeasure. With a soft sigh, she turned and nestled into his embrace. Apologizing, "I was being petty. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Haoying understood that Haotian was a man of profound loyalty. From the moment she met him, she sensed the presence of several girls in his heart. Was it not his devotion that first drew her to him? At this moment, fear gripped her that he might distance himself from her, prompting her to cling to him tightly, unwilling to lose his love, even if it meant sharing it with others. Haotian gently patted her back, saying, "Silly girl, how could I ever blame you? Your jealousy only proves how much you care for me, and that brings me joy." He then placed a soft kiss on the tip of her nose, eliciting a smile from Haoying. Suddenly recalling that it was inappropriate for him to leave the new girl alone, Haoying quickly urged him towards the door. "You should go find that little sister to entertain her. I wouldn't want her to harbor any resentment towards me." Haotian, having inquiries of his own, replied, "Thank you." Noticing Haoying was alone in the room, he summoned Xiao Zue to keep her company. After the two enjoyed a brief exchange, Haotian finally departed from Haoying's room. In the living room, the four girls were engaged in lively conversation on the sofa. It was evident that Yi Xiaoya had seamlessly integrated into their midst. As women often found an abundance of common topics to discuss, their chatter incessant. "Pray tell, what delightful topics have captured your attention?" Haotian inquired, his heart uplifted by their evident enjoyment. Among the four, Lung Ziyu displayed the most vivacious spirit, her personality akin to Haoying's, bold enough to express her emotions freely. Cold Ziyu cast an annoyed glance at Haotian, softly reprimanding him. "We sisters are conversing. Your intrusion is unwelcome." Ziyun, taken aback by her sister's words, inwardly mused. What has come over Ziyu to speak in such a manner? She was well aware of her sister's deep affection for Haotian, a sentiment she often expressed in her thoughts, repeating his name countless times each day. Yet, now that Haotian was present, Ziyu seemed to feel less longing, leaving Ziyun perplexed. Little did she know, the essence of love is such that the more one strives for it, the more elusive it becomes. In solitude, one can be consumed by thoughts of him. But in his presence, that yearning dissipates, for he stands before you. Ziyun lacked Ziyu's nonchalance, and had yet to grasp this truth. Upon hearing Ziyu's words, Haotian remained unperturbed. Though their interactions had been brief, he understood her nature. At that moment, seeing Ziyu and Yexiawei engrossed in conversation, he refrained from interrupting them. Noticing a gap between Ziju and Ziyun, he unceremoniously seated himself between them. As Haotian settled between Ziju and Ziyun, Ziju felt an unexpected flutter at the closeness, her cheeks flushing as she playfully nudged Haotian with her shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, come on, move over." With Ziju's gentle push, Haotian inadvertently toppled into Ziyun's embrace. The sudden closeness caused Ziyun's cheeks to flush crimson. Never before had their interactions felt so intimate. The warmth of Haotian's breath enveloped her, sending delightful shivers through her. Captivated by her flawless visage, Haotian found himself momentarily entranced, as if time had ceased, and without a second thought, he leaned in and pressed his lips to Ziyun's rosy mouth. Ziyun, overwhelmed with embarrassment, froze, her mind blank as all her defenses and reservations evaporated in an instant. In that moment, there was only the presence of this affectionate man before her, and she felt no inclination to resist him. Sensing Ziyun's bashful demeanor, Haotian yearned to explore further, yet the presence of others compelled him to relinquish that desire, thinking to himself, there will be more opportunities. Ziyun's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions, unable to meet Haotian's gaze as she had shut her eyes tightly. After a prolonged moment of anticipation, however, She felt a pang of disappointment as nothing deeper followed. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find Haotian gazing at her with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. In that instant, Ziyun was profoundly moved, her own gaze fixated on the man she cherished. Yexiawei watched the enchanting scene with wide eyes, while Ziyu and Ziju feigned conversation, secretly observing Haotian's actions. When they realized that there would be no further escalation, the three women exhaled in relief, though their cheeks were already flushed with color. Cold Ziyan did not reveal her feelings to Haotian. She was the type of girl who buried her emotions deep within her heart. Even when they met, her heart brimmed with joy, yet the lingering memories of past longing had long been set aside. In her calm tone, one could discern the excitement that stirred within her. Upon the arrival of Haotian and Yi Xiaoye, it was proposed by Cold Ziyu that dinner would not be arranged at Ziyu Pavilion, but rather at Shiyuan Tavern. The 6 individuals and 1 bird made their way to Shiyuan Tavern, where Cold Ziyu, an extroverted woman, took charge of the food and drink. During the banquet, Haotian recounted his joining of Qinyuan's sect and becoming an elite disciple, as well as his encounter with Cold Yushuang, who had taken him as her apprentice. "What? You met my master and became my junior brother?" Zizhuang exclaimed, standing abruptly from her seat, pointing at Haotian. "Indeed, your junior brother is here to pay his respects," Haotian replied, bowing to Zizhuang. The atmosphere of the banquet grew more jubilant, as there were no outsiders present. Haoying and Zizhuang had already established a marital bond with Haotian. The 2 sisters of the Cold family were the nieces of their master, also disciples of his lineage, while Yi Xiaoye was a newly acquainted little sister of Haotian. Zizhuang and the Cold sisters toasted with Haotian, celebrating the reunion of master and disciples after a long separation. With wine flowing amongst kindred spirits, Cold Ziyu and Haoying frequently clinked their glasses, while Zizhuang and Cold Ziyan savored their drinks at a leisurely pace. Little Chui and Xiaoye indulged in food without restraint, leaving Haotian somewhat isolated. Unbeknownst to them, Cold Ziyu and Haoying had already become rosy-cheeked from drink, while Zizhuang and Cold Ziyan exhibited a charming allure, and the 2 younger girls were visibly satisfied. As midnight approached, they all assisted each other in leaving the tavern. At this moment, Little Chui had already been returned to Haotian's jade pendant space for digestion. Just as they were about to depart the tavern, Xiaoye suddenly remembered her change of clothes, which she had left behind at her previous lodging. She discreetly requested Haotian to retrieve her garments from the 4th floor while she returned to Ziyu Pavilion with the other girls. Seizing the opportunity, Haotian instructed the tavern staff to prepare some cooked delicacies and fine wine for his late-night feast. By the time he descended from the 4th floor, the staff had prepared a generous amount of meat and wine for him. After inspecting the provisions and finding the wine somewhat lacking, he requested the staff to prepare more. Once they departed, Haotian waved his hand to store the food and drink in the demon suppression tower. Having satisfied his appetite, he turned his attention to cultivating in the 2nd level of the tower, ensuring his sister and Shuang'er were not neglected. Upon returning to the living room of the backyard at Ziyu Pavilion, Haotian discovered that everyone had already retired to their rooms for rest. The 2nd floor contained 12 rooms, with 6 on each side of the staircase. Haotian found his way to the 2nd room on the left, where he had initially stayed at Ziyu Pavilion. After settling into the guest room, he had been resting for about the time it would take to burn a stick of incense when the door of the adjacent room quietly creaked open. A shadow emerged, holding a teapot and a teacup, tiptoeing cautiously to avoid waking the neighbors, approaching Haotian's door. Taking a deep breath, the figure gently pushed open the door. Hearing Haotian's steady breathing from within, the visitor felt relieved, quietly closing the door behind them, and stealthily moved to the bedside. At the moment the door opened, Haotian had already awakened. Under the probing scrutiny of his consciousness, he had already recognized the identity of the visitor. To his surprise, it was none other than Lung Ziyu. On the other side of Lung Ziyu's room was Zizhuang's chamber. After returning to Ziyu Pavilion from the tavern, Ziyu had arranged for Yao Xiaoye's accommodations before attending to Zizhuang's slumber. Upon observing that the other women were quite intoxicated, Ziyu prepared tea for each room. Uncertain of when Haotian would return, she instructed a maid to keep his tea warm in her room. At that moment, upon discovering Haotian's return, she quietly approached to check if he too was heavily inebriated. Seeing that Haotian remained asleep, Lung Ziyu placed the teapot and cup on the table, then sat at the edge of the bed, silently watching him. Her stillness stirred a tumult of emotions within Haotian, who yearned to sweep her into his embrace. After a second round of night sounds, Lung Ziyu rose to leave the room for rest. Just then, She heard the door creak, prompting her to step back hastily. In a moment of panic, she dove into the warmth of Haotian's side of the bed. The spacious double bed concealed her delicate form, rendering her presence undetectable in the darkness. Long Ziyu hoped that the newcomer was merely there to serve Haotian tea before quietly departing. How amusing! Haotian was delighted, quickly extending his consciousness to discover that the visitor was Haoying, and he mused. Haoying truly cares for her husband. The sight of Haoying's attire further thrilled him. She was wrapped in a bath towel, accentuating her curves. Unlike Lung Ziyu, who treaded lightly, Haoying moved with a carefree grace. It had been long since Haotian had encountered such a tantalizing scene, igniting a deep yearning within him. Nevertheless, he swiftly suppressed his desires and feigned sleep, eager to observe the reactions of the two women upon encountering one another. Believing Haotian should have awakened from his drunken stupor, Haoying approached the bed only to find him still deeply asleep. She was momentarily taken aback. Could a cultivator truly be in such a deep slumber? With a flirtatious smile, she lifted the covers and slipped into the side of the bed next to him. In truth, Haoying, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, had mustered the courage to sneak into Haotian's room while Zijuan was inebriated. However, she had never anticipated that someone else would be there before her. Unlike a naive girl merely seeking to glimpse her beloved, she had other intentions. Meanwhile, Lung Ziyu felt an overwhelming sense of shame, realizing her cleverness had backfired as she was discovered by another woman. Unsure how to extricate herself from the covers and confront the newcomer, she was filled with trepidation. Haotian, amused and pleased, resolved. Both little dears are so considerate of their husband. Why should they be shy? Perhaps they could share the bed together tonight. With this mischievous thought taking root, his hands began to wander. He slid his right hand into the curves of Lung Ziyu. She was both embarrassed and anxious, knowing Haotian was being playful, yet she dared not move. Had it been just the two of them, she would have pushed his hand away and fled. But with another person hidden beneath the covers, she felt it impossible to reveal herself. A thought lingered in her mind. Could Zijuan be feigning intoxication to tease her? If that were the case, it would make everything much simpler. It is preferable to have Ziyu in rather than the two individuals next door. Ziyu feared that Haoying and Lung Zian might discover her whereabouts, as such a revelation could be fatal. As Haotian's hand continued its relentless encroachment, waves of heat coursed through her, and her breath gradually became heavier. Throughout her life, her body had never been explored in such a manner, and at that moment, she felt an indescribable sense of comfort. When the probing hand moved, she felt a current surging within her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, her small hands gripping the sheets in anxiety. Haoying was not as naive as Lung Ziyu. Upon hearing the rustling from beneath the covers, she realized that Haotian was teasing another woman. Although she was unaware of the identity of this woman, she deemed it unwise to intrude. Thus, Haoying dutifully concealed herself to one side, enduring Haotian's mischief, too apprehensive to move or call out. At that moment, however, Lung Ziyu found herself in distress. Feeling the bed shift and hearing the sounds of breath, she vaguely deduced some of what was occurring, yet fear rendered her immobile, leaving her to endure the tumult within her heart. Ziyu, it is time to rise, Lung Zian called as she approached Lung Ziyu's room. After knocking for some time without a response, she pushed the door open only to find the bed empty, no sign of her sister. She murmured, "This girl, rising so early today? Could she be off to train?" Given the recent unrest caused by the demonic sect and their kin, everyone had been on edge. Unable to sleep soundly, they had devoted their time to training in preparation for any unforeseen events. Upon inspecting the hall, she found it equally deserted. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could Ziyu have gone to Haotian's room to chat? She could not fathom that Lung Ziyu would, without reason, venture into the quarters of the other three women. The thought of her sister entering Haotian's room stirred a hint of jealousy within her. Yet, knowing Ziyu as she did, Lung Zian found herself happy for her sister. With nothing pressing to attend to, she turned to the mirror in the hall to tidy her hair. Suddenly, the door to Haotian's room creaked open, and a girl emerged. Lung Zian was taken aback, realizing that the girl reflected in the mirror was not Lung Ziyu. Turning to scrutinize the newcomer's attire, she felt her cheeks flush, as it became evident what had transpired in the room. Haoying had not anticipated that someone would be awake so early. Seeing Lung Zian's astonished gaze, she mistakenly believed that it was Lung Zian who had spent the night in Haotian's chamber. The implications of her encounter with Haotian dawned upon her, and her face turned crimson. After a moment of surprise, she waved to Lung Zian and greeted her with a shy, "Good morning." Unsure how to respond, Lung Zian echoed, "Good morning." Both found themselves at a loss for words, standing silently until, seizing the opportunity of Lung Zian's distraction, Haoying shyly retreated back to her room. A sense of emptiness enveloped Lung Zian as she set aside thoughts of Haoying, suddenly reminded of Lung Ziyu. She pondered, if Ziyu is not in Haotian's room, where could she possibly be? Yet, she quickly reasoned, at such an early hour, she wouldn't be wandering about, would she? Surely, that foolish girl wouldn't. Once more, her heart was left in disarray. Chapter 374, A Long-Awaited Reunion, Part 4. After Haoying departed from her room, cocooned within her blankets, the timid Lung Ziyu resembled a small lamb, yet she stubbornly refused to emerge from her sanctuary. Although she was aware that Haotian had discovered her, the thought of facing him alongside another woman, attending to a man, filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame. Recognizing her shyness, Haotian refrained from further teasing and behaved with utmost decorum. Feeling his restraint, Lung Ziyu nestled contentedly in the crook of his arm, surrendering to slumber. At that moment, Lung Ziang had stepped out to attend to matters at her shop, while Zijuan, hearing voices in the living room, ventured out of her room. Upon seeing the fleeting figure of Ziang departing, she descended the stairs alone and sank into a chair in the living room, lost in thought. Could it be that they had indulged too much the previous night, still ensnared in deep sleep? How disappointing to be so incapacitated by such a modest amount of alcohol. Reflecting on the events from the night before, Zijuan was startled when Haotian emerged from his bedroom. Noticing her solitary contemplation, he approached with curiosity, inquiring, "Zijuan, what thoughts occupy your mind while you sit here alone?" With a playful twist to the conversation, he added, "Surely, you are not thinking of me? If that is the case, allow your husband to assist you." Before she could respond, Haotian swept Zijuan into his arms. However, instead of returning to his own room, he headed toward hers, mindful of the sleeping Lung Ziyu. He had no desire to disturb that bashful girl. Zijuan gasped but refrained from raising her voice, playfully striking Haotian's shoulder as she whispered, "Are you trying to get us caught?" Haotian chuckled, "Fear not, they are all still asleep. The hour is early. We have just enough time for a little diversion." In truth, he had already surveyed the surroundings with his spiritual sense, confirming that Lung Ziang was in the front yard. Haoying was catching up on sleep, and Xiaoyu was still tucked in bed. His intention was merely to tease Zijuan, not to engage in anything serious, as time was indeed too scant for such pursuits. As he held her, Zijuan feigned a struggle but ultimately ceased her resistance, allowing him to carry her into her room. This unexpected acquiescence took Haotian by surprise. Once the door closed, Zijuan suddenly leaped from his embrace, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck. She gazed into his eyes and gently asked, "Am I beautiful?" Haotian's hands caressed her form, noting her figure seemed even more harmonious than before. With a soft smile, he encircled her waist and replied, "Beautiful." In a sudden moment of intimacy, Zijuan felt Haotian's tongue brush against her earlobe, sending an electric jolt through her entire being. The room resonated with a symphony of shifting emotions, evoking memories of their first unison on the ancient battlefield of the Han River, where she had absorbed the wondrous energy of his body, enhancing her cultivation. In that instant, Zijuan eagerly assessed her own progress and was astonished to discover she had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. "I have broken through." Overwhelmed with joy, she longed to share this exhilarating news with Haotian. Typically, such advancements required the right timing or at least a year of diligent practice to achieve. Yet, through their passionate encounter, she had miraculously transcended her previous limits, a revelation that truly delighted her. Haotian understood the underlying reason for her breakthrough and smiled gently. "Did you feel a surge of energy enter your body just now?" Zijuan gazed at Haotian in astonishment, promptly nodding as she exclaimed, "Indeed. I too am unaware of what kind of energy that is. However, it does not seem to resemble the power of chaos, yet there appears to be a connection." Having previously absorbed chaotic energy in the Valley of Immortal Grief, Zijuan was well acquainted with its essence. As for other elemental energies, she was equally knowledgeable. Yet, the mysterious force she sensed emanating from Haotian was entirely unprecedented. Naturally, it was unfamiliar to her, for it was the latent potential of the Xiaohao bloodline, accessible only to those women who were destined to merge with Haotian. With a wave of his hand, Haotian conjured a strand of energy and inquired, "Is this it?" Zijuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is precisely it." Suddenly, a wave of concern washed over her, and she anxiously asked, I have absorbed the energy within you. Will it have any adverse effects on you? The matter concerning Haotian's well-being weighed heavily on her heart. The thought that her small desire might negatively impact him filled her with regret. Noticing Zijuan's anxious demeanor, Haotian felt a warmth in his heart. He gently caressed her head and reassured her, "Silly girl, do not fret. It will indeed affect me, but your body will also reciprocate some energy back to me, aiding in my cultivation." Although he remained uncertain of the underlying principle, it was evident that a girl with a pure Yuan physique possessed such capabilities. However, the energy he imparted this time was unlike before. It was, in fact, the energy of the Xiaohao bloodline. Only then did Zijuan feel a sense of relief. Contemplating the intimacy she shared with Haotian, akin to a dream, all other thoughts had vanished from her mind, and she desired nothing more than to love and cherish Haotian for eternity. Yet, she was a rational girl. If it were only she and Haotian, she would be reluctant to part ways. However, with 3 other women present, she knew she could not act selfishly. Acknowledging the shame in her predicament, the thought of confronting the 3 women ignited a spark of courage within her, and she resolved to engage in battle once more alongside Haotian. Meanwhile, in the living room, only Lung Ziyu remained. Having just awakened, she quietly slipped out of her room, only to find the living room empty. She pondered, could it be that Zijuan and Haoying have yet to rise? Lost in her thoughts, she soon spotted Yi Xiaoya emerging from her room and quickly stood from her seat. Casting a glance at Xiaoya, the events of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her to shyly lower her gaze to the floor. However, she noticed that Xiaoya did not regard her with any peculiar expression. Assuming that Zijuan had shared Haotian's room with her the prior night, she felt a wave of relief. Before long, Haoying also appeared from her room. Observing Haoying's demeanor, she detected no signs of anything amiss. The 3 gathered in the living room for a while, discussing the upcoming alchemist tournament in Zhongzhou City. Alas, as it was too far for them to attend, they felt a sense of frustration and decided to take a stroll in the garden to lift their spirits. Ziyu, however, was reluctant to join and chose to sulk alone. Cold Ziyu was consumed by jealousy. Upon awakening and finding Haotian absent, she stepped outside her room and used her spiritual sense to scan the vicinity. Discovering that Zijuan's room was sealed by a barrier, the lingering aura of Haotian confirmed her suspicions. She was fully aware of what was transpiring between Haotian and Zijuan at that moment. After a brief wait, she saw Zijuan and Haotian exit together. Although she believed she was psychologically prepared, an indescribable pang of sorrow still lingered within her. Why are you the only one here, Ziyu? What about Haoying and Xiaoya? Haotian, thinking she was still shy about the events of the previous night, stepped forward to inquire. The previous night had seen the 3 of them contribute in succession, alleviating Haotian's earlier concerns, and he felt less inclined to hold back in their presence. Zijuan approached the reserved Ziyu, only to discover that she remained at the mid-stage of foundation building, leaving her momentarily stunned. She pondered, why hasn't Ziyu made any breakthroughs? Did Haotian not transfer any energy to her last night? Having learned of the amusing incident that transpired when Ziyu stealthily entered Haotian's room, Zijuan assumed Ziyu sought the same companionship she had with Haoying. Little did she know, Ziyu merely wished to observe Haotian quietly, without engaging in any interactive training with Haotian. She naturally did not reap the benefits of their mutual enhancement. Ziyu timidly replied, she and Xiaoya went to the garden to unwind. It seems they are feeling frustrated about their inability to travel to Zhongzhou City to witness the alchemist competition. Although Zhongzhou City is not far, there is still some distance to cover. Haotian, eager to visit Zhongzhou City upon hearing of the alchemist competition, felt a spark of excitement and declared, let us head to Zhongzhou City and join in the festivities. As he spoke, he stepped forward, taking one girl by the hand and leading them toward the garden. Chapter 375, The Pursuit of Becoming an Alchemist, Part 1. Haotian stepped forward, grasping one girl's hand and guiding them toward the garden. Zijuan felt a warmth in her heart as Haotian held her hand, relishing the connection. However, Ziyu felt flustered at the prospect of facing Haotian alongside another girl, her mind in a tumult. Yet, upon seeing Haotian's smile, she found herself unable to refuse, silently following along as he led her by the hand. In the realm of cultivation, many individuals did not have partners, dedicating themselves entirely to the pursuit of the pinnacle of their craft. Nevertheless, some who achieved modest success would seek companionship amidst the monotony of training. Typically, those of greater strength attracted more companions or servants. Thus, Haotian, holding the hands of 2 girls, did not draw any unusual glances. Those who witnessed merely cast envious looks in their direction. Upon arriving at the garden, they spotted Haoying and Xiaoya idly playing by the pond. Seeing Haotian approach with the two girls, Haoying tugged at Xiaoya, sprinting toward them. Knowing Haotian surely had a way to reach Zhongzhou City. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves. Haotian remarked playfully to Haoying and Xiaoya. Not really. Sister Ying dragged me here to keep her company while she sulks, Xiaoya replied, recounting the hidden frustrations that had been weighing on her. Would you like to go? Haotian asked, gazing into Xiaoya's expectant eyes, playfully pinching her nose. Yes. All right. Ziyu, ask your sister if she is available. Haotian had not forgotten to include Ziyuan in their journey. Ziyu then used her spiritual sense to communicate with her sister, but due to obligations in the pavilion, Ziyuan was unable to join. With a wave of his hand, Haotian suddenly produced a flying shuttle, a trophy from his battle against the old monster in the western mountains of Xia. Having refined it for frequent use, he had mastered its capabilities. Channeling his true essence, he enlarged the shuttle to a size of 30 feet, filled its power chamber with high-grade elemental stones, and beckoned the four girls to board the shuttle in succession. The flying shuttle of Haotian is no less impressive than a small flying vessel. It is equipped with all necessary living amenities, resembling a mobile abode. The women were naturally astonished and filled with envy. After sealing the cabin and establishing a protective barrier, the propulsion mechanism was activated. The shuttle soared into the sky, whisking the group swiftly towards Zhongzhou City. The journey was far from lonely, as the four women accompanied one another, sightseeing and engaging in conversation. Haotian, can this shuttle withstand the fierce winds at high altitudes? Ziju expressed some doubts regarding the shuttle's ability to resist the gale. I had endured powerful air currents while traversing the ancient castle atop the towering peaks of the Huns River battlefield, yet the shuttle remained unscathed. Haotian elucidated the shuttle's capabilities to Ziju. Does this imply that we can traverse the Dangsha Ridge in the shuttle? Upon hearing that the shuttle could endure the gale, Haoying inquired with excitement. Crossing the Dangsha Ridge necessitates locating a passage, which indicates that there are areas where the gale is less potent. Only there can one successfully pass through, Haotian explained in response to Haoying's comment. He paused briefly before continuing. Experiments conducted by individuals from both the northern and southern regions revealed that there exists a passage between Qingyun Mountain in the north and the Qingyun Forest in the south. Oh, the group sighed softly, with Ziju and Ziyu contemplating commercial routes, while Haoying pondered returning home to visit their ancestors, and Xiaoya remained lost in thought. In truth, the gale is what people perceive as wind moving across the ground and clouds drifting in the sky. Naturally, there must also be winds aloft, a form of airflow. This current carries a mysterious power. One could say it is all-pervasive. It can also be described as indestructible, as gales sweep across everything. Do not despair. I will locate that passage and construct a vessel capable of traversing the gales, allowing you to travel frequently between the two locations, Haotian promised, hoping to uplift their spirits. According to the map, they arrived outside Zhongzhou City after 3 hours, seeking an open area to land the shuttle. It was noted that a wide space is established outside every major city to facilitate the takeoff and landing of flying devices. In Zhongzhou City, a vast plaza and a circular structure capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people stood tall in the northeast corner. This was a comprehensive training ground funded collectively by various guilds of Zhongzhou City. The Tianyuan Continent Guild Alliance managed its operations. Anyone utilizing the space must pay a fee, which is then distributed as dividends according to their investment shares. After wandering around the plaza for a while, Haotian and his companions soon found the registration area for the alchemist competition. There were 3 registration windows, catering to first, second, and third-tier alchemists. Haotian proceeded directly to the third-tier window. The registrar was a sweet-looking young woman with cultivation at the late stage of qi refinement. Suddenly reminded of Yuan, Haotian felt an immediate fondness for her. Hello, are you here to register? The young woman greeted him warmly with a sweet smile. As the registration period was nearing its end, those who had traveled long distances had already signed up on the first day, resulting in a sparse crowd at that moment. Please present your alchemist certification. We need to record your information. The young girl, adhering to the registration rules, requested Haotian to present his credentials. However, Haotian was unaware of the registration process and lacked the alchemist certification, having never obtained it. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with his cultivation, leaving him no time to pursue any qualifications. I have yet to acquire the alchemist certification. I do not possess it, Haotian explained to the girl. I'm sorry, but without the alchemist certification, you cannot participate in the competition. If you wish to compete, you must obtain the alchemist certification. The Alchemist Guild is nearby. I hope you can acquire the certification and return to compete in due time. The girl, upon realizing Haotian lacked the required certification, declined to register him. Do you know where the Alchemist Guild is? As a few of them departed from the registration area, Haotian turned to Lung Ziyu to inquire. Are you planning to obtain the alchemist certification? Can you concoct elixirs? Lung Ziyu asked, her expression one of skepticism. Indeed, is there a problem? Haotian responded, noticing the doubt reflected in her eyes. Can you truly refine elixirs? Lung Ziyu pressed on, still unconvinced. Zijuan, however, was aware of Haotian's prodigious talent in alchemy, yet she chose to remain silent, eager to witness what kind of alchemist qualification he could achieve. Meanwhile, Haoying had witnessed Haotian concocting a spirit-gathering pill to heal their ancestor while at the Hao family residence. She too remained silent, curious about Haotian's true capabilities. With no other option, Lung Ziyu led the group toward the Alchemist Guild, musing to herself, it's just that he couldn't register. Attaining the alchemist certification at the guild is not something that can be accomplished by mere words. In his conversations with Lin Yuyin in Shifeng City, the disbelief in her gaze had deeply pierced Haotian's heart. At that moment, he resolved to obtain the alchemist certification, though unfortunate delays had caused him to miss numerous opportunities. Now, hearing similar doubts once more only solidified his determination. He must acquire the alchemist qualification. After all, having a title would be advantageous, otherwise, he would continue to be misunderstood. Thus, Haotian resolved to head to the Alchemist Guild to obtain his qualification certificate. Although he was capable of refining 6th-grade elixirs, he had yet to acquire the alchemist certification. Without it, he was merely an unlicensed alchemist, unrecognized by the world. In Shifeng City, upon learning that Haotian lacked the certification, Lin Yuyin refrained from entrusting him with the materials for refining the 4th-grade elixir, the Breakyuan pill. Despite his ability to concoct 6th-grade elixirs, he remained an unranked alchemist. The Alchemist Guild operates independently of any sect system, standing alone. While there are no explicit constraints, every alchemist is considered an asset to the guild and receives its protection. According to the guild's regulations, it does not engage in unprofitable transactions. Each registered alchemist is obligated to provide a certain quantity of elixirs to the guild regularly. In return, the guild ensures the safety of its alchemists. Not every alchemist possesses a talent like Haotian, who excels not only in cultivation but also in the art of alchemy. Thus, many alchemists tacitly accepted the practices of the Alchemist Guild, as most of them possessed low cultivation levels and heavily relied on the guild's reputation to safeguard their interests. While an individual alchemist might be inconsequential, the protection afforded by the entire Alchemist Guild was not something that any singular faction could afford to offend. It is imperative to understand that the Alchemist Guild has intricate ties with numerous powerful factions, whether by supplying them with elixirs or through various factions seeking favors from the alchemists. One could assert that every practitioner, in an unspoken manner, owed a debt of gratitude to the alchemists. Consequently, across the entire Tianyuan continent, the influence of alchemists transcended that of any great power, proving to be unparalleled in strength. Haotian also grasped this notion. As long as he gained the recognition of the Alchemist Guild and completed the formal registration, he would at least be considered a semi-member of the guild. This would undoubtedly provide him with an added layer of security for his future. Any individual or faction contemplating an attack on him would need to think twice. Resolute in his decision, Haotian no longer hesitated and led several women toward the Alchemist Guild. The guild's location was prominently situated at the eastern side of the city center in Zhongzhou, marked by a towering edifice that symbolized the guild's status and power. This 10-story structure, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a 9-story building with its first floor towering twice the height of a regular story. The front of the first floor was supported by 9 massive stone pillars. Centrally positioned on the facade was a grand emblem, depicting a cauldron-shaped alchemical furnace, above which arched a golden line, evenly supporting 9 flames. This was the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild on the Tianyuan continent. Cold Ziyu pointed to the emblem on the building and addressed those beside her. "May I inquire what brings you to the Alchemist Guild?" asked the guard at the entrance, his tone stern. Not every visitor to the Alchemist Guild was an alchemist. Due to the rarity of this profession, many came as representatives of various factions, seeking to recruit alchemists to bolster their own power. Others simply sought the alchemists for specific elixirs that could not be readily purchased in the market, thus turning to the guild for assistance. Naturally, the Alchemist Guild was the most abundant source of such practitioners. I am here to obtain my alchemist qualification and to assess my alchemical rank, Haotian replied casually. How can you prove that you are an alchemist? The Alchemist Guild is not a place that just anyone can enter, the guard retorted, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Haotian, uninterested in sparring with the guard, suddenly conjured the flames of alchemy in his palm, causing the temperature at the entrance of the guild to rise significantly. It seems you truly are an alchemist. Please, do come in. The guard's demeanor shifted dramatically upon witnessing Haotian's display of alchemical flames, and he courteously stepped aside to allow the group passage. Only after stepping inside the Alchemist Guild did Haotian comprehend why the guard had requested proof. The distinction between the alchemists and ordinary practitioners was stark, most evidently reflected in their attire. Ordinary practitioners dress according to personal preference, but alchemists are different. Their attire follows a standardized style. A white robe is adorned with the alchemist's emblem on the left breast, and Haotian speculates that this signifies the alchemist's rank. The level of the alchemist is assessed based on the quantity of flames produced. The Alchemist Guild boasts an expansive interior, featuring numerous halls of varying types. Upon locating the assessment hall, Haotian and his companions were greeted by a bustling crowd. Groups of alchemists congregated, engaging in discussions about refining techniques, while others deliberated their worth with various powerful factions. Alchemists, too, require sustenance, and being treated as esteemed guests by major powers is a choice made by many. Within the hall, several tables stood, each marked with wooden plaques that read, Registration for Junior Alchemist, Alchemist Level Assessment, and Alchemist Fee Payment. Approaching the table designated for registering as a junior alchemist, Haotian gently tapped it to rouse the somewhat drowsy young woman seated there. Hello. I wish to register as a junior alchemist. Haotian smiled at her. Please fill out the form, the young woman replied without lifting her eyelids, casually handing Haotian a pen and a form. Observing her nearly drooping into slumber, Haotian couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Who said alchemists were revered? This young woman barely acknowledged his presence. After completing the form, Haotian returned it to her. Please proceed to pay the assessment fee over there. She gestured towards the payment area for alchemist fees. I'll handle it, Lung Ziyu said, taking the form and heading to the payment area. The substantial sum of spirit stones surprised her. She had anticipated a modest fee. To her astonishment, after settling the payment, her storage bag held little change. After Lung Ziyu handed the stamped form and receipt back to Haotian, she stood to the side. Upon reviewing the documents, Haotian casually passed them to the young woman while simultaneously offering Lung Ziyu a storage bag. Lung Ziyu's consciousness swept through the bag, nearly causing her to drop it. The spirit stones inside far exceeded the amount she had just paid, and all were of superior quality. Haotian was clearly up to something, subtly courting favor. To win the young woman's affection, it was essential to offer some benefits, allowing her to experience the sweetness of such kindness. Lung Ziyu felt elated. If possible, she would dedicate her life to serving Haotian and paying fees. All right, follow me. Let's assess your alchemical skills. The young woman, having received the form from Haotian, led him and his companions to an alchemy hall. Chapter 377, The Alchemist Qualification Examination, Part 3. The young woman responsible for registration also oversaw the initial assessment for obtaining alchemist qualifications. She guided Haotian and his group into the alchemy hall and retrieved a storage bag and a jade vial from a drawer beneath the jade platform. The storage bag contained the formula for gathering yuan pills and 3 sets of raw materials, each set sufficient to produce 3 pills. If you can use these 3 sets of materials to create 3 gathering yuan pills, you will be deemed competent, she stated with a dismissive expression. As she observed the beautiful women surrounding Haotian, her displeasure grew. What capabilities could a spoiled young master possibly possess? Isn't this a sheer waste of my time? If such dandy individuals were to arrive daily, the Alchemist Guild would have no need to concoct elixirs, as the precious stones would flow in abundantly. The young girl responsible for the assessment couldn't help but think to herself. After handing over a storage bag and a jade vial to Haotian, she gestured towards the 3 alchemy rooms ahead and said, Feel free to choose any room. As she spoke, she settled into a large chair behind the platform, propped her feet up, yawned, and began a new round of slumber. Haotian regarded the disdainful girl and mused inwardly. Is she born under the sign of the pig? Why does she seem perpetually drowsy? Nevertheless, given his circumstances, Haotian had to capitulate. What he desperately needed was to obtain the qualification certificate of an alchemist, rendering her haughty demeanor irrelevant. After inspecting the items within the storage bag, Haotian selected the alchemy room on the left. Approximately half an hour later, he emerged from the chamber. "I have completed the concoction," Haotian declared flatly, placing the storage bag and the jade vial containing the elixirs onto the platform with a gentle thud. "Ah," the assessing girl responded lazily, yet her eyes suddenly widened, and she stood up, questioning, "So soon?" "There's no need to be so astonished," Haotian replied, rolling his eyes. A few girls gathered around, admiring the 3 gathering essence pills nestled within the jade vial on the platform. They rejoiced for Haotian, as he had successfully passed the assessment and had now become an alchemist. These are indeed freshly concocted elixirs. There can be no mistake. At this moment, the girl was no longer drowsy. Instead, she picked up one of the newly crafted pills, inspecting it thoroughly. The assessing girl then inquired, "The elixirs you have produced are flawless. Have you never registered as an alchemist? Surely you cannot be just a first-grade alchemist?" "What? Is there a problem?" Haotian asked, perplexed. "Of course, there is a problem, and it is quite significant." The girl stroked her chin, speaking with grave seriousness. Then, shifting the topic, she queried, "You indicated your age as 19 on the form, yet your speed and quality of alchemy clearly suggest you are quite experienced. Are you perhaps in disguise, here to amuse me? The information I provided is genuine. If you have any doubts, you may verify with the Qingyun sect to see if there exists one named Haotian." He replied calmly. He had no desire to offend this young lady, having just taken the preliminary test at the Alchemist Guild without yet receiving his certificate. After all, one must tread carefully to earn recognition. "Haotian? That name seems familiar." The assessing girl pondered suspiciously for a moment. Then she exclaimed, "Oh well, it doesn't matter. Since you have passed the first-grade alchemist assessment, would you like to continue testing?" "Haotian, I believe you should proceed with the further tests." Ziyuan interjected at that moment. Meanwhile, Lung Ziyu and Xiaoye shared the same astonishment as the assessing girl, amazed that Haotian not only possessed the ability to concoct elixirs, but did so with astonishing speed. Haotian's alchemical prowess is remarkable, with a success rate of 100% in concocting first to fourth tier elixirs. From a single batch of materials, he can produce 6 potions. At this moment, he yearns to test the extent of his alchemical abilities. After all, he has come to the Alchemist Guild for an evaluation, so he might as well proceed with the examination. Hearing the urging of Zijuan, he resolutely thought to himself, "Let us see what grade of alchemist he can achieve." "All right, just wait a moment." The girl in charge of the assessment hurriedly took a storage bag from the platform and dashed out. In a short while, she returned, carrying the storage bag, and said to Haotian, "Here are 3 sets of second-tier youth preservation pill formulas and materials, as per the usual protocol." Haotian accepted the storage bag and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, entered the alchemy chamber. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the girl's anticipation, he refrained from inquiring further. After half an hour, he re-emerged before the crowd, presenting 3 flawless elixirs. "Well done. Just wait a moment." The girl responsible for the assessment left again, only to return shortly to the alchemy hall. Approaching Haotian, she stated, "Inside the storage bag are 3 sets of third-tier flesh regeneration pill formulas and materials. This time, producing 2 elixirs will be deemed satisfactory." This time, the duration was slightly longer, yet after another half hour, Haotian once again presented 3 elixirs for inspection, exceeding the girl's expectations by 1 potion. He had undoubtedly secured his qualification as a third-tier alchemist. The girls beamed with joy, eager to accompany Haotian on a shopping spree once he obtained his alchemist certification. However, the girl in charge of the assessment, regardless of his agreement, insisted on further evaluations. "Please be patient, don't wander off." Once more, she exited and returned to the alchemy hall, this time bearing 3 storage bags. One contained materials for 3 sets of recovery pills, corresponding to the 4th-tier alchemist assessment. Another held 3 sets of revitalizing purple pills for the 5th-tier alchemist evaluation. The last bag was filled with 3 sets of spirit-melding pills for the 6th-tier alchemist examination. The girl in charge of the assessment returned with all 3 storage bags, each representing the materials and formulas for 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier alchemist evaluations. Haotian gazed at the disordered array of ingredients, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Many of the materials were unfamiliar to him, let alone the mastery of their properties. An alchemist's skill in potion-making relies heavily on the strength of their spiritual awareness. If this force is too feeble, they will be unable to complete the alchemical process. Additionally, an alchemist must possess a profound familiarity with the materials at hand, knowing which flames to employ for each type. If the flame is excessively fierce, the ingredients may be incinerated. Conversely, if the flame is too weak, the essence cannot be extracted, resulting in a loss of potency through slow simmering. For first to third tier elixirs, Haotian could manage with his formidable spiritual awareness, yet fourth tier elixirs posed a greater challenge. Ironically, the test required him to concoct recovery pills, a potion he was quite familiar with. Wasting no time, he immersed himself in the task for another half hour. This time, a batch of raw materials yielded 6 recovery pills, of which only 2 were handed over to the young lady responsible for the assessment. The process of refining a 5th-grade pill is rather intricate, requiring him to simultaneously control the flames while becoming acquainted with the properties of the herbs, constantly adjusting the temperature. This endeavor demands an immense expenditure of mental energy. Fortunately, the ingredients needed for the recovery purple pill are not overly numerous, and he has experience in their refinement. After several consecutive attempts, Haotian's complexion appeared rather pale, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his brow, clearly a result of excessive mental strain. After nearly an hour, Haotian emerged holding a jade vial containing the 2 recovery purple pills. Quickly, let us attempt to refine a 6th-grade spirit fusion pill. The young lady in charge of the assessment exclaimed, her expression tinged with excitement. Dear lady, do you wish to exhaust me to death? Haotian responded with a wry smile. I still need to familiarize myself with the properties of the herbs for 6th-grade pill refinement. If I force the process, I might very well fail. Seeing Haotian's fatigue from the continuous pill refining, Zizhuan and the others felt a pang of sympathy. They hurried to his side, wiping his sweat and clearing the dust, instantly turning the alchemy hall into a chaotic scene. No more testing. Just look at his current state. If he continues, he might turn himself into a pill. Haotian's sister, Haoying, pleaded earnestly for his respite. Chapter 378, A Peculiar Individual, Part 1. Hey, ladies, please refrain from shouting. Can you not see that you are my aunts? The young lady responsible for the assessment, overwhelmed by their clamor, called out loudly. Upon hearing her exclamation, the group fell silent, standing quietly beside Haotian. You just mentioned being unfamiliar with the properties of these herbs? Then how can you be undergoing the pill master assessment? The young lady said incredulously. This is not my fault. You are the one who insisted on my advancement in the assessment. Haotian retorted defensively. I never claimed to have any expertise in herbal properties. Being unfamiliar with the properties, how could you possibly refine pills at such a rapid pace? I assumed you were well versed in them. The young lady expressed her disappointment. She had hoped Haotian was the individual she sought, a 19-year-old pill master with an impeccable understanding of herbs, perfectly suited to the tastes of that eccentric old man. Yet, she was taken aback to hear him admit his lack of familiarity with herbal properties. I familiarized myself with the properties of the herbs while refining the pills, using my mental energy to explore, refine, and control the temperature simultaneously. Is this not how other pill masters operate? Haotian inquired, puzzled. What? You mean to say you learn about the properties while refining the pills? The young lady, ignoring the others in the hall, looked at Haotian and said, How clever of you to think of that. Without allowing her to finish, she burst into laughter and dashed out of the alchemy hall. Could it be that I've encountered a madwoman? Haotian murmured softly to the 4 girls beside him. Not at all. I find her quite normal, replied Yi Xiaoya. Gazing at Haotian, although Yi Xiaoya expressed a keen interest in food, this time she found herself utterly astonished, inwardly contemplating. Should I align myself with such an influential figure? My worries over acquiring elixirs would be alleviated. At this moment, her thoughts shifted from her cravings for snacks to the prospect of consuming elixirs. If Hao Chun were to discover Yi Xiaoya's intentions, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. A mere girl treating the consumption of elixirs as if they were mere snacks, combined with this little glutton, would surely leave Hao Chun in dire financial straits. Old man, come quickly. This time, I have truly found a treasure of a disciple for you, shouted the girl responsible for the assessment, her voice ringing out. I am currently in the midst of concocting elixirs. You have once again disrupted my train of thought. Where did you scavenge this pitiful alchemist to deceive me this time? Let me make it clear. You cannot escape my side. With these words, an elderly man, his beard and hair as white as snow, entered the alchemy hall. As the old man's consciousness swept over Hao Chun, he could not help but exclaim in admiration, not bad, indeed splendid. A fine seedling. Certainly far superior to you. Indeed, this person is vastly more capable than I, the girl pleaded with the elder. Please, I implore you, let me be free. Casting a glance at Haotian, the girl's eyes darted around as she continued. This lad is only 19 years old and can proficiently concoct 5th-tier elixirs. With his support, he surpasses my abilities by leaps and bounds. Will you not let me off the hook? Humph. The old man abruptly halted, striking the girl lightly on the forehead as he retorted, You feel wronged learning alchemy under me? Countless individuals are queuing for my teachings, and I have yet to agree to instruct them. Yet here you are, making excuses to avoid learning. If I were not your grandfather, you would have been expelled long ago. Moreover, if you did not spend your days napping, you would have already attained the rank of 5th-tier alchemist. Not at all. I do not appear to be napping, but rather I am memorizing the properties of various herbs. It is not that I lack diligence. Rather, my innate talent is insufficient. Old man, you should hasten to examine this lad. He is about to leave. The girl urged anxiously. Young man, what is your name? The elder inquired, fixing his gaze upon Haotian. My name is Haotian, he replied with utmost respect, regardless of the elder's eccentricity. The 8 flames emblazoned on his white robe's left chest dazzled Haotian and the other girls, revealing him as an 8th-tier alchemist. This status is a rare phenomenon within the entire Qingyun realm, likely numbering only a handful. Such a figure, even when confronted by the venerable Xing Shao Laozu, would command utmost reverence and caution. How old are you this year? 19. Do you wish to be my disciple? The elder suddenly posed this unexpected question. What? Haotian was momentarily taken aback. An esteemed 8th-tier alchemist wishes to accept him as a disciple? The surprise was utterly overwhelming. What? Do you think I, a dignified 8th-tier alchemist, would demean myself by taking you on as a disciple? You're not going to turn me down, are you? The elder observed Haotian's astonished expression and responded with irritation. I dare not. The surprise arrived rather abruptly, leaving Haotian momentarily speechless. He hastened to clarify that if he were to truly become the disciple of this venerable elder, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that he could walk with confidence throughout the Qingyun sect, Zhongzhou city, or even the entire Tianyuan continent and the Qingyun realm. This would far surpass the status of an elite disciple or even a 5th-tier alchemist. However, his respectful demeanor was met with disdain from the girl responsible for the assessment. Casting a scornful glance at Haotian, she remarked, What a spineless fellow. The old man merely intends to take you as his apprentice. He hasn't even accepted you yet. Look at how delighted you are. Haotian found amusement in her words, silently reflecting that he had come to the Alchemist Guild to obtain his alchemist qualifications, not to pursue apprenticeship. It was not his doing that she had summoned the elder in a flurry, proclaiming that she had found a prized disciple for him. Enough of your idle chatter. Get back to refining pills. Have you completed this month's quota of 2,000 pills? The elder asked, furrowing his brow. 2,000. Wasn't the quota 1,500? Why has it increased? The girl inquired, visibly displeased. The additional 500 pills are a reward for bringing me a good disciple. If you fail to meet the 2,000 pills quota this month, do not even think about enjoying yourself next month, not even for a day. Hey, old man, am I not your precious granddaughter? Do you really need to treat me this way? She protested, stamping her foot and pouting, tears glistening in her eyes. She then mumbled, If only my parents were still alive, they would never allow me to be bullied by you. How dare you say that? I sometimes wonder if you truly are my granddaughter. I am, after all, an 8th-tier alchemist. Were your parents not both prodigies? How have you turned out to be so lackluster? The elder retorted, fuming. And to top it off, your lack of ambition is appalling. You eat and sleep all day, resembling more of a piglet. The elder showed no qualms about tarnishing the girl's reputation in front of others. You are indeed harsh. She conceded, left without a retort. Hearing the elder's words, Yexiawei felt a flush of embarrassment, lowering her gaze to her abdomen. Chapter 379, The Peculiar Individual, Part 2. My name is Shakuan. And this is my granddaughter, Sha. The elder straightened his expression and turned to Haotian. Old man, do not call me by my full name. Sha exclaimed, exasperated. She then muttered, I truly wonder what my father was thinking when he bestowed such a name upon me. Old man, I hereby request a name change. If possible, I would even like to change my surname. Request denied. Shakuan retorted sternly. Your name is the only legacy your parents left behind, a memory worth cherishing. If you continue to cause trouble, next month's pill quota will increase to 3,000. All right. I suppose it is a cherished memory, then. I curse you. stubborn old man, to be poisoned by the very pills you concoct, Shasha declared with mock ferocity. Yet, her lively and adorable demeanor lent her threats no real weight. The dialogue between the grandfather and grandson left Haotian and his companions in a state of utter astonishment. Is this the typical demeanor one expects from a grandparent and grandchild? Or is it merely the mannerisms of experts? Truly, such peculiar individuals. Just as he was about to continue, Qingyun turned to Haotian and inquired, "What was I saying?" "You were mentioning your granddaughter, Shasha," Haotian reminded him. "Anyone who dares to call my name will face my wrath." Shasha, having just taken a few steps, shot Haotian an exasperated glare upon hearing him mention her name. "Indeed, my granddaughter is named Shasha," the old man affirmed. "Humph." Shasha, at the old man's words, fell silent and promptly exited the alchemy hall. "I am the president here. I noticed your extraordinary perceptive abilities during my earlier scan, and given your youth and potential, you possess the makings of a remarkable disciple," Qingyun declared, his tone conveying certainty regarding Haotian's capabilities. He continued with a serious demeanor, "To be my disciple, your character must be impeccable. I will be observing your every action discreetly. Should you ever act out of line, I will not hesitate to expel you." Pausing for effect, he added, "With my abilities, acquiring knowledge about any events occurring in the Tianyuan continent is not a challenge." Haotian understood and respectfully replied. However, Qingyun interrupted, "Do not rush. Besides the benefits of being my disciple and receiving my true teachings, you must also fulfill certain obligations." Adopting a tone of negotiation, he continued, "Having just completed the assessment for a 5th-grade alchemist, you are now recognized as a 5th-grade alchemist. I am eager to test your skills as a 6th-grade alchemist. At your command, esteemed elder." Haotian expressed his eagerness to attempt advancing to the 6th-grade alchemist. At that moment, Qingyun transmitted a message, informing Haotian that 2 elder-level alchemists, Elder Qian and Elder Zhu, had arrived at the alchemy hall, with Shasha accompanying them back. It is a requirement of the Alchemist Guild that assessments for alchemists of 6th grade and above must be witnessed by alchemists of equal or higher grade. "Let us begin." Upon seeing the assessment personnel gathered, Qingyun promptly declared. Haotian retrieved a storage bag containing the assessment materials for the 6th-grade alchemist, and, alongside President Qingyun and the others, entered the right-side alchemy chamber. The elders intended to personally evaluate Haotian's alchemical skills and witness the 6th-grade assessment. They were curious to see if this 19-year-old was indeed as extraordinary as Shasha had described. Once inside the alchemy chamber, Haotian disregarded everyone else and set up a transparent barrier, isolating himself from the assessment personnel. He then extracted the raw materials for crafting the 6th-grade fusion spirit pill from the storage bag and arranged them meticulously before him. Under the watchful eyes of Qingyun and the others, he carefully examined each spiritual herb and medicinal ingredient, categorizing them according to their properties, placing the easier-to-handle materials at the forefront and organizing them in a sequence from simple to complex. This time, he chose not to use the alchemy furnace in the chamber, but instead took out the Wuyin furnace and the Qingyuan furnace. After meticulously cleaning them, he waved his hand to conjure a flame of alchemical fire, initiating the preheating process for both furnaces. At the moment Haotian unleashed the alchemical flame, Qingyun's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed someone utilizing such a flame, and his gaze sparkled with avarice. The alchemical flame is regarded as the finest fire for concocting medicinal pills. The old man Sha and the other 3 were taken aback. Indeed, it was the fire of Dan Yen. Old man Sha, with his wealth of experience and vast knowledge, immediately recognized it. Within the barrier, Hao Chun was oblivious to their conversation. He was diligently following the alchemical formula for the Rongling Dan, commencing the refinement of spiritual herbs and medicines within the Wu Yin Dan furnace. In no time, all the auxiliary herbs were placed into the furnace. With a flicker of thought, he intensified the output of the palm-sized Dan Yen fire, then pressed both palms against the furnace, commencing the refinement of the auxiliary spiritual herbs and medicines within the Wu Yin Dan furnace. The process of refining the herbs with the Dan Yen fire proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Shortly thereafter, a hissing sound emanated from the furnace, signaling that the herbs had been purified. Only then did he slightly withdraw the intensity of the Dan Yen fire. Releasing his right hand, he heated the Qingyuan Dan furnace and subsequently placed the Rongling grass into it. The Rongling grass, an isotribute spiritual herb, created a stark contrast with the fire, amplifying the pressure. At this moment, Hao Chun retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and poured the neutralizing solvent directly into the Qingyun Jungle furnace. This neutralizing agent was concocted from several relatively mild medicinal materials and was merely a grade 3 potion. As an auxiliary medicine, its addition during the alchemical process could enhance the success rate of the elixir. This neutralizing agent, which Hao Chun had developed himself, was crafted by infusing the essence of a millennium-old stone stalactite with the gathering spirit grass. He named it the Shirling neutralizing agent, abbreviated as Shirling agent. The gathering spirit grass, a rare find on the Tianyuan continent, was abundantly cultivated within the jade pendant space. As its name implies, the gathering spirit grass can aggregate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby collecting all attributes of primal energy. After storing the Shirling neutralizing agent, he commenced its refinement. Surprisingly, the pressure within the furnace began to diminish after the addition of the neutralizing agent, which seemed to alleviate the pressure exerted by the Rongling grass. Thus, after the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, all the herbs had been refined, and the neutralizing agent was thoroughly integrated into the purified liquid. Hao Chun enveloped the refined Rongling grass with his spiritual sense and swiftly transferred it into the Wu Yindan furnace. Then began the crucial process of condensing the elixir. Fortunately, having previously refined grade 6 elixirs, he had garnered some experience. During the condensation process, Hao Chun meticulously controlled the heat, alternating between high and low, while reorganizing the spiritual essence according to the 5-element alchemy method. With the aid of the neutralizing agent, some otherwise incompatible liquids gradually merged within the furnace, slowly taking shape. Approximately an hour later, the liquids within the furnace finally coalesced, forming a wrinkled elixir. Hao Chun wielded his spiritual sense like a blade, slicing it into 6 separate elixirs. A delicate fragrance wafted from the furnace, and a smile graced Hao Chun's face. He extinguished the Danyan fire and switched to the Danyan flame, employing his spiritual force to nourish the elixirs. As time passed, after a gentle wave of fragrance filled the air, Hao Chun ceased the Danyan flame. 6 perfect elixirs rested in the palm of his hand. Chapter 380. A new perspective. Elder Sha, Elder Qian, and Elder Zhu, along with Sha, personally evaluated Hao Chun's advancement to a 6th grade alchemist. The 4 observed the entire process of alchemy, and at this moment, they beheld 6 gray spirit-melding pills cradled in Hao Chun's palm, their hue and quality reaching a state of perfection, filling their hearts with joy at his success. "Is this the spirit-melding pill?" Hao Chun murmured, his face brimming with delight. "Indeed. Congratulations on passing the 6th grade alchemist assessment. You are the youngest 6th grade alchemist in the history of the Alchemist Guild." Elder Zhu and Elder Qian exclaimed in unison. Under the witness of the guild president, the 8th grade alchemist Sha Kun, along with the 7th grade alchemist Zhu Wei Sun and Xian Xiu Yuan, as well as the 4th grade alchemist Sha, Hao Chun successfully completed the 6th grade alchemist examination of the Alchemist Guild. As the 5 emerged from the alchemy room, Zijuan and the others could discern from their jubilant expressions that Hao Chun had indeed triumphed in the 6th grade alchemist evaluation. "I did it," Hao Chun exclaimed, rushing toward Zijuan and the others, embracing them in a celebratory hug. Once the hall grew quiet, Hao Chun settled down with Sha Kun and the 2 elders around a tea table. At that moment, Sha and the others willingly took on the role of servers, pouring tea and offering refreshments. Of course, all the tea, spirit fruits, and spirit peaches were provided by the Alchemist Guild. As the spirit fruits were placed on the tea table, those standing behind Hao Chun could hardly contain their salivation. Without a hint of hesitation, Hao Chun lifted the platter and exchanged glances with the girls, encouraging them to indulge freely. When it came to Sha, she unceremoniously took all the remaining 2 spirit fruits from the platter. After Hao Chun distributed the spirit fruits, the surrounding atmosphere finally settled down. Upon seeing the empty platter, Sha shot Hao Chun a fierce glare, thinking to herself, encountering competitors, and they all have such voracious appetites. Hao Chun had already devised a plan. To seize this opportunity to deepen connections with the prominent figures of the Alchemist Guild, he intentionally left the platter bare. Sighing softly, Hao Chun muttered, "I merely intended to make a symbolic gesture. Who knew they would be so unreserved?" Elder Qian reassured him, "No worries, no worries. They are merely children, eager to eat and grow." A few days prior in West House City, I placed a bet with a rather eccentric old man and emerged victorious. The mad old man, unable to pay in spirit stones, offered me 4 spirit fruits instead. I couldn't bring myself to consume them, so I brought them out for you all to taste the fruits won from the wager." As he spoke, he waved his hand and retrieved 3 spirit fruits from his storage ring, placing them on the platter. "Heavenly source fruit." Elder Shah and the others exclaimed in astonishment. The heavenly source fruit, which extends one's life by 100 years, had long been extinct in the Qingyun realm. The 3 elders could no longer maintain their composure, rising to their feet with trembling hands to inspect the fruit repeatedly, confirming its authenticity. Like children fearing theft, they unhesitatingly claimed the heavenly source fruits. At their age, no gift could compare to the preciousness of the heavenly source fruit that promised an extension of a century of life. That mad old man, did he resemble me, albeit clad in a tattered white robe? Elder Shah inquired earnestly about the appearance of the eccentric old man. The whimsical tale spun by Haotian captured the attention of the old man Shah. Indeed, that long robe could hardly be deemed white anymore. It resembled more of a patterned garment. Haotian, ascending the pole, remarked, "Indeed, it is he." The old man Shah muttered to himself. "Who is that mad old man?" Haotian inquired. "He is my master, the esteemed president of our alchemist association, the 9th rank alchemist, Chu Jiutian." Shah declared with immense pride. "I see. How does he compare to my alchemical skills?" Haotian pondered aloud, seemingly enlightened. "Compare in alchemy?" Zhu Lao chuckled. "Indeed, I was in a secluded spot, concocting a 4th rank pill, the Break Yuan pill, in preparation for my advancement. Unexpectedly, a loud bang erupted from the alchemical furnace, followed by a waft of burnt aroma. Haotian lamented. At that moment, a mad old man appeared, insisting that I had disturbed his peaceful dreams and demanded that I compensate him with a dream. The old man was relentless, refusing to leave without a dream, and proposed a contest in alchemy instead, asserting that whoever could produce the Break Yuan pill most efficiently would win. He claimed that efficiency encompassed speed, quality, and resource conservation in the alchemical process. "Why then did he lose to you?" Qian Lao probed, his curiosity piqued. "Perhaps it was the will of heaven." The mad old man completed 3 Break Yuan pills in merely half an hour and then stood behind me, incessantly muttering. All I could hear were pointers on the shortcomings in my alchemical process. Haotian elaborated, becoming engrossed in his narrative. During that session, I took nearly an hour to produce 2 Break Yuan pills. When my pills were finally ready, the mad old man conceded his defeat. He added, feigning ignorance. In the spirit of fair play, he picked up a Break Yuan pill, tossed down 4 spirit fruits, and vanished without a trace. I truly do not know what transpired. Haotian exclaimed, "But there remains 1 Break Yuan pill." He waved his hand, producing a jade vial and presenting it to the old man Shah. When Shah extracted the Break Yuan pill from the vial, the trio could scarcely believe their eyes. The pill was enveloped in a mist, radiating a profound energy fluctuation. Remarkably, the Break Yuan pill crafted by Haotian had manifested as a sacred grade pill. Upon witnessing this sacred grade pill, the 3 esteemed alchemists ceased to question the origin of the Tian Yuan fruit. Moreover, the old man Shah showed no intention of returning this remarkable pill. Observing this, Haotian remarked, "Senior, you may keep this pill." However, before his words could fully resonate, the jade vial had vanished from sight. With the interlude concluded, the 3 alchemical dignitaries proceeded to follow the formal evaluation procedures for alchemists, listening intently to Haotian's methods and experiences in crafting 6th rank pills. Utilizing Haotian's insights, they commenced a profound discussion on the path of alchemy, marveling at his self-taught mastery of the 5 elements alchemy, which commanded their utmost respect. In conclusion, the old man Shah summarized Haotian's assessment for attaining the 6th rank alchemist title, affirming his alchemical prowess while also solemnly pointing out the areas for improvement in his pill crafting. As an alchemist, recklessly concocting elixirs without a thorough understanding of herbal properties is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. When refining 6th-tier elixirs, the materials employed are not particularly rare, nor are their properties overwhelmingly potent. One may leverage a robust spiritual sense to familiarize oneself with the nature of the herbs while crafting the elixirs, thus enhancing the likelihood of producing the desired concoction. However, the path of an alchemist is not always so straightforward. When attempting to create elixirs of the 6th tier or higher, encountering highly toxic or otherwise potent herbs poses significant risks. A hasty attempt at refinement could lead not only to a waste of precious materials, but also to personal injury or even loss of life. In the Qingyun realm, alchemists are classified into 9 ranks, with the 6th tier serving as a pivotal juncture. Countless alchemists find themselves ensnared at the 5th tier, unable to ascend to the 6th. Hence, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Sha Kuan, publicly declared, after rigorous practical and theoretical assessments, Haotian has successfully attained the rank of 6th tier alchemist. In chapter 381, perfectly satisfactory, Elder Qian and Elder Zhu each affixed their signatures to the certification document. Thank you, esteemed elders. I am deeply grateful. Haotian expressed sincerely to the group. Now that you have achieved the status of a 6th tier alchemist, do you wish to become my disciple? Sha Kuan inquired with an air of authority. Disciple Haotian pays his respects to Master. Haotian, a person of reason, understood Sha Kuan's intentions. The 4 women present, witnessing Haotian kneel, followed suit and knelt behind him. Rise, my apprentice. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the Qingyun sect to inform them. For you are still one of their own. Sha Kuan stated. Master, I momentarily overlooked this matter in my excitement upon being accepted as an elite disciple. Please forgive my oversight. Haotian replied, a hint of concern evident in his voice. Having just been recognized as an elite disciple under the tutelage of Lung Yushuang, he now found himself under the guidance of the 8th tier alchemist Sha Kuan. He pondered how his master, Lung Yushuang, would react to this development. It is well understood that in any world, betraying one's master is met with disdain. I know what you are thinking. Sha Kuan, a man of considerable experience, could easily discern Haotian's thoughts. You need not worry about the Qingyun sect. Ling Yin has approached me numerous times, urging me to take on several of their alchemists as disciples. I have assessed those alchemists, and they seem unlikely to achieve great success. Now that I am accepting you as my disciple, he would likely be pleased rather than displeased. Nevertheless, Haotian shook his head and replied to Sha Kuan, Master, I have certain unavoidable reasons for which I hope you will temporarily keep my identity confidential. When the time is right, I will explain to my master at the Qingyun sect. Sha Kuan gazed at Haotian in confusion, unable to comprehend why Haotian would wish to prevent him from disclosing his identity to the Qingyun sect. If Haotian feared suspicion from the Qingyun sect, that was certainly not the case, especially considering Sha Kuan's assurances. If it were a matter of Haotian looking down upon Sha Kuan's status, that would be even more unreasonable, as Haotian fully recognized the weight of the title of an 8th tier alchemist. Yet, as Haotian had mentioned, he indeed bore his own burdens. Being a body of the 5 elements, he was someone favored by the esteemed ancestor Xing Shao. According to his master, it had been foretold over a century ago that the body of the 5 elements would be the key to saving the Tianyuan continent from impending calamity. If it were revealed that Haotian, at the tender age of 19, had attained the rank of a 6th tier alchemist, with a dual mastery of both magical and martial arts at the late stage of Yuan Dan and the late stage of Grand Martial Master, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the demonic sects, malevolent beings, and other nefarious cults. These individuals would undoubtedly devise schemes to eliminate him while his powers remained nascent. Sha Kuan gazed into Haotian's eyes, noticing their clarity and sincerity, devoid of any ulterior motives. Well, he began, though I am unaware of your reasons for concealing this connection. You must have your own rationale. For now, I shall refrain from discussing this with the 2 elders and Sha. I will have her escort you to collect your identification token and attire. Take a few days to settle your personal matters before returning to me. Thank you for your understanding, Master. Haotian replied with joy. And who are they? Sha Kuan inquired, glancing at the group of young women behind Haotian. In response to your esteemed question, we are Haotian's junior sisters, accompanying him to obtain his alchemist qualification. Cold Ziyu answered hastily, eager for any advantage. Indeed, your qualifications are commendable. If time permits, you should study alongside Haotian. Although I am devoted to the path of alchemy, I can certainly offer guidance to young talents such as yourselves. Thank you, Master, for your support. Haotian and the others expressed their profound gratitude with a deep bow. Sister Sha, holding the certification signed by Elder Qian and Elder Zhu, led Haotian and the others to receive their identification tokens and the specially crafted attire for 6th tier alchemists. Rather than flaunting his new status, Haotian carefully stored the token and garments in his storage ring. With the acquisition of the alchemist qualification certificate, there was no longer any need for him to participate in the alchemist arena competition. He then invited Sha to guide him through the city. Of course, Cold Ziyu was also quite familiar with the area. Haotian's invitation to Sha carried an ulterior motive. He aimed to foster a good relationship with this junior sister, which would benefit future interactions with Ziyuan and the others. He understood the challenges that lay ahead when accompanying a girl on shopping excursions. It is often said that no matter how robust a man may be, he cannot keep pace with a girl's enthusiasm for shopping. Xia quickly became friendly with the others. Women never tire of shopping, and the group strolled hand in hand, creating a picturesque scene. Haotian followed behind as they approached the bustling shopping district of Zhongzhou City. At last, the shopping street revealed itself to the group, a place where Xia and Ziyu had frequented countless times. However, for Haotian, Ziyuan, Haoying, and Yexiawei, it was their first visit. Upon entering the first shop, only Haotian made a purchase, acquiring some talisman papers and selecting various refining materials. The second shop specialized in the procurement and sale of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and materials for mystical beasts. It was here that Haotian serendipitously discovered the ingredients for crafting the breaking yuan pill, snake-shedding flower, withered water vine, and breaking yuan grass. He also found materials for the life bone pill, including the millennium black jade mushroom, fire phosphorus grass, the inner core of the wood wolf, the antler horn of the misty deer, as well as the rejuvenating fruit and bone-age fruit, among many other spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits. In the first two shops, the women found nothing of interest, leading them to the third shop, where Haotian's nightmare was about to commence. This establishment specializes in garments and footwear. Upon entering, the women immediately rushed to the clothing section, exploring every nook and cranny, trying on any attire that caught their fancy. When they decided to purchase, they did so collectively, with all expenses borne by Haotian. Naturally, items that could be purchased with gold coins were acquired without the use of spirit stones. Gold coins served merely as currency, while spirit stones could both circulate as currency and function as a material for cultivation. In no time, tens of thousands of gold coins vanished from Haotian's storage bag. Is it the case that women find a peculiar sense of satisfaction in their shopping sprees? The three-story shop was thoroughly explored by them. However, Xia remarked that there were a few items she wished to contemplate further before making a decision. Haotian felt exasperated by the company he kept, with cosmetics, clothing, and shoes. Each woman seemed to acquire no fewer than a dozen items. Haotian pondered, is such elaborate dressing truly necessary? To alleviate Haotian's plight, Ziyu proposed purchasing a few articles of clothing for him, leading their group of 6 to the men's apparel section. Ziyu had just selected a garment for Haotian, but the others criticized it as unattractive. Yinxing deemed it too conservative, Yu found it too flamboyant, Xia said it was ill-fitting, and Xiaoya considered it excessively vibrant. After lingering at that counter for half an hour, the women finally selected several sets of garments in shades of blue and white for Haotian. While they were engaged in their selections, Haotian perused the jewelry section and was astounded to discover ornaments crafted from cold jade. He thus purchased 30 pieces, including matching jewelry and pendants. His intention was to inscribe formations onto these ornaments as a form of defensive spiritual artifacts to gift to everyone, including the women back in Dongxing town, as well as the cultivators Shaner and Shuanger who remained in the Demon Tower. Upon arriving at an inn and securing their rooms, the women swiftly disappeared downstairs to order food. Feeling sympathetic toward Haotian, who had been tirelessly evaluating alchemists, they decided to allow him some respite by refraining from disturbing his rest. At that moment, Haotian was hidden within the 7th level of the Demon Tower, diligently inscribing and crafting necklaces and pendants. He engraved spirit gathering and defensive formations onto the pendants, each inscribed with dozens of formations capable of withstanding multiple assaults from cultivators at the late stage of the Yuandan realm. Initially, Haotian had contemplated incorporating a short-range teleportation formation, but fearing the pendants might not endure the strain, he ultimately abandoned that idea. After several hours, he had inscribed 10 sets of jewelry and pendants. Although Haotian was not a professional engraver, the items he produced were nonetheless quite practical. After completing his brief retreat and exiting the Demon Tower, he found himself back in bed, having spent merely half an hour in the outside world. Just then, Xiaoya came to urge him to join her for dinner on the 2nd floor. After the meal, while the others engaged in conversation in the inn's lounge, Haotian took out the inscribed jewelry and pendants. Each piece, made of the same cold jade, bore identical luster, ensuring that every individual received an equal set. With a porcelain-like neck adorned with a glistening jade necklace and an exquisite pendant, she appeared as if a celestial being had descended to earth, radiating an enchanting allure that captivated all the women present. After admiring the scene for a while, Haotian addressed the group. These are the spiritual artifacts I have just inscribed. They can only be worn after being refined. Chapter 382. A visit to my parents' Haotian, accompanied by the 5 beauties, roamed the streets of the city, indulging in the local culinary delights. As Shasha had responsibilities related to the alchemist assessment, she bid a reluctant farewell and returned to the Alchemist Guild. Having successfully obtained his alchemist qualification in Zhongzhou City, Haotian and his companions soon grew weary from their explorations and were left with a lingering taste of the delicacies. After several days of discreet observation, Haotian found no peculiarities in Yexiawei. He pondered silently. She neither resembles a spy from the demon clan nor a member of the demonic sect. What is her true identity? And why is she associated with those from the blood poison sect? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he departed West House City shortly after Shasha's departure, accompanied by the 4 beauties aboard a flying shuttle. Upon returning to West House City, Yexiawei, fatigued from her travels, succumbed to slumber early. Haotian then led the other 3 women to the chamber of the cold and elegant Xian. Establishing a barrier, he recounted Yexiawei's background to them. The 4 women soon grasped the situation. Otherwise, they might have suspected Haotian of abducting a girl. While I am not present, you must keep a vigilant eye on her movements, Haotian instructed earnestly. As long as he was not engaged in cultivation, Haotian would take the 4 beauties along with Yexiawei to enjoy the sights and flavors of West House City. His strategy regarding Yexiawei was clear. The identity of the person was inconsequential. What mattered was instilling the warmth of Tianyuan continent and the sincerity of West House City into her heart, even if she were indeed a spy gathering intelligence. As long as she posed no threat to the Tianyuan continent, they could still remain friends. Amidst the turmoil of the western regions, Haotian constantly worried about the safety and health of his parents. One day, finding himself with some leisure time, he greeted Xian and the others before stealthily exiting West House City with Haoying, heading swiftly towards Fengming town. His intention to visit his parents was genuine, yet he also sought to glean information. As a member of the 5 Sects Alliance headquarters, Hao Yuanhang possessed considerable insight into the ongoing conflicts in Tianyuan. Upon arriving in Fengming town, the fiery bird, Xiaohong, sensing their connection, swiftly flew to Haotian's side, yearning for him. In Fengming town, he summoned Shanshan and Shuang'er, who were cultivating within the demon tower, along with Haoying. The 3 women quickly grew familiar with one another, with the sisters feeling at ease. Though Lu Han's presence stirred a hint of jealousy in Shuang'er when she saw Haoying. Arriving at the entrance of Haoyuan Hall, Shanshan dashed inside. "Father, Mother, I'm back," she exclaimed joyfully, her voice echoing through the courtyard. "Father, Mother, I have returned." When the figures of his parents came into view, Haotian's voice trembled with emotion. "It is truly me, your son, returning home." Tears of longing streamed down Zhu Fengwu's face as she rushed into her son's embrace. "I thought I might never see you again," she sobbed, overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, the chaos of the Tianyuan conflict had shattered their once harmonious family, leaving behind a trail of sorrow and separation, which had undoubtedly caused their mother much distress. Haotian controlled his tears, gently patting his mother's body as he reassured her. "Look, I'm perfectly fine. Do not worry. I will take good care of myself. You and father must prioritize your health." "Indeed." "Very well," Zhu Fengwu said, her heart brimming with joy as she surveyed Haotian. "Oh, who is this?" Zhu Fengwu inquired, noticing the quiet figure of Haoying standing beside Haotian. "Mother, this is my wife, Haoying, whom I mentioned to you," Haotian introduced, gesturing toward Haoying. "Haoying, this is mother and this is father." "Greetings, father." "Greetings, mother." Haoying slightly bowed, politely greeting Mr. and Mrs. Hao Yuanhang. "Ah, my daughter-in-law is truly beautiful," Zhu Fengwu exclaimed with delight, grasping Haoying's delicate right hand. "Look at this little hand. It is even more tender than when Chun'er was born. Enough standing around. Let us hurry inside." This was the first time Haotian introduced Haoying to his parents, marking her as his officially recognized wife within the Hao family. Meanwhile, Lu Han Shuang was also acknowledged by his mother as a future daughter-in-law, and the 3 women gathered, bustling into the mother's room for a chat. Haotian and his father retreated to the small living room to discuss the state of affairs regarding the Tianyuan battle. From Hao Yuanhang, Haotian learned of indications suggesting that the demon clan and the demonic sect were poised to launch a new offensive against the western region. Upon hearing his father's analysis, Haotian felt a surge of urgency and decided to extract Yu Wei from the demon suppression tower. "This is Yu Wei, the deputy leader of the blood poison sect, whom I inadvertently captured in Shihai City." According to information shared by Qi Zongli of the Qi family fortress and Lu Ming of the northeastern Lu family, the demonic sect, in collaboration with the Demon Clan, intends to stage another surprise attack on the Qingyun Kingdom, with rumors suggesting that the Demon Emperor's holy son and the Blood Poison Prince have reached a consensus, potentially targeting Shihai City. Haotian was taken aback upon seeing the deputy leader of the Blood Poison sect, having heard of this individual's name. With the evidence before him, he could not dismiss the authenticity of the intelligence. Consequently, he communicated with the Five-Sect Alliance, dispatching someone to this location for protection. When the esteemed ancestor Xingxiao learned that disciples from Qingyun sect were in Fengming town, possessing crucial intelligence, he promptly sent personnel to Fengming town. Haotian then handed over Yue to the representatives of the Five-Sect Alliance and recounted the acquired intelligence, ensuring it was documented in a jade slip for the messenger to deliver to Xingxiao. Once settled, the family reconvened in the living room, where Haotian recounted the events following their departure from Fengming town. Upon hearing that Haotian not only entered Qingyun sect, but was also accepted as a disciple by the revered elder Lung Yushuang, the entire family rejoiced. Their delighted expressions lingered. But as Haotian shifted the conversation to his recent examination for the alchemist title in Zhongzhou City, the room fell silent. "What is the matter? Is there something amiss?" Haotian asked, puzzled by their expressions. "Brother, it's infuriating. Why must you enjoy such delightful experiences without taking Schwanger and me along?" Shaner playfully broke the silence. Schwanger's wide eyes were also fixed on Haotian, eager to discern the nature of his extraordinary talents. At 19 years of age, possessing late-stage Yuan Dan cultivation, late-stage Great Master Realm, and being a 6th-grade alchemist left Lu Hanshuang utterly astonished. Hao Yuanheng and Zhu Fengwu remained silent. The couple departed from home early, leaving Haotian in the care of his father. In the face of Haotian's remarkable achievements, they felt a profound sense of guilt. "Next time, we will definitely bring you along," Haotian expressed to his sister with regret. "Humph, will there even be a next time to witness you becoming a pill master and advancing?" Shauna retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "It's all my fault, my fault. Can I make amends?" Haotian said, gesturing as he produced 5 sets of exquisite jewelry and jade pendants. Shauna and Schwanger's eyes sparkled like stars as they eagerly seized a necklace each and adorned themselves. Haoying had already received a set of jewelry in jade, standing to the side and observing. "These are gifts I purchased in Zhongzhou City. I hope you all cherish them. The remaining 3 sets will be distributed by our mother. However, these are not ordinary pieces, they require refinement, as they are spiritual artifacts inscribed with formations by me," Haotian declared solemnly. "What? You can inscribe formations as well?" Hao Yuanheng was once again rendered speechless by his extraordinary son. Lu Hanshuang trembled, unsure of how to regard the jewelry she wore. Initially believing them to be simple gifts, she was astounded to learn they were, in fact, spiritual artifacts. Having yet to possess a proper magical tool, the revelation of wearing a spiritual artifact was nothing short of astonishing. "Ahem, there's no need for surprise. I merely crafted a few trinkets for the safety of the family. After refinement, they can withstand several strikes from a mid-stage Yuandan practitioner before shattering. They aren't particularly valuable," Haotian stated nonchalantly, observing the astonished expressions around him. Under Haotian's guidance, martial practitioners utilized blood to refine the artifacts, while cultivators could refine them with their consciousness. Haotian and his father proceeded to a secret chamber, entering the demon suppression tower, where his father refined a flying shuttle, a copper puppet, and 2 iron puppets for self-defense. These items could be stored in spatial rings. Upon hearing of Haotian's return, Zou Ming invited several friends to the drunken immortal building, once again reserving the elegant room number 8. Zou Ming had become an elder of the Hao Yuan Hall, and at this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. Seizing this opportunity, Haotian presented a saint-grade breaking yuan pill, setting up a spirit-gathering formation to assist him in breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. On the morning 2 days later, Haotian bid farewell to Hao Yuanheng and his wife. Although Zhu Fengwu felt reluctant, she pulled Haotian aside and advised, "Chun'er, your father and I both like this daughter-in-law. Don't let distance keep you apart. By the time your father was your age, I had already given birth to you for 2 years. You must strive a little harder." Then, lowering her voice conspiratorially, she added, "Your mother inquired, since you two have consummated your marriage, make sure to put in the effort. I am eagerly awaiting a grandchild." "Mother." Haotian felt exasperated by his mother's incessant chatter over the past 2 days. As a practitioner, his senses were far beyond those of ordinary people. How could Haoying possibly fail to hear such whispers at such close proximity? Hao Ying also felt helpless, glancing down at her abdomen and pondering, indeed, why is there not even a hint of movement? Although Haotian intended for Hao Ying to stay and accompany their parents, Zhu Fengwu insisted otherwise, having secretly urged Hao Ying to remain close to Haotian at all times. Shaner and Shuang'er continued their training within the demon suppression tower, while the couple, Hao Yuan and Heng, took precautionary measures with their flying shuttle and puppets. Hao Yin decided to take Xiao Hong away for cultivation. Elder brother Sum was not present to bid farewell, as he remained engrossed in his own training. Chapter 383, Persisting Through Bloodshed, Part 1. Despite the inevitability of war in West Haotian City, Hao Yin consistently returned to Ziyu Pavilion. Although he could have discreetly departed with several women, retreat was not an option for him. He felt a profound responsibility toward the people of Tianyuan continent and his parents, which constituted his moral compass. West Haotian City served as a bastion for Fengming Town, where his friends and family resided. In recent days, Hao Yin had developed a keen interest in researching the creation of thunder bombs and thunder strikes, experimenting with the release of lightning attributes to forge these powerful devices. Upon returning from Fengming Town, he began his preparations, determined to strategize in anticipation of the impending conflict in West Haotian City. After numerous attempts and repeated failures in crafting these devices, he sequestered himself in the secret chamber of Ziyu Pavilion for several days. Although he could not succeed in creating the thunder bombs, he shifted his focus to the 7th level of the Demon Suppression Tower, where he began to explore the crafting of spirit talismans. While spirit talismans might lack efficacy for advanced cultivators, their production was swift and straightforward. Through rigorous study and enhancements, Hao Yin discovered that the explosive spirit talismans and thunderstorm talismans possessed considerable potency. Inspired, he conceived the idea of binding 3 talismans together, 10 in total, to test their combined power. The results were indeed remarkable. However, the mental energy required to activate the talismans was excessively draining. If he could devise a method akin to the thunder bombs, utilizing a minimal amount of mental energy for ignition, followed by physical projection, it would alleviate the issue of his limited mental capacity. After extensive experimentation, Hao Yin devised a novel approach. He placed 10 explosive spirit talismans into a ceramic jar and employed a level 1 fire spirit talisman to ignite the higher-grade talismans within. To his delight, this method proved successful, leading him to craft several cluster explosive spirit talismans. The results of his trials were comparable to those of the thunder bombs, and their destructive potential was truly formidable. The success of his experiments ignited Hao Yin's ambition, prompting him to seek out a pottery workshop, where he meticulously designed and produced dozens of uniquely shaped ceramic vessels. After selecting the most satisfactory jars, he proceeded to create the cluster explosive spirit talismans. He assigned Yi Xiaoya and Leng Ziyu to oversee the pottery workshop, while Hao Ying assisted in the assembly of the talismans and instructed Zijuan to procure the necessary materials for talisman crafting. Hao Yin's unwavering dedication deeply moved the women around him. During the process of creating the spirit talismans, he suddenly recalled the intricate engravings of the teleportation array. He promptly retrieved the diagram of the teleportation formation to examine it, and an idea sparked within him. Taking out his engraving pen, he experimented with inscribing the explosive spirit talismans onto copper plates. After several failed attempts to imprint the essence of his vitality into the talismans, he realized that copper was unsuitable and shifted to jade, only to find that large pieces of elemental stone were more effective. After several trials with different sculpting techniques, he managed to produce explosive spirit talismans from a template carved from inferior elemental stone. Although these talismans possessed lower energy, he ultimately succeeded in his venture. Scouring through his belongings, he discovered a few large pieces of superior elemental stone, which yielded promising results in his experiments. Unfortunately, a single piece of superior elemental stone could only produce over 1,000 talismans before exhausting its energy and reducing to powder. In the end, he painstakingly managed to imprint 500 talismans, infusing them with vitality to extend their longevity. The blood of the demon beasts used for refining spiritual talismans is plentiful for Hao Chun, as he has stored a considerable quantity of chaotic beasts within a barrier in his jade pendant space. The blood of these chaotic beasts exhibits a far greater ferocity than that of ordinary demon beasts. On a day when everyone was preoccupied in the secret chamber, Hao Chun received a message from Leng Ziyan. The Western Hao City had received word from the Five Sects Alliance. The blood-poisoned young master, and the demon emperor's holy son were rallying their forces to launch an offensive against Western Hao City in the near future. Without the intelligence provided by Haotian, Western Hao City would likely suffer significant losses. The elder Xing Shao interrogated Yu Wei, the deputy hall master of the blood poison sect, and learned all the details, including Hao Chen's actions, which facilitated the early establishment of defenses for Western Hao City. In the task hall of the Qingyun sect, the next trial task assigned to Hao Chun was to eliminate members of the demon sect in Western Hao City. Having been in this place for merely a fortnight, he had yet to register at the city lord's mansion. He knew that this day would eventually arrive, and he must prepare in advance. After a brief contemplation, Hao Chun decided to first register at the city lord's mansion before venturing outside the city to witness the impending conflict. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, he found the conference hall bustling with activity. He approached the steward in charge of registrations, and this time, Hao Chun did not conceal his prowess, confidently declaring his cultivation at the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm. His strength was second only to that of the Yuan Ing realm in Western Hao City. "Are you the esteemed elite disciple Hao Chun from the Qingyun sect?" inquired the steward upon seeing Hao Chen's name in the register. "Indeed, is there a problem?" Hao Chen responded with curiosity. "Not at all. Our city lord has summoned you," the steward quickly replied. Guided by the steward, Hao Chen entered a parlor filled with practitioners of the Yuan Dan and Yuaning realms. His arrival did not cause much commotion. At that moment, the envoy Zou Ming was addressing the assembly. Noticing Hao Chen's entrance, he nodded symbolically, indicating for him to find a seat. According to intelligence intercepted by disciples of the Qingyun sect a few days prior, the demon sect and the coalition of demon beings were preparing for a large-scale invasion of Western Hao City. The Five Sects Alliance had secretly dispatched a substantial number of practitioners to provide reinforcements. Zou Ming glanced at Hao Chun before continuing, with a hint of significance in his tone. "Without the vast number of disciples we dispatched to gather intelligence, Western Hao City would face dire consequences." The allocation of defensive positions was to be managed by the city lord of Western Hao City, Gu Weiying. The city lord, approximately 40 years of age, of medium height, clad in a blue long robe exuding the aura of the mid-stage Yuaning realm, stood up. His long hair was gathered behind him, and beneath his broad brows shone a pair of shrewd and profound eyes. After a brief expression of gratitude, he outlined the distribution of duties. Generally, each of the 5 envoys from the Five Sects Alliance would lead their disciples to defend the 4 gates, while the remaining disciples from the Qingyun sect would be divided into 4 battle teams as mobile reinforcements for the gates. Unfortunately, the Qingyun sect had been chosen, and Hao Chen's name made the list. Among the late-stage Yuan Dan practitioners from the Qingyun sect, only 3 were available, while another battle team would be led by a mid-stage Yuan Dan practitioner. After the meeting, through Zou Ming's introduction, the city lord learned that Hao Chun had saved his youngest daughter, Gu Lia. Following a round of pleasantries, Hao Chun led the practitioners of the 3rd battle team to a section of the city wall at the eastern gate of Western Hao City. By the time Hao Chun arrived, the city wall was already densely populated with practitioners. The entire city wall is adorned with cultivators, some of whom belong to sects that have been at odds for generations. Yet, at this moment, they stand united. No one wishes to witness their ancestral home being seized by outsiders, forcing them to abandon their roots or even become enslaved by foreign races. For the sake of themselves and their descendants, no one is willing to retreat. In the face of an external threat, familial grievances pale in comparison to the greater danger. These individuals have no option but to confront the invading forces. They must either triumph over the intruders and defend their homeland or be annihilated, having at least fought back. Outside Shihao City, a vast army of demons and demonic cultivators has long been gathering. Despite the bright midday sun, a chilling atmosphere envelopes the city, and a sense of oppression spreads among the populace. Not far from where Hao Chun stands on the wall, a young man casts a glance towards his position and proudly raises his chin. Surrounded by a dozen fellow cultivators like stars orbiting a moon, he shouts, "All cultivators, heed my command, let us charge forth." In an instant, this group becomes the focal point, as hundreds of beams of light shoot towards the city's outskirts, clashing violently with the demon horde. Aside from the crucial strongholds that must be defended, other cultivators on the wall are equally unwilling to yield. Inspired by the call to arms, their eyes gleam with excitement and fervor for battle. Streams of light ascend skyward like meteors streaking through the night, aimed at the demons and their dark sect. In response to the invading enemies, Shihao City can only dispatch cultivators of equivalent strength to engage in battle. Powerful figures above the nascent soul stage stand aside, observing the skirmish while remaining vigilant against any surprise attacks from their adversaries. They disdain to intervene in the lower-tier conflicts. As blood spills outside Shihao City, Haotian's heart bleeds. Chapter 384, Relentless Bloodshed, Part 2, The Cycle of Heavenly Retribution, a Millennia of Calamity, finally unfolds on the Tianyuan continent. Since the ancient war between immortals and demons, the Qinyuan realm has experienced warfare every century. Every millennium, a calamity strikes. Calamities and wars occur simultaneously, yet the reason remains elusive. A plague has recently emerged in the northern part of the Tianyuan continent, spreading briefly before being contained. It is said that the Yunhai sect dispatched thousands of cultivators to aid in the mundane world, swiftly bringing the outbreak under control and saving countless lives. Just as this plague makes its entrance, it falls into oblivion. As a result, the rulers of the continent reward the Yunhai sect generously for their actions. The millennial calamity of the plague has been artificially subdued. However, this century's war is unavoidable. Population growth and human greed drive humanity in the mundane world to fight for resources. Meanwhile, cultivators in the immortal realm battle for materials essential for their cultivation. Thousands of cultivators rally against the invaders. One by one, cultivators fall, while demon warriors perish. The battlefield echoes with cries of war, and the sounds of suffering are ever present. Injured cultivators from Shihao City, upon nearing the city as protective barrier, find their identity tokens flashing an alarm. Those responsible for rescue swiftly arrive to provide timely aid. The pursuing demonic cultivators, faced with the imposing wall and the chilling presence of the archers, exhibited a tinge of trepidation. As both sides engaged in the pursuit of the wounded, a tacit understanding seemed to arise between them. Once a certain distance was established, neither party would continue the chase. On the battlefield, apart from the initial casualties incurred during the first encounter, both factions gradually descended into a stalemate, resulting in a significant decrease in mortality rates. Observing for a moment from atop the city wall, Haotian exchanged a few words with the members of his combat team before transforming into a shooting star. Plunging into the fray below. Outside the city, tens of thousands of cultivators clashed with the demonic army, the air intermittently illuminated by a dazzling array of spells. In a fleeting moment of distraction, even a formidable figure in the late Yuan Dan stage could face demise. As he rushed into the battlefield, a shadow charged towards him. A faint smile graced Haotian's lips as he flicked his fingers, unleashing a void congealing finger aimed at the shadow's head. Yet, in the next heartbeat, only an afterimage remained, the shadow having already evaded several zhongs away, while the afterimage dissipated into dust as a result of Haotian's spell. The shadow seemed to abandon any intent to launch a surprise attack, retreating into the darkness after a fruitless strike. "You wish to depart without my consent?" Haotian mused, employing his spirit eye technique to lock onto a void point 10 zhong away. A void congealing finger surged towards his target, forcing the shadow out of its concealment. "If you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The shadow, now exposed, was far from benign, transforming into dozens of identical figures that encircled Haotian. With his eyes narrowing slightly, Haotian remained suspended in midair, seemingly devoid of any means of resistance. The shadow lunging at him hesitated momentarily, only to quicken its pace. Just as it was about to reach him, the spirit eye pierced through to reveal its true form. "Humph." A cunning smile spread across Haotian's face as he murmured, "A mere parlor trick, the shadow kill technique." The shadow kill technique. A lethal skill of the Eastern Emperor's shadow kill guard from one of the 5 courts of the celestial realm was embodied in the Qingyun dagger, the weapon wielded by the shadow left. Upon refining the Qingyun dagger, Haotian had acquired the shadow kill technique, granting him insight into its workings. Practitioners of this technique were known as shadow users, while those among the demon ranks were referred to as shadow demons. The shadow kill technique was particularly vulnerable to the spirit eye. Thus, the elite forces of the demon clan, employing the shadow kill technique, were destined for misfortune upon clashing with Haotian's spirit eye. The shadow demon felt an immediate constriction, its body ensnared within a barrier domain. Employing a strategy that combined the barrier domain with the demon suppression tower, Haotian drew the demon into the first layer of the tower's space. High-ranking demons served as exceptional materials for puppet crafting. Their presence on the battlefield was a tempting resource for Haotian, who then hastened to another battlefield. At that moment, Haotian resumed his signature act, masquerading as a harmless entity while converting his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. While deftly evading the indiscriminate assaults of spells on the battlefield, he skillfully reaped the lives of all who stood in his path. In less than half an hour, the number of shadow demons perishing at the hands of Haotian soared to dozens. Even practitioners of the Yuan Dan realm from the demonic sect fell victim to him. From the aura they emanated, Haotian could discern the cultivation level of the demon practitioners. Their chilling presence, infused with a dark and sinister energy, instilled dread. The levels of demonic cultivation can be categorized from low to high as follows: demon refinement, demon condensation, demon Dan, demon infant, demon king, demon emperor, demon sovereign, demon saint, and demon emperor, which correspond precisely with the ranks of human practitioners. The demon refinement stage aligns with the Qi refinement stage, the demon condensation stage with the foundation establishment stage, the demon Dan stage with the Yuan Dan stage, the demon infant stage with the Yuan Ing stage, the demon king stage with the nascent soul stage, the demon emperor stage with the spirit separation stage, the demon sovereign with the core formation stage, the demon saint with the tribulation stage, and the demon emperor with the great ascension stage. Both demonic practitioners and other types of cultivators differ only in their methods of cultivation. Their ultimate goal remains the same: to seek longevity and extend their lifespan. Haotian mingled within the throng of combatants, aside from the first shadow demon he dispatched, which was in the late demon Dan stage. The others he encountered were merely in the initial or middle stages of the same realm. His accomplishments attracted the attention of both sides in battle, drawing the gaze of formidable figures from the demon clan. A tall, sinister-looking demon man, wielding a demonic staff, ruthlessly dispatched two mid-level Yuan Dan practitioners who attacked him, heading straight for Haotian. As he advanced, both allies and foes fell victim to the brutal onslaught of this menacing figure. Confronted by this towering demon, Haotian suddenly brandished a silver dragon short spear, preparing to engage in combat. However, a peculiar smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Aren't you fierce? I shall use your hands to slay your own kin." As the demon approached within 3 zhang, Haotian, brandishing the silver dragon spear, turned and fled for his life. The tens of thousands watching from the city walls, who had previously applauded Haotian's feats, now scoffed at his retreat before the demon's might. As Haotian fled, he left a trail of hundreds of corpses in his wake. Wherever the demons were most concentrated, he darted towards them, shouting, "Murder! Help!" Disheveled and bloodied, he appeared as a madman escaped from the realm of Shura. The pursuer, with blood-red eyes and disheveled hair, resembled a butcher. The chase ensued, a chaotic dance of hunter and hunted, with the battlefield thrown into disarray as combatants sought refuge. Thousands of innocents perished in the tumultuous path of their relentless pursuit. Only when both were on the brink of exhaustion did they pause for a moment's respite. "I will remember you, the one who seeks my life, Demon Rutik." The demon growled, his expression shifting suddenly. With a malevolent grip on his staff, he aimed to reduce Haotian to a mere pulp. A flicker of disdain crossed Haotian's lips as his aura surged, momentarily reaching the Yuan Dan realm. He met Rutik's staff with the silver dragon spear. The clash echoed like rolling thunder, sending shivers down the spine. The silver dragon spiraled, the demonic staff transformed into a serpent, and after a fierce exchange, Haotian adeptly maneuvered, the silver dragon spear darting in and out with precision as Rutik's staff struck relentlessly. Haotian sought to exploit his strengths against the weaknesses of his adversary. The demon's physique is formidable, while the human's form is agile. With a mesmerizing step, the shadowy killing technique is unleashed, leaving Rutik panting heavily. After a round of combat, the two separate. Rukate's hands tremble slightly, his palms numb, and his clothes are torn in several places, while Haotian's attire is even more tattered. Realizing that Haotian is depleting his stamina, Rukate sets aside his earlier arrogance and alters his approach, declaring, "Not all demons rely solely on brute strength. I possess remarkable agility as well." No sooner had he spoken than Rukate transformed into multiple figures, surging toward Haotian. With an overwhelming presence, even before they engaged, Haotian felt an indescribable sense of oppression swell within him. He could not allow Rukate to dictate the rhythm of battle, concealing a thunderbolt bomb in his hand. He activated his spiritual eye technique, and as the solid form closed in within a mere foot, the bomb, accompanied by a shrill whoosh, collided with Rukate's body. Chapter 385, Tenacious Bloodbath, Part 3, Boom. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area where they fought. This was the effect Haotian desired. Seizing the opportunity, he stowed away the silver dragon spear and suddenly unleashed the demonic explosive fist, raining down hundreds of punches upon Rukate. After several exchanges, the two separated again. At this point, Haotian's clothing was almost entirely shredded, revealing numerous wounds of varying depths and lengths, with the flesh around them writhing as it rapidly healed. With a cold expression, Haotian silently regarded Rukate, who was now gasping for breath, equally exposed. It was only at this moment that the onlookers atop the walls of Shihai City understood that Haotian was not afraid of Rukate, who was at the late stage of the Demon Core realm, but was intentionally avoiding direct confrontation, employing a strategy of feints to strike at his adversary. Among the hundreds of fallen demons, though some perished at the hands of the silver dragon spear, the majority were killed by Rukate during his pursuit of Haotian, deeming them an obstacle to be eliminated. At this juncture, Haotian would not afford Rukate another chance to regain his strength. Casually, he retrieved an ordinary spirit explosion talisman and tossed it at Rukate to disrupt his recovery. The talisman struck Rukate, akin to a warm embrace. Haha! Rukate laughed uproariously, startling those engaged in battle at the eastern gate of Shihai City. Was this not sheer folly? All spectators, including Rukate, shared the same thought. Come now. I shall remain motionless while you cast your talismans. Rukate jeered at Haotian with disdain. As Rukate spoke, Haotian unleashed a rain talisman, thoroughly drenching him. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. My apologies, Haotian said, cupping his fists in a gesture of contrition. At this moment, Xian and Yexiawei, along with 3 others, arrived at the eastern city wall. Observing the battle between Haotian and Rukate, Yexiawei couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. The other 4 women atop the wall were acutely aware that this young man might be up to no good, as they discerned that Haotian's current cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Just as Haotian finished speaking, a newly developed clustered thunderstorm talisman hurtled toward Rukate. Boom! Rukate, who had just been thoroughly cleansed, collapsed, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Alas! As Lung Ziyu observed Haotian's actions on the battlefield, a resigned sigh escaped her lips, and she shook her head, lamenting, "What a pity. After such effort to cleanse oneself, you have once again sullied your purity." It was only at this moment that the thousands atop the eastern wall of Shihai City began to comprehend the situation. Amidst the battlefield's peculiarities, employing an unexpected and ingenious strategy proved to be the most effective means of vanquishing the enemy. They understood that in the conflict between foes, no tactic was excessive as long as it led to the enemy's demise. This constituted the most formidable strategy. Such a ruthless approach undoubtedly imparted a vivid lesson to the cultivators present. Unperturbed by the spectators' sentiments, Haotian swiftly unleashed another explosive talisman, infused with smoke, resulting in a chaotic explosion that enveloped the area in fog. Seizing this opportunity, he darted towards Rukate, delivering a punch that rendered him unconscious before imprisoning him within the demon suppression tower. To obscure his actions, he casually detonated the corpse of an ordinary demon, creating a false impression. Good resources should not be squandered. This principle guided Haotian's actions. Rukate's robust physique could serve as valuable material for alchemy or as a bargaining chip for exchange. Haotian could not bear to waste him so frivolously. As the smoke dissipated, Haotian clapped his hands dismissively, remarking, "This is the fate that befalls those who pretend to be grand." Witnessing Rukate's demise ignited a fierce hatred among the demons. Rukate was a member of the Demon Emperor's lineage, a formidable warrior under the command of the Demon Emperor's holy son. Within the demon faction, 2 enraged demon cultivators at the Dan level had already locked on Haotian's presence. In the instant Rukate collapsed, they struck with fury, brandishing their spirit weapons, the demon dragon spear, and lunging at Haotian. The middle-aged demon, at the late stage of the Dan realm, thrust the spear towards Haotian, its barbed tip exuding a menacing aura. Meanwhile, the younger demon, at the mid-stage of the Dan realm, swung his spear in a sweeping arc, its shaft radiating a palpable killing intent. Should Haotian be struck by these 2 formidable weapons, even with his mastery of divine power and clad in celestial silk armor, he would find himself at the mercy of the demon dragon spears. What a close call! Haotian, refusing to be intoxicated by his earlier victory, remained vigilant, attuned to his surroundings. Just as the shadows of the two black demon dragon spears loomed near, he twisted at his waist, executing a perilous maneuver to evade their deadly assault. Although the demon dragon spears had not struck completely, the protruding barbs inflicted a wound upon Haotian, grazing his skin and leaving a slender cut. However, the black-green barbs were smeared with potent demonic venom, which began to seep into his bloodstream. Feeling the toxic substance coursing through him, Haotian's heart raced. He hastily swallowed an antidote and summoned the power of wind and thunder from his dantian to eradicate the malignant poison invading his body. In this encounter, Haotian had suffered a hidden setback. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced certain death with no remedy in sight. The first thrust having missed its mark did not deter the middle-aged demon. Confident in the potency of the demon dragon spear's venom, he shifted from thrusting to slashing, believing that only through the flow of battle's lifeblood could he hasten death's approach. As Haotian danced through the fray, the demon dragon's spears relentlessly pursued him, like a persistent shadow clinging to his every move. Within a mere number of moves, a vivid crimson mark was left upon Haotian's arm. To prevent any interference with the mid-stage magical elixir practitioner's attempt to eliminate Haotian, a young man at the mid-stage of magical elixir was tasked with safeguarding the elder. Anyone who dared to approach this domain was thwarted by the young man wielding the dragon spear, effectively alleviating the pressure on Haotian. In a fleeting moment, as Haotian evaded attacks, he delivered a swift kick to the mid-stage practitioner's groin, seizing the opportunity presented by the elder's momentary pain to escape the confines of the area. Ultimately, the mid-stage practitioner failed to vanquish Haotian, and the guardian could only helplessly watch as Haotian slipped away from the ensnared domain. Having escaped the encirclement, Haotian once again brandished the silver dragon spear. He continued to evade when possible, and when evasion was unfeasible, he carved a bloody path through his adversaries, charging relentlessly towards the epicenter of the battlefield. Along the way, any foes that attempted to intercept him met their demise, leaving behind a trail of vibrant blood. He cut through the periphery of the battlefield, advancing to its very core, relentlessly pursued by a frenzied pack of shadow demons, desperate to exact vengeance upon the detestable cultivator before them. Unbeknownst to Haotian, the spectators held varied opinions on this dazzling display. At that moment, he found himself caught between an obstructing force ahead and relentless pursuers behind, fully aware that a moment's pause would leave him at the mercy of the ravenous shadow demons. To evade the blockade and pursuit of these practitioners, Haotian distanced himself further from the city of Shihai, descending into a thicket where he sprinted with fervor. In the jungle, movement was inherently restricted, yet with his nimble footwork, Haotian deftly outpaced the towering figures of the demon race. As he navigated through the foliage, he successfully shed his pursuers time and again. An hour elapsed, and Haotian found himself back in the heart of the battlefield, akin to a spinning top, finally re-entering the fray. The density of human practitioners and demon warriors in this area was astonishing, with hundreds, even thousands, engaged in fierce combat, some forming formations, while others fought in squads, seeking their targets to unleash a flurry of strikes. Individual duels were a rarity, as his consciousness swept across friend and foe alike. Haotian felt a surge of inspiration and transmitted a message to one group of Shihai practitioners engaged with the demons, urging them to retreat swiftly. He then hurled several cluster spirit explosion talismans into the densely packed area of demon practitioners. In the ensuing explosions, a temporary void emerged within the throng of demons. The Shihai warriors, witnessing the efficacy of Haotian's unconventional tactics, retreated from the demons, creating space between them. In a moment, the eastern gate was overwhelmed by the explosions of Haotian's cluster spirit talismans. Subsequently, Haotian relayed instructions for the practitioners on the battlefield to retreat quickly, while summoning the third combat team of the Qingyun sect to advance. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The third combat team of the Qingyun sect launched a rapid offensive, each member dispatching several disoriented demons before regrouping and casting Haotian's crafted cluster explosion talismans towards the approaching demon coalition, then swiftly retreating. In the third battalion, none fell during the charge, yet injuries were unavoidable, though they accumulated a considerable number of merit points represented by their tokens. The four women observed the shifting dynamics of the battlefield, exchanging knowing smiles. They understood that Hao Chun had departed to conduct experiments elsewhere, and thus, they quietly withdrew. Hao Chun traversed tirelessly, ultimately arriving at the southern gate where the battle raged on. Zou Ming, the envoy of the Qingyun sect, stood vigil, overseeing the conflict. After casting several cluster explosive talismans, Haotian swiftly approached Zou Ming. He whispered a few words before declaring, "Senior, I possess a method to deal with these adversaries." The skirmishes on the eastern and western fronts had already reached Zou Ming's ears, prompting him to respond, "Very well, it's up to you." He promptly summoned a combat team from the Qingyun sect, comprised of cultivators at the Foundation establishment level and above. Haotian extracted cluster explosive talismans and a limited number of cluster thunderstorm talismans from his storage ring. Under the watchful eyes of Zou Ming and the emissaries of the Five Sects Alliance, Haotian demonstrated the method of usage. "This is a recent invention of mine," he explained, holding 2 of each talisman. "The plan is to dispatch them into the enemy camp. First, launch the thunderstorm talismans with your left hand, and upon retreating, throw the explosive talismans with all your might." The chosen individuals sheathed their weapons, aligning themselves atop the southern wall of Shihai City, ready for action with thunderstorm talismans in their left hands and explosive talismans in their right. After observing the prepared cultivators, the emissary of the Five Sects Alliance signaled a temporary retreat. The coalition forces of Shihai City, engaged in fierce combat, had no choice but to withdraw upon seeing the signal. Just as the demonic forces were caught off guard, Haotian commanded, "Charge," and led hundreds towards the battlefield. The thunderstorm talismans erupted with thunderous roars. The demonic and cult forces, just recovering from the explosions, leapt into the air, only to be met by a new barrage of explosive talismans that fell precisely upon them. Those who had just taken flight, seeing the incoming explosives, fled in panic, neglecting any form of defense. Unbeknownst to them, a second wave of destruction ensued, resulting in countless casualties within the demonic coalition. Under the onslaught of the Five Sects Alliance, the demonic forces suffered grievously, ultimately retreating into the depths of the mountains to escape the onslaught. A temporary peace descended upon Shihai City. Chapter 386, Returning Beauty Home. This city defense battle saw the participation of tens of thousands of cultivators. Shihai City experienced thousands of casualties among the Qi refinement cultivators, hundreds among the Foundation establishment practitioners, and over 100 core formation masters perished as well. In this brutal battlefield, the cries of grieving relatives and friends of the fallen echoed throughout Shihai City, casting a shadow of sorrow over the entire region. In contrast to the losses suffered by the cultivators of Shihai City, the demonic coalition incurred even more grievous casualties. Even the demon royal, Rukate, fell on this battlefield, with the losses among the demonic ranks far exceeding those of Shihai City. Haotian's contributions were evident, yet he now concealed his identity with a disguise. Apart from Zou Ming, none knew his true self, and Zou Ming could not disclose Haotian's identity, as it remained a closely guarded secret of the Qingyun sect. In this fleeting period of peace, Shihai City returned to its former vibrancy. During these tumultuous times, Haotian continued to keep Shan'er and Shuang'er, along with several other women, from direct encounters. Preparations are underway for Zijuan to meet with the 2 of them alone, while the matter of the Lung sisters will be addressed later. Haoying has already encountered Shuang'er in Fengming Town, and Haoqing has also shared details about Shuang'er with Zijuan. Over the past few days, Haoqing has been indulging in leisurely activities with Yexiawei during the day, while at night, he has naturally been entwined with the Lung sisters, resulting in a sweet life that was abruptly disrupted by last night's battle. Last night, outside Shihai City, another skirmish erupted, one that was shrouded in mystery. These Yuanying realm practitioners were not mere adversaries of the opponent. The assailants refrained from lethal force, merely injuring a few Yuanying and Yuandan late-stage individuals, sparing their lives. In an instant, the already tense atmosphere within Shihai City grew even more enigmatic. Some suggested that this was a provocation by the blood-poisoned young master and his subordinates, while others speculated it was an exploratory challenge from foreign maritime forces. Otherwise, those Yuanying and Yuandan late-stage practitioners would have long since met their demise in Shihai City. The myriad of conflicting accounts incited widespread unease. At this moment, within Haoqing's chamber, "Brother Haoqing, I think I must leave," Yexiawei said, her face a mixture of reluctance and hesitation as she gazed at Haoqing. "Leave?" Upon witnessing Yexiawei's demeanor, Haoqing sensed something was amiss. "Yes. I received a message indicating that there have been changes at home. It is time for me to return." Through their recent conversations, Haoqing had gleaned insights into Yexiawei's identity. She is the daughter of the hall master of the martial hall in the Tianwu continent, cherished like a jewel. Was last night's battle outside the city orchestrated by them? Haoqing's mind swiftly connected the dots regarding the peculiar occurrences both within and beyond the city. Indeed, Yexiawei nodded, preparing to depart from Haoqing's abode. In the moment she turned, her tear-filled eyes could no longer contain their emotion. All suspicions began to surface. The demon cult had not only breached the boundaries of the demon race, but had also colluded with foreign powers to invade, aiming to leverage the forces of the Tianwu continent to engulf the Tianyuan continent. They sought to reenact a celestial martial conflict, thereby achieving their own opportunistic ends. The Tianyuan continent remained blissfully unaware of this intelligence, as the demon cult had laid an extensive scheme. The exiled headquarters of the Blood Shadow demon cult lurked within the Tianwu continent, with a faction clandestinely infiltrating various powers, biding their time to seize high-level authority. Prior to the onset of hostilities in the Tianyuan continent, some members of the demon cult embedded within different factions had masqueraded as tourists to gather intelligence, transporting formidable practitioners trained in the Tianwu continent back to the Tianyuan continent to bolster the demon cult's strength there. Although there had previously been trading vessels traversing the straits between the Tianwu and Tianyuan continents, such commerce had been suspended many years ago following the Tianwu War, which had severed relations between the two lands. Recently, under the auspices of some passionate individuals in the Tianwu continent, a merchant association under the control of the demon cult took the lead in organizing some practitioners to break the ice for navigation. Yexiawei, therefore, had secretly boarded a vessel traveling from the Tianwu continent to the Tianyuan continent under the guise of tourism. Upon their arrival in the Tianyuan continent, the followers of the demonic sect dispersed across various regions to gather intelligence, accepted missions to infiltrate, or assumed various identities to integrate into the righteous sects. Some even directly entered the secret bases of the demonic sect. A few, like Yi Xiaoya, were merely there for leisure. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the demonic sect stumbled upon the whereabouts of Yi Xiaoya, the daughter of the master of the martial hall in the Tianwu continent. They instructed the emissary Yu Wei from the blood-poisoned sect to covertly approach her, waiting for the opportune moment to abduct her back to their secret base, thereby inciting conflict between the Tianwu and Tianyuan continents. However, Haotian inadvertently saved Yi Xiaoya's life, unwittingly shattering the demonic sect's plot with a mere misstep. Wait, Haotian rose, fixing his gaze on Yi Xiaoya's back, and declared, "I shall accompany you back." Despite the uncertainty surrounding the dangers of her journey, he felt a deep fraternal bond with her after spending time together and believed he should look after her. Really, that is wonderful. Upon hearing his words, Yi Xiaoya's face lit up with joy as she swiftly turned and ran back, wiping her tears with her hands as she did. She threw herself into Haotian's embrace and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, her heart swelling with happiness like a blossoming flower, for reasons she could not comprehend. Despite their brief acquaintance, Yi Xiaoya had developed an unspoken sense of reliance on Haotian. He playfully pinched her adorable nose, chuckling resignedly and nodding in agreement. However, having resolved to accompany her, he knew he must relay the information he had gathered to the Qingyun sect and also bid farewell to his other companions. In their conversation, Haotian subtly shared the intelligence he had acquired with Yi Xiaoya, who only then realized how close she had come to becoming a victim. After their discussion, Haotian asked her to wait in her room while he went to the front hall to bid farewell to the women. He soon summoned the four ladies to the secret chamber of Ziyu Pavilion, recounting the events at the Yeyu Tower, as well as the incident involving the cold and elegant Ziyan. The stories brought tears of laughter to Zizhuang, Ziyu, and Haoying, while Ziyan, incensed, vented her frustration on Haotian, playfully hitting and pinching him until her ire was quelled. He then discreetly revealed Yi Xiaoya's identity and the specifics of the situation to the four women. Upon learning that Yi Xiaoya was the daughter of the martial hall's master from the Tianwu continent, they were not merely surprised, but utterly astounded. What were the demonic sect and the people of Tianwu continent truly plotting? Haotian wished to distance himself from them for a time, yet he could not shake his concern for their safety. He realized that arming them was the only way to ensure their protection. Do not resist, relax your bodies. I shall take you to a delightful place, he instructed. With a wave of his hand, he transported the four women into the first level of the demon suppression tower. Since the sisters from the Lung family had become his companions, there were some secrets he felt no need to keep from them. As the Lung sisters entered the space of the demon suppression tower, they were struck by the incredible nature of Haotian. He guided them to the second level of the tower, within a cavern surrounded by an earth barrier. The cave was adorned with numerous luminous pearls and moonstones, illuminating its interior as brightly as daylight for the four women. Within this sanctuary lay a portion of the essence stones collected by Haotian in the cave of the esteemed Elder Knight Cold, alongside a liquid essence pool measuring several yards square and over a yard deep. Upon witnessing the towering heaps of inferior, medium, and superior essence stones, the four women found themselves nearly breathless. An unfathomable wealth lay before them, prompting them to throw themselves onto the mounds of essence stones. Cold Zou, upon seeing such an abundance of essence stones, shot Haotian a fierce glare and muttered, "What a miser." In that moment, she realized that the essence stones Haotian had given her at the Alchemist Guild were but a mere grain of sand in comparison to this treasure trove. Meanwhile, Cold Zou noticed a pile of medicinal herbs nearby, feeling an uncanny familiarity with them. She instinctively approached to inspect them, murmuring, "Oh, aren't these the goods sold by the Zou Pavilion?" Turning her head, she cast a puzzled look at Haotian, aware that Zian had seen through his ruse. Haotian could only chuckle sheepishly. "Well, Zian, I merely wish to gauge the operations and foundation of the Zou Pavilion. Is that so?" Zian moved closer to Haotian, her hand pinching at his waist with a fierce twist as she grumbled, "I won't let you deceive me any longer. I won't allow you to trick me again. Ah, senior sister, spare me. I promise I shall never dare again." Haotian cried out in a manner akin to a pig being slaughtered, his cries startling the three others who were still lost in dreams atop the essence stone piles. Zian, however, began to contemplate. For years, the Zou Pavilion had been stunted in its commercial scale due to a lack of circulating funds, preventing the acquisition of large flying ships and hindering trade between the north and south. In truth, this was merely a fraction of Haotian's wealth, much of which had been stored within the confines of his jade pendant space. Zijuan and Haoying had entered this place multiple times and even resided here for a period. Yet they had failed to uncover this wealth, suggesting that after their departure, Haotian had encountered immense opportunities. Subsequently, he led the four women to a storage area for puppets. Upon witnessing the high-level puppet crafted from human essence, they could scarcely believe their eyes. The sight of a puppet of the nascent soul realm, alongside 3 bronze puppets and 14 iron puppets, elicited gasps of astonishment. However, they remained unaware that this was merely the remainder after Haotian's father had refined 1 bronze puppet and 2 iron puppets. Several additional human-shaped puppets collected from the immortal Morning Valley, as well as 7 flying shuttles procured from the storage bags of the rain guards, were kept in another barrier. Yet now, only 6 shuttles remained, for when Haotian returned to Fengming Town, he had requested his father to refine 1 shuttle. Haotian's intention in bringing the 4 women here was to assure them, with such a plethora of hidden advantages to safeguard them. He believed that their journey to the Tianwu continent would be devoid of unforeseen mishaps. Chapter 387, Sending the Beauty Home, Part 2. Though reluctant to see Haotian depart, they were not unreasonable. Ziyu decided to accompany Haotian, expressing her desire to remain in the Demon Suppression Tower for cultivation. While staying in the tower was ostensibly an excuse, it was indeed a commendable choice for seclusion and focus training. The vibrant energy, the inexhaustible essence stones, and the bliss of being by Haotian's side in their little world, she had no desire to experience the anguish of separation. Ziyan accompanied Ziwan to Qingyun sect to visit their master and complete the formalities for joining the sect. Although Ziwan was a disciple of Lung Yushuang, she had never set foot in Qingyun sect before. As for Haoying, Haotian intended for her to return to Fengming Town to spend some time with her parents. Thus, he entrusted her with items meant for them. Haotian imparted the techniques of Tai, Lian Shiju, Jin Yuan Shu, and Ling Yan Shu for the Lung sisters to cultivate. Ziwan and Haoying had already mastered these spells. Previously, with Haotian's assistance, the two had each refined a puppet. This time, they would guide Lung Ziyin and Lung Ziyu in refining a Yuan Dan puppet. Throughout the refinement process, with Haotian offering guidance, all 4 deepened their understanding of the techniques required to control the puppets. After they had successfully refined the puppets, Haotian bestowed upon Ziyin the exquisite spirit weapon, the blood-red curved blade, which he had acquired from Zou Ming. Aside from the green curved blade given by her aunt, Ziyin had not found a suitable weapon until she beheld the blood-red blade, which left her exhilarated, prompting her to kiss Haotian fervently. "Haotian, you promised us you would return quickly." Outside the gates of Ziyu Pavilion, Lung Ziyin, Ziwan, Haoying, and several maidservants bid farewell. Rest assured, Hao Chun replied with a smile, bowing to the group before signaling for Yi Xiaoyu to follow him. You promised to take Xiaoyu home and return immediately. Haoing reminded him with a hint of reluctance. We will be waiting for you. Ziwan stood still, gazing at Hao Chun's departing figure, her large, glistening eyes betraying a hint of moisture. Upon seeing Hao Chun turn away, Lung Ziyin felt a rush of emotions, cherishing the precious and joyous moments spent with him. At the city gate of Shihao City, the number of guards had noticeably increased. After presenting his identity token from Qinyuan sect, Hao Chun exited without obstruction. That little woman of yours couldn't bear to see you go. She must be in her room shedding tears, Yi Xiaoyu remarked, her tone tinged with jealousy. The little woman she referred to was, of course, Lung Ziyu, who had already retreated to the demon suppression tower for her cultivation. Haha, aren't you a little woman as well? Hao Chun laughed heartily, walking alongside Yi Xiaoyu, who was notably shorter than him. I am not a little woman. I am 16, an adult now? She retorted, puffing up her chest defiantly. At that moment, Hao Chun had subtly shifted his aura to that of a martial practitioner, a smile playing on his lips as his gaze fell upon a dense thicket ahead. Are you certain the one transmitting the message is here? Hao Chun inquired, pointing towards the thicket with a hint of skepticism in his voice. In his spiritual perception, there was not a trace of true energy fluctuations within the dense forest before him, indicating that there were evidently no other individuals present. This could not be mistaken. The message conveyed by the communication talisman affirmed it, and he was well aware of who had arrived. Standing still, Yi Xiaoyu fixed her gaze upon the forest ahead, her eyes darting with anticipation. Third grandfather, please come out. Yuer is here, she called out, cupping her hands around her mouth and leaning forward, her voice echoing through the woods. No sooner had her words faded than, to Hao Chun's mild astonishment, a gray figure silently materialized before them. Haha, you little spirit. You've made it quite the challenge for me to find you. The figure reached out, gently patting Yi Xiaoyu's head with a smile. It was an elderly man with a kind demeanor, his white beard framing a face filled with affection. He squinted at Yi Xiaoyu and laughed heartily, continuing, You've been eating well. You've put on quite a bit of weight. Indeed, I've made a brother here who accompanies me to enjoy all the delicious food. Yi Xiaoyu replied with pride. This time, you sneaked out without permission, and I shall certainly have to confine you to the water dungeon. The old man feigned anger, his demeanor stern. Upon hearing his words, Yi Xiaoyu gasped, her expression immediately turning sour. She wrapped her arms around the old man, stamping her feet in urgency as she pleaded, Third grandfather, I know you care for Yuer the most. This time, you must help me no matter what. Yi Xiaoyu raised her adorable little face, employing her most pitiful tone. Could you truly bear to see Yuer locked away in the water dungeon? Very well, I shall intercede on your behalf. But you must promise me that you will not sneak out to play until you reach the Grand Martial Master realm. The third grandfather gazed at Yi Xiaoyu's pleading face. A resigned smile forming as a hint of indulgence sparkled in his eyes. Upon hearing that her grandfather wanted her to cultivate until she reached the Grand Martial Master realm, Hao Chun thought it should not pose a significant challenge for Yi Xiaoyu. As both a practitioner of martial and magical arts, he possessed a clear understanding of the hierarchical structure of martial cultivation. The ranks, ascending from lowest to highest, were delineated as follows: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, martial sect, martial venerable, martial sage, martial king, martial emperor, and martial sovereign. All right, Yuer promises to cultivate diligently, Yi Xiaoyu declared, extending her small hand and patting her slightly rounded chest in affirmation. Then let us be off. The third grandfather merely cast a fleeting glance at Hao Chun before taking Yi Xiaoyu's hand, ready to turn away. Wait, I must bring brother Hao Chun back with me. Yi Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of urgency as she tugged at Hao Chun's arm, calling out to the old man. Bring him back to Tianwu? The third grandfather paused, momentarily taken aback, then fixed his gaze upon Hao Chun, his previously calm eyes suddenly gleaming with a hint of sharpness. Third grandfather, if it weren't for brother Hao Chun, Yuer would have perished. She spoke, blinking rapidly to shed 2 glistening tears, portraying herself as utterly helpless as she clutched at her grandfather's sleeve. What transpired? Upon hearing Yi Xiaoyu's words, the third grandfather's expression darkened with concern as he looked intently at her before shifting his gaze toward Hao Chun, deep in thought. As the dawn broke, Yi Xiaoyu recounted the encounter with the rain guard and the speculations of Hao Chun. Young man, you harbor far too many secrets. You cannot remain. Grandfather San's gaze shifted away from Haotian, lost in contemplation. He sensed a vague, indescribable aura emanating from Haotian. Why did he engage with the innocent Yi Xiaoya? What compelled him to venture to the Tianwu continent? Grandfather San pondered silently. Chapter 388. A Narrow Escape. After a moment of reflection, Grandfather San waved his hand, summoning a flying shuttle that hovered before them. Let us hasten. My abilities can barely accommodate the two of you on our return. He gestured to Yi Xiaoya and Haotian. They both leaped into the shuttle, which ascended directly into the clouds. Grandfather San left the shuttle door ajar, and Haotian, standing behind him, gazed at the chilling gusts of wind that periodically lashed out, his heart filled with trepidation. What level of mastery did this elder possess that he could navigate the shuttle through such fierce winds? Surely, even formidable warriors of the martial sovereign rank would struggle with this feat thus. Grandfather San must be at least a martial saint. Martial saint. How many individuals comparable to the martial saint realm existed in the Tianyuan continent? Haotian mused silently. As the shuttle traversed the harsh winds for an extended period, it encountered atmospheric turbulence and rapid air currents, causing significant jolts. The irregular motions of the gales placed immense strain on the shuttle, risking its structural integrity. Occasionally, they faced lightning and hail, posing severe challenges to their flight, with the potential to lose control and endanger their safety. Consequently, after crossing the high-altitude gales, it was imperative to pause and restore the shuttle's capabilities, conducting essential safety checks. Time passed without measure until the shuttle descended onto an isolated island, where waves crashed against steep cliffs. This island served as a waypoint. Without familiarity with the flight path, one would struggle to locate it amidst the vast ocean. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sea mirrored that hue. Scanning the surroundings with his spirit sense revealed nothing but the azure waters. Haotian committed this location to memory and discreetly left a trace of energy for tracking purposes. After resting and replenishing for half a day, the trio set off once more. The shuttle continued its high-altitude flight, as lower altitudes were plagued by various flying demonic beasts. Encountering a beast of level 10 or higher could spell disaster. These aerial creatures were social, and a single level 10 beast equated to the strength of a late-stage Yuan Ing practitioner. If confronted by a swarm of hundreds, even a martial king or martial emperor would find themselves in dire straits. As Haotian contemplated, the shuttle suddenly jolted violently, extending his spirit sense outward. He detected the unmistakable signs of spatial turbulence. He recalled a similar incident from when they were transported from the ancient battlefield of Huanhe to the Qingyun forest. We encountered chaotic winds. He exclaimed, I can only shield Xiaoya. Take care of yourself. As Haotian leaped from the shuttle, Grandfather San had already embraced Yi Xiaoya and exited first. Upon seeing Haotian emerge, Grandfather San swiftly retracted the shuttle and vanished in a flash. Uncle San intended to exploit the unexpectedly arising tempestuous winds to obliterate Haotian, thus leaving no grounds for accusations of murder before Yi Xiaoya. The fierce winds and chaotic currents sliced through the void like celestial blades, rendering everything in their path utterly non-existent. Surely, Haotian would be reduced to nothingness by this tempest, even if he were a late-stage Yuan Dan practitioner. While others might falter, Haotian had previously endured spatial turbulence. At this moment, he perceived that the power of these chaotic winds, in comparison to the terrifying spatial turbulence he had experienced before, was relatively mild. Spatial turbulence, akin to a black hole, is a terrifying trap characterized by the chaotic interplay of time and space. The flow of time progresses from the past to the future, akin to moving downstream in a river. However, when the flow becomes chaotic, it conjures massive whirlpools that can engulf one entirely. Those who mysteriously vanish are neither dead nor truly lost. They linger like fossils, neither destroyed nor absent, merely obscured by sediment, perhaps eternally adrift in another realm. Yet, against the chaotic winds, one could rely on physical prowess to prevail. Entering spatial turbulence, however, was a matter of fate. As Uncle San issued his warning, Haotian, clad in his heavenly silkworm armor, swiftly donned the cloud-splitting armor and the true essence armor. Such misfortune could not be. The tempest tore through the true essence armor, shattered the cloud-splitting armor, and even the heavenly silkworm armor succumbed. Within a mere few breaths, Haotian, stripped bare and feeling unencumbered, was riddled with wounds of varying sizes. At that moment, had he retreated to the demon-suppressing tower or the space within his jade pendant, he could have evaded this torment. However, The obstinate Haotian believed the peril had not yet reached its zenith. He intended to seize this opportunity to temper his body with the chaotic winds. The martial arts scriptures spoke of practitioners who, in pursuit of bodily refinement through the tempestuous winds, ascended towering peaks for their trials. Consequently, restorative pills such as the Recovery Dan and Body Restoration Dan flowed into Haotian's being like peanuts, melting into his blood and fortifying his meridians. The true essence armor, once shattered, began to coalesce anew, and his bodily injuries began to mend. The 5 elements armor proved ineffective. The dark energy armor was futile, and he dared not employ the wind and thunder armor for fear that the friction between lightning and the chaotic winds might incinerate him. As another series of breaths passed, he remained ensnared in the heart of the tempest. Ultimately, utilizing the chaotic energy from his main dantian, he forged a protective armor of energy, sustaining himself for several breaths, thereby diminishing the frequency of the wind's assaults. In a nameless valley of the Tianwu continent, a naked figure lay motionless upon the grass. His body, as if having rolled across a bed of blades, was drenched in crimson. His resolute and cold visage bore the marks of something having torn at him, riddled with cracks. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this figure could only be Haotian. Such a tragic state was one that only he could survive. Where was this place? Haotian's fingers twitched as he struggled to open his eyes, his gaze filled with bewilderment. Yet, almost immediately, as if recollecting something, his expression suddenly hardened. Suddenly leaping from the ground, fully alert, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Where have Knight Xiaoyu and Third Grandpa gone? Haotian meticulously surveyed the area several times. It was utterly silent. Only the dull whisper of the breeze rustled the leaves. The verdant wild plants towered high, and the ancient trees, whose age was unfathomable, were as thick as 3 to 5 men could embrace and soared to dozens of meters high, their branches lush and leaves abundant, as if the vast sky itself was supported by these trees. Once assured that the environment posed no danger, Haotian began to inspect his injuries. To his dismay, he realized he was in quite a disheveled state. Fortunately, it was merely superficial wounds. Though he appeared quite tragic on the outside, the injuries were not severe. Of course, this was only from the perspective of a cultivator. For them, as long as their internal true essence was sufficient, any non-fatal wounds could be healed in an instant. For cultivators above the nascent soul stage, even if their bodies were completely destroyed, as long as the nascent soul remained and they were in a sufficiently vibrant environment, they could reconstruct their bodies. An hour later, all of Haotian's injuries had completely healed. He retrieved a clean blue robe from his storage ring and donned it, restoring his former resolute and handsome appearance. After changing his clothes, Haotian smiled faintly, concealing any trace of despondency. In a flash of azure light, he vanished from the forest. Chapter 389, Escaping Death, Part 2. Haotian swiftly entered the demon suppression tower, where Ziyu had already awakened from her meditation. I believe we have entered the Tianwu continent, Haotian declared. However, the place I dwell in is fraught with danger, and you cannot venture out just yet. Naturally, after Haotian entered, Ziyu would not immediately let him go. They lingered together for several hours before reluctantly parting. Yet before leaving, Haotian could not bear to leave Ziyu alone in the demon suppression tower to cultivate. After all, she was already his woman, and they would eventually meet with Shuang. Ziyu, it's too dull for you to stay here alone. Allow me to take you somewhere. He had initially intended to let Ziyu emerge upon arriving at the Tianwu continent, simultaneously summoning Shuang and Shan, so the 3 women could meet and experience the wonders of the continent together. However, having landed in a perilous forest, he had to prepare thoroughly. He began to clear the demon suppression tower, transferring all removable items into the jade pendant space. He certainly did not wish to encounter an insurmountable foe who might seize the tower from him. Moreover, the forest was teeming with mosquitoes and insects, making it wholly unsuitable for young women to wander. Thus, he transferred all 3 women into the space of the jade pendant. The spirit of the jade pendant, Ling was already aware of Haotian's thoughts. Upon the arrival of the 3 women, both Ling and Xiao Chui rejoiced, as the jade pendant space finally buzzed with vitality. As the 3 women entered the pendant space, excluding Shan, Ziyu and Shuang could hardly believe their eyes, feeling as though they had arrived in a celestial realm. Stunned by the scenery of the jade pendant space, Ziyu and Shuang had no choice but to cover their mouths with their hands to prevent their jaws from dropping in astonishment. The spirit trees by the pond left them dizzy with amazement for quite some time. Whether it is the celestial origin fruit, the golden origin fruit, the earth origin fruit, or the wood spirit fruit, the celestial spirit fruit, the rejuvenation fruit, along with other spiritual fruits, they are all rare treasures bestowed by heaven and earth. Upon seeing the celestial origin fruit, Lung Ziyu turned to gaze at Hao Chun with a look of bewilderment. At this moment, she realized just how adept Hao Chun was at weaving tales. In Zhongzhou City, he had managed to ensnare President Sha Kuan and 2 elders from the Alchemist Guild, leading them to wholeheartedly believe his fabrications. When they later visited the Cui Ling Tower, both Lung Ziyu and Shuang'er were left utterly astounded. Before the eyes of the world, storage bags and rings, deemed exceedingly precious, were neatly arranged in the storeroom, while the cluttered chambers overflowed with an unselected assortment of magical artifacts, spiritual tools, treasured items, and storage bags. These were yet to be organized by Ling. In the area designated for storing essence stones, Lung Ziyu, Luhan Shuang, and Shuang'er beheld superior essence stones and Demon King crystals for the first time. Moreover, Lung Ziyu encountered items far rarer than those found within the Demon Suppression Tower. Their rarity immeasurable. Luhan Shuang, on the other hand, discovered a plethora of illusion demon stones. While her family had only managed to hoard a limited quantity of 2 types, which had been the cause of their ruin at the hands of the demon faction. Hao Chun, however, had no time to accompany them on a tour. He instructed Shuang'er, Ling, and Xiao Cui to help them gradually familiarize themselves with the space within the jade pendant. He then retrieved a blood-stained white garment, worn during the defense of Shihao City, and swiftly departed from the jade pendant's realm. Transforming his martial aura, Hao Chun walked slowly along the winding mountain path, appearing weary. With his white robe tattered in several places, some even stained with blood, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. It had been half a month. From the moment he entered this forest until now, 15 days had elapsed. The experiences of these past weeks could be described as perilous. Initially, Hao Chun encountered little danger, even believing that the turbulent winds had swept him back to the Tianyuan continent. Although he possessed a map of the Tianwu continent left by Yi Hanjiao, the dense forest obscured his view, and he dared not ascend to the skies for a better perspective. Thus he traversed in a singular direction. Gradually, Hao Chun discerned that the concentration of vital energy here was significantly higher than in other regions, infused with strands of dark primordial essence. This dark attribute was entirely distinct from that of the Tianyuan continent, presenting a pure and rich dark energy. While such an environment may hold little value for ordinary mortals, it is a veritable treasure trove for practitioners of dark attributes. Those lacking this attribute would find themselves unable to cultivate in such surroundings. Moreover, prolonged exposure to these conditions would gradually lead to the absorption of dark energy, accumulating within the body and potentially transforming into a form of dark toxin. The consequences could range from stagnation in cultivation for the less affected to deterioration in powers or even death for the severely afflicted. Conversely, practitioners endowed with dark attributes could cultivate in places where such energies were scarce, selectively absorbing the dark essence. Practitioners of demonic arts utilize dark energy to refine their techniques. Thus, areas rich in dark energy undoubtedly represent a rare sanctuary for those attuned to its essence. To comprehend the practitioners of this world, one must understand that their cultivation revolves around absorbing various forms of vital energy into their bodies. Through their respective techniques, they transmute this energy into a force of true essence that can be wielded freely. However, the dark attribute energy remains inconvertible. In regions where dark attribute energy is scarce, the minuscule amounts inhaled daily are negligible, and when a trace of this energy enters the body, its functions instinctively dilute and expel it. Naturally, those most suited for cultivation in realms imbued with dark attributes are the practitioners of dark arts. The dense dark energy present here is enough to exhilarate any adept of the dark arts, and thus, Hao Chun's heart swells with excitement. He resolutely dedicates himself to the cultivation of the blue lattice magic formula, voraciously absorbing the dark attribute energy. This rich dark essence forms a swirling vortex within the wind and thunder energy of his dantian, revolving around the essence core. The core, adorned with a cerulean wind halo and tinged with shades of lightning, now shrouds itself in darkness, resembling a mystical entity concealed within ominous clouds, releasing bolts of lightning. Time flows differently in cultivation. Days meld into one another without peril, allowing Hao Chun to inadvertently lower his guard. One fateful day, he stumbled upon the elusive transformation grass, a rarity in the Tianyuan continent. As he prepared to harvest it, he was ambushed by a howling moon wolf. At its peak, the howling moon wolf possesses the ability to devour the heavens and absorb the sun and moon. Particularly under the night sky, it howls at the enormous crimson moon, its cries filled with profound despair and hatred towards the universe. Haotian had previously encountered an illustration of this creature in the texts left by the night-cold hero, depicting a magnificent silver wolf howling at the moon. The howling moon wolf is a solitary and melancholic beast. Despite the imminent danger, Haotian boldly seized the transformation grass, inciting the furious wrath of the howling moon wolf, which relentlessly pursued the audacious human who dared to steal its treasure. After several clashes, Haotian realized he faced a 9th-level howling moon wolf, equivalent to a mid-stage human nascent soul. His own essence core strength was sufficient to contend with it. However, being in a forest posed the risk of attracting a pack of wolves, which could spell his doom. Severely wounded and left with no choice, he sought refuge within the demon suppression tower. The howling moon wolf continued to circle the area where the human scent had vanished, unwilling to depart. The transformation grass was the wolf's lifeblood, the very essence it needed to evolve into a formidable creature. Days passed, and the wolf remained stubbornly in place until the 7th day of the full moon, when it finally departed in rage after making several more circuits. Hours after the howling moon wolf's departure, Haotian remained within the safety of the demon suppression tower, refining puppets and acquiring experience. He was in no rush, knowing that the howling moon wolf would surely return. True to his anticipation, 7 howling moon wolves converged from all directions towards the locus of the vanished human scent. After several encounters, as midday approached and the oppressive heat of the forest became unbearable, the wolves reluctantly retreated. The howling moon demon wolf had caused a commotion for a full week before finally departing from the area. With the conviction that the beast would not return, Haotian emerged from the confines of the demon suppression tower. After a series of swift movements, he confirmed that the pack of howling moon demon wolves had indeed not pursued him, allowing him to resume his exploration of the forest in search of rare treasures. Haotian had become notably more cautious, having learned from his fierce encounters with the howling moon demon wolves. He ceased using his spiritual sense to survey his surroundings, opting instead to rely on intuition and acute hearing for heightened vigilance. During his nearly month-long stay in this forest, he frequently encountered magical beasts of level 8 or higher, all of which had yet to awaken their intelligence and exhibited a strong propensity for violence. Upon encountering humans, they would attack relentlessly. After several narrow escapes, Haotian discerned that these beasts, birthed from dark attributes, possessed formidable strength exceeding level 8. Fortunately, these creatures relied solely on their innate abilities for offense, lacking the capacity for other forms of magic, which allowed Haotian to evade them using his adept skill in the surging phoenix step. Due to the forest's peculiarities, flying was deemed inadvisable. Not only was there insufficient space to maneuver amidst the dense foliage, but soaring at high altitudes would also provoke assaults from powerful aerial beasts. Chapter 390. A Heroic Rescue from Another Realm. Part 1. Suddenly, Haotian halted, his ears twitching as he discerned the sounds of combat, pondering whether it was a clash among human cultivators. Swiftly, he employed a breath-concealing technique to mask his presence, transforming into a practitioner at the initial stage of the Demon Dan realm. After cultivating the blue thread demon art, the dark energy within him had reached levels comparable to that of a late-stage Demon Dan practitioner. It could be said that he embodied a fusion of various magical powers, aptly described as a triad of magic, martial, and demonic arts. Once assured that his cultivation flaws would remain undetected, he cautiously extended his spiritual sense to ascertain the nature of the unfolding events. This habit stemmed from his numerous encounters with ferocious beasts in the forest, predominantly those exceeding level 8. Although these beasts lacked magical prowess, they were highly sensitive to the spiritual senses of cultivators. Thus, Haotian typically refrained from using his spiritual sense unless he had adequately concealed himself. It was precisely due to his prudence that he had managed to survive thus far. Gradually, he stealthily approached the scene of the skirmish for a clearer view. At that moment, the demon sorrow sword, which had been languishing in his main dantian, suddenly stirred with unexpected energy. To his astonishment, the sword manifested in his hand, having previously eluded his summons despite his persistent calls. Was it possible that today the sun had risen from the west? Haotian mused, wondering if there might be something delectable in this vicinity. As he scanned the area, he discovered that the one being besieged was a woman clad in purple garments, a practitioner at the mid-stage of the Demon Dan realm. Her beauty was commendable, particularly her alluring figure, yet she appeared utterly disheveled at this moment. Faced with the onslaught of 7 assailants clad in black, the woman was in a state of utter panic, her long dress already marred by numerous slashes. Her body bore several knife wounds, some of which had begun to fester due to improper treatment. It was hard to fathom how such injuries could afflict a woman of such exquisite beauty. Haotian could not bear to witness a woman being bullied, especially by 7 men clad in black. Without hesitation, he swiftly moved to the side of the woman in purple. Observing a young lad with only the initial cultivation of the demon core stage daring to step forward, one of the leading black-clad men flashed in front of Haotian, brandishing a knife at him. The black-clad man bellowed, "Hey, kid, do you aspire to be a hero saving the damsel in distress, or are you simply tired of living?" With a fleeting glance, Haotian assessed the man pointing a weapon at him, sensing his aura, which revealed that he had already reached the late stage of the demon core realm. Scanning the surrounding black-clad figures, he noted 2 at the late stage, 3 at the mid-stage, and 1 at the initial stage of the demon core realm. While these 7 were all practitioners of demonic arts, he reasoned that in one-on-one encounters, they would likely be no match for him. However, united as they were, they posed a significant challenge, compelling him to bide his time. Having just arrived in the Tianwu continent and adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, Haotian pondered quietly. "You little brat, haven't you heard? My brother is asking you a question. You think you can play mute in front of us? Damn it, you look like you need a beating." With that, a mid-stage demon core black-clad man raised his hand and aimed a slap at Haotian's face. A glint of cold light flashed in Haotian's eyes as he effortlessly seized the approaching hand. In his heart, he had already condemned the rude mid-stage black-clad man to death. He then spoke softly, "I hope you will spare this young lady." Upon finishing his words, he released the mid-stage black-clad man's hand and chose to ignore him entirely. Witnessing Haotian's audacity, the leading black-clad man's expression turned grim. Suddenly, he pressed the knife against Haotian's throat and threatened, "Kid, today you will call each of us grandfather and bow 100 times, and I might spare your life. How does that sound?" At those words, Haotian fixed his gaze intently on the leader, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, "What did you just ask me to call you?" Mistaking Haotian's demeanor for fear, the surrounding black-clad men erupted into laughter, jeering, "Coward. Useless." After a moment of laughter, the leader shouted, "Grandfather." He laughed. "You want to be my grandson? I wouldn't even want you." Before the leader could react, the demon slayer's sword suddenly glimmered to life, soaring from Haotian's grasp. In the blink of an eye, the sword lunged into the chest of the leading black-clad man, lingered for a brief moment, then emerged from his back, circling around to return to Haotian's hand. Simultaneously, the leader's consciousness dissipated, a sinister grin frozen on his face as he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless corpse. Having initiated the confrontation, Haotian summoned the demon-slaying hand in his left hand and struck down upon the insolent mid-stage black-clad man's head with great force. The mid-stage black-clad man had never anticipated such a sudden attack, nor that it would be executed with such ferocity, leaving him momentarily paralyzed and unable to resist. Crack! The dark-clad figure of the mid-stage demon suddenly had its head burst open, releasing a cloud of black blood mist into the air. In an instant, the Xinshang sword unleashed its power once more, this time plunging into the swirling black mist, voraciously consuming the emanating life force. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The other witnesses beheld as 2 of their comrades were swiftly slain by the thunderous methods of the dark-clad man, whose demise was particularly bizarre, as he transformed into a mere dried corpse in an instant. The remaining 5 inhaled sharply, instinctively sheathing their weapons and fleeing without a second glance, lamenting the desperate retreat of the 5 dark figures. Haotian mused silently. The Xinshang sword truly deserves its title as a celestial sword. Not only is its power formidable, but its suddenness is equally potent. Even a demon cultivator of the infant stage could easily meet their end beneath its blade, should they falter. Yet, Haotian found no leisure to admire the scene, as his attention was drawn to the purple-clad maiden, revealed in a fleeting moment of vulnerability. He dashed forward, and the Xinshang sword sliced through the air, cleaving one dark figure in 2 amidst the dazzling sword aura. The split figure instantaneously transformed into 2 lifeless halves, its vitality devoured by the Xinshang sword. Suddenly, Haotian felt the sword in his grasp tremble gently, a sign of its excitement. Evidently, the life essence of these dark figures served as a tremendous boon to the Xinshang sword. Was it truly the case that their vitality held such significance? This was Haotian's first experience wielding the sword in combat, as aside from the demon soul blade. No other weapon could be utilized against demon cultivators or fiends without being tainted by dark energy. The Xinshang sword, however, was undoubtedly one of the 4 renowned celestial swords. Despite having fallen into the hands of demons and acquired a malevolent nature, now known as the Demon Sorrow Sword, which possessed the ability to devour souls. Haotian had not anticipated that slaying the dark figures would yield such profound benefits for the Xinshang sword. Die, he exclaimed, feeling invigorated by the sword's response. And he unleashed a relentless massacre. The sword, dormant since the failed refinement by Yi Hanshao, had gradually diminished in power with the passage of time. Yet, upon encountering Haotian, it was enticed by the dense chaotic energy within him, eagerly acknowledging him as its master and indulging in his essence. Now, realizing that the life force of the dark figures could significantly enhance the Xinshang sword's evolution, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Perhaps, by utilizing the dark figures to nourish the sword, even if no other gains were made, their vitality would suffice as a worthy return. With his thoughts racing, his actions remained unceasing. The sword light, crimson as blood and swift as lightning, rendered the dark figures unable to escape, and they were mercilessly dismantled by Haotian's Xinshang sword. Except for one who had managed to flee earlier, the remaining 6 were all slain. Chapter 391. The Rescue of a Beauty from Another Realm, Part 2. At this moment, the purple-clad woman, having narrowly escaped death, gazed at Haotian with an expression of disbelief. Her face frozen in astonishment as she recalled the unexpected intervention that had initially brought her joy. However, when she discerned the identity of the newcomer, who merely possessed the cultivation of an early-stage demon core, her heart sank into despair. She lamented that her own demise was of little consequence. Yet she had inadvertently implicated an innocent soul. After all, despite her own strength being at the mid-demon core stage, she was utterly powerless against these dark-clad figures. What could a mere early-stage practitioner like Haotian achieve? It seemed he would only meet a futile end. Yet, just as the woman in purple succumbed to her bleak thoughts, she beheld Haotian unleash a formidable prowess, wielding a sword that instilled trepidation, as if he were a celestial being descended to earth, slashing the dark-clad assailants with effortless grace. The sight left the purple-clad woman utterly astounded. How could this be possible? She could scarcely believe her eyes, murmuring in disbelief as if caught in a dream. How could someone of such nascent strength effortlessly vanquish foes that even she, at her mid-demon core level, could not contend with? Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. After regaining her senses, the purple-clad woman, despite enduring excruciating pain, expressed her gratitude to Haotian. Observing the agony etched upon her visage, Haotian furrowed his brow, a flicker of compassion stirring within him. Fear not, my lady. Those who sought to harm you have been vanquished, though regrettably, one managed to escape, he replied apologetically. At that moment, the purple-clad woman, straining to remain upright, trembled uncontrollably, revealing her extreme frailty. Yet, she gritted her teeth, leaning against a nearby tree, summoning her remaining strength to avoid collapsing. Heaven knew whether her savior had ulterior motives. She was unwilling to leap from the jaws of one predator into the clutches of another. As she leaned against the tree for support, its smooth bark betrayed her, causing her to slip. "Ah!" she cried out, tumbling toward the ground. Haotian, witnessing this, sprang to his feet, swiftly enveloping the woman in his right arm just as she began to fall. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of her countenance. Strands of dark hair, matted with sweat and blood, clung to her delicate face, as if vying for supremacy against her long, gracefully curved lashes. Yet, her elegantly arched brows were drawn together in a frown, evoking a sense of tenderness. Her cheeks, subtly flushed, should have appeared like dewy cherries. Yet her lips were devoid of color, with traces of blood lingering at the corners. Faced with such beauty, Haotian felt a stirring in his heart, momentarily losing himself in his expressions and movements. "Could you perhaps release me?" the purple-clad woman murmured, her cheeks flushing anew with shyness. At her words, Haotian snapped back to reality, realizing that his left arm was draped over her delicate form. He hastily withdrew his arm, offering a sheepish smile and scratching his head, uncertain of how to proceed. "My lady, I meant no offense. I merely sought to prevent your fall. If I have caused any discomfort, I humbly beg your forgiveness." Haotian eventually managed to articulate. The purple-clad woman cast a glance at him, not overly perturbed, and then settled into a cross-legged position on the ground to meditate and heal her injuries. Upon witnessing this, Haotian helplessly shrugged his shoulders and retrieved 2 jade vials from his storage ring, placing them before the woman in purple attire. He then spoke, "My lady, these are the recovery pill and the healing ointment. Taken orally and applied externally, they will not only restore your vitality but also diminish scars." However, before Haotian could finish his sentence, the purple-clad woman suddenly collapsed, falling to the ground with her eyes rolling back, completely losing consciousness. In a flurry of concern, Haotian quickly helped her up, murmuring, "Alas, it seems I must find a secluded place to tend to her injuries." He then cradled the unconscious woman in his arms and swiftly departed from the scene. His intention was to first address her external wounds before assessing the severity of her injuries for further action. After searching for what felt like an eternity, he finally discovered a tree hollow, approximately a foot in diameter. Standing outside, he cautiously scanned the interior with his spiritual sense, and, sensing no anomalies, he ventured inside. The hollow was filled with dust, and several cobwebs adorned the corners, indicating it had long been neglected by both humans and beasts alike. Haotian withdrew from the hollow, laying the purple-clad woman gently on the ground. He then entered alone to clear the interior of debris before lifting her again and stepping back into the now pristine space. With a flourish, he produced a finely crafted bed from his storage ring and laid the woman upon it, settling down to examine her injuries. What he discovered was alarming. A deep, bone-visible wound marred the woman's chest, already inflamed and oozing white pus. Numerous severe injuries marred her back, arms, ribs, and even her thighs. It was unfathomable what force could inflict such harm upon a woman so delicate and beautiful, employing such vile methods to incapacitate her. Haotian narrowed his eyes, a surge of unnameable rage swelling within him. Regret washed over him for not having arrived sooner. With such grave injuries, he realized he could only disinfect her wounds temporarily, applying healing salves to the less severe ones. As for the sensitive areas, he would need to consult with her upon her awakening before deciding on further treatment. At that moment, Haotian could only offer rudimentary care. He could not risk bringing a stranger into his jade pendant space for healing. Nor could he let the others out. It would be too conspicuous for an unfamiliar woman to suddenly appear. He refused to take such risks. He extracted his self-crafted disinfectant and healing ointments from his storage ring, carefully removing the woman's clothing to disinfect her wounds before gently applying the healing ointment. To avoid misunderstandings after applying the ointment, he restored her clothing to its original state, draping a black robe, one he had never worn, over her form. Once these tasks were completed, he sought a relatively clean spot to retrieve the storage ring from the slain black-clad assailants. His primary concern rested with the ring belonging to the leader among them. Breaking the seal on the storage ring, he poured out its contents and was met with delight. In addition to a plethora of magic essence stones, there lay an ice magic sword and a piece of demon silkworm armor. But what truly caught his attention was the black demon silkworm armor, a superior grade treasure. It is said that the 1,000-year-old demon silkworm armor can only be crafted by a 1,000-year metamorphosed demon silkworm. This armor is a rare treasure, highly sought after in the realms of demons, humans, and spirits alike. The protective gear worn by Haotian had been destroyed amidst the tumultuous winds and chaotic currents, leaving him in dire need of defensive artifacts. Within the first layer of the demon suppression tower, Haotian had independently established a protective barrier. Within this barrier, a building was constructed to store items infused with demonic energy. Aside from the demon silkworm armor, he collected various items such as elixirs, demon essence stones, and weapons, all of which were gathered and securely stored in the building designated for the possessions of demon cultivators. He also included the items seized from the black-clad individuals, consolidating them with the previously acquired items imbued with demonic energy that had been kept in a jade pendant. After organizing the contents of the black-clad individual storage rings, Haotian proceeded to refine the inner armor of the demon silkworm. After an hour, the armor soared into his embrace, merging with his body and manifesting as a brown inner layer resembling a tattoo, unmistakably a high-grade earth attribute magical treasure. Having successfully refined the armor, Haotian found himself considerably fatigued, so he closed his eyes to meditate, patiently awaiting the awakening of the woman in purple. Nearly 2 hours passed, and seeing that the woman remained unconscious, He gently brushed her forehead, akin to touching a smoldering ember. Furrowing his brow, Haotian retrieved fresh water and a towel from his ring. Moistening the towel and placing it upon her forehead to cool her down before stepping out of the tree hollow. Observing the dimming light of the day, he contemplated hunting for some game nearby. Having not eaten well for several days, this would be an opportune moment to indulge, especially since the woman would need sustenance upon her awakening. Resolute in his decision, Haotian attentively scanned the forest for movement while searching for prey in the vicinity of the tree hollow. Chapter 392, A Rescue from Another Realm, Part 3. Is this where we encircle that little wretch? Only to have 6 of our men slain by a single youth? A furious elder clad in green inquired loudly of a black-clad subordinate before him. Indeed, third elder. That individual seemed to wield some form of demon technique. After a flash of black light, my elder brother was reduced to a mere corpse. Moreover, his attacks were swift and decisive. We were caught off guard, allowing him to exploit our vulnerability, replied a black-clad man, an early-stage demon core cultivator, standing cautiously beside the elder. This black-clad individual was one of the 7 who had attempted to ambush the woman in purple. While 6 of his companions had been slain by Haotian, this early-stage cultivator had managed to evade death and was now recounting the events of the ambush to the third elder. Humph. You are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. That young man, no matter how formidable, is merely at the early stage of the demon core realm. With so many powerful cultivators among you, why did you flee without a fight? How dare you disturb my peace with such nonsense? Get out of my sight, exclaimed an older man of medium build, slightly plump, his pale visage betraying his fury as he chastised the returning black-clad individual. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the elder commanded the group of over 10 individuals behind him, scatter and search. Even if we must turn this entire area upside down, we shall locate that wretched girl and the young man. Understood. The group replied in unison, swiftly dispersing in all directions. Only 2 practitioners at the mid-stage of the demon core realm remained by the elder's side. Once the others had departed, a stout man clad in black approached the third elder. Third elder, why does the grand elder insist on capturing that young girl? He even issued a command stating that if she is alive, we must find her, and if she is dead, we must see her corpse. Is it truly worth mobilizing such manpower and resources for a mere girl? Humph. The intentions of the Grand Elder are beyond our comprehension, replied the third elder. However, I do not intend to deliver that girl alive to the Grand Elder. She is quite exquisite. Once I have had my fill, I shall dispose of her. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips as he spoke. Indeed, third elder, after you have enjoyed that girl, would it not be fair to grant us some time with her as well? We would find great pleasure in that, said a burly man standing behind the third elder. Ingratiatingly, you 2 have been with me for several years. While you may not have earned merit, your labor has not gone unnoticed. Very well, once I am done, I shall allow you both to indulge, but do remember to leave her in a clean state, the third elder said, casting a glance at the burly man behind him. Upon hearing their master's generosity, the 2 black-clad men promptly bowed in gratitude and eagerly joined the search party. Not far away, concealed in the grass, a young man listened intently to the conversation, his brow furrowed in concern. Internally, he cursed. Damn it, this is far from over. The Grand Elder is truly shameless. He must be over 100 years old. How can he still have thoughts of harming a young girl at his age? Does he not fear divine retribution? He then contemplated, assessing the third elder's aura. He appears to be at the pinnacle of the late demon core stage. As for the 2 behind him, their energies suggest they are both at the mid-stage of the demon core realm. The young man was, in fact, Haotian, who had just ventured out to hunt after leaving his hiding place in the tree hollow, having just captured 2 wild rabbits. He noticed the arrival of the group in black and had no choice but to conceal himself. The brief words exchanged among the black-clad men reached his ears. It would be prudent to relocate that girl to a safer place for now. If they surround us, even if we do not perish, we shall surely suffer greatly. With his thoughts organized, Haotian hastily rose and returned to the tree hollow. He gazed at the violet-clad woman lying on the bed, her face etched with pain. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he gathered his belongings, erasing any lingering traces and debris. He lifted the violet-clad woman and rushed deeper into the dense forest. Haotian, possessing ample experience in wilderness survival, was meticulous in handling the residual scents and waste left at the campsite. He spared no detail, for only by doing so could he evade detection by pursuers or ferocious beasts. An hour later, as night fell, The woman clad in purple behind him coughed lightly twice, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Gradually, she opened her eyes and realized she was lying on the back of an unfamiliar man. She hastily exclaimed, "Put me down." A smile flickered across Haotian's face as he replied in a deep voice, "Don't move around. If you wish to survive, heed my words." After running for a while, they stumbled upon an abandoned beast lair. Scanning the area with his consciousness and confirming that there were no anomalies within, Haotian finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly entered. Once inside the beast lair, Haotian retrieved a makeshift bed and gently laid the purple-clad woman down. He then waved his hand to establish a barrier and an illusion array to conceal the lair. Inside, he gathered some dry twigs and stacked them together, then conjured a small fireball to ignite a campfire. Under the flickering flames, the purple-clad woman lay on the bed, silently observing Haotian as he busied himself. Haotian skillfully skinned a wild rabbit, removing its innards, before skewering the meat on a stick and placing it over the fire to roast. Soon, sparks flew about the lair as the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat permeated the air. The woman inhaled the alluring scent, clearly enticed by the fragrance of the cooking meat. She cast a few glances at the roasted rabbit in Haotian's hands, swallowing discreetly before lowering her head once more, remaining silent. Approaching the bed, Haotian observed her aloof demeanor and felt utterly at a loss. He then tore off 2 roasted rabbit legs and, in a gesture of goodwill, offered them to the purple-clad woman, saying, "You are currently injured. For the sake of your health, you should eat something." After a while, noticing that the woman remained unyielding, Haotian sighed and pleaded, "Dear lady, I implore you, just taste it for me and provide some feedback on my cooking." With a soft chuckle, the woman raised her head, casting a teasing glance at Haotian, before retorting, "Smooth talker. Here you are, begging someone to try your cooking, only to be chastised in return." In the past, Haotian would have never believed he would find himself in such a humble position. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt completely disarmed in her presence. Taking the roasted rabbit leg from Haotian, the woman began to eat it in small bites. Haotian, in contrast, devoured the remaining meat with abandon, soon leaving only a pile of bones scattered on the ground. After a while, noticing that the woman had finished her meal, he hurriedly retrieved a clean silk handkerchief from his storage ring and offered it to her to wipe her greasy mouth. As she accepted the handkerchief and glanced up at him, she found Haotian staring intently, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Chapter 393, The Otherworldly Rescue of a Beauty, Part 4. May I be so bold as to inquire, who are the ones pursuing you? And how did you attract their attention? Haotian asked the purple-clad woman. Her expression gradually darkened. After a considerable pause, he coldly remarked with bitterness, "A few nights ago, a group of men clad in black burst into my home, demanding my abduction without a moment's hesitation. Thanks to my father's desperate defense, I managed to escape." I continued, my anger intensifying. "Those individuals persistently pursue me, willing to go to any lengths to reclaim me. The very group you dispatched earlier surrounded me, and their reluctance to strike was merely a ploy to capture me alive." Haotian furrowed his brow, puzzled by the relentless nature of their pursuit, even targeting a woman without mercy. After pondering for a while, he chose to dismiss the troubling thoughts. Turning to the lady in the purple attire, he awkwardly said, "My lady, if your injuries are not treated promptly, they may endanger your life. Would you permit me to attend to your wounds?" Upon hearing this, the woman lowered her gaze, instinctively assessing her injuries on her chest, abdomen, and legs, as well as the internal rib damage. Her previously normalized complexion flushed once again. "What do you intend to do about my injuries?" she inquired hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Well, there are numerous wounds on your body that have begun to fester. I must remove the inflamed, necrotic tissue surrounding your injuries with a knife, and subsequently apply healing ointment. However, I may require your assistance in unfastening your garments." After speaking, Haotian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, lowering his gaze and fidgeting with his fingers as he awaited her response. The purple-clad lady hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing him before finally saying, "Please turn around." Haotian slowly complied, and soon he heard the soft rustle of fabric behind him. When the noise ceased, the woman gently commanded, "You may turn back now." Surprised by her swift acquiescence to his somewhat awkward suggestion, Haotian turned around only to be met with the sight of her flawless form lying gracefully upon the bed, reminiscent of a water lily. Gazing at her unblemished body, he felt a rush of breathlessness. almost as if he might lose himself entirely in her presence. Aside from your wounds, should you dare to move any other part of your body, beware. Once you are healed, I shall not hesitate to sever your hand. The purple-clad lady, with her eyes tightly shut and her entire body trembling slightly, issued the warning. Haotian quickly clasped his right hand together in a vow. Rest assured, my lady, that in the course of treating your wounds, I am compelled to act as such. I swear I shall touch no part of you other than your injuries. With that, he retrieved the previously concocted restorative pill and placed it gently in the lady's mouth, saying, "This is a restorative pill that will swiftly replenish your energy and alleviate your pain." Upon hearing Haotian's explanation, the woman nodded slightly, swallowing the pill with a soft gulp. Once all preliminary preparations were complete, he took out a meticulously crafted small knife, sterilized it thoroughly, and began to tend to her wounds. As the blade lightly grazed her delicate skin, akin to jade, Haotian felt a surge of overwhelming emotion. The lady's body reacted as if jolted by electricity, only calming after several breaths. Yet, her still flushed cheeks and the subtle tremor of her long lashes betrayed her outward composure. Haotian let out a long sigh, striving to suppress the fluttering of his heart. Her gaze began to sharpen with intense focus as she meticulously excised the necrotic flesh surrounding the woman's wounds. Whether it was the efficacy of the recovery potion or the resilience of the woman in purple, she only cried out once during the initial incision, biting down hard on her silver teeth thereafter, remaining silent. Alas, why must it be so? Observing the woman's expression filled with determination and indomitable spirit, Haotian silently sighed within. He retrieved a pre-prepared wooden stick from his storage ring and placed it gently in the woman's mouth, advising, "If you wish to refrain from crying out, then bite down on this." He then resumed his task, concentrating intently on scraping away the decaying flesh. After an hour, Haotian exhaled deeply, having finished cleaning several substantial wounds. The woman bore too many injuries. After seeking her consent, he applied a healing salve to all areas that were permissible to touch. He found a piece of white cloth and wrapped her body into 5 sections. Once her arms, legs, and torso were bound, he covered her with a fresh piece of fabric. The following evening, he softly spoke, "My lady, your external wounds should have healed. I have removed most of the bandages. You may tend to the remaining ones yourself." With that, he made his way towards the entrance of the beast's lair. Hearing a rustling sound behind him, he felt an urge to glance back, but shook his head vigorously instead, chastising himself for such impure thoughts. After a while, the woman in purple had dressed and emerged from the cave, blushing as she quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Haotian turned to see her frail and pitiful demeanor. Quickly moving to support her, they sat together upon a stone near the cave's entrance. He then inquired, "I am Haotian. May I know your name? It would be rather awkward to refer to you simply as my lady henceforth." Upon hearing his question, the woman replied, "I am Yi Xiaohan. You may call me Xiaohan." "Ah, your name truly matches your demeanor. So cool." Haotian jested, though inwardly he pondered whether Yi Xiaohan and Yi Xiaoyu might be sisters of the same lineage. After spending a brief moment outside the cave, with the cold wind biting at them, Haotian assisted Yi Xiaohan back to the bed within the cave to rest. Once she was comfortably lying down, he prepared to concoct a bone regeneration pill for her. He took out both the Wu Yin alchemy furnace and the Qingyun alchemy furnace, along with the necessary materials for crafting the pill. Yi Xiaohan, lying in bed, was filled with curiosity as she watched Haotian clean the alchemy furnace. "You are an alchemist? What pill are you concocting, and of what grade?" The bone regeneration pill is a second-grade elixir that can expedite the healing of your internal rib injuries. It is best to remain silent while I am refining the pills. Otherwise, if you distract me, it would be a minor loss of materials, but an explosion of the furnace would be disastrous, Haotian replied, addressing her inquiries while offering caution. "Understood." Yi Xiaohan gently nodded and fell silent. Chapter 394, The Ambush. Heeding the words of Haotian, Yi Xiaohan obediently seated himself on the bed, quietly observing Haotian as he concocted elixirs. The flickering flames illuminated Haotian's handsome visage, and Yi Xiaohan felt a stir in his heart, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This smile seemed to intensify the warmth within the cave. Yet Haotian remained oblivious to the sweet expression on Yi Xiaohan's face. As half an hour passed, Haotian gradually retracted the flame of the alchemical fire. The fragrant aroma of the elixirs wafted through the cave as he lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace, manifesting his true essence into claws that retrieved 3 perfectly round, brownish bone elixirs, cradled delicately in his palm. Observing the intricate patterns adorning the elixirs, Haotian smiled faintly. Although he had not succeeded in crafting a divine-grade elixir, he was nonetheless pleased with the premium-grade concoction he had produced. Xiaohan, if you are not afraid it may be poisonous, then quickly consume it. Given your physical constitution, I believe you shall recover in a couple of days, Haotian said with a smile, extending the elixirs toward Yi Xiaohan. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiaohan accepted the elixirs and swallowed them, then began to meditate and recuperate. After witnessing Yi Xiaohan consume the elixirs, Haotian sat beside him for a brief moment before rising to dismantle the formation and exit the cave. He then retrieved the formation flags and laid out a confinement and illusion formation at the cave's entrance, finally departing with a sense of relief. Haotian resolved to confront this crisis in his own manner, unintentionally entangled in this pursuit to rescue the girl. He knew that the cave was not far from the tree hollow, and the group of cloaked figures would inevitably search this location. Though he might manage to escape alone using all his means, it would come at a cost. If he were to take Yi Xiaohan with him, the only option would be to lead her into the demon suppression tower. Haotian dared not take such a risk. Should Yi Xiaohan fall into the hands of the cloaked figures, her fate would be dire. It appeared that a strategy of misdirection and a swift strike was the only viable option. He contemplated drawing the attention of the cloaked figures while seeking to deplete their numbers, ultimately eradicating them all. With both Yi Xiaohan's safety and his own troubles in mind, Haotian set off without hesitation towards the tree hollow where he had previously sought refuge. After running for half an hour, he finally arrived at the place he once concealed himself. However, upon arrival, he found the tree hollow illuminated, with two practitioners of the demon origin stage conversing outside. Arriving too late, Haotian lamented internally, realizing that the cloaked figures had already taken control of the area. His intention in coming here was to use the tree hollow to mislead the cloaked figures, leaving behind traces of his presence while discarding remnants of his healing journey as he escaped in the opposite direction. However, with the cloaked figures having occupied the tree hollow first, his plans had been thwarted, necessitating a reconsideration of his strategy. Brother Qingyun, after searching for so long, we have uncovered no traces. Do you think that girl has escaped this forest? One of the cloaked figures speculated with uncertainty. Impossible. Steward Shui said that Wang Lu and the others had severely injured the girl, another replied. If it weren't for the interference of a young man, they would have already captured that girl. The young man who rescued her was dragging an injured girl. Where could they possibly flee? Qingyun analyzed. That young man, isn't he courting death? I thought I could find some spiritual herbs and medicines while searching for the girl, but instead, I suffered greatly in these deep mountains and forests. Discovering nothing, the man in black at the demonic yuan stage spoke with increasing volume, cursing in indignation. Hush, lower your voice. Don't disturb Elder Shui and the others during their cultivation, Qingyun promptly admonished, as the man in black continued to speak loudly. Hearing their conversation, Haotian furrowed his brow, quietly shifting his dark attribute energy to transform into a practitioner at the initial stage of the demonic Dan, reducing his cultivation to feign weakness. He casually picked up a dry twig, broke it to waist height, ignited it with a small flame, and planted the burning stick into the ground before swiftly departing from the area. The two men in black at the demonic yuan stage noticed a flickering red light amidst the dense underbrush in the distance, believing a spiritual entity was moving there. They quietly left the tree hollow to investigate. Seizing the opportunity while the two men were away, Haotian approached the entrance of the hollow and peered inside. Aside from a man in black at the mid-stage of the demonic Dan, who was seated on a cushion in meditation, there were two others at the initial stage of the demonic Dan, leaning against the tree in feigned slumber. Upon closer inspection, Haotian recognized the man meditating on the cushion as the mid-stage demonic Dan practitioner who accompanied Elder San. He was the Elder Shui mentioned by Qingyun. Damn, how can there be so many people inside? If the ambush fails, I will be surrounded. After a brief contemplation, Haotian made a decisive choice. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. To kill, one must strike the head. With a flicker of his consciousness, the bloodthirsty crossbow appeared in his hand, and an invisible bolt shot toward Elder Shui. Sensing an unusual flow of energy, Elder Shui tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding the attack from the bloodthirsty crossbow. Although he evaded the assault, he lost an ear in the process. However, the bloodthirsty crossbow, tasting the blood, was not satiated and autonomously veered. burrowing into the ear of one of the feigned sleepers. It was unfortunate for that initial stage demonic Dan practitioner, despite all precautions. He was caught off guard by the bloodthirsty crossbow, and, without uttering a sound, transitioned from feigned slumber to genuine sleep. Elder Shui, feeling the loss of his ear, was filled with rage and immediately burst from the tree hollow, arriving before Haotian in the blink of an eye. "You little beast! You dare to ambush me!" With the words barely leaving his lips, Elder Shui's right hand transformed into a blade, aimed directly at Haotian's neck with a fierce strike. Leveraging his agility, Haotian swiftly dodged backward, retreating 2 steps, then clenched his fists tightly. With a resounding clash, he countered Elder Shui's attack. Feeling the overwhelming force emanating from Elder Shui's strike, Haotian stumbled backward several steps before stabilizing himself, realizing that engaging in a direct confrontation was unwise. His arms tinged with slight numbness. In contrast, Elder Shui had only taken half a step back. The physical prowess of martial practitioners and demonic practitioners at the same level is not equal. Martial practitioners lack the explosive power of demonic practitioners. Haotian did not anticipate that, with his late-stage great martial master physique, he would still be outmatched by this mid-stage demonic Dan Elder Shui. No wonder so many are eager to cultivate demonic arts. There are indeed advantages to it, Haotian mused inwardly. However, at this moment, Haotian was merely suppressing his cultivation at the initial stage of the demon core, and naturally, he was inferior when pitted against a mid-stage demon cultivator. Upon arriving in the Tianwu continent, Haotian had continuously restrained his powers. His confrontation with the steward Shui was merely an attempt to ascertain the disparity between himself and the demon cultivators, seeking a moment of enlightenment. "Humph, you little beast. Do you now perceive the chasm that lies between us? To me, killing you is as effortless as slaughtering a dog." Observing Haotian's grim expression, Steward Shui burst into laughter. The 2 disciples of the demon Yuan stage, who had been hunting spiritual creatures, realized they had fallen for a diversion tactic and hastily returned. Another black-clad figure, at the initial stage of the demon core, who had been feigning slumber in a tree hollow, narrowly escaped disaster and leapt forth. The four surrounded Haotian, and the black-clad man sensed Haotian's aura, exclaiming, "Steward Shui, he was the one who disrupted our plans and rescued that girl." Upon hearing this, Shui's pupils constricted, and he addressed Haotian, saying, "Brad, I shall grant you a chance at survival. Lead us to that girl, and once she is found, I shall spare your life. As for your previous transgressions, let us consider them bygones, shall we?" Haotian scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Go deceive someone else." He then drew the demon-shattered sword, his figure flickering as he surged towards Steward Shui, accompanied by a gusting wind. Chapter 395, Deception. Humph, refusing a kind offer? If you wish to die, I shall oblige. With that, Steward Shui brandished a demonic knife, stomping his foot and charging to meet the incoming demon-shattered sword. However, just as the knife and sword were about to collide, Haotian summoned his dark, demonic energy, erupting with sudden force. The demon-shattered sword, already a celestial-grade artifact, combined with the power Haotian unleashed, contained an overwhelming force. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as Steward Shui was propelled backward several dozen steps. Much to the astonishment of the other 3 black-clad figures, Haotian fared little better, though he only staggered back half a step. His palm had split open, blood trickling down the hilt of the demon-shattered sword. No one was aware of Haotian's injury, for the blood was devoured by the sword. Regaining his footing, Steward Shui gazed at the demon-shattered sword in Haotian's hand, his eyes brimming with avarice, silently contemplating. What a formidable sword! Such immense power! This blade is at least a high-grade artifact. It seems this foolish boy has only recently embarked on his path, oblivious to the principle of keeping wealth concealed. Such a magnificent treasure in his hands is a sheer waste. It would be better suited in mine. He, blinded by greed. Steward Shui failed to recognize the disparity in their strengths, still harboring fantasies of seizing the demon-shattered sword. Noticing the clouded smirk on Shui's face, his eyes fixated on the sword, Haotian understood the steward's intentions all too well. Deliberately inciting Shui's ire, Haotian taunted, "Tch, it seems your strength is not all that impressive. Claiming to be a mid-stage demon core cultivator, yet unable to handle even a mere initial stage 1 like me. If you ask me, at your age, your cultivation has gone to the dogs, huh? You insolent brat, today I shall ensure your demise." Mocked by a brash young man at the initial stage of the Magic Dan realm, and humiliated before his subordinates, Steward Shui was consumed by rage. A singular thought echoed in his mind: eliminate him. In a furious frenzy, he brandished his blade and charged forward with an indomitable spirit, aiming directly for the head of Haotian. Upon witnessing this, Haotian revealed a cunning smile, whispering to himself, "This is precisely the moment I have awaited." With a mere flicker of thought, the bloodthirsty crossbow reappeared in his grasp. The sight of it struck terror into Steward Shui, who instinctively stepped back half a pace, conjuring a black shield to protect himself. However, the ensuing events unfolded in a manner he could never have anticipated, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. The air erupted with cries of kill, as both Haotian and Steward Shui launched their attacks, almost simultaneously. Yet, the bloodthirsty crossbow did not target Steward Shui. Instead, it pierced the forehead of a black-clad figure at the Magic Yuan stage. Haotian intended to leverage the crossbow's long-range strike to intimidate the group of assailants cloaked in black. He understood the principle that a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Thus, he sought to dismantle them one by one, collecting his dues along the way. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Steward Shui's face, yet his hands showed no signs of hesitation. Just then, his magic blade soared through the air, poised to strike at Haotian. In response, Haotian raised the demon's morning sword to block the incoming attack. No longer concealing his prowess, he enveloped himself in dark energy, mirroring Steward Shui's own protective magic aura. In midair, the clash between the demon's morning sword and the magic blade erupted with a resounding crack. Sparks flew, and the magic blade was deflected back several paces, emitting a mournful wail. The demon's morning sword trembled and was sent reeling backward, colliding against Haotian's dark barrier. Anticipating this, Haotian utilized the momentum to retreat, and the barrier merely quivered before remaining unscathed. As their protective barriers simultaneously absorbed the impact of their weapons, Haotian stealthily unleashed the bloodthirsty crossbow once more. The invisible bolt deftly circumvented Steward Shui's black shield, striking directly at his protective magic aura. With a muffled thud, the weakened protective barrier crumbled under the impact, and the crossbow bolt plunged into Steward Shui's chest. A cry of anguish escaped his lips as he was involuntarily propelled backward. In that fleeting moment, Haotian, evading the magic blade's assault, bore witness to the scene before him. At that instant, he felt no pity for the fallen Steward Shui. With his free hand, he executed a technique known as the delusive condensation finger. To show mercy to an enemy during battle is to be cruel to oneself. And thus he aimed to strike while the iron was hot, delivering a final blow to the defeated foe. Steward Shui was sent hurtling back 10 paces, colliding with a black-clad figure in the Magic Yuan stage. Yet, before he could regain his footing, the delusive condensation finger flashed through the air, accompanied by 2 low grunts. Steward Shui's head was pierced, the force of the attack unrelenting as it struck the dazed black-clad figure behind him. Both bodies fell backward, lifeless, as Haotian had calculated a perfect 2-for-1 strike. At this moment, only one figure remained in the arena, a black-clad individual named Wang Lu. Standing at the initial stage of the Magic Dan realm, Wang Lu was utterly shattered as she witnessed those around her succumbing, one after another, to the enigmatic hands of the man before her. Paralyzed by fear, she stood rooted to the spot, her body trembling slightly, as a pool of foul-smelling liquid formed beneath her feet. Observing the terrified Wang Lu, Haotian lost interest in his violent intentions, yet did not forget to claim Wang Lu's storage ring. After acquiring her ring, he swiftly took possession of the storage rings of Shui, the steward, and the 2 black-clad cultivators of the demon origin stage, before vanishing into the vastness of the night. After this tumultuous event, Haotian returned to the cave, where dawn was breaking. He stowed away the formation flags and related items, and entered to find Yi Shaohan pacing anxiously at the cave entrance. Approaching her with concern, he inquired, "What brings you out of bed? Why are you standing here instead of resting?" Startled by his sudden voice, Yi Shaohan was momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing Haotian's return, a flicker of joy crossed her face, but it quickly faded into her usual aloof demeanor as she replied, "Just a casual stroll. Now that you're back, hurry and fetch me something to eat. I'm famished." With that, she turned and took small steps back to her bed, leaving Haotian feeling somewhat exasperated. Sighing, he mused to himself, "It seems I must have owed a debt to your family in a past life. Considering how you and Yi Xiaoyu share the same disposition, you speak of food as if it's a given, and you don't even inquire about my whereabouts." A little concern wouldn't he hurt, would it? He shook his head, grumbling to himself. Nevertheless, he complied with Yi Xiaohan's request, retrieving a wild rabbit he had caught during his excursion and expertly preparing it. He then went outside to gather some dry twigs to roast the rabbit for her. Xiaohan, we should not linger here any longer. It's best we depart swiftly. Last night, I eliminated a group of black-clad figures, and I suspect it has already alarmed their comrades. I fear that today their search efforts will intensify, and perhaps even the third elder may take action personally. Haotian said gravely while tending to the rabbit over the fire. Should you feel fear, you are free to leave. There is no need to concern yourself with me. After all, I am but a dying person, with nothing worth clinging to, Yi Xiaohan retorted, seemingly wary of the third elder, as she feigned anger. She did not wish her presence to endanger Haotian's life. Haotian's frustration boiled over at her self-destructive words, and he angrily tossed the rabbit he was roasting aside. Pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Xiaohan, he exclaimed, "Fear you? If I were afraid, I wouldn't have risked my life last night to eliminate those black-clad figures. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have saved you in the first place. If you care so little for your own life, you might as well take your own life. Why remain in this world to burden those who care for you, dragging others down with you into despair? I must be quite idle to concern myself with your troubles." Overwhelmed by Haotian's scolding, Yi Xiaohan began to sob softly. With a hint of tears in her voice, she lamented, "I am but a harbinger of calamity. My mother perished at my birth, and later, my father valiantly thwarted the enemies seeking to ensnare me. Now his fate remains uncertain. Haotian, you must leave. I truly do not wish to witness your misfortune. I cannot bear to burden you further." Observing the pitiable visage of Xiaohan, Haotian's initial ire dissipated entirely. At that moment, his sole desire was to envelop the weeping Xiaohan in his embrace and offer her solace. Unable to bear her sorrow, he stepped forward, gently resting his hands upon her shoulders, and resolutely declared, "Xiaohan, I shall not abandon you, regardless of the circumstances. I, Haotian, will not engage in endeavors that lack resolution." He continued to comfort her, saying, "Moreover, there exists no such thing as a calamity bringer in this world. When others sacrifice their lives for you, it becomes all the more imperative for you to cherish your own." Xiaohan lifted her gaze to meet Haotian's gentle countenance, yearning to articulate her thoughts. Yet the words faltered on her lips. Ultimately, she remained silent, resting her head tenderly against his shoulder as they found solace in each other's presence. Sensing Xiaohan's emotions stabilizing, Haotian rose to retrieve the roasted rabbit discarded on the ground. With a soft smile, he remarked, "Aren't you hungry? I shall prepare another wild rabbit for you. You have witnessed my grilling skills." Haotian rekindled the fire and diligently resumed roasting the rabbit. Xiaohan, seated upon the bed, quietly observed Haotian's industrious form by the fire, inadvertently recalling the scene from the previous day when he was concocting potions. At this moment, an inexplicable feeling blossomed in her heart. As the rabbit turned a golden hue, Haotian applied his carefully crafted seasoning evenly over the roasted meat, yielding a fragrant dish. "Xiaohan, eat while it's hot. Once you finish, we shall relocate, and I will seize the opportunity to eliminate a portion of our adversaries." Receiving the roasted rabbit from Haotian's hands, the delectable aroma wafting through the air elicited a sweet smile from Xiaohan as she replied, "Will you not partake in any? I cannot possibly consume such a large rabbit alone." Haotian chuckled, "Oh, I am not particularly hungry, so I shall pass." "Xiaohan, this is the first time I have seen you smile, and it is truly beautiful." In response to Haotian's endearing grin, Xiaohan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, lowering her head to teasingly chide, "You little rogue." Haotian, scratching his nose and exhaling a sigh, mused inwardly, "Ah, the complexities of a girl's heart are truly perplexing. A mere compliment renders me a rogue. The old adage rings true, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea." Perhaps due to her genuine hunger, Xiaohan swiftly devoured the entire roasted rabbit, licking her lips with a look of lingering satisfaction. She praised Haotian, inquiring, "Your roasted rabbit is exquisite. How did you prepare it?" Haotian, beaming with pride, replied, "This is my exclusive secret technique. If you wish to savor it again, I shall gladly prepare it for you." However, upon hearing Haotian's words, Xiaohan's eyes dimmed once more as she murmured, "There may not be another opportunity to taste your roasted rabbit." Just as Haotian contemplated asking her to clarify, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the distance. Upon hearing the commotion, he hastily dashed toward the cave's entrance. Under the probing of divine consciousness, it was discovered that the third elder and a stocky middle-aged man in black were searching not far from the cave. The middle-aged man, clad in black, walked while repeatedly muttering about wanting to shred the young man, whose origins were unknown, into pieces. Witnessing this scene, Haotian immediately returned to Knight Xiaohan's side. His expression grave as he said, "Xiaohan, the third elder and a mid-stage demon dam practitioner are approaching us. Tell me honestly, can you handle that mid-stage demon dam practitioner by yourself?" After a moment of contemplation, Knight Xiaohan nodded gently and replied, "I can barely hold him off. However, with your strength, you would undoubtedly be no match for the third elder." "Perhaps you should." Before Knight Xiaohan could finish her sentence, Haotian interjected, "No need to say more. My abilities extend beyond what is apparent. Rest assured, Xiaohan, I can certainly sense your realm." Hearing this, Knight Xiaohan smiled faintly, and a chilling aura erupted from within her body. Haotian suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief, pointing at Knight Xiaohan as he exclaimed, "You are at the late stage of the Demon Dan realm. You're actually at the late stage of the Demon Dan realm, and you possess ice attributes?" Seemingly pleased with Haotian's astonished expression, Knight Xiaohan smiled proudly. "Indeed, I am 2 minor realms above you. As for my elemental attribute, let us temporarily consider it to be ice. So, how about we switch opponents? It was that third elder who inflicted my previous injuries." With a disdainful snort, Haotian withdrew a long sword, entirely ice blue, from his storage ring and handed it to Knight Xiaohan. "This ice demon sword is an ice attribute magical treasure. Use it well. A mere late-stage demon dam practitioner is hardly a concern for me. You should deal with that mid-stage practitioner." Taking the long sword from Haotian, Knight Xiaohan infused it with a trace of her magical essence and began the blood refinement process. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, she successfully refined the ice demon sword. After refining the sword, she danced a few sword strokes in place, a dense chill radiating outward, causing the dew on the stone walls of the cave to show signs of slight freezing. "What an excellent magical treasure. I never expected you to possess such a high-grade magical artifact. Now I am confident I can slay that mid-stage demon dam practitioner. Hold on for a moment. Once I dispatch him, I will return to assist you." Seeing Knight Xiaohan display her prowess, Haotian nodded without further pretense and took her hand, saying, "Let us go. We must confront them. We can't allow ourselves to be trapped in the cave, waiting for our doom." Knight Xiaohan's small hand struggled slightly, but ultimately did not break free. Resigning herself, she clasped Haotian's hand as they exited the cave together. Before long, the two encountered the third elder and the stocky middle-aged man in black. Upon seeing Haotian and Knight Xiaohan approach voluntarily, the third elder displayed a hint of surprise, followed by a cold smile as he remarked, "What is this?" Knowing that escape was futile, he boldly approached. Even so, do not expect me to show mercy." "Huh. The old fool has quite the imagination, thinking he can make us surrender without demonstrating true prowess." As soon as the words left his lips, Haotian, despite being in the early stages of the demon pill realm, confronted the third elder. With a swift motion, he unleashed the demon woe sword, striking fiercely at the third elder. Chapter 397, Fatal Assault, Part 1, Simultaneously. Yi Xiaohan drew forth the ice demon sword that Haotian had gifted her. The ice demon sword pointed menacingly at the short, stout man clad in black. Instantly, an exceedingly chilling aura erupted from Yi Xiaohan, akin to a volcano in its ferocity. Upon sensing this frigid energy, the third elder, at the pinnacle of the late demon pill stage, along with the short man, wore expressions of grave concern. As the third elder contemplated neutralizing Yi Xiaohan first, Haotian's formidable presence surged forth, brandishing the demon woe sword directly before him. You overestimate yourself. That girl is yours to handle. Do not disappoint me again, or you know the consequences." No sooner had he spoken than the third elder lunged forward, waving his sleeves to conjure an impenetrable defensive barrier. Strangely enough, despite the sharpness of the demon woe sword, even iron would have been pierced, yet after exchanging dozens of blows, the third elder's sleeves showed no signs of damage. Boom! With a resounding crash, Haotian and the third elder clashed once more. Haotian was sent staggering back several steps from the force of his own sword, nearly losing grip on the demon woe sword. "You little brat, how do you like my iron cloth? How could a top-grade, earth-level artifact be harmed by your pitiful blade?" "Ha!" The third elder laughed heartily at the sight of Haotian's grim expression. Haotian tightened his grip on the demon woe sword, channeling his internal power of wind, thunder, and dark electricity into it. Threads of lightning crackled, and dark energy swirled around the sword. With a thought, a tempest of dark wind erupted, followed by the ominous rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. The violent energy surged forth, propelling Haotian forward with astonishing speed, many times faster than before. Directly towards the third elder. Wind and thunder, dark electric annihilation. After several days, Haotian unleashed this ultimate single-target attack once more, embodying the purest essence of wind, thunder, and dark electricity. With an unstoppable momentum, he charged at the third elder, who stood at the pinnacle of the late demon pill stage. The third elder was taken aback by Haotian's amplified speed and explosive power. No longer underestimating his opponent, he resolved to exert his full strength against the young man. Thus, he summoned his magical energies, his hands moving rapidly as his sleeves became enveloped in black energy, resembling two formidable black shields. Boom! The lightning-infused demon woe sword pierced through the third elder's sleeves, continuing its relentless trajectory toward his neck. The third elder was astonished, struggling to comprehend how a mere early-stage demon pill cultivator could unleash such a ferocious strike. In a moment of peril, a dark barrier coalesced, resisting the onslaught of the malevolent sword. A thunderous roar erupted as the sword clashed against the barrier, causing the third elder to skid back several feet, his feet scraping against the ground as he was struck by Haotian's blade. Knight Xiaoan observed Haotian's silhouette with a faint smile, then turned to the stout, dark-clad middle-aged man, her voice cold as she remarked, "It seems your third elder is not as formidable as he appears. They have already begun. Now, let us engage in a duel of our own." With that, Knight Xiaoan, wielding the frost blade, advanced with a graceful stride, thrusting fiercely at the black-clad man in the mid-stage of demonic transformation. The two engaged in a fierce battle, waves of chilling, deep blue sword energy scattering in all directions, creating an impressive spectacle. After regaining his footing, the third elder noticed two charred holes in his iron sleeves. Narrowing his eyes at Haotian, he could not help but express his admiration. "I underestimated you. You possess a rare lightning attribute physique. It seems you are indeed more challenging than that insufferable girl." Believing Haotian to be of the lightning attribute, Haotian merely smirked in derision, feeling no obligation to clarify. He retorted, "Old fossil. It appears your iron sleeves are not as invincible as you claimed." With just a bit of effort, this broken sword pierced through them. "Be cautious with your boasts, lest the wind catch your tongue." The third elder's face turned a shade of purple from the incessant verbal jabs from the young man. In a fit of rage, he raised his hands, swiftly forming intricate seals. The dark energy surrounding him began to writhe violently, converging towards his hands. Observing this, Haotian did not dare to be careless. He sheathed the malevolent sword and began forming seals himself, soon conjuring a massive black handprint that hovered in the air before him. Booming thunder echoed as if it were insufficient. At the same time, Haotian discreetly concealed the bloodthirsty god crossbow, demon slayer hand. In the blink of an eye, the two handprints collided. A resounding explosion reverberated as black light flashed at the point of impact, causing the air to tremble slightly. Beneath them, the withered leaves were blown aside, leaving a deep pit in the ground. However, the demon slayer hand began to shatter, clearly overpowered by the third elder's palm imprint. In mere moments, the demon slayer hand was completely obliterated, yet the opponent's palm imprint continued its relentless charge towards Haotian. At that instant, a glint of determination sparkled in Haotian's eyes. The bloodthirsty god crossbow silently shot forth, aimed at the triumphant third elder. This lethal ambush, executed at the moment when the third elder was most complacent, was precisely the plan Haotian had devised beforehand. Focused on launching the bloodthirsty god crossbow, Haotian could not effectively defend against the incoming palm imprint. Though he slightly shifted his body, the black palm imprint still struck his shoulder. Haotian! In another fierce clash, Knight Xiaohan screamed, witnessing what appeared to be Haotian's impending demise, tears streaming down her cheeks. Simultaneously, the stout, dark-clad middle-aged man seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to Knight Xiaohan's abdomen. A spurt of fresh blood erupted, causing Yi Xiaohan to stagger back several steps. Yet her gaze remained fixed, unwavering, upon the silhouette of Haotian. Struck by the black palm imprint of the third elder, Haotian coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His garments were utterly shredded, revealing the ancient armor of the 1,000-year-old magic silkworm beneath. Although he bore some injuries, they were not life-threatening. It must be said, the third elder, at the pinnacle of the late stage of the magic pill realm, exhibited remarkable reflexes. Even when caught off guard by the ambush of the bloodthirsty divine crossbow, he managed to evade in time. Nevertheless, a crimson line marred the third elder's face, a testament to the lethal assault from Haotian, which ultimately ended in failure. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Haotian abruptly turned, calling out urgently to the tearful Yi Xiaohan, "Hasten to defeat your opponent, then come to my aid. Otherwise, prepare to collect my corpse, as if you truly believe I am an indestructible cockroach." Yi Xiaohan nodded gravely, wiping the blood from her mouth, then swiftly turned her attention to the stout, middle-aged man clad in black. Her eyes instantly transformed into a chilling gaze, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. The stout man, upon meeting her icy stare, felt a wave of cold slowly rising from within him. "Ice magic sword," she pronounced, each word weighted with intent, causing her complexion to pale. Strands of her raven hair crystallized with fine shards of ice. In an instant, the ice magic sword began to freeze at a visible pace. Its blade enveloped in a layer of deep blue frost, emanating waves of frigid air. With a fierce cry, Yi Xiaohan brandished the ice magic sword and charged once more at the stout man in black. Observing Yi Xiaohan's peculiar swordsmanship, the third elder's expression soured further. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition stirred within him. He sensed that the stout man in black was not a match for the woman. "You old fossil, is this truly the extent of your abilities? You claim to be at the pinnacle of the late stage of the magic pill realm, yet cannot handle a mere insignificant character like myself. How pathetic." Fearing the third elder might involve himself in the fray against the stout man, Haotian again provoked the third elder. "Damn it, you insignificant wretch, seeking your own demise." Insulted repeatedly by Haotian, even a clay figurine would be provoked to anger. With a roar of fury, the third elder lunged forward, clearly intent on engaging Haotian in close combat. At that moment, Haotian's expression hardened, his thoughts resolute. "Damn it, I am protected by the top-grade treasure, the 1,000-year-old inked silkworm armor. What is there to fear from you? Even if I sustain grievous injuries, I shall ensure that you, old fossil, are left severely weakened." With this determination, Haotian enveloped himself in dark energy, manifesting a protective aura, and concentrated 2 layers of dark fist energy into his fists. Boldly confronting the third elder, who stood at the pinnacle of the late stage of the magic pill realm. The two clashed, engaging in a fierce and brutal melee. The third elder's fists radiating a dark glow as they rained down upon Haotian like a torrential storm. Haotian merely utilized the flexibility of his body to deftly evade the majority of the third elder's fierce assaults, most of which struck against the dark, enchanted armor. In that moment, Haotian retaliated with a barrage of punches, landing several blows upon the third elder. As their bloody confrontation raged on, the outcome of another battle had already been revealed. Each time the ice demon's sword wielded by Yi Xiaohan made contact, it unleashed an eerie chill that froze a portion of the stout, middle-aged man clad in black. He soon became a flawless ice sculpture, seemingly immobilized as his bodily functions were ensnared by the icy grip. With a crack, the ice demon's sword quivered in Yi Xiaohan's hand, and the man's head, resembling a frozen orb, tumbled away under the force of the sword strike. A headless ice statue stood desolately against the biting wind. Chapter 398, Lethal Assault, Part 2. The battle continued unabated. Haotian exchanged dozens of punches with the third elder. Although protected by the millennium-old silk armor, the third elder, a pinnacle practitioner of the late demon core stage, was adept at offense. His cultivation level surpassed Haotian's by a full tier. Consequently, the force of the punches that penetrated the ancient armor inflicted substantial damage upon Haotian's internal organs. Various parts of Haotian's body, including his face, arms, and shoulders, bore the brunt of the relentless barrage, exacerbating his injuries. The spiritual energy in his fists had dissipated significantly, and the force behind his strikes against the third elder diminished with each exchange. Noticing Haotian's waning stamina, the third elder seized the opportunity to intensify his assault, delivering a flurry of punches to Haotian's chest. Subsequently, he unleashed a devastating blow to Haotian's chin, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood. With a harrowing scream, Haotian was propelled several yards away, crashing to the ground. He felt as though his entire body had been disassembled, with every movement igniting waves of pain. Despite multiple attempts to rise, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, spitting blood helplessly as he lay prostrate on the ground. After sending Haotian flying, the third elder gasped for breath, his body in disarray with several charred wounds marring his form. His tattered black robe resembled that of a beggar, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he too had endured significant damage during their clash. After a brief moment to catch his breath, the third elder sneered and raised his fist, advancing toward the incapacitated Haotian, intent on delivering a final blow before turning his attention to subduing the woman in purple. However, before the third elder could reach Haotian, a chilling longsword lunged towards him with ferocity, the ice demon sword, wielded by Yi Shaoan, who had rushed to his aid upon witnessing Haotian's peril. Sensing the frigid aura emanating from the sword, the third elder's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he swiftly retreated several paces, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Regaining his footing, he cast a glance toward the distance, where the headless ice sculpture stood, cursing under his breath, "Useless fool." At that moment, the gravity of the situation dawned upon the third elder, his countenance now one of utter seriousness. Due to the previous sword strike from Yi Shaohan, he felt an ominous presence of death. The third elder could not help but silently curse. Damn it. What is wrong with the youth today? Each one more extraordinary than the last. And these two prodigies have crossed paths today. Taking advantage of a momentary respite, Haotian hastily stuffed a few pills into his mouth, quickly refining their potency, before slowly rising to his feet. He looked at Yi Shaohan's pale face and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right? Is it serious?" Yi Shaohan glanced at Haotian, particularly noting his handsome face covered in blood. A radiant smile broke across his lips as he grasped Haotian's hand gently and declared, "Today, let us fight side by side." Previously, Yi Shaohan always presented a frosty demeanor, distancing himself from others. Now, his unexpected tenderness left Haotian feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Gripped by Yi Shaohan's jade-like, icy hand, Haotian's fighting spirit surged to its zenith. With a thought, the demon's sword emerged, pointing towards the third elder. Haotian declared ominously, "Old wretch, this battle today will either see your demise or mine." Detecting the intense killing intent in Haotian's words, the third elder recognized the futility of further discussion. He studied Yi Shaohan beside Haotian for a moment, recalling the strikingly cold sword strike that had left a profound impression on him. With the bloodthirsty crossbow in his left hand and the demon's sword in his right, Haotian infused the dwindling elemental energy from his wind and thunder dark dantian into the demon's sword. With a sudden twist of his wrist, the demon's sword erupted with dark energy, arcs of lightning dancing around its blade. A fierce energy emanated from the sword as it surged towards the third elder. "Damn it! Not this move again," the third elder muttered under his breath, recalling the considerable disadvantage he had faced previously. "Copperman's staff," he bellowed, abruptly summoning a violet phantom that appeared in his hand, clearly a formidable weapon of both offense and defense. With a howling wind, it met the oncoming demon's sword. Simultaneously, a strand of Haotian's consciousness reached into Yi Shaoan's mind, conveying, "Shaoan, prepare yourself. I should be able to hold that old wretch for a few moments." Yi Shaoan nodded and began to gently caress the blade of the ice demon's sword before exclaiming, "Ice demon's sword." The blade of the ice demon's sword crystallized with a layer of deep blue frost, emanating an intensely chilling aura, appearing quite exquisite. However, employing this technique drained Yi Shaohan further, and his complexion paled even more. At that moment, the demon's sword collided with the Copperman's staff in midair. Yet no resounding explosion ensued. The demon's sword merely grazed the staff, but within its shadow was an eerie cold light that shot towards the third elder. Startled by the icy gleam, the third elder swiftly retreated. A sound of clashing metal echoed as the bloodthirsty crossbow altered its trajectory, causing both weapons to tumble into the dust. Seizing the opportunity, Haotian lunged at the third elder with the demon's sword. Yet the cunning elder deftly deflected the strike with his sleeve, sending the demon sword flying away. Observing Haotian's loss of his weapon, the third elder let out a cold chuckle. Just as he was about to launch a punch, a chilling longsword abruptly emerged from behind. Sensing a wave of coldness, the third elder was taken aback, momentarily disregarding Haotian. He swiftly turned, conjuring a thick layer of metallic magical energy in his right hand, seizing the incoming ice sword. Meanwhile, his other hand clenched into a fist, propelled by a fierce gale, aimed directly at Yi Shaohan's chest. Should this blow connect, it would undoubtedly incapacitate her, leaving her with grievous internal injuries, if not death itself. In that critical moment between life and death, Haotian instantaneously appeared beside Yi Shaohan, gathering a layer of fiery energy around his fist to counter the third elder's strike. Exhausted from using his lightning attribute energy, he finally began to tap into the fire attribute energy residing within his elemental core. Although he had wished to keep the secret of his multi-attribute nature concealed, he had no choice but to silence the third elder at this juncture. Feeling the intense heat emanating from Haotian's fist, the third elder was engulfed in a tempest of shock, contemplating, how is this possible? A five-element spirit body. Moreover, a rare dual attribute of lightning and fire. What manner of monster is he? Little did the third elder know that Haotian's dual attribute nature was a mere facade. He possessed a multi-attribute constitution. As the third elder marveled, Haotian's ferocious punch collided with him unexpectedly, causing the elder to stagger back several steps, while Haotian pulled Yi Shaohan along, retreating a few paces as well. With a tearing sound, as the third elder moved backward, the ice sword in Yi Shaohan's grasp left a deep mark on his hand. Upon steadying himself, the third elder slowly lowered his gaze, noticing the thick layer of ice forming on his left hand, finally comprehending how the previously mentioned steward had met his demise, ultimately transforming into an ice statue. Gradually, the third elder circulated his magical energy, forcefully striking the ground with his left palm to dispel the frost. Raising his gaze to the two before him, a flicker of retreat began to stir within him. Once, he had sought the favor of the old patriarch to possess Yi Shaohan, only to find himself not only failing to capture the ice beauty but also awakening Haotian, the prodigy, and landing himself in this precarious predicament. Chapter 399, A Fatal Assault, Part 3. The third elder pondered quietly. Individuals like Haotian and Yi Shaohan, capable of transcending their levels in battle, posed a significant threat. Once entangled with them, unless one acted decisively to eliminate them, they would become a source of perpetual unrest. The day they grew stronger would herald one's doom. Observing the third elder's indecision, Haotian spoke. In the realm of the five elements, fire overcomes metal. Furthermore, my fire attribute is not of the ordinary kind. Do you understand why I am sharing this with you? The third elder remained silent, his mind racing with schemes. Haotian grinned wickedly, nonchalantly declaring, because, in my eyes, you are already a corpse. A dead man can never divulge my secrets. Shaohan, let us together vanquish this old wretch. As the words left his lips, Yi Shaohan immediately brandished his sword and charged forward, while Hao Chun, in his rush towards the third elder, formed intricate hand seals with dazzling speed. In an instant, a tremendous force coalesced within Hao Chun's palms. Sensing this formidable power, the third elder fell into a stunned silence, instantly regarding Hao Chun as his primary target for annihilation. Just as he prepared to disrupt Hao Chun's spellcasting, Yi Shaohan's ice demon sword was already upon him. With a furious roar, the third elder retaliated, engaging in a fierce struggle against Yi Shaohan's onslaught. Hao Chun, with impeccable timing, was nearly upon the third elder when a hand seal materialized before the elder's eyes. The reincarnation seal. Hao Chun bellowed, "Old wretch, meet your demise." Startled by Hao Chun's fierce declaration, the third elder turned to face the incoming palm imprint, only to be overwhelmed by a powerful force surging into his body. His eyes instantly spiraled into a vortex of the palm imprint, drawing him into the realm of reincarnation. After a moment of confusion, Yi Shaohan swiftly thrust his sword towards the third elder's heart. In a fleeting breath, clarity returned to the third elder's gaze as he sensed the ice demon's sword piercing towards his vital point. He instinctively swayed slightly, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to his heart, yet his chest was still pierced by Yi Shaohan's blade. Frigid energy emanated from the ice demon's sword, seeking to completely encase the third elder's internal functions in ice. With an enraged shout, the third elder unleashed a torrent of golden magical energy from within, crossing his fists and forcefully stomping the ground, sending Yi Shaohan, along with his sword, flying. Seizing this brief opportunity, the third elder hurriedly retrieved a drug-soaked silk cloth and stuffed it into his wound. Without hesitation, he produced a crimson elixir. Upon seeing the potion in the third elder's hand, Hao Chun was struck with alarm and dashed towards Yi Shaohan. "Shaohan, be cautious. Move quickly," he shouted as he rushed towards her. Witnessing Hao Chun's frantic demeanor, the third elder let out a sinister laugh and swallowed the crimson elixir in one gulp. Instantly, his eyes, hair, and skin transformed into a blood-red hue. With a ferocious roar, he charged at Yi Xiaohan in a fit of rage. Just as Yi Xiaohan steadied herself, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, she beheld both Haotian and the third elder hurtling towards her with wild abandon. In that moment of uncertainty, Yi Xiaohan grasped her sword once more, preparing to strike at the third elder. Foolish, Haotian shouted, making an incredibly difficult decision in an instant. He suddenly unleashed the full extent of his wind elemental magic, racing madly between the third elder and Yi Xiaohan. As he gathered the magical energy into his fists, he cast Yi Xiaohan a tender, heartfelt smile. Upon witnessing the third elder's grotesque transformation and Haotian's entranced smile, Yi Xiaohan immediately comprehended his intentions. Tears streamed down her face like a river. Her body seemingly paralyzed, she cried out, Haotian, no! Bang! In a fleeting moment, Haotian dashed to the front of Yi Xiaohan, once again engaging in a fierce clash with the third elder. However, the outcome this time was markedly different. Haotian's arm was abruptly shattered, and the relentless force of the third elder's punch struck him squarely in the chest, sending him soaring into the air like a ball, only to fall helplessly to the ground. Yet, at the very instant the third elder's fist made contact, an invisible thread of divine consciousness pierced through his brow. With a sudden thrust, the demon's sword lunged forward, embedding itself in the third elder's heart. Moments later, the sword, imbued with a sense of fulfillment, returned to Haotian's body like a bird returning to its nest. The vital points of the third elder lay in ruin, and the vitality within him swiftly ebbed away, leaving behind a lifeless husk that crumbled into dust. Thus, in collaboration with the demon sword, Haotian stealthily claimed the life of a pinnacle late-stage demon core cultivator. Upon witnessing the third elder's lifeless body, Haotian exhaled a sigh of relief, though torrents of blood poured from his mouth as his body trembled, indicating he had reached the precipice of death. Yi Xiaohan hurried to his side, kneeling and cradling him in her arms, tears streaming down her face as she trembled and implored, Haotian, why must you be so foolish? Do you not realize? I truly do not deserve such sacrifice. With great difficulty, Haotian raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears from her face. He coughed twice, spitting out another mouthful of blood, and murmured, I know not why, but from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable connection. I merely wished to shield you from further harm. You have already endured enough suffering. Yi Xiaohan grasped his hand tightly, her sobs echoing as she lay upon him. From the moment her father fought to the death to secure her escape, she believed she would never shed tears again in this lifetime. Yet today, she wept bitterly for a young man. I never expected to meet my end here. Xiaohan, you need not feel too guilty. My actions were merely instinctive. Promise me. Live on. With those words, Haotian's head tilted, and he succumbed to death. As Haotian's breath gradually faded, Yi Xiaohan's expression turned desolate. She found herself whispering to the heavens, You are truly foolish. I once told you that I am a harbinger of disaster. All who are connected to me ultimately meet a dire fate. At that time, you did not believe me. It seems I truly am a calamity, and I have brought ruin upon you. I have long wished to convey this, but whenever I beheld your smiling face, I could not find the words. Do you know? I am a purine body. Those who possess such a constitution, without the balancing force of pure yang, rarely survive beyond the age of 16. As she spoke, memories of sorrow seemed to resurface, and she began to weep softly once more. You died for someone like me, and it is not worth it. I once hesitated to leave this world, but now it matters not. There is no one left in this realm worthy of my longing. Haotian, wait for me there. Once I have settled my affairs and avenged you, I shall join you. As the night turned to dawn, Xiaohan gently cradled Haotian and placed him within a cave, selecting a pristine spot to lay him down. Tenderly stroking Haotian's face, she lingered by his side in a state of dazed affection. With the passage of time, as the moon waxed and waned, Xiaohan suddenly raised her hands, revealing a chilling aura emanating from her palms. To her astonishment, she contemplated encasing Haotian in ice to preserve his body from decay. Chapter 400. The slovenly old man, should you encase him in ice, he would be irretrievably lost. Little one, ponder your decision carefully. Just as Xiaohan was poised to act, a soft, ethereal voice echoed through the cave, sending a shiver down her spine. Who dares to play tricks here? Show yourself, Xiaohan exclaimed, rising swiftly and brandishing her ice demon sword, yet the source of the voice remained elusive. Cautiously, she positioned herself defensively beside Haotian. A somewhat spectral figure gradually came into focus before Xiaohan's eyes. It was a disheveled old man clad in a blue robe, his brow furrowed in a perpetual scowl, who appeared beside her. The old man cast a fleeting glance at the motionless Haotian before leering at Xiaohan, who stood guard with her sword. Hee, quite intriguing indeed. I have been shadowing you for some time now. Since your arrival in this dense forest, I have kept a watchful eye. Subsequently, I discovered that young lad, and I have discreetly observed your every action. I am fully aware of your endeavors, and I overheard your previous conversation. Rest assured, when that lad awakens, even if he is reluctant, I shall ensure he becomes entwined with you. What say you? Enough of this nonsense. You hardly appear to be a person of good character. Behold my sword. At this moment, Xiaohan's spirits plummeted upon encountering the deranged, lecherous old man, who immediately began spouting indecent remarks. Without further thought, she thrust her ice demon sword toward him. Who would have thought that this little girl possesses such urgency? Whatever tenderness you exhibited towards that lad seems to have vanished. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, Xiaohan felt a violent disturbance in her energy, which coalesced into a translucent cage, ensnaring her within. Within the confines of this cage, the distant rumble of thunder could be heard. Xiaohan struck at the cage multiple times, seeking a flaw, but to no avail. Resigning herself to the situation, she coldly inquired of the old man suspended in midair, "Who are you? What do you intend to accomplish here?" The old man merely chuckled lewdly, ignoring her inquiry as he approached Haotian. Gazing at the young man, whose body bore the marks of suffering, the old man's eyes turned icy. With a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his hand and struck down upon Haotian's head. Xiaohan gasped in horror, an inexplicable pain coursing through her. "Senior, I implore you, cease this torment. He is already dead. If you seek something, direct it towards me. I shall comply. Release him," Xiaohan cried out, striking the cage with her hands, her voice filled with desperation. "Little one, if you continue to shout and distract me, this lad may truly find himself in peril. And who told you he was dead? How could a mere individual at the late stage of the magic core realm hope to kill him? Absurd." Yi Xiaohan immediately halted her actions, gazing incredulously at the disheveled old man not far away. Upon sensing the vitality within Haotian gradually rejuvenating, she began to fully trust the madman's words, her face lighting up with joy at the thought of Haotian still being alive. After approximately an hour, the disheveled old man withdrew his hand, exhaling deeply as he murmured, "Mission accomplished. It is indeed impressive for one with a multi-attribute physique to endure such grievous injuries and still cling to life. Not to mention possess formidable self-healing abilities." Having spoken, the old man slowly turned around, waved his hand to dispel the energy confinement, and began to scrutinize Yi Xiaohan closely. Under the old man's unwavering gaze, Yi Xiaohan felt shy and lowered her head. Especially recalling his earlier words about helping her and Haotian grow closer, her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she fidgeted with the corners of her garment, appearing somewhat awkward. Look at this little one. Now she knows what it means to feel bashful. This little rascal has stumbled upon extraordinary luck, encountering a girl of unparalleled beauty at random. Oh, by the way, you just remarked that I do not look like a good person? What is that about? Yi Xiaohan raised her head, hastily gesturing with her hands, and urgently said, "Senior, please do not misunderstand. I was unaware of your acquaintance with Haotian and thought you intended him harm, leading to my careless words that offended you. Little one. Do not take it to heart. I was merely jesting with you. Besides, even at my worst, I would not harbor ill intentions toward you." The disheveled old man chuckled, scratching his unkempt hair. Seeing that the old man bore no ill will, Yi Xiaohan let out a slight sigh of relief. This being our first meeting, I have nothing substantial to offer you. This piece of millennium old ice shall serve as a token of our encounter, which will greatly aid in your recovery. With that, the old man tossed a crystalline chunk of ice toward Yi Xiaohan. Upon receiving the ice crystal, Yi Xiaohan did not exhibit excessive joy after stowing it away. She expressed her gratitude to the old man. Observing her glum demeanor, the old man understood her concerns and let out a mischievous chuckle before hesitantly continuing. This disheveled old man was none other than Yi Xiaoye's great-uncle, Yi Han, though he had now assumed a different appearance. On that fateful day, while traversing the spatial passage, they encountered a formidable spatial turbulence. Great-uncle Yi Han had prioritized protecting Yi Xiaoye's escape, deliberately sacrificing Haotian. suspecting that Haotian harbored dangerous secrets and intended to obliterate him in the chaos. After Yi Xiaoya and Yi Han escaped the turbulence, they arrived at the nearby Dark Night City. Once inside, Yi Xiaoya pleaded and insisted that Yi Han search for Haotian's whereabouts. With no other choice, Yi Han began scouring the vicinity for Haotian, and by sheer coincidence, encountered the situation involving Yi Xiaoan. In secret pursuit of the assailants, I arrived at the shadowy forest, intent on uncovering the identity of those who sought to harm the beautiful young lady. Just as I was about to intervene and rescue the girl, Yi Xiaoan, I encountered Haotian. Upon seeing Haotian, Yi Han's heart surged with joy. At last, this lad was alive. If anything were to befall Xiaoya, how could she not resent herself for eternity? Xiaoya was so fond of Haotian, and I found myself pondering what qualities he possessed that could endear him to her. Seizing the moment, I decided to observe Haotian's character. Senior, do you wish to convey something? Please speak candidly, Yi Xiaohan inquired softly, noticing the disheveled old man hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Haha, I shall indeed share, the old man chuckled. Little girl, I know you are concerned about the Xianyin physique, but do you realize what kind of constitution Haotian possesses? The old man posed the question with a mischievous grin. Yi Xiaohan studied Haotian intently for a moment before reflecting and responding. If I am not mistaken, Haotian should be of the 5 elements constitution, with a pronounced fire attribute. Yi Xiaohan continued to gaze at the old man. Confusion etched on her face as she murmured, while the 5 elements constitution is indeed rare, it pales in comparison to the pure Yin physique, so I fail to see what is so remarkable about it. Indeed, you are correct. This lad is indeed of the 5 elements constitution, yet he possesses more than just that. He embodies multiple constitutions in one, the old man explained. Thus, even under the full force of the third elder's violent pill, he remains resilient. Upon hearing that Haotian possessed such multifaceted abilities, Yi Xiaohan was taken aback. This rare case had been documented in ancient texts, yet it had never manifested before, seemingly even more elusive than the Xianyin physique, leaving her utterly astonished. Striving to quell her astonishment, Yi Xiaohan bowed respectfully to the old man and inquired curiously, Please, senior, clarify further. The old man, with hands clasped behind his back, laughed heartily. Is it necessary for me to elaborate? Your Xianyin physique must be harmonized with a substance of utmost yang and strength to counteract the cold poison invading your meridians, thereby unlocking its true potential. And lo and behold, such a substance exists within this lad. You two are undoubtedly a match made in heaven, he exclaimed, his laughter echoing with a hint of mischief, causing Yi Xiaohan's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. After a moment, she shyly murmured, My father once mentioned that only 2 entities in this world could resolve my afflictions. Indeed, the first is a master of the Doushui divine fire, and the other, a male possessing the pure yang physique. Thus, I could only engage with such a male owner. She continued, but I shall not tease you further. Your father's words are not entirely complete. Beyond the 2 constitutions you mentioned, a male with a thunder attribute can also harmonize with the Xianyin physique, thus resolving the cold poison's erosion of the meridians. Upon hearing this, the realization of Haotian's thunder attribute left Yi Xiaohan momentarily frozen. Her typically reserved demeanor had never faltered so profoundly before. Chapter 401. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. Moments later, Yi Xiaohan exclaimed with excitement, Senior, are you saying that Haotian possesses the lightning attribute? In Yi Xiaohan's understanding, beyond the 5 elements lies only the dark and ice attributes. As someone who embodies the ice attribute, she had merely heard of the wind and lightning attributes. Throughout history, those who wield the power of lightning could be counted on one hand, each a formidable figure in their own right. Thus, upon learning of Haotian's lightning ability, Yi Xiaohan was understandably astonished. Indeed, my dear girl, how do you find it? This young man's talent is exceedingly rare throughout the ages. If you were to follow him, it would certainly not be a disservice to your profound Yin body. Moreover, he could resolve the issues within you. The disheveled old man remarked with a lewd grin. The old man's unembellished words caused Yi Xiaohan's face to flush crimson. Bowing her head in shyness, she struggled to find the words to respond, yet the joy radiating from her countenance betrayed her true feelings at that moment. Very well, my dear. I leave Haotian in your capable hands. His foundation is remarkably sound. I have already repaired his damaged meridians, and he should awaken shortly. I shall not intrude upon your tender moments any longer. When he regains consciousness, simply inform him that an elder named Yi Han has visited. What? Are you truly Yi Han of the Yi family from the martial hall? Yi Xiaohan stammered, her voice trembling at the mention of the name. What is it, my dear? I indeed am Yi Han of the martial hall. Yi Han replied, taken aback by her inquiry. Junior Yi Xiaohan pays my respects to you, esteemed elder. With that, Yi Xiaohan knelt before Yi Han, bowing her head in reverence. Wait. Which branch of the Yi family do you belong to? Yi Han hurriedly inquired, not wishing to accept an unwarranted kinship. I am a descendant of Yi Han Xiao. My name is Yi Xiaohan, and my father is Yi Hanqing. Yi Xiaohan declared with extraordinary excitement. It was precisely because the leader of the demon blood sect was aware of her unique constitution that they sought to capture her. They believed that any union with a profound Yin body would elevate their cultivation. The leader of the demon blood sect had long been stuck at the peak of the mid-demon fetus stage. Acquiring a profound Yin body might allow him to advance to the late demon fetus stage. Thus, upon learning that Yi Xiaohan belonged to the Yi family and possessed a profound Yin body, they dispatched individuals to secretly apprehend her and facilitate their ambitions. When the demon blood sect's people arrived at the Hanyu pavilion to seize Yi Xiaohan, her father, Yi Hanqing, fought valiantly to protect her but was gravely injured. In that critical moment, he entrusted the family token to Yi Xiaohan for safekeeping. Now, Yi Xiaohan silently produced a black token and handed it to Yi Han. As Yi Han received the token from Yi Xiaohan and probed it with a strand of divine sense, he confirmed her identity. Child, you have suffered. I am your third granduncle, Yi Han. Trembling, Yi Han embraced Yi Xiaohan, exclaiming, You have endured much, dear child. Indeed. After a separation of over a decade without a single meeting, the once babbling child had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Yi Xiaohan had chosen her name to ensure that future generations would remember the special significance of the character Han in the Yi family name. Life is but a dream. Third granduncle, I shall personally annihilate that sect and seek vengeance. Yi Xiaohan declared resolutely to her granduncle. At that moment, Uncle San would guard and lead the way for you. How dare they extinguish the lives of my family, blind as they are? Knight Han exclaimed in anger. My dear girl, it seems that heaven itself is aiding us this time. Knight Han remarked to Knight Xiaohan with a sense of wonder. Subsequently, he recounted how they were separated from each other and from Haotian due to a spatial turbulence while traveling from the Tianyuan continent to the Tianwu continent. You too should tend to your injuries here. I shall return shortly. Knight Han left a storage ring with Knight Xiaohan, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Witnessing Knight Han's sudden disappearance, Knight Xiaohan immediately placed Uncle San among the ranks of extraordinary beings. Once Uncle San departed, disregarding her own injuries, Knight Xiaohan hastened to Hao Chen's side. Observing that the wounds on Hao Chen's body had ceased to bleed, she cradled his head and took out a handkerchief, gently wiping away the bloodstains. Time slipped away unnoticed as Knight Xiaohan's arms grew numb under Hao Chen's weight. Yet she held on steadfastly, fixated on him. As she gazed at his chiseled, strikingly pale features, a subtle smile graced her lips. A soft cough interrupted her reverie, and she quickly snapped back to attention, witnessing Hao Chen slowly opening his eyes. Anxiously, she exclaimed, Hao Chen, you are finally awake. Please, check how your body feels. Are there any lingering discomforts? Hao Chen, weakly blinking, first beheld Knight Xiaohan's tear-streaked, delicate face. He couldn't help but softly murmur, Xiaohan, it is truly wonderful to see you again. It appears that my life is rather resilient. Even after Elder San consumed the berserk pill, I still survived. Oh, how delightful it is to be alive. Knight Xiaohan gently moved her arms and shoulders, nudging Hao Chen lightly, and chided him. You must not act so recklessly in the future. Moreover, had it not been for Uncle San, Knight Han, you would have been in dire straits. Knight Han, what Uncle San are you talking about? Hao Chen, still disoriented from his brief acquaintance with Knight Han, sat up and looked at Knight Xiaohan in confusion. However, before she could respond, a furious voice echoed from the distant woods. You ungrateful little rascal. Have you forgotten who I am after such a brief separation? As the words fell, Knight Han materialized before them. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Hao Chen's eyes gradually welled with tears as he softly murmured, Uncle San, are you well? In the days since he had fallen through the spatial turbulence to this place, he had lost his support. Each battle he fought was a dance with death. Whether it was slaying magical beasts or exterminating peak cultivators of the demon pill, how much suffering had he endured? Now, in this foreign land, encountering a familiar face filled Hao Chen's heart with a myriad of emotions, joy, grievance, and yearning. Knight Han sighed lightly, his earlier irritation dissipating as he patted Haotian's shoulder, softly reassuring him. These days have been difficult for you. Although I have escaped danger, I am fully aware of the trials you have faced. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although I did not assist you in navigating the chaotic currents of space, did you not also endure the trials of life and death? Moreover, you have encountered such a beautiful girl. Upon hearing these words, Haotian scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful despite their familiarity, while Yi Xiaohan playfully chided, "Granduncle." She then lowered her head, appearing somewhat flustered. "Oh, this girl is my grandniece," he continued, recounting the details of their recognition to dispel Haotian's doubts. "Congratulations, congratulations." Haotian clasped his fists in joy towards both Yi Han and Yi Xiaohan. "All right, I shall cease teasing you. Xiaohan, find a place to absorb the Millennium Ice I previously gifted you. It will not only aid in healing your internal injuries, but also enhance your cultivation." Yi Han instructed Yi Xiaohan to focus on her training, then turned to Haotian and said, "Come with me for a moment." With that, Yi Han exited the cave, while Yi Xiaohan took out the ice crystal and began to slowly refine it. After a glance at Yi Xiaohan, Haotian followed his granduncle outside. Chapter 402. A heartfelt connection. Once outside the cave, Yi Han elaborated on the matter of Yi Xiaohan's mysterious physique, detailing the benefits of their complementary natures. He produced a volume titled Ice and Fire Harmonization Technique and tossed it to Haotian. To resolve the aftermath of Xiaohan's mysterious body, you must cultivate together to achieve a balance of yin and yang, enabling her complete awakening. Haotian was left utterly stunned, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. I previously mentioned dual cultivation to her, and she seemed amenable to it. Now, young man, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yi Han asked solemnly, gazing intently at Haotian. Haotian chuckled, shaking his head, and with a hint of exasperation replied, "Elder Yi, your sudden deluge of information has caught me off guard. To be honest, I have feelings for Yi Xiaohan, but I am not mentally prepared to engage in such activities with her just yet. I see you are one to take advantage while feigning reluctance. If this opportunity were presented to another, they would be overjoyed. Yet here you are, hesitating. To thoroughly eradicate the cold poison within Xiaohan, you must share a dwelling. If you do not dual cultivate with her, she will undoubtedly perish in 3 years, and there will be no means to save her. Therefore, you must ponder carefully before making a decision. I shall await you in the Dark Night City." With that, Yi Han vanished, leaving the two young individuals some space. Haotian tilted his head skyward, then closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the refreshing air. A sense of bliss enveloped him, and a deeply contented smile spread across his face. After reveling in the intoxicating atmosphere for a while, he settled into a cross-legged position, forming a seal with his hands, and immediately entered a state of cultivation. Time passed, and Haotian was startled awake by the sound of water splashing. Opening his eyes, he turned to see Yi Xiaohan, now adorned in a pristine white gown, washing her hair by the riverside not far away. The young maiden gracefully brushed her long, lustrous black hair while gently tilting her head, exuding an air of elegance. The picturesque scenery by the stream served to accentuate her beauty. From a distance, she resembled a naturally formed portrait of a beauty emerging from a bath, evoking no sense of impropriety. Haotian, captivated, stole several glances at Yi Xiaohan before slowly closing his eyes to resume his meditative practice. After several hours of adjustment, his complexion no longer appeared as pale. A hint of color returned to his face. However, as he gradually rose to his feet, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over him. Haotian had to steady himself by holding his head, just managing to regain his balance. With a bitter smile, he mused internally, "This injury is indeed quite severe. The gap between the peak of the late demon pill stage and myself cannot be bridged merely by an endless array of techniques. Truly, the path to advancement lies in cultivation." At that moment, Yi Xiaohan approached from the stream, waving 2 plump fish in her hand, and cheerfully remarked, "Haotian, at last. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? I just caught these 2 fish by the river, and I would love to taste your roasted fish." Noting the warmth in Yi Xiaohan's demeanor, which contrasted her previous aloofness, Haotian smiled in return. "That sounds wonderful. I'm currently unable to move well. Could you gather some dry twigs for me? Then I will prepare the fish for you." Yi Xiaohan nodded with a smile, and quickly returned with a bundle of dry twigs, placing them neatly on the ground. Haotian then unleashed a burst of alchemical flame, igniting the stacked twigs before skillfully skewering the 2 fish, focusing intently on roasting them over the fire. From his storage ring, he retrieved some homemade seasoning, occasionally sprinkling it over the fish. After a fragrant incense had burned down, the two oily, aromatic roasted fish were ready. Haotian handed one to Yi Xiaoan, and they began to feast, their faces smeared with grease as they playfully pointed at each other in laughter. After their playful banter, Haotian recounted to Yi Xiaoan the matter of dual cultivation that his granduncle had discussed with him, ultimately asking, "Xiaoan, my granduncle mentioned that if you are willing, we could pursue this once I have fully recovered. What do you say?" Yi Xiaoan remained silent, her cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. Observing her endearing expression, a surge of impure thoughts arose within Haotian, prompting him to shake his head vigorously, chastising himself for such inappropriate musings. After all, he was still injured. Determined to refocus, Haotian gestured toward the nearby stream, saying, "Xiaoan, please assist me to the riverbank. There are some matters I believe we should clarify." Yi Xiaoan responded affirmatively and helped Haotian to the water's edge, where they washed their greasy hands together. After a moment of hesitation while gazing at the lovely maiden before him, Haotian finally inquired, "Xiaoan, what sort of power was responsible for annihilating your family? From what I can observe, their strength does not seem overwhelming. I suspect they were targeting you." Yi Xiaoan gritted her teeth in anger and replied, "It is the blood demon sect. At best, they are merely a fourth-tier force. The sect leader possesses a peak cultivation at the late stage of the demon Dan. It remains a mystery how they came to know of my identity as a body of profound Yin, prompting them to come seeking vengeance." After listening to Yi Xiaoan's account, Haotian pondered but could not discern any clarity from the tangled thoughts. Nevertheless, it was evident that those individuals were pursuing Yi Xiaoan with fervor due to her profound Yin body, which explained their relentless pursuit. "All right, Xiaoan, let go of your sorrows. Our next step should be to seek revenge on the blood demon sect, correct? However, your current strength is still insufficient. Allow me to assist you." Yi Xiaoan smiled gently and shook her head. "No need. When I have acquired enough power, I shall naturally seek retribution." As the twilight sun cast its golden glow by the stream, the two young souls nestled together formed a picturesque scene, harmonizing with the rhythm of their heartbeats, gradually creating a marvelous frequency of connection. Heartfelt emotions intertwined as they quietly savored their unique bond. Yet, within this oblivious realm, the surrounding essence enveloped them, swiftly entering their bodies, leading them into a state of enlightenment. The technique of the Can Li San Xianju operated subconsciously, and before they realized it, they had cultivated for several cycles of time. Haotian awakened from his epiphany just as the crescent moon emerged in the sky. At that moment, Yi Xiaoan had slipped down beside him, peacefully resting upon the grass, her face slightly flushed, murmuring as if lost in a sweet dream. Chapter 403. The crescent moon arises in her dream. Yi Xiaoan wandered into a frigid world of ice and snow. Observing the slumbering Yi Xiaoan, Haotian suddenly noticed that her previously pale complexion had taken on an eerie, flushed hue due to obstructed breathing, her breaths faint and barely perceptible. Hurriedly, he pried open her eyelids and checked her breathing, causing a chill to run through his heart. Yi Xiaoan's eyes rolled back, revealing a haunting white, and her breaths were so subtle that they could easily go unnoticed. Although Hao Chun was not well versed in medicine, he possessed a basic understanding of medical knowledge. Women with a profound Yin body inherently harbor chilling energy. If one could master the cold energy within, their cultivation could soar to great heights. However, it is regrettable that those endowed with a profound Yin body typically suffer from frail constitutions from an early age, often succumbing to the backlash of the cold energy before reaching the age of 10. Even if one practiced ice attribute techniques, without the balance of Yin and Yang, the profound Yin constitution would manifest repeatedly, each episode more severe than the last, ultimately leading to a frozen demise. Yi Xiaoan's condition had become exceedingly perilous. Just as Haotian contemplated this, another series of loud thuds reverberated. The Yi Xiaoan lying on the grass suddenly began to convulse uncontrollably. The strange flushed hue on her face was swiftly replaced by a ghastly pallor. A bone-chilling cold emanated from her body, and the froth escaping her lips crystallized upon contact with the air. Xiaoan's profound Yin body is in turmoil. A tremor gripped Hao Chen's heart as he rushed to embrace Yi Xiaoan. Incredibly, despite Hao Chen's formidable strength at the late stage of Yuan Dan, comparable to that of a Yuaning practitioner, he found himself unable to resist the chilling poison. The moment he made contact with Yi Xiaoan's body, an overwhelming shiver surged from his very soul, and his skin became cloaked in a layer of icy mist. Haotian channeled the fiery essence of his energy, directing a wisp of flame-infused vitality toward the lower abdomen of Yi Xiaohan, hoping to alleviate the affliction of the ominous cold poison. Moments passed, and to his astonishment, Yi Xiaohan, lying on the grass, gradually opened her eyes. "Wu Haotian, save me. I am so frightened," she cried upon awakening. "Xiaohan, the only course of action now is—" Haotian began cautiously. "I am willing." Yi Xiaohan lay there, contemplative, and after a long pause, she bit her lip and uttered those three words. Seeing her acquiescence, Haotian recognized this as the culmination of her internal struggle. He proceeded to share the intricacies of the ice and fire harmonization technique, along with the essential precautions. All that remained was to await the arrival of dusk, to commence their endeavor when the moon reached its zenith. As they sat back to back on the ground, the gentle whispers of the wind surrounded them, both attuned to the rhythm of each other's heartbeat. Finally, the moment of the crescent moon's ascent had arrived. "Let us begin. Do you remember the dual cultivation technique?" Haotian instructed. "Cycle through 3 circulations, and do not harbor any distracting thoughts, or I may lose control." Yi Xiaohan nodded, her mind enveloped in an ineffable blend of shyness and emotion. Haotian, unwilling to squander a moment, began to remove her garments. As the layers of her clothing diminished, his hands trembled increasingly. When only her undergarments remained, he felt an exhilarating rush. Under the crescent moon, Yi Xiaohan's skin glowed with a translucent radiance, smooth as white jade. Each touch of Haotian's fingers elicited a slight shiver from her form. A wave of anxiety washed over Haotian, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Though Yi Xiaohan's eyes were closed, she could distinctly sense the urgency of his breath. As he finally liberated her from her last restraint, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped him, while a faint blush adorned Yi Xiaohan's pristine skin. Hastily, he shed his own garments, and they embraced. Throughout this intimate encounter, Haotian maintained a semblance of clarity. However, when he entered Yi Xiaohan's being, an unmistakable chill surged through him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, prompting an involuntary shiver. Channeling the ice and fire harmonization technique, he infused her with fiery energy, while Yi Xiaohan, in her bewilderment, could only feel her heartbeat quickening. "Xiaohan, hurry, activate the dual cultivation technique," Haotian urged breathlessly. Time slipped by, and as they practiced the technique, they gradually found harmony. By dawn, having completed 3 circulations, it seemed Yi Xiaohan had overcome her ailment. At that moment, Haotian could no longer restrain himself. Thus, a tender nocturne unfurled within the depths of the shadowy forest. As the first light of dawn awakened the slumbering creatures of the night, Haotian slowly opened his eyes, weary yet fulfilled. Feeling the abundant primal energy within his 3 dantians, Haotian stretched his body, a joyful smile illuminating his face. After several days, he had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. The breakthrough seemed remarkably natural, a consequence of his prior relentless battles. He stabilized firmly at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm without needing to expend further time solidifying his status. Assessing his internal injuries, he found that they had healed completely. Within the 5 elemental dantians, the ice attribute, which had previously been at a disadvantage, had now leveled with the others. Could this be due to the dual cultivation? Haotian pondered inwardly. At this moment, Yi Xiaohan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly before she opened her eyes, revealing a sweet and bashful smile. The 2 had already donned their garments. If not for the chaotic weeds underfoot, no one would suspect that anything unusual had transpired here the previous night. "Xiaohan, do you blame me?" Haotian asked softly. "Not at all, for I love you." Yi Xiaohan, rejuvenated by the nourishing dew, appeared more delicate and endearing. "Xiaohan, you are no longer the icy beauty you once were," Haotian remarked, beholding a stunning beauty before him. "What's wrong? Do I still look the same?" Yi Xiaohan interjected with a hint of curiosity. "No, not at all, Xiaohan. The cold aura that once enveloped your face has dissipated, leaving a red at the center of your brow, reminiscent of a woman's vermilion mark." Upon hearing that the cold aura had vanished, Yi Xiaohan beamed with joy, her smile radiant and pure, captivating Haotian in a trance. "What are you staring at?" Noticing Haotian's unwavering gaze, Yi Xiaohan's cheeks flushed slightly. "You are so beautiful." That was Haotian's singular feeling. Before him, Yi Xiaohan resembled a celestial being, her beauty beyond description. The compliment from her beloved filled Yi Xiaohan's heart with sweetness, more delightful than honey. Chapter 404, Anger Unleashed, Part 1. Under Yi Xiaohan's guidance, the two swiftly departed from the Dark Night Forest. This forest was situated not far from Dark Night City, making it part of the outskirts. After traveling for half a day, an ancient city came into view. This city ahead was Dark Night City, a place where the martial and demonic arts flourished in the Tianwu continent, each holding half the power. Dark Night City was no exception. Housing three significant sects, the Blood Demon Sect, the Blue Network Sect, and the Heavenly Martial Sect. The disciples of the Blood Demon Sect referred to it as the Divine Blood Sect, a demonic cultivation sect. The Blue Network Sect was a hybrid of martial and demonic practices, while the Heavenly Martial Sect was solely dedicated to martial cultivation. These three sects stood in a delicate balance, vying for control over Dark Night City and its surrounding areas. In addition, Dark Night City was home to four prominent families, the Xiao family of the city lord's mansion, as well as the Yi, Yu, and Qin families. The strength of these four families was equally matched. The Xiao family governed the city lord's mansion, while the Yi family had always remained inconspicuous, rarely appearing in the public eye. The Qin family engaged in commerce across the empire. However, the Yu family had been secretly active in recent years, conspiring something mysterious. The branch of the family led by Yihan Xing had grown weak and had faded from the main family's focus. The audacity of the Blood Demon Sect to provoke my family in secret is rooted in their disregard by the Lord of the Night City, which led to my father being grievously injured, yet the main family remained indifferent. Knight Xiaohan intermittently shared with Haotian the current state of the Night City, expressing his disappointment and resentment towards the main family. Gazing at the ancient and colossal fortress in the distance, while listening to Knight Xiaohan's commentary on the territorial influence of Night City and recounting past events, a cold expression surfaced on Haotian's face as he murmured, "Night City, I shall ensure you find no peace." To avoid drawing the attention of the cultivators in Night City, Haotian had no choice but to temporarily confine Knight Xiaohan within the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon entering this space, Knight Xiaohan could hardly believe his eyes, left to wonder how many secrets this man still concealed. Haotian concealed his aura and altered his appearance, transforming his cultivation into that of a demon cultivator before hastening towards the northern gate of Night City. In no time, he arrived outside the city gates. Halt! Outsiders wishing to enter Night City must declare their family name and personal name, and pay the entrance fee. Otherwise, you shall not set foot inside. A guard, noticing Haotian's unfamiliar visage, stepped forward to obstruct his path. Upon hearing this rude demand, Haotian retorted arrogantly, "What kind of rule is this? Do you think I am an easy target simply because I am an outsider? Let me inform you. I am a descendant of the Qin family. My name is Qin Hao." Haotian then produced 2 pieces of essence stones and handed them to the gatekeeper while inquiring, "Good sir, could you enlighten me about the recent happenings in Night City?" He casually retrieved 10 additional essence stones, offering them to the guard, saying, "This is for the brothers to enjoy some drinks." The guard accepted the 10 essence stones with satisfaction and nodded. After surveying the surroundings, he leaned closer to Haotian and whispered, "Let me tell you, quite a few events have transpired recently. The Blood Demon Sect, using their overwhelming might, first annihilated the Tianwu Sect and subsequently attempted to eradicate the Lanluo Sect as well. However, due to the commotion stirred by the Blood Demon Sect, the Lord's Manor intervened, allowing the Lanluo Sect to activate their protective grand formation and escape disaster. The disciples of Lanluo Sect are no longer free to enter and exit their sect as they pleased. Now, only groups of 3 to 5 dare venture out. The once 3 dominant forces in Night City now saw the Blood Demon Sect reigning supreme alone. Upon hearing this, Haotian's mood grew heavy. As he entered Night City, he felt a sense of worry regarding the formidable strength of the Blood Demon Sect. After all, as a newcomer to the Tianwu continent, how could he assist Knight Xiaohan in seeking revenge when his power was limited? Previously, Knight Xiaohan had instructed him to find him in Night City, but had provided no address. With the city being so vast, where was he to search? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Haotian continued onward through the city. The streets were lined with shops, and various stalls displayed an array of goods. The vendors' shouts and the haggling of customers filled every alley and street of Night City with a lively atmosphere. As dusk approached, Haotian resolved to first find accommodations before anything else. As he searched for an inn, suddenly, a figure collided with him, and Haotian instinctively tightened his embrace around the person. Lowering his gaze, he was surprised to find a girl with the cultivation of the mid-stage of the demon essence, her alluringly voluptuous form partially revealed, exuding an enchanting and delicate sensuality. This sight stirred Haotian's heart, compelling him to hold her even tighter. The girl struggled in his arms, scolding, "You lecher! Can't you watch where you're going? Why are you holding on to me? Have you lost your mind?" This girl was truly amusing. The 14 or 15-year-old maiden referred to herself in such a manner, prompting a chuckle from Haotian. "Are you laughing at me? I swear I will skin you alive today." The girl, noticing Haotian's lecherous gaze, prepared to retaliate. At that moment, a sound of rushing air pierced the atmosphere, and 3 formidable figures appeared before them. Assuming they had come to apprehend him, the outsider, Haotian quickly released the girl and stepped aside. However, the 3 individuals surrounded the girl, while members of the city guard surged forth like a tide. Onlookers scattered, though some bolder souls remained to witness the spectacle. The 3 masters encircling the girl were all practitioners at the demon core level. Among them, a plump elder addressed the girl, saying, "My dear young lady, why did you hastily enter the divine blood sect at this late hour? You must return what you have taken. I, elder you, assure you that I mean no harm. What could the demon blood sect possibly have that I would want?" The girl retorted haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at the plump elder and intentionally emphasizing the term demon blood sect, which outsiders used, while those within referred to it as the divine blood sect. "Hey, little girl, elder you is being polite to you. Do you truly believe your status is so impressive?" The elder employs courtesy before force. "Since you refuse to recognize the situation, I shall be frank. If you do not return what you have stolen, I will make you wish for death." A middle-aged man clad in the garb of the demon blood sect threatened the girl. "Huh, with that face of yours, you think you can intimidate me? Let me be honest, even if your precious secret manual truly fell into my hands." "Ah, yes, it is the Mechanisms and Mysteries Manual. You lack the capability to retrieve it." The girl shouted loudly, ensuring that the surrounding spectators could hear her clearly. Before her words could fully settle, her brows furrowed, and suddenly, a beam of purple light surged toward the middle-aged man in the demon blood sect attire. Upon seeing the flash of purple, he swiftly swung his sword to counter it. But after the purple light vanished, a crossbow bolt fell to the ground, severed in 2. Yet, the middle-aged man felt a sinister energy coursing through his sword and invading his body, disrupting his internal energy flow. Seizing the opportunity, the girl did not wait for the middle-aged man to regain his composure. She unleashed a flurry of purple arrows. The man dodged left and right, no longer daring to strike at the arrows with his sword, leaving him flustered and in disarray. The girl laughed heartily as the purple arrows also targeted the other 2 individuals. Suddenly, as the young girl stealthily attacked the other 2, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of the blood demon sect launched a surprise assault on her. Observing the girl intently, Haotian was incensed upon witnessing the man's treachery. Chapter 405, A Furious Counterattack, Part 2. It was already disgraceful for 3 middle-aged men to besiege a single girl. Yet they dared to resort to underhanded tactics. Boom. A dark figure darted towards the girl like a whirlwind, with his left arm encircling her waist for protection. His right hand transformed into a blade, striking down fiercely at the middle-aged man in the blood demon sect's attire. The man, whose arm had wielded the sword, let out a crisp crack and fell limp, his face instantly paling to an alarming degree. Simultaneously, Haotian delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, producing a sound akin to a deflating balloon. The man's body was sent soaring before crashing to the ground, lifeless. "Who are you? How dare you slay one of our blood demon sect's enforcers?" Elder Yu glared at the fallen middle-aged man, his previously composed demeanor now shrouded in chilling malice. As he spoke slowly, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. However, since you dared to attack a girl with whom I share a bond, be prepared to pay with your life." Haotian replied to Elder Yu with an indifferent tone. "Very well, you possess some audacity. I am eager to discover the extent of your power. Let us see if you can indeed claim my life." Elder Yu scoffed, his aura rising steadily until it reached the pinnacle of the demon core realm. As the oppressive force surged forth, the onlookers, aside from Haotian, felt their expressions stiffen and brows furrow in disbelief, silently contemplating, how could this individual possess such formidable strength? The pinnacle of the demon core realm. Let it be. If I must die, so be it. Haotian chuckled lightly, displaying no fear as the dark energy within him began to rise, solidifying at the mid-stage of the demon core realm. You think a being at the mid-stage of the demon core realm can wade into these turbulent waters? Do you truly believe we of the Blood Demon sect are mere soft persimmons? Elder Yu smirked disdainfully at the sight of the newcomer's cultivation level, taking a step back while lightly clapping his hands. Where are they? Elder Yu queried in surprise as the anticipated reinforcements failed to materialize, leaving an eerie stillness in their wake. At that moment, a shadow flickered past, revealing the exhausted girl, who sank weakly to the ground beside Haotian, a grim smile gracing her lips as she said, "The hidden ones have all been taken down by me." Elder Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he lowered his gaze to the girl, then turned to Haotian, his face contorted in disbelief at the sight of the two. "Do you intend to kill him on my behalf?" the girl asked, regarding Haotian with confusion. "Indeed, having made my move, I shall see it through to the end," Haotian replied with a peculiar smile, swiftly assisting her to her feet, while surreptitiously placing a pill into her mouth. "You lecher! What are you forcing me to swallow?" the girl exclaimed, bewildered by Haotian's actions. Before the young girl could finish her scolding, Haotian patted her on the back, allowing her to feel the healing elixir enter her abdomen. Only then did she realize it was a medicinal pill. Haotian then placed a finger on his lips, signaling her to refrain from any further outbursts. Struggling to rise, the girl's eyes glimmered with a touch of gratitude as she silently observed the young man before her. "What nonsense is this blood god sect? It is nothing but a genuine den of evil. I shall venture to the Blood Demon sect and have them seek you in the underworld. As their elder, why don't you take the lead?" Haotian cast a cold glance at Elder Yu, his words dripping with arrogance. "Arrogant? I shall see just what ability this impetuous youth possesses that compels me to scout the way." With a stomp of his foot, Elder Yu propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his hand slicing through the air toward Haotian's head with fierce intent. Humph! Haotian stood his ground, unyielding as a mountain, then raised his fist, delivering a seemingly mundane punch. Demon exploding fist. A massive gust of wind transformed into a shadow of his fist, colliding with Elder Yu's palm without a moment's pause. Boom! As their fists met, waves of energy radiated outward, creating ripples of force. Haotian staggered back a few steps, shaking his hand, his expression impassive as he gazed skyward. Meanwhile, Elder Yu, having been struck by the force of the attack, also retreated several steps before regaining his footing. Even in the mid-stage of the demon pill, winning against you is not an insurmountable task. Haotian cast a disdainful glance at Elder Yu, crossing his arms as he spoke coolly. Observing the mysterious young man effortlessly neutralize Elder Yu's attack, the girl exhaled in relief. Their eyes met, and in each, they recognized a shared smile of survival against adversity. "Very well, you shall pay the price for your actions." Elder Yu, having been repelled by a single punch, spoke with a darkened expression. Suddenly, a black spear materialized in Elder Yu's hand, its tip glinting ominously in the sunlight, emanating a fierce gust of wind. Whoosh! Elder Yu moved like a shadow, transforming into a black streak as he charged toward Haotian, spear aimed directly at his chest with lethal intent. The dark spear shimmered, swirling with energy that pulsated around it. Observing the onslaught, Haotian remained calm, his hand moving to grasp the nameless sword. Stepping forward, he intercepted the black spear with the sword infused with his internal dark energy. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing resonated from the center of their weapon's collision, followed by a fierce wave of energy that forced those around them to stumble back 2 or 3 steps. "Not bad, you possess some skill. But this is where it ends." Elder Yu mocked as he also retreated 2 steps. The black energy surged wildly, pouring into the spear, causing its glow to intensify. With a feint, Elder Yu unleashed a rapid series of explosive sounds that sent shivers down the spine. "Black dragon in the sky," the Elder Moon bellowed, and the long spear shot skyward, subsequently transforming into countless phantoms of black dragons, darting towards Haotian like meteors. A sense of dread washed over the young girl as she sensed this formidable force, her pupils constricted in alarm. If this attack were to confront her directly, she feared that she would surely be defeated and perish within the blink of an eye. She could not believe that the youth before her could withstand such an onslaught. The spear's shadows seemed endless, continuing their assault for a considerable duration before finally ceasing. The spot where Haotian had stood moments ago had now morphed into a vast crater. As the dust gradually settled, a figure suddenly emerged from the depths of the pit. The once dashing and handsome individual was no longer present. In his stead stood a disheveled figure clad in tattered rags. Chapter 406. Playing the fool to catch the tiger at you. Emerging from the smoke, Haotian grumbled, glaring at Elder Moon. Damn it. You dare to release smoke to suffocate me. Such a fine garment wasted. What? He is not dead? Elder Moon's pupils narrowed in astonishment. Initially dismissive of Haotian's abilities, given that he was merely at the mid-level of the demon dance stage, Elder Moon was now secretly taken aback. This spell was one of his most cherished trump cards. It was known that spells typically delivered lethal blows, and continuous attack spells were quite rare. Yet this particular technique fell within the realm of such spells. From the very beginning, the young man had not attempted to evade at all. Instead, he had continuously confronted him head-on, astonishingly surviving the onslaught. Demon Elephant Seal. At this moment, Elder Moon's expression hardened. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a more ferocious and chaotic surge of demonic energy, coalescing into a massive black palm print in the shape of a demon elephant, which was his ultimate trump card. Roar. The sound of the elephant's roar reverberated through the heavens, and a sinister grin spread across Elder Moon's face as he gestured for the roaring demon elephant to charge at Haotian. The demon elephant seal emanated a terrifying energy, and as the elephant's hooves rose, they stirred ripples of energy that rapidly expanded in Haotian's gaze. Then, as if it were tangible, the demon elephant, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, stomped down upon the demon slayer palm that Haotian had summoned. Crush him. Elder Moon laughed cruelly, envisioning Haotian's miserable fate. Boom. The demon elephant seal suddenly unleashed a wave of extremely unstable energy, generating a cacophony of ringing in the ears. Haotian's demon slayer palm met the demon elephant seal head-on. What appeared to be a casual strike was, in fact, merely Haotian feigning weakness. The energy contained within the demon slayer palm was beyond Elder Moon's comprehension. Haotian deliberately altered his expression, his steps faltering as if he were barely managing to evade. Observing Haotian's beleaguered state, the onlookers were filled with a sense of melancholy, while Elder Moon's expression of triumph intensified. Amidst the relentless waves of energy crashing over him, Haotian found, unbeknownst to him, a dark dagger had appeared in his hand, suddenly cast into the air as it descended. The demon slayer's hand struck the void with a mighty clap, and the dagger, akin to a dark streak, pierced through the demonic elephant, fiercely aimed at the brow of Elder Yu. Humph. Elder Yu let out a cold snort, extending his palm to unleash a force that sent the dagger tumbling to the ground. Seizing the moment of Elder Yu's distraction, Haotian abruptly vanished. Where did he go? Having knocked away the dagger, Elder Yu felt the deception unfold. This is bad. A powerful murderous intent surged from behind, and instinctively, Elder Yu retaliated with a palm strike. Yet it met only emptiness. Bang! Before he could comprehend, Haotian had already flickered to Elder Yu's left side. In the midst of their fierce battle, it was evident to Haotian that his opponent was not left-handed. Thus, slipping to Elder Yu's left was the safest maneuver. As Elder Yu struck at nothingness with his right hand, Haotian seized the fleeting moment of weakness and delivered a powerful kick to his side. Thud! The blow struck Elder Yu's left waist, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, blood spewing from his mouth. It was said that even a peak demon Dan's strength could not contend with him, Haotian mused with an air of arrogance. He refrained from mentioning that he too was at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, cleverly concealing his true capabilities. In the midst of his thoughts, dark flames suddenly surged in Haotian's palm, dancing ominously in the void. With a flick of his finger, the flames transformed into a black line, piercing directly into Elder Yu's chest. It is done. Haotian turned to the young girl, speaking nonchalantly. As he turned, the dilated pupils of Elder Yu suddenly bled from all 7 orifices, his face contorted in a horrifying expression of terror that struck fear into the onlookers. Gazing upon Elder Yu's ghastly demise, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, Haotian collected the storage bracelet from Elder Yu's wrist, along with the black long spear on the ground and the ebony dagger that had fallen. He quietly retracted the dark flames, which had the power to devour one's essence and amplify their might. However, out of respect for Elder Yu's peak demon Dan status, Haotian deemed it unnecessary to employ such flames against lesser demon cultivators. As the spectators remained in stunned disbelief, Haotian swiftly moved with the grace of a startled swan, reaching the still-dazed young girl. Hurry, he urged, lifting her and vanishing into the crowd before anyone could react. Elder Yu has been slain? The disciples of the Divine Blood sect could hardly believe their eyes. They stared blankly at their fallen elder, transfixed by the sight of blood pooling around him, too frightened to pursue the assailant. With the esteemed elder of the divine blood sect dead, what chance did they, with their meager powers, have against him? Just as Haotian and the girl disappeared into the throng, an ornate beast cart rushed forth, screeching to a halt at the scene of the chaos. The sect leader has arrived. A gasp escaped the crowd. Such a chariot, drawn by formidable beasts, could only belong to the master of the blood of the gods, a figure of extraordinary status and authority. In the entirety of the Dark Night City, there existed but a single beast-drawn carriage of this caliber. It was indeed the chariot of Yu Xiuhui, the master of the blood of the gods. The onlookers recognized it with a mix of trepidation and fear, reverently referring to him as the master of the blood of the gods. Flanking the carriage were armored masters of the demon pill, exuding an oppressive aura forged through trials of blood and fire, emanating an iron-blooded malevolence. As the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe emerged before the crowd. He was Yu Xiuhui, a master at the mid-stage of the demon infant realm. At that moment, his gaze swept over the disciples of the blood of the gods, a flicker of malice igniting within his eyes, and he spoke in a deep voice. What is the meaning of this? Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura radiating from Yu Xiuhui, the disciples of the blood of the gods could bear it no longer, collapsing to their knees in fear, trembling internally, too afraid to respond. Yu Xiuhui's voice thundered as his spiritual sense swept through the chaos. The beasts pulling the carriage sensed the tension, emitting deep, resonant roars, their terrifying malevolence rising into the sky and enveloping the disciples of the demon blood sect. The oppressive aura was utterly terrifying. The disciples of the blood of the gods, engulfed by it, turned pale, racked with pain, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Report to the master. The fourth elder attempted to intercept the fleeing girl, but was slain by a young man who appeared out of nowhere. One of the minor leaders, unable to withstand the pressure, stammered through the pain. Yu Xiuhui's gaze was like lightning as it bore down on the leader, demanding, "Then why did you not pursue? We are no match for that person." The leader stuttered, afraid to reveal the truth. With the fourth elder dead, they were mere practitioners of the demon Yuan, lacking any special means. To pursue Haotian would be to seek their own demise. I suspect you are merely cowardly. And no, we truly are no match for him. Not a match? Why not unite and attack? Fury blazed on Yu Xiuhui's face, a murderous intent surging forth, descending upon the leader like a palpable force. If you are so afraid of death, what use is there in keeping you alive? With a thunderous roar, the beast pulling the carriage unleashed a terrifying bellow, its gaping maw ready to consume the world. Its menacing fangs gleamed with a sinister light. Extending its tongue, it ensnared the leader, crushing his bones with a few sickening snaps before swallowing him whole. Master, spare me. The disciples of the blood of the gods watched in horror, their pupils constricting, hearts racing, their bodies convulsing as they prostrated themselves in fear. Immediately search the city both inside and out. Find those too. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate. Yu Xiuhui commanded, before retreating into the carriage, which then departed. The surviving disciples of the blood of the gods wiped the sweat from their brows, oblivious to the dampness seeping into the ground beneath their feet. It was evident what kind of terrifying mental pressure they had just endured. Subsequently, the disciples split into two teams. One raced toward the four gates, while the other dispersed throughout the city in search of Haotian and the girl. Yu Xiuhui, known for his ruthless nature, commanded absolute obedience from his disciples, who wasted no time in commencing their search for the whereabouts of Haotian and the girl. Chapter 407. The escaped Dark Night City is a grand metropolis, the most prosperous locale on the Tianwu continent. With a population exceeding 1 million, both the demon and human races have established shops and inns here. This city serves not only as a commercial hub, but also as an intelligence center for martial artists and magic practitioners, a veritable chaos of activity. The sheer volume of foot traffic is immense, with the most renowned establishment being the Blue Shadow Auction House. Periodically, this auction house hosts events where rare treasures are sold to the highest bidders, attracting throngs of individuals from all directions, some seeking to auction items, while others come in search of hidden gems. Many seize this opportunity to set up stalls in the marketplace, peddling wares they no longer need, yet cannot bear to discard. With a stroke of luck, one might even stumble upon unexpected adventures while perusing these makeshift displays. As the crowd surged, Haotian made his way from the scene of the conflict, cradling the young girl as they navigated through the throng, unnoticed by the masses. It was only when he deemed they had faded from view that he gently set her down. Grasping her hand, he led her through a series of evasive maneuvers, striving to elude the pursuit of the disciples from the blood demon sect. Eventually, they found themselves in a secluded area, at which point Haotian turned to the girl and inquired, "Why are you being hunted?" The girl glanced at him and replied, "At least you possess some semblance of conscience. I shall tell you. I seek vengeance. My sister is being pursued by the blood demon sect, and her fate remains unknown. My father was gravely injured while attempting to protect her from their clutches." She continued with palpable indignation. "Thus, I infiltrated the blood demon sect's headquarters, intending to assassinate their leader. However, I failed to locate him and, in a nearby room, opportunistically collected a few items to stow away in my storage pouch. This is the reason they are chasing me. Where do you reside? Shall I escort you home?" Haotian asked. "My home is not far from here, at the Cold Rain Pavilion. You may call me Xiaoyu. And what is your name?" The girl, quite forthright, disclosed her identity to Haotian. "I am called Haotian. Consider this a memento." As he spoke, he handed her a storage bracelet, not the one belonging to Elder Yu, but another retrieved from the jade pendant space, a fitting recompense for Xiaoyu's rightful spoils from her encounter with the blood demon sect. The spoils from vanquishing the sect's steward and Elder Yu had been secured by Haotian. The jade pendant's storage capacity allowed for more than a dozen storage bracelets, each of which surpassed Elder Yu's in quality. Subsequently, Haotian followed the route indicated by Xiaoyu toward the Cold Rain Pavilion. "Come, rest at my home." As they neared the pavilion, Xiaoyu invited Haotian to take refuge there. "No, having slain an elder of the blood demon sect, I do not wish to endanger you or your family. I shall return to seek you out once I have eradicated the blood demon sect," Haotian declared with audacity before departing from Xiaoyu. "What an arrogant individual. I find it delightful. You must come to find me. I shall await your return." Xiaoyu watched as Haotian disappeared from sight, letting out a soft sigh before reluctantly turning away. That night, Xiaoyu refrained from entering the Cold Rain Pavilion, instead stealthily departing the vicinity. After several changes of appearance and attire, she finally slipped into the pavilion from a hidden corner. Haotian departed from the young maiden. Yi Xiaoyu, once more altering his appearance and donning a flowing black robe. He registered at the Yimin Inn under the name of Chun Hao and subsequently made his way to the dining area, where he ordered fine wine and delicacies. Awaiting his meal, the inn was bustling with patrons, a multitude of weary travelers frequenting the establishment, engaging in lively discussions about current events. Suddenly, Haotian's attention was captured by a topic of particular interest. He discreetly extended his consciousness toward the neighboring table, where two young men and a woman, evidently disciples from a sect or noble family, were seated. At that moment, one of the young men spoke to his companions, stating, "Tomorrow's Blue Shadow auction will feature a pair of flying cloud boots, which are said to allow the wearer to soar through the air without the need for a sword. Is that true, Junior Brother Gong?" inquired the slightly older young man, gazing eagerly at the beautiful woman beside him. "Junior sister, if it is indeed real. Shall I procure them for you?" "No need, I do not require them." The lovely young woman declined, lowering her gaze to her meal. "Ah, come now. You could simply bid on them for Junior Sister Xuan," suggested the young man named Junior Brother Gong, his expression laden with significance as he blinked at the older disciple. "Indeed, that is a sound idea. Here, Junior Brother, I toast to you." The two stood, filling their cups with fine wine, clinking them together before downing their drinks with great exuberance. Just as Haotian was engrossed in the conversation, his expression shifted dramatically. He quietly set down a piece of elemental stone and quickly made his way to the inn's back door. At that very moment, a dozen disciples from the blood demon sect burst through the entrance. Armed with swords and knives, they exuded an intimidating presence, causing all within the tavern to fall silent. Diners set down their cups and utensils, bewildered by the sudden appearance of these demonic cultivators. Soon, a demon cultivator with substantial power swiftly searched through the patrons and produced two portraits, inquiring, "Has anyone seen these two individuals?" "Who are they?" Junior Brother Gong asked, rising to take a closer look at the portraits. "Ah, these are the very two who killed Elder C and the steward of the Divine Blood Sect." The likeness of one figure in the portraits bore a striking resemblance to Haotian, while the other depicted the alluring maiden. The young man known as the second senior brother furrowed his brow and addressed the disciples of the blood demon sect. "What crime have they committed?" "Murder," replied one of the disciples impatiently, then turned to the second senior brother, asking, "Have you seen this person?" "Never." "Of course, No one had witnessed Haotian's true appearance. With his repeated disguises, as long as he was not detected by any formidable presence at the scene, he would remain undiscovered. On the streets of Dark Night City, throngs of people bustled about. Pursue. Capture the individual clad in black. The Blood Demon sect had devised a method to trace Haotian's whereabouts. They followed the residual aura left at the scene of Elder Yu's demise, uncovering a trail that led directly to him. At that moment, a young man in a black robe darted through the crowd like a flash of lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages that astonished the common folk. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, who, upon witnessing a group of disciples from the Blood Demon sect pursuing a young man, were gripped by fear, instinctively retreating to the sides of the road to avoid any potential fallout. No one wished to witness a murder. The chaos of battle within the city would inevitably harm innocent bystanders. Moreover, conflicts among cultivators could lead to disastrous consequences, as even a moment's distraction could unleash uncontrollable energies, endangering the entire city. On a street in Dark Night City, several streaks of light converged from the ground, swiftly forming an encirclement that blocked Haotian's escape from all directions. The situation was perilously dire. Any misstep could lead Haotian directly into the traps set by the disciples of the Blood Demon sect. These disciples were elite members dispatched by the sect leader, Yu Xiuhui, from the headquarters of the Blood Demon sect on Mo Mountain. Led by an elder with the cultivation of a demon core, they were tasked with tracking Haotian's movements. Upon locating him and the girl, they would immediately pursue and surround them, signaling the law enforcement hall of the Blood Demon sect, which would then dispatch a team of formidable cultivators to capture or eliminate them. Chapter 408. In a dilemma, the members of the Blood Demon sect's law enforcement team were seasoned warriors, each exuding an aura of chilling ferocity born from countless battles. Even after a prolonged period of tranquility, the remnants of their battle-hardened spirits would resurface whenever they began to cultivate. Surrounded by the powerful figures of the law enforcement team, 8 cultivators at the late stage of the demon core realm cornered Haotian at a crossroads. It appeared that he had no choice but to fight. With a heavy sigh, Haotian observed the 8 formidable foes of the demon core realm, for would confront the enemy directly, while the other 4 would flank the battlefield. As the apex cultivator among the encircled adversaries issued the command to encircle and eliminate, Haotian grasped his demon wound sword and suddenly charged in a determined direction. In a solitary battle, when ensnared within a trap, it is paramount to target the enemy's weakest point with unwavering resolve, breaking through defenses to carve a bloody path to freedom. This was a hard-earned combat experience Haotian had accumulated through countless skirmishes, particularly applicable to his current predicament. Isolated in a foreign land without allies, his only option was to fight with all his might. As the winds howled and the atmosphere thickened with a murderous intent converging from all sides, a dark malevolence enveloped Haotian, his killing intent sword lifting him aloft. Shadows of dark energy danced upon the demon wound sword, warping the surrounding void, while the violent aura sent shivers through the onlookers, who instinctively distanced themselves from the epicenter of the conflict. With a resounding battle cry, Haotian unleashed his sword technique. His speed was akin to lightning, and his movements flowed like a dragon gliding across the ground. In an instant, he surged towards the 4 late-stage demon core cultivators of the Blood Demon sect, the energy of his sword pulsating with ferocity. The 4 adversaries, momentarily stunned, revealed a flash of crimson at their brows. However, the power emanating from their wielded demon blades remained potent, causing chaos as the unmastered blades scattered debris across the street. Fragments of rubble, caught in the tumultuous air stirred by the blade's energy, flew about, mingling with the fallen bodies in a cloud of dust. At the crossroads, the remaining 4 formidable practitioners of the Demon Blood sect, proficient in the late stages of the Demon Dan realm, were momentarily stunned after witnessing the swift execution of 4 of their peers. Although they were shaken, these individuals had emerged from perilous trials and tribulations. They could not help but draw in a sharp breath as they were incensed by the bloodshed inflicted by Haotian. Kill! They roared in a fury, their malevolent energy surging forth. The gleam of their blades conjured a magnificent aura, resonating with a sound that could make one's teeth ache. As the blades sliced through the air, producing a cacophony reminiscent of space being cleaved, the void trembled as 4 blades carved through the atmospheric currents, charging towards Haotian with lethal intent. At this moment, Haotian dared not be complacent, having already employed his sword technique to catch them off guard with the desired effect. He knew he could not use the same tactic again. Thus, he halted abruptly, feigning a circular motion with the Mo Shang's sword, which was then sheathed in an instant. The next moment, as he drew his sword anew, he found himself fully ensnared in a deadly ambush. To stand alone against 4 equally matched opponents was a perilous endeavor that left onlookers breathless, marveling at Haotian's indomitable will to survive. Who among mortals possesses such audacity to confront 4 adversaries of comparable prowess? Most would surely flee at the sight. Surrounded by a swirling dark energy, Haotian was enveloped in an armor of dark attribute essence. Most attacks from ordinary weaponry were absorbed by his ethereal armor, yet some force still penetrated, causing internal injuries. Engaging in combat against 4 opponents ultimately proved too much for Haotian at this moment. Soon, he was forced back, blood seeping from his lips, despite having consumed a restorative elixir. However, the 4 Demon Dan practitioners were not unscathed either. They bore wounds from the fierce skirmish, with one displaying a gaping wound and a deep sword scar marring his flesh. The leader among them, a peak practitioner of the late Demon Dan realm, sensed Haotian's waning energy and momentarily ceased his assault. "Young man, you are indeed formidable. While you have unexpectedly eliminated 4 of these imbeciles, you are ultimately no match for the 4 of us," he proclaimed. "And what of it?" Haotian retorted with a cold sneer, betraying no emotion as he regarded his opponent with a steely gaze. "Cease your resistance and surrender your companions," the leader commanded with authority. "An admirable thought. Even if I must perish, I shall take you down with me." Before he could finish, Haotian executed the surging phoenix step, charging suddenly at the leader. Had he not been concerned about harming innocents, he would have unleashed a thunderous explosive or a devastating strike long ago. Should it come to that, even revealing the demon-suppressing tower would not deter him from showing no mercy. "It appears we must first incapacitate you," the leader shouted to his comrades. "Brothers, attack. Who dares to lay a hand on this young brother?" A sudden voice, imbued with soul-stirring power, erupted in the ears of the 4 disciples of the demon blood sect. Their consciousness was invaded, causing their minds to churn in a tempest of agony as they looked skyward in confusion. Haotian, too, came to an abrupt halt. The peak practitioner among them was the first to regain his senses, bellowing, "Who dares to be so audacious? In the realm of the demon blood sect, one may dare to stand out. Huh, what is there to fear? Those who harm my brothers shall face death." The ominous sound of soul-capturing echoes cascaded from the heavens once more. Before the sound faded, a robust figure clad in a flowing black robe, wielding a pitch-black spear, abruptly materialized before the crowd. The newcomer was none other than the 2nd elder brother from the neighboring table whom Haotian had encountered at the Overflowing Hall Tavern. Upon his arrival, the 2nd elder brother positioned himself beside Haotian, his robe billowing without the presence of wind. Casting a languid gaze upon the 4 members of the demon blood sect, the leader, a formidable figure of demonic prowess, hesitated as he assessed the newcomer's cultivation level and said, "Esteemed friend, this matter concerns the demon blood sect. I hope you do not bring misfortune upon yourself." "Huh." The 2nd elder brother did not respond, but merely chuckled coldly. "In that case, we shall have to capture you as well." The leader, aware that the individual before him was likely beyond their capacity to provoke, nonetheless chose to take the risk, driven by the authority of their sect's master. "Attack." At the leader's command, the 4 unleashed their most potent spells. 4 waves of bloodthirst surged forth from them, enveloping Haotian and the 2nd elder brother with a chilling intent to kill as they charged. To strike a stone with an egg, utterly oblivious to the consequences. The 2nd elder brother nonchalantly brandished his spear, directing it towards the 4 assailants. The demonically infused energy emitted by the leader surged forth like a tidal wave, with blades of light rushing towards the 2nd elder brother and Haotian. Yet, before Haotian could make a move, crimson blood rained from the sky as 4 figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, lifeless and devoid of any sound. Haotian, taken aback, gazed incredulously at the 2nd elder brother, for late-stage demon cultivators had been vanquished by a single strike from him. They had not even managed to utter a cry of despair. Haotian had anticipated the strength of the 2nd elder brother, yet he had not fathomed such extraordinary power. The ease with which he had dispatched the 4 was astonishing, far exceeding Haotian's own experience in slaying foes. In that moment, Haotian regarded the 2nd elder brother with a peculiar expression, grappling with his thoughts. "We must leave post-haste." The 2nd elder brother, noticing Haotian's daze, patted his shoulder and urged him. I am grateful for your timely rescue. Haotian finally came to his senses and offered a respectful gesture of thanks. It was but a trivial effort. Follow me. The second elder brother replied indifferently. I fear entangling you in my troubles, for I have offended the demon blood sect here. Haotian hesitated, rooted in place. It is futile to dwell on such matters now. I have already slain those 4 from the demon blood sect, binding our fates together. The second elder brother stated. Enough of this hesitation. I possess a means to ensure your safe departure. Without waiting for Haotian's response, he transformed into a streak of light, and in an instant, they vanished. Chapter 409. An Encounter from Distant Lands, Part 1. After slaying the members of the demon blood sect, Haotian and the second elder brother promptly vacated the battlefield. At the crossroads, only the 8 lifeless bodies of the demon cultivators remained. Witnesses, upon witnessing this scene, scattered in a panic, and the nearby residents fled the area. Only a few elderly individuals, unable to move swiftly, cowered beneath their windows, trembling in fear. After a considerable time, someone finally emerged to assess the situation outside. However, this was no longer of concern to Haotian and his second senior brother. The two fled the scene with remarkable swiftness, swiftly arriving at a secluded location. It was then that the second senior brother's face shifted and returned to its original appearance. He retrieved the sect's jade token from his storage pouch and, gazing at Haotian, inquired, "Do you recognize this?" The moment the newcomer produced the token, Haotian's own jade token exhibited a peculiar reaction. He promptly took out his sect's token and, scrutinizing the visitor's features, asked, "Are you truly my second senior brother, Qingyun? Having seen the portraits of several senior brothers and sisters in Master Lung Yushuang's training cave, Haotian immediately recognized the person before him as undoubtedly his second senior brother, Shanyu. "Could you be the junior disciple?" Qingyun asked, a hint of confusion in his voice as he regarded Haotian's jade token. Qingyun, along with Gongyu and Li Yujiao, had been away from their sect for over 3 years. During their trials in the outer seas of the Tianyuan continent, they inadvertently found themselves in the Tianwu continent. For reasons of safety, they had no choice but to join the Tianwu sect. Despite several attempts to return to the Tianyuan continent over the past 3 years, they had been unsuccessful. Crossing the strait to retrace their nautical route proved futile, and traversing the continent was fraught with peril due to the fierce winds at high altitudes. Although Qingyun, having reached the threshold of the Yuaning realm, could manage a return, the journey would be perilous. Furthermore, with junior disciples relying on his protection, he could not abandon them. Thus, they continued to delay their return, seeking opportunities. Their participation in the elite trials of the Night City sects was twofold. Firstly, Qingyun sought a breakthrough opportunity. Advancing to the Yuaning realm would enable him to protect his junior disciples as they returned to the Tianyuan continent. Secondly, he aimed to ensure his junior disciples gained experience and advancement through the trials. The trio returned to the Night City from the trials unscathed. But before they could enter the city, they heard the alarming news of the Tianwu sect's annihilation by the Mo Shui sect. The Mo Shui sect was hunting down the remnants of the Tianwu sect. Fortunately, Qingyun and his companions had disguised themselves during the trials, and even after their conclusion, they did not immediately revert to their original appearances. In this foreign land, they acted with caution to avoid further calamity. Henceforth, they chose to remain disguised and concealed their identities. The trio sought opportunities in the Night City, amassing strength before returning to the Tianyuan continent. Had it not been for Haotian's possession of the sect's jade token, Qingyun would have found it hard to believe that this young man was indeed his junior disciple. "I am Haotian, the newly accepted disciple of Master Lung Yushuang." Haotian acknowledged his identity with ease, while simultaneously questioning, "How did you come to discover me?" "When you entered the overflowing Hall Inn, I sensed an anomaly with the sect's jade token. Before I could investigate further, a group from the Mo Shui sect suddenly burst in. Later, through my spiritual sense, I discovered that you had left through the back door of the inn, and I followed you here, guided by the jade token." After answering Haotian's query, Qingyun eagerly asked, "Since you are my junior disciple, this makes things easier. How did you arrive in the Tianwu continent?" "I was brought here by a senior from the Tianwu continent," Haotian replied, succinctly recounting his circumstances. Haotian now finds himself uncertain about the route to traverse the strait between the two shores. Regarding the nameless island where he might land, he is equally unsure of its whereabouts. Thus, he simply recounted his experience of encountering fierce winds that swept him into the dark night forest. I shall now impart to you a secret technique that will enable you to alter your visage and essence, rendering you unrecognizable to those from the blood demon sect. Qingyun declared without hesitation, considering the troubles his junior brother had attracted. Is that truly feasible? Haotian inquired, perplexed, as he sought his elder brother's guidance. Can one truly transform their essence? Rest assured, this secret technique is not easily discerned by the average person. Qingyun replied with confidence. For this technique was his asset in navigating the world. Whenever trouble arose, he could alter his essence and don a new face to escape. A method that had proven effective time and again. Over the years, as Qingyun roamed the martial world, he had undoubtedly offended countless individuals. Fortunately, with this technique at his disposal, he had been able to rise to his current stature. Without it, he could scarcely fathom how many times he might have perished. Upon arriving at the Tianwu continent, he generously shared this technique with his junior disciples. It was a method of subterfuge, allowing one to traverse unnoticed even by those of the same realm. Only those of a higher realm could discern the true identity of the practitioner through special means. Junior brother, gaze into my eyes. I shall now bestow this secret technique upon you. Qingyun proclaimed, his eyes shimmering as a golden rune floated within. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it comprised an intricate tapestry of mysterious characters. Thank you, elder brother. This is truly your heartfelt intention. At that moment, Haotian felt it inappropriate to refuse. To evade the pursuit of the blood demon sect, this technique was indeed most suitable. Once he mastered it, complemented by the art of concealing his aura and altering his appearance, he could navigate the dark night city with impunity. With this thought in mind, Haotian no longer hesitated. He looked eagerly into Qingyun's eyes and resolutely declared, "Let us begin." "Very well. Open your consciousness. I shall transfer the secret technique to you," Qingyun instructed, a whirlpool forming in his gaze. The process of transferring consciousness was akin to conveying information through a jade slip, and Haotian had a general understanding of it. Trusting his elder brother, he released his consciousness, aligning his gaze with Qingyun's. In an instant, a golden light emanated from Qingyun's eyes, swiftly merging into Haotian's. A sharp pain coursed through Haotian's head as an overwhelming influx of information flooded his consciousness, akin to a tidal wave enveloping his mind. Absorb this information carefully. Spend the time of a joss stick to gather your spiritual energy upon your face, altering the muscles there. This will allow you to temporarily change your appearance. With that, Qingyun seated himself beside Haotian to protect him. Understanding Qingyun's intention, Haotian recognized he was to practice the technique in this moment. Thus, he unhesitatingly settled into a meditative posture, immersing himself deeply in his consciousness, swiftly digesting the abundant information. This secret technique bore a name: heavenly theft and day change. Those who practiced it could effortlessly transform their appearance, and masters of the art could completely conceal their essence. The average person would be utterly oblivious, a marvel indeed. Akin to the skill of the breath concealment and disguise technique mastered by Haotian. He then addressed Qingyun, "Senior brother, I surmise that this secret art may very well be the third volume of the Tai breath concealment method. I possess the first volume and shall impart it to you for verification." Haotian transmitted the breath concealment technique to Qingyun in a similar manner. Now, the two of them could be said to have grasped 2 volumes from the Tai breath concealment method. With mastery of this secret art, they could traverse the Tianwu continent with ease or stroll freely through the night city. Haotian's proficiency in the art of disguise provided him considerable confidence in resolving the current predicament. Acquiring this secret technique was not particularly arduous. One merely needed to open several facial meridians, infuse them with vital energy, and manipulate the muscle contours to alter one's appearance effortlessly. The breath concealment technique, long sought after by Qingyun, had fortuitously been exchanged with his junior disciple, leading him to reflect. Only through giving can one receive in return. Chapter 410, A Meeting from Distant Lands, Part 2, for Haotian. Unblocking the meridians was not a daunting task, having practiced the Tai breath concealment method previously. He had already opened numerous meridians. Now, as he practiced the disguise technique once more, it was akin to navigating familiar terrain. Following the incantations for the art of disguise, Haotian swiftly opened several facial meridians. Although the process was somewhat painful, causing veins to bulge, he deemed it worthwhile. By channeling his internal vital energy into the facial meridians, he gradually altered the muscular strength of his face. Soon, Haotian's facial muscles began to tremble, the contours shifting, and his cheeks transformed. Moments later, as his visage morphed, a completely unfamiliar face appeared before Qianxin's eyes, rendering it impossible to discern that this was Haotian in disguise. Huh. I did not expect my junior brother to possess such high comprehension, mastering this secret art so swiftly. I recall when I first obtained this transformative disguise technique. I spent several days deciphering its intricacies before grasping the key. Yet, this junior brother of mine has seemingly mastered it in no time. Truly, he is no ordinary individual. Qianxin regarded Haotian with an expression brimming with admiration. However, upon discerning Haotian's cultivation level, disbelief washed over his features as he incredulously inquired, "Junior brother, your progress in cultivation is astonishingly rapid, is it not?" Upon learning that Haotian had only entered the realm of cultivation at the age of 16, and now, barely 20, had already reached the pinnacle of the late Yuan Dan stage, Qianxin was utterly astounded. This meant that the young disciple had ascended from the first layer of qi refining to the peak of the late Yuan Dan stage in just 4 years. Such a feat was nothing short of monstrous. Qianxin himself could not achieve this, nor could anyone within the Qingyun sect. At that moment, Qianxin's gaze sparkled with intensity, akin to a famished man beholding a sumptuous feast. Haotian felt uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze, an unsettling chill creeping over him. He widened his eyes at his senior brother, cautiously on guard. "Senior brother, have I transformed into a beauty? Or is there something amiss with your interests?" Haotian ventured to question warily. "Oh, my apologies, my apologies." Qianxin chuckled awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment as he admitted, "I was merely startled by you." Was my transformed visage truly that frightening? Haotian questioned, bewildered, as he touched his changing face, timidly suggesting, "Shall I change it again?" No. This ordinary face is preferable. It draws less attention," Qianxin hastily clarified. "Since it is not an issue of appearance, why did you gaze at me in such a manner?" Haotian inquired, his confusion evident as he sought clarity from his second senior brother. "I was astonished by your cultivation speed and prowess. To have reached the peak of the late Yuan Dan stage at just 20 years old," Qianxin praised sincerely from the depths of his heart. "Well, that tale is somewhat lengthy," Haotian replied with a hint of resignation. Recognizing the inappropriateness of the setting for such a discussion, Qianxin suggested, "Follow me. Your third senior brother and fourth senior sister await at the inn. Once we arrive, you can recount your experiences in detail." "Very well. Let us proceed," Haotian responded eagerly, his demeanor lightening as he accompanied Qianxin back into the overflowing inn. Upon entering the guest room, Haotian discovered his third senior brother, Gong Chao, and fourth senior sister, Li Wanxia, already present. At that moment, both Gong Chao and Li Wanxia exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing Qianxin enter the room with a stranger. "Second brother, who is this?" Li Wanxia inquired, rising in curiosity. Can you guess?" Qianxin replied with a smile, approaching Li Wanxia. "Sister, are you still upset with me? What reason have I to be angry?" Li Wanxia shot a sharp glance at Qianxin, secretly lamenting how he often placed them in precarious situations, eliciting their concern. Qianxin, at a loss for words, cast a pleading glance toward Haotian. If Haotian remained silent, the misunderstanding would undoubtedly escalate, and Qianxin's reputation would diminish significantly, with the heroic image he held fading instantly. Thus, Haotian smiled and spoke, "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers and sisters. I am Haotian, the recently accepted junior disciple of Master Lung Yushuang. Here is my sect jade token." As he spoke, he produced the sect's jade token, displaying it before the trio. Upon examining Haotian's token, Gong Chao and Li Wanxia confirmed his identity as a junior disciple of their sect without doubt. The joy of encountering a fellow sect member filled the atmosphere with warmth and delight. Gong Chao swiftly stepped forward, clapping Haotian on the shoulder as he exclaimed, "I knew it. When our senior brother hastily departed, it surely was to rescue you." Second brother mentioned you might be our junior disciple. At the time, I was skeptical, thinking he had rushed off to play the hero again. To my surprise, you truly are my junior brother. How long have you been in the Tianwu continent? How did you arrive here?" Li Wanxiao's barrage of questions echoed the thoughts of all three. "Junior brother, please take a seat. Share your story with us," Qianxin urged, moving to pat Haotian's other shoulder. "Certainly," Haotian agreed, positioning himself opposite Qianxin and the others, ready to recount his journey. He meticulously recounted the events that transpired after his sudden induction into the sect, detailing the audacious infiltration of the Western Mountains' demonic stronghold, the furious destruction of the Blood Pool, the quest to unearth the treasures of the demonic sect on Qingyun Mountain, and the elaborate scheme to plunder their vault. He spoke of slaying the Hall Master and executing the emissary, enduring grievous wounds, and narrowly escaping death. Concurrently, he shared the occurrences following his arrival at the Tianyuan continent and his entrance into the City of Night, revealing these tales to the trio with discretion. Naturally, Haotian refrained from divulging the events surrounding his rescue of Yi Shaohan, as doing so would expose the secret of the Demon Suppression Tower. Thus, he chose to selectively narrate his experiences. The three listened intently, their expressions shifting from furrowed brows to bursts of laughter, yet predominantly, they displayed astonishment at Haotian's numerous trials despite his youth. "I hear there is an auction tomorrow. Will you be attending?" Haotian ventured, shifting the conversation. "Indeed. We plan to attend, and we've reserved 2 private rooms. However, we possess scant yuan stones, so we may merely feast our eyes." Gong Chao jested at Haotian. "Oh, it's of no concern. Should something catch my eye, I can always offer a few magical artifacts or treasures in exchange." Qianshanyu replied nonchalantly. "Magical artifacts and treasures may fetch a price on the Tianyuan continent, but here, we are on the Tianwu continent." Li Wanxia sighed, playfully chastising Qianshanyu. "My younger brother happens to have a few hundred yuan stones. Allow me to lend each of you 100 to tide you over." Haotian, having overheard their conversation, recognized their limited finances and decided to employ a clever ruse, addressing the trio with a smile. "You might as well keep it for yourself. Your few hundred yuan stones are merely a drop in the bucket." Gong Chao scoffed. Observing the trio's demeanor, Haotian grinned and produced 300 top-grade yuan stones. "This?" Li Wanxia gasped, rendered speechless. Qianshanyu and Gong Chao's eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the 300 top-grade yuan stones he had unveiled, the value of which equated to 3 million low-grade yuan stones. "Didn't you reserve 2 private rooms? Could you possibly spare one for me?" Haotian inquired, hoping to secure a separate room from his senior brothers and sisters. "Not an issue at all." Gong Chao retrieved a specially crafted jade token for the auction from his storage ring and tossed it to Haotian. Thinking to himself, they generously provided each with 1 million low-grade yuan stones. Granting you a private room is but a small gesture of hospitality. "Thank you." Haotian gratefully accepted the auction token. Chapter 411, Deliberate Bidding, Part 1. As dawn broke, soft rays of light pierced the horizon, and a crimson sun slowly ascended from the edge of the sky, casting resplendent hues upon the City of Night. Numerous shops opened early, their dazzling array of goods overwhelming the senses. The City of Night was bustling with activity, throngs of people flocking towards the Blue Shadow auction house. A majestic carriage, drawn by a beast bathed in bloodlight, sped forward with great haste. The crowd on the streets gasped in trepidation at the sudden appearance of the beastly carriage, swiftly retreating in fear of the ferocious creature's potential rampage. Was the leader of the Blood Demon sect also attending the auction? As the crowd gazed in the direction of the departing beast cart, expressions of confusion adorned their faces. The inhabitants of Night City were well aware that the leader of the Blood Demon sect never graced the auctions held in their realm. Historically, regardless of the extraordinary treasures showcased at these gatherings, the leader had never set foot in the Blue Shadow auction house. Some speculated that the leader simply held the auctioned items in disdain, while others suggested that such a figure, proud of their lofty status, found no merit in competing with mere mortals. Ultimately, no one had ever witnessed the leader of the Blood Demon sect entering the Blue Shadow auction house in Night City. Now, the sudden change in the leader's behavior raised eyebrows. Was there a coveted item at this auction capable of enticing even such a formidable figure? A cultivator abruptly voiced this thought, and like the wind, it swiftly spread amongst the crowd. Speculations began to swirl, and soon, someone proposed, "Why don't we attend the auction and find out for ourselves? Even if we cannot acquire a treasure, witnessing the event would be a feast for the eyes. With your meager means, do you truly believe you can gain entry? The entrance fee alone would leave you in tears," chuckled a young cultivator clad in simple garments. The remark struck a nerve, leaving the individual embarrassed and uncomfortable, prompting a hasty retreat from the bustling crowd. It was common knowledge that the Blue Shadow auction house in Night City was exceptionally opulent, hosting the most precious treasures from the Tianwu continent and even the pinnacle of artifacts from the Qinyuan realm. This establishment was erected specifically for those of considerable wealth and stature, and its entry fees were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The threshold for entering the Blue Shadow auction house was exceedingly high. One had to pay a fee of 100 essence stones. Given that one essence stone equated to 100 gold coins, and 10,000 gold coins could purchase a lavish estate, it was evident that the average person would never amass such wealth in a lifetime. The Blue Shadow auction house, vast and splendid, stood majestically at the heart of Night City, boasting seating for thousands. Upon arriving with his 3 senior colleagues, Haotian was overwhelmed by a wave of emotion as he beheld the grandeur of this establishment. The auction house, resplendent and towering several dozen zhang, proudly dominated the central area of Night City. The throngs of attendees, be they from the demon race or the beast race, formed an orderly line, and no one dared to act out of turn within the auction house. Here, powerful and mysterious guardians were stationed, ready to impose sanctions on anyone bold enough to disrupt the auction's decorum. Not even the lord of the city or the leaders of the various sects within Night City could transgress these rules. Thanks to the formidable presence of the Blue Shadow auction house, for centuries, no incidents of contention over auctioned items had ever occurred. Thus, many, including local factions, were eager to bring their goods for auction. Haotian and his companions did not join the throngs. Instead, they proceeded to the VIP entrance. This is our jade token. Upon reaching the VIP passage, Qingyun and Haotian each presented their specially crafted jade tokens from the Blue Shadow auction house to the attendant stationed at the entrance for verification. Possessing the specially crafted jade token from the Blue Shadow auction house signifies a significant contribution or substantial expenditure by esteemed patrons. Those who wield the jade token are recognized as reputable clients of the auction house, and each token permits the entry of 3 attendants into the VIP lounge. After the maid verifies the jade tokens, she guides Haotian and his companions to the 2nd floor of the auction house. Qianshanyu and Gong Chao enter box number 6, while the 4th sister accompanies Haotian into box number 3. Each box is attended by dedicated maids, who respectfully withdraw to wait outside, allowing guests the privacy they desire. Within the boxes, patrons can observe the auction proceedings clearly, while those outside remain oblivious to the happenings within. As a melodious sound fills the air, an enchanting woman ascends the auction stage in the hall. Utilizing the amplification system, she addresses the audience. Greetings, everyone. I am Zou Ming, and I sincerely thank you for taking the time to attend the Blue Shadow auction. During this grand auction event, I extend my heartfelt greetings to all. I hope each of you secures items that meet your desires. Miss Zou Ming, you are the item I find most desirable. Zou Ming is no mere object. Acquiring her depends on your prowess. A cacophony of raucous voices and lewd remarks drifts through the auction venue. Yet, on the auction stage, Zou Ming maintains her composure, displaying grace even in the face of such crude taunts. With a charming smile, she speaks with melodic tones. Enough of the trivialities. Let us commence the Blue Shadow auction. She gestures, and a young girl, clad in an outfit that provokes admiration, approaches the stage, delicately holding a tray made of ebony. Upon the tray rests a pair of boots, the inferior spirit artifact, the Flying Cloud Boots, which doubles the wearer's flying speed. The starting bid is set at 200,000 stones, with increments no less than 10,000 stones. I kindly request your generosity, dear attendees. Let us not allow these exquisite items to go unsold, Zou Ming implores, presenting a pitiful demeanor that would tempt any man. 250,000. 500,000. After a spirited bidding war, the Flying Cloud Boots are ultimately sold for 800,000 stones, claimed by the occupants of box number 6. The second item for auction is a transformation pill. Haotian, having long sought the elusive transformation grass and the beast fruit spirit grass needed to concoct this pill, is determined to secure it at any price. To his delight, a completed transformation pill appears, and he bids fervently, ultimately acquiring it for 920,000 stones. Later, accompanied by 2 cultivators, a maid arrives at the box to deliver the auctioned item. Upon confirming its authenticity, Haotian pays the required stones and promptly communicates with Ling Er to receive the transformation pill, instructing her to have Xiao Chui consume it. After several more rounds of bidding, Haotian successfully acquires a set of Heavenly Demon Silkworm inner armor for 450,000 stones. The appetizers of our auction have now been completed. I extend my gratitude to all for your support. Zou Ming concludes with a graceful bow to the audience. Subsequently, it was proclaimed, however, This year's auction promises a grand feast, as we have prepared a remarkable gift for everyone. The first auction item is, after a prolonged pause, Moon Shadow articulated with deliberate precision, Jie, Jin, Dan. Chapter 412, Deliberate Bidding, Part 2. What was once a lively venue fell silent upon the utterance of these 3 words by Miss Moon Shadow. Soon, whispers began to circulate throughout the crowd. Am I mistaken? Did she say Jie Jin Dan? Indeed, it is Jie Jin Dan. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. I understand your eagerness to acquire this Jie Jin Dan, but it does not belong to Moon Shadow, who has no authority to decide its fate. Since this is an auction, let us adhere to the established rules. Jie Jin Dan, with a starting bid of 500,000 stones, and each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000 stones. Moon Shadow then announced the price and regulations to the audience. Before Moon Shadow's voice had fully faded, a bid of 501,000 was immediately called out. Are you out of your mind? You think such a paltry offer can secure Jie Jin Dan? Gradually, the price escalated to 600,000, and the number of bidders began to dwindle. As the price stabilized at 601,000, although no further bids emerged, Moon Shadow remained unperturbed. Very well. Since there are no more bids, I shall commence the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. 700,000. A faint voice interrupted Moon Shadow's countdown from the first private room. 701,000. The young man who had previously believed that a bid of 601,000 would secure Jie Jin Dan was now visibly irate. 1 million. The Knight family, feeling rather petty, declared, in that case, my Moon family shall eliminate some of the lesser contenders. Upon hearing the competition from the hall, the second private room immediately placed a bid of 1 million stones. This price deterred many from continuing. 110,000. The Knight family's representatives in the first private room appeared displeased and retaliated with their bid. 120,000. The Moon family boldly countered, raising their bid by 10,000. 150,000. Haotian in the third private room could no longer contain himself and decided to try his hand at bidding. His call captured everyone's attention. It is worth noting that these noble families are powers not to be trifled with. To engage in the rivalry between the Knight and Moon families requires a certain level of strength, yet now an unknown figure had inserted themselves into the fray, provoking much speculation among the onlookers. 151,000. The Moon family in the second private room did not care about Haotian's background. They were undeterred, as the Moon family possessed ample stones to spare. 155,000. The Knight family in the first private room appeared quite irked and hastily raised their bid by 40,000 stones. 160,000. The Moon family in the second private room readily responded, if you raise by 40,000, I shall raise by 50,000. Moon family, are you challenging the Knight family? The individuals in the first private room were now thoroughly incensed, sending covert messages to the Moon family. What business is it of yours? Was the unabashed reply from the Moon family in the second private room. While the Moon family may not rival the Knight family in strength, however, in terms of wealth, the Yu family holds a slight advantage over the Yi family. If the two clans were to engage in a bidding war, while the Yu family might emerge victorious, it is likely that the Chun family would seize the opportunity to claim the prize. 1,660,000. The Yi family has committed all their assets, deciding to take a bold leap. 1,670,000. Although the Yu family is affluent, their resources are not boundless. Thus, they could only raise their bid by a mere 10,000. In the second private room, the Yu family conveyed a message to the first private room of the Yi family. To be frank, our Yu family will only bid up to this price. Should the Yi family surpass the Yu family, even by a mere 10,000 stones, the golden elixir would inevitably fall into their hands. The individuals in the first private room of the Yi family, upon receiving this message from the Yu family in the second room, were filled with excitement and hastily began rummaging for spirit stones, searching every nook and cranny of their attire. They even unearthed hidden personal savings from within their robes and scoured the wealth of the attendants outside the private room. After tallying the spirit stones alongside gold coins, the total amount in the first private room of the Yi family was still insufficient, falling short of even 10,000 stones. What a disaster! I am utterly doomed. The members of the Yi family in the first private room felt utterly despondent, cursing in frustration. Ultimately, it was indeed the Chun family that swooped in to seize the opportunity, securing the golden elixir at a price of 1,770,000. Haotian chose not to contest the Chun family for this elixir, With his wealth, he lacked neither the spirit herbs nor the materials necessary for crafting the golden elixir. Should he desire, he could effortlessly concoct high-quality golden elixirs. The final item was the piece de resistance of the auction. As Moon Shadow's voice echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the auction house. The true spectacle was about to commence, rendering the previous items mere appetizers. The final category of auction items comprised 4 pieces, the first being a sapling of the thunder bamboo, with a base price of 600,000 stones, and each subsequent bid required a minimum increase of 20,000. Let the bidding begin. As time passed, no one stepped forward to bid. What could be the reason for this? The item appeared exceptionally valuable, yet no one seemed inclined to purchase it. Haotian was left with numerous questions swirling in his mind. The thunder bamboo, one of the 3 divine trees of the earthly realm, is indeed rare, but the cost of cultivating it is exceedingly high. It requires the nourishment of lightning attribute energy to thrive. Furthermore, its growth cycle is lengthy, taking at least 2,000 years to mature. The 4th senior sister, Li Wanxia, observed Haotian's confusion and offered an explanation. Haotian nodded in understanding, and soon thereafter, his excitement surged. As the term thunder bamboo entered his consciousness, he discovered information within the Shao Hao inheritance. Although the thunder bamboo is one of the 3 divine trees, those under 2,000 years of age can only emit ordinary white lightning. The resulting lightning from such trees holds little practical utility. Thunder bamboo, aged over 5,000 years, can release blue lightning, representing a significant enhancement over its white counterpart. Only when it reaches over 10,000 years of age can it unleash a pale golden lightning, known as the exorcising divine lightning, which possesses formidable restraining powers against specters, demons, animated corpses, and practitioners within the corresponding cultivation systems. Those struck by this divine lightning would be annihilated to ashes. In addition to the inherent opposing attributes, the thunder bamboo of wood possesses boundless power and countless applications. For those who cultivate the thunder attribute, utilizing the rite of thunder will undoubtedly amplify its potency exponentially. The ancient thunder bamboo, aside from its ability to evoke the exorcising divine thunder from its stalk, has leaves that can be refined into the demon-extinguishing divine thunder, whose might surpasses that of a thunderbolt by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. This makes it exceptionally effective against various demonic entities, exceeding the power of the exorcising divine thunder. The leaves can also nourish certain spiritual insects, significantly increasing the likelihood of mutations. Indeed, the thunder bamboo is a rare and precious treasure. The bamboo can be utilized for crafting artifacts, while the leaves can serve as sustenance for spiritual insects. With a jade pendant that grants spatial access and a demon suppression tower, possessing mastery over time and space enables one to control the flow of time within the 7 layers of the tower. Was this sapling of thunder bamboo truly offered for one's own benefit? Contemplating this, Haotian exhibited no hesitation and promptly placed a bid. 600,000. After his voice echoed, no one dared to raise the price further. 600,000 once. 600,000 twice. 600,000 thrice. Sold. The thunder bamboo has been acquired by Box 3. Chapter 413, Deliberate Bidding, 3. Upon witnessing the sale of the thunder bamboo, the auction house staff maintained a facade of indifference, yet internally, they rejoiced, for this item had been passed over countless times. What a delightful outcome. With this in mind, Ewing couldn't help but glance at Box 3 a few more times. The auction then proceeded to the second item. Ewing gestured, and a robust young man wielding a jet-black spear approached the auction stage. The demon dragon spear, forged from the bones of a demon dragon and various rare materials, possesses the ability to boil demon blood during combat. Its starting price was 500,000 stones, with each increment not less than 10,000 stones. How discerned with his spiritual sense, observing the dragon entwined along the spear, intricately carved with lifelike precision. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the black dragon on the spear appeared to writhe subtly, as if imbued with life. This auction truly promised exceptional treasures. The subsequent items were sure to be highly anticipated. I have heard of this treasure. It seems to hold considerable renown among demonic artifacts. A remarkable find. I shall secure it. In Box 5, the leader of the blood demon sect, Yu Hui, grinned menacingly. This marked his first participation in an auction since assuming his position. From the intelligence he had gathered, he learned that a coveted item, the demon dragon spear, would be auctioned. Unwilling to entrust this task to his subordinates, he decided to personally attend the auction, eager to see who would dare to compete against him. The appearance of the demon dragon spear sparked fervent discussion among the attendees, with most casting eager and astonished glances at the spear. Haotian, upon hearing of this treasure, was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the black dragon spear wielded by the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, was of a similar nature. Such invaluable items must not fall into the hands of cultivators from the Tianwu continent, particularly high-end weaponry and cultivation resources. Otherwise, should conflict arise between the two continents, it would lead to unimaginable tragedies for the Tianyuan continent. With this thought, he resolved that, given his current wealth and strength, he must secure it at all costs. The true path lies in seizing valuable treasures for oneself, rendering the Tianwu continent devoid of advanced magical artifacts, a strategy akin to cutting off the enemy's supply line. A peculiar smile crept across Haotian's face as he contemplated this. Once, the notorious Yi Hanshao of the Tianwu continent had expended his entire life's energy to siphon the wealth of the Tianyuan continent, depleting its high-end cultivation resources. His aim for venturing into the Tianwu continent was to disrupt its economic order, repaying like with like, by plundering the advanced weapons and cultivation resources of the Tianwu continent. He sought to render it incapable of invading the Tianyuan continent. As Haotian pondered this, the auction for the demon dragon spear commenced amidst a flurry of bidding. 510,000, 520,000, 700,000. Let us see who dares to challenge me. The fifth private booth finally made its move, with Yu Xiuhui intimidatingly shouting. At that moment, the auction hall fell silent. 700,000 once, 700,000 twice. In the blink of an eye, a magical treasure had been inflated by 200,000, and the audacity of the threats made Haotian speechless. Given Haotian's current understanding of magical artifact prices, a typical magical treasure could be acquired for merely tens of thousands of stones. Yet this demon dragon spear was being bid up to an astonishing 200,000, and the price continued to soar. The effect of this treasure, which could send one's adversary into a frenzy, piqued his curiosity, compelling him to study it thoroughly once it was in his possession. At this moment, Haotian became particularly invested in the demon dragon spear. As he was a practitioner of multiple attributes, not only did Haotian cultivate both magical and martial arts, but he had also mastered the blue net demon technique and the demon explosion fist. It could be said that his proficiency in demonic arts was comparable to that of a genius practitioner. Only those endowed with dark attributes could wield demonic powers effectively. 8,900,000. Before Yu Ying could finish her sentence, Haotian placed his bid from the third booth. Knowing that the fifth booth belonged to the leader of the blood demon sect, he could not allow them to acquire it, lest they use it as a mere firewood stick, thus benefiting the blood demon sect. Are you not bold? From 500,000 to 700,000. I shall raise it by another 200,000, just to show you. A resounding voice struck Yu Xiuhui's face. Ultimately, the demon dragon spear was secured by Haotian for the exorbitant price of 1,800,000. You shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. Yu Xiuhui's cold voice echoed in Haotian's ears from the third booth. Indifferent, Haotian paid no heed to Yu Xiuhui's threats. He merely wished to vex him. A dog may bite, but I shall not retaliate like one. Haotian remained silent, while Yu Xiuhui in the fifth booth was so enraged that he reduced the table to dust. If you do not threaten me, I would not wish to let you off. Moreover, now I shall speak my mind. If you do not let me see the sun tomorrow, I shall ensure you do not survive the night. Just wait and see. Haotian's heart hardened with resolve. He must eradicate the blood demon sect. The third item was a spiritual artifact armor. Haotian noticed that his fourth senior sister, Li Wanxia, gazed intently at the spiritual artifact armor on the auction platform, her eyes gleaming with excitement, prompting him to encourage her to bid. Ultimately, it reached a price of 790,000, which she successfully acquired, with Haotian covering the expenses as a token of their meeting. The fourth item was a spell known as the Black Fiend Palm Seal. The item is classified as a mid-tier Xian level with no specific attributes, created by a formidable individual from the Tianyuan continent hundreds of years ago. It is well known among practitioners that this technique ranks prominently among the offensive spells of the mid-tier Xian level. If one were to master it fully, even spells of the upper-tier Xian level could be contended with. The starting bid is set at 500,000 yuan stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10,000 yuan stones. Upon hearing Yue Ying's introduction, the audience became somewhat agitated. particularly those cultivators who had not affiliated themselves with any sect, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Unlike disciples of sects who could easily select from a plethora of techniques by contributing a mere fraction, these solitary practitioners often found themselves relying on lower-tier methods. Many of them struggled with techniques of the lower Huang level, making their circumstances appear quite dismal in comparison. The discovery of the Haisha palm seal in such a setting was unexpected. Mastering this spell would undoubtedly enhance one's strength, perhaps improving future circumstances. With such an opportunity, concerns over acquiring yuan stones would naturally diminish. Unlike other items, disciples from established sects would not compete for this treasure, thereby increasing the chances of acquisition. After several contemplative expressions, many resolved to bid for the Haisha palm seal. Observing the excited crowd, Haotian shook his head slightly, compared to disciples from sects or noble families. These solitary cultivators indeed faced considerable hardships. Their practices were generally disorganized and of inferior quality, while sect disciples looked down upon them. The reaction within the auction hall suggested that the Haisha palm seal held significant prestige, potentially surpassing his own demon-slaying techniques. It remained a mystery from whom this offensive spell originated, considering it was entrusted for auction by a small faction like the three major families of Dark Knight City, which would likely possess only a limited number of such secret manuals. 500,000. After a moment of deliberation, someone could no longer restrain themselves and initiated the bidding. This voice seemed to ignite the atmosphere, causing it to bubble with excitement as bids began to pour in. 530,000. 550,000. 565,000. 550,000 is hardly enough to claim this item. I offer 650,000, declared the voice from box 4. Haotian refrained from competing with the Chun family for this secret manual, having already secured the first 3 auction items. He wished to avoid provoking anger by taking everything, as it was essential to leave room for goodwill. Otherwise, he might find it difficult to exit the Blue Shadow auction house. In the end, the Chun family in box 4 acquired the manual for 810,000 yuan stones. I hereby announce the conclusion of this auction. On behalf of the Blue Shadow auction house, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your attendance. Please continue to follow our latest announcements. Ying said with great enthusiasm. The auction had finally drawn to a close. Chapter 404. The Assassination Operation, Part 1. As the auction came to a close, the moon hung low in the treetops. Hao Chun did not depart immediately from the auction house. Instead, he communicated with his 4th senior sister, instructing her to rendezvous with the 2nd and 3rd senior brothers and leave first. He was acutely aware that the leader of the Demon Blood sect, Yuxiu Hui, was undoubtedly fixated on the Demon Dragon Spear and would not let him escape unscathed. However, Hao Chun had no intention of waiting passively for his demise. After his 4th senior sister vacated the 3rd private room, he discreetly contacted Yi Xiaohan, who was cultivating in the Demon Suppression Tower, urging her to liaise with the Blue Network sect. At the moment of Yuxiu Hui's assassination, he planned to obliterate the Demon Blood sect. Hao Chun recognized that he was no match for Yuxiu Hui in a direct confrontation. Thus, the element of surprise and a stealthy approach would be his most prudent strategy. After careful consideration, he resolved to employ assassination tactics to eliminate his foe. He examined the items in his possession. The Thunderbolt bombs and Blood Poison Demon bullets were formidable trump cards that could instill fear even in those of the nascent Soul Realm. With the Demon Suppression Tower as his stronghold, he could swiftly deploy a Thunderbolt bomb and retreat into the tower's space to evade danger. Even if he could not defeat his opponent outright, he could at least weaken him. The thought of this brought a secret smile to Hao Chen's face. You dare challenge me and deny me the light of tomorrow? I shall ensure you cannot survive the midnight hour. In the deep of night, shrouded in darkness, Hao Chen altered his appearance and aura, drifting out of the auction house like a specter, disappearing in a flicker. He swiftly navigated through the shadows to a secluded location, summoning Yi Xiaohan from the Demon Suppression Tower and instructing her to proceed as planned. He then wandered alone through the city of the Dark Night. As the city succumbed to slumber, with only the dim glow of lanterns illuminating the streets, Hao Chun made his way towards the southwestern district, where the Demon Blood sect's stronghold in the Dark Night City was located. Every sect established a presence in the city, and the Demon Blood sect was no exception. Concealing his form, Hao Chun began to search for Yuxiu Hui's residence within the sect's premises. Just as he was about to pass by a particular room, he suddenly heard a series of sultry sounds emanating from within. Curiosity piqued, He extended his consciousness to probe further. Moments later, he understood. It was a clandestine rendezvous taking place. Shortly thereafter, a mid-stage demon Dan practitioner emerged from the room, still lost in the reverie of romantic entanglement. With a swift and silent motion, Haotian struck him down before he could utter a sound. Dragging the mid-stage practitioner into the shadows, Haotian awaited his awakening. When the man regained consciousness, he was met with the chilling smile of the young man before him, causing him to freeze in terror. I have no desire for wanton slaughter. Your cooperation is the key to your survival. I shall release your mute seal shortly, but do not scream, or I shall take your life without hesitation. Do you understand? Haotian said with a cold smirk. The mid-stage practitioner nodded in compliance. Once the mute seal was lifted, he trembled and stammered, "Who are you? To live, waste no words. From this moment on, you need only to answer my questions. Your fate hinges on the correctness of your responses. Where does the sect leader, Yuxiu Hui, reside?" The mid-stage magical elixir practitioner hesitated, about to speak, when Haotian suddenly pressed his hand against the top of the man's head, stating, "Think carefully before you respond. Your life does not afford you the luxury of a second choice." "I understand," the mid-stage practitioner sighed. Haotian, satisfied with his demeanor, pressed further, "Where is it?" "Proceed straight ahead through 3 courtyards. There lies a pavilion building with formations laid out within. The sect leader resides there," he replied. "Excellent. Now tell me, are there any others hiding nearby? And how many formidable practitioners are within the headquarters?" The mid-stage practitioner responded, "I cannot ascertain if there are any ambushes. Apart from the sect leader, the highest cultivation here belongs to the chief steward, who is at the early infant stage. Additionally, there are 3 accompanying guards, each at the mid to late magical elixir stage. Beyond that, I am unaware." "Another early infant stage expert?" Haotian mused for a moment, then coldly stated, "You aren't deceiving me, are you? Should I discover any lies, I will certainly eliminate you." The mid-stage practitioner, now visibly anxious, replied, "I am of lowly status and possess limited knowledge, yet I have relayed everything I know." "How do you know so much?" Haotian inquired, still somewhat skeptical. "I was just assigned to the headquarters from the Blood Demon sect 2 days ago, tasked with guarding the sect leader's safety here, hence my awareness of these matters. Last evening, 2 mysterious individuals checked in. I do not know their specific powers." Clearly intimidated by Haotian, the mid-stage practitioner divulged all he knew without reservation. "2 unknown experts have arrived? Tonight, I shall see whether you manage to kill me first, or if I eliminate you." Haotian scoffed, his thoughts shifting as he encapsulated the mid-stage practitioner within the first level of the demon suppression tower. Subsequently, he restrained his aura and cautiously advanced toward the pavilion building where the formations were laid. At that moment, he was acutely aware of the peril. Should he encounter an infant-stage powerhouse too soon, his ambush would surely fail. If other formidable figures from the Blood Demon sect were alerted, the assassination of Yuxiu Hui would become exceedingly challenging. Thus, his primary target for this stealth operation was the sect leader. For eliminating him would significantly clear the path toward the obliteration of the Blood Demon sect. During this covert operation, he aimed to avoid the chief steward and the 2 mysterious experts, with the assassination of the sect leader being paramount. Following the directions given by the captured mid-stage practitioner, Haotian swiftly locked onto the 3-story pavilion where the formations were set. The night was deep, and apart from the occasional patrol, the entire courtyard was eerily quiet. Concealed behind a rockery in front of the pavilion, he observed attentively for a time, finding nothing amiss. Finally, employing his spiritual vision technique, he identified a weak point in the formation and silently breached it. Stealthily entering a brightly lit room on the 2nd floor, he overheard a conversation within. Unable to probe with his consciousness, he cautiously drew nearer. Seated in the room were 3 individuals, the sect leader Yuxiu Hui and 2 others clad in black robes. Their auras suppressed, rendering their cultivation levels indiscernible. At this moment, one of the cloaked figures gazed at Yuxiu Hui and respectfully remarked, "We have located the residence of the individual who bid against you at the auction. He resides at the Overflow Inn." With a cold smirk, Yuxiu Hui retorted, "You dare to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger? You must be tired of living. Master, my companion and I are willing to eliminate him discreetly at the inn." One of the black-clad men stood up and declared, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. My 2 junior brothers, regardless of the outcome, I demand the demon dragon spear that he holds." Yuxiu Hui said with a menacing glare. With that, the 2 cloaked figures said no more and vanished from sight. Indeed, Haotian's intuition proved correct. The blood demon sect has always acted with arrogance, rapidly expanding their influence through the assassination of countless innocents, engaging in nefarious deeds of murder and plunder. The annihilation of the heavenly martial sect had severely weakened the blood demon sect. Yu Xiaohui was eager to advance his cultivation and enhance his strength. Upon learning that dual cultivation with a body of profound yin could assist him in breaking through, he hastened to seek opportunities. Thus, he relentlessly pursued Yi Xiaohan, hoping to achieve advancement through their dual cultivation. Simultaneously, he sought cutting-edge weaponry, and upon discovering that a magical treasure was to be auctioned, he decided to participate personally. Chapter 415. The Assassination Scheme, Part 2. Upon overhearing Yu Xiaohui's conspiracy with the two black-clad men, Haotian felt a resurgence of murderous intent. To think they would resort to assassination merely over a bid for a demon dragon spear. Did they truly believe me to be so easily bullied? Haotian seethed inwardly. After watching the two cloaked figures depart the room, Yu Xiaohui proceeded towards the suite. At this moment, unbeknownst to him, someone had stealthily infiltrated the suite. Yu Xiaohui had no inkling that someone was concealed behind the door. Die! Haotian silently roared within, yet no sound escaped his lips. He quietly observed as Yu Xiaohui closed the door, and with a thought, the demon Wo sword launched a covert assault. In an instant, Haotian's power surged to the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan stage, his aura radiating forth. Of course, at this moment, Haotian wielded the power of darkness. Not merely the ordinary Yuan Dan cultivation. As his aura intensified, Haotian unleashed his strike. The demon Wo sword crackled with lightning, enveloped by dark energy, causing it to emanate a sudden burst of black radiance. Thud! The demon Wo sword plunged into Yu Xiaohui's back. Oh no! Yu Xiaohui sensed the murderous intent behind him and abruptly came to his senses. Yet, by the time he realized the danger, it was already too late. The demon Wo sword had pierced his body, crimson blood staining his back. However, this sudden assassination did not instantly claim Yu Xiaohui's life. At the very moment the sword entered his body, a deafening roar erupted within Yu Xiaohui, and a blazing demonic knife surged forth, colliding with the demon Wo sword. Bang! The sentient weapon instinctively defended its master, yet in the absence of its master's exertion of power, the demonic knife was swiftly countered by the sword's radiance. Its momentary resistance was brief, as the force of the demon Wo sword sent it flying. Simultaneously, the protective magic mirror within Yu Xiaohui activated to shield its master. The light emitted by the mirror struck the demon Wo sword, dissipating the force of its thrust once more. Boom! The protective magic mirror, too, could not withstand the might of the demon Wo sword, and was instantly sent hurtling away. The sword of demonic grief remains as formidable as ever. Yet it has encountered two successive setbacks. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xiaohui lunges forward, retaliating with a fierce strike that manifests as a black palm imprint. With a resounding clap, two enchanted artifacts intercept the attack, and a palm imprint strikes the sword of demonic grief. Remarkably, the protective magic mirror is his intrinsic magical treasure. It not only deflects the sword of demonic grief, but also autonomously separates into two segments, safeguarding Yu Xiaohui's vital points. Let us see how many blows you can evade. The relentless assault from Hao Chun does not wane. He unleashes a series of 3 strikes with the sword of demonic grief. Concurrently, the Fei Huang sword, imbued with the essence of the 5 elements, soars forth towards Yu Xiaohui. With a thunderous roar, the formidable energy of the Fei Huang sword instantly collapses the small building. At that moment, the structure is reduced to rubble by the overwhelming force. In a swift, seamless execution, the assassination unfolds. Yu Xiaohui, caught off guard, finds himself pierced directly by the Fei Huang sword, shattering his impending magical armor. At that critical juncture, the sword of demonic grief seizes the moment to unleash its power, plunging into Yu Xiaohui's body through the gushing crimson wound. It is only now that Hao Chun realizes Yu Xiaohui is, in fact, a practitioner in the late stage of the demonic infant realm. He, like Hao Chun, has been masquerading as a weakling. However, this fleeting assassination cannot alter the inevitable outcome of death. Even the demonic infant did not manage to flee before being consumed by the sword of demonic grief. It appears that future endeavors must be approached with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to demise. This assassination truly was a stroke of luck. For a peak practitioner of the Yuan Dan stage to attempt the assassination of a demonic infant stage practitioner is akin to courting death. Contemplating this, a chill runs through Haotian as he reflects on his recklessness. The sword of demonic grief is indeed tyrannical, capable of devouring even a demonic infant. What a pity for that demonic infant. Had he absorbed its energy, not only would he have acquired Yu Xiuhui's knowledge, but he might have even transcended to the Yuan infant realm. Regret is futile. Only through the sword of demonic grief could this individual be eliminated. With a wave of his hand, Haotian collects Yu Xiuhui's body along with several artifacts into the demon suppression tower. Following the assassination of Yu Xiuhui, Haotian swiftly escapes from the headquarters of the Blood Demon Gate. Although their confrontation lasted mere moments, the aura emanating from a peak Yuan Dan practitioner and a mid-stage demonic infant has already attracted the attention of powerful beings in the Night City. Figures swiftly ascend from various locations within Night City, hastening to investigate. Just as Haotian emerges from the headquarters of the Blood Demon Gate, shouts of alarm resound. "Bold rogue, how dare you cause a ruckus at the Blood Demon Gate? What is there to fear? With the Gate Master present, we shall intercept him." The practitioners from various sects, as well as several family heads lingering in Night City, converge upon the headquarters of the Blood Demon Gate. Little did they anticipate that within such a short span, the Gate Master, Yu Xiuhui, had already fallen to an assassination. However, this is hardly surprising. As a practitioner in the mid-stage of the demonic infant realm, even a peer of equal strength would find it challenging to eliminate the Gate Master in such a brief time frame. Thus, emboldened by the Gate Master's backing, the sect practitioners and family heads, along with the guards of Night City, emerge to confront Haotian as he charges forth, seeking death, to conceal his identity. Haotian had already undergone a transformation and could no longer wield the magic morning sword. With a fierce glare, he caused the silver dragon short spear to tremble, and in an instant, it transformed into over a dozen streaks of silvery light. These shimmering projectiles shot forth like meteors, moving with astonishing speed, piercing through the air in an instant. Incredible! This fellow's strength is truly terrifying. He had indeed concealed his true power during our earlier confrontation. The heads of several families displayed looks of shock, and simultaneously, they unleashed their spells to counter the silvery spears. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blade lights struck the silver dragon short spear, as these family heads were formidable cultivators at the Demon Dan realm. The collision of their spells and artifacts with the spear produced a thunderous explosion. To everyone's astonishment, Haotian pierced through their combined attacks with a single thrust, rendering their efforts futile in obstructing his advance. "Stand down. I do not wish to indiscriminately slay the innocent." The heads of the Yi family and others gasped in horror, feeling waves of dread wash over them. In that moment of shock, Haotian dashed forward. Meanwhile, as the conflict erupted at the headquarters of the Magic Blood sect, two black-clad assassins arrived at the inn only to find no trace of Haotian. Confused, they suddenly heard commotion emanating from the direction of the sect's headquarters and hurried back. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the battle had already concluded. The two black-clad figures swiftly escorted several family heads into the conference hall. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Impossible. How could the sect leader perish so easily? He is a mid-stage demon infant cultivator, the leader of the Magic Blood sect. It cannot be. The disciples of the Magic Blood sect roared in anger, their minds racing with the shock of the news, abandoning any thoughts of pursuit to rush into the study. However, within the study, there were only a few drops of blood and some torn fabric. The fabric was unmistakably a remnant of the sect leader's clothing, and the disciples' eyes widened in disbelief. The sect leader was assassinated? They murmured, still unable to accept the grim reality. The death of Yu Xiuhui sent shockwaves through the Dark Night City. Powerful figures convened to urgently request support from the main sect of the Magic Blood sect. Chapter 416. Farewell. Yu Xiuhui's assassination left the chief of the sect's headquarters in Dark Night City and the two mysterious black-clad figures in a state of shock. Swiftly, they made a decision. One would remain to oversee the headquarters while the other would return to the sect at speed. However, Haotian remained unaware of these developments. At that moment, he was hastening towards the Moya Mountain located in the southwest of Dark Night City, the very seat of the Magic Blood sect. Previously, when the Magic Blood sect had attempted to encircle Haotian in Dark Night City, he had managed to escape with the help of his second brother, Qingyun. Although he had sustained only minor injuries, he was well aware of his condition. Little did he expect that the magic blood sect would target him for assassination simply because he had bid on a weapon favored by the sect leader. Fortunately, Haotian had anticipated their moves and preemptively struck down the sect leader. This assassination operation, though it successfully eliminated Yu Xiuhui, had far-reaching consequences. However, as Yu Xiuhui struck, the force from the demon morning sword surged into Haotian's body, tearing through the meridians in his arm and inflicting a certain degree of injury. This internal damage, when compared to the wounds sustained in previous battles, was negligible. There was no time for Haotian to tend to his injuries. He had to rush to the headquarters of the Demon Blood Sect on Mount Mayun. According to the plan, if the Blue Thread Sect did not take action to annihilate the Demon Blood Sect, Haotian would continue his covert assassinations. Should the Blue Thread Sect succeed, Haotian would lend his assistance, aiming to sow discord across the Tianwu continent and incite conflicts among various sections. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Demon Blood Sect, he found it laid to waste. It seems the Blue Thread Sect has already begun their operation. Just as he pondered this, Yi Xiaohan appeared by Haotian's side. Last night, after receiving intelligence from Yi Xiaohan, the Blue Thread Sect's leadership learned that the third elder of the Demon Blood Sect, along with dozens of its high-ranking members, had perished in the Dark Night Forest. Upon witnessing the evidence presented by Yi Xiaohan regarding the killings, the Blue Thread Sect's leaders realized that the Demon Blood Sect was now but a hollow shell, strong in appearance, yet weak within. Following their agreement, they swiftly began preparations for a surprise attack on the Demon Blood Sect. The leaders of the Blue Thread Sect understood that if they did not seize this opportunity to eliminate the Demon Blood Sect, they too would eventually meet the same fate as the Tianwu Sect. At the moment the leader of the Demon Blood Sect was slain within the Dark Night City, the Blue Thread Sect's spies immediately signaled, launching their assault to eradicate the Demon Blood Sect. The annihilation of the Demon Blood Sect signified the dominance of the Blue Thread Sect, restoring governance over Dark Night City to its rightful master and fulfilling Haotian's promise to Yi Xiaohan. In the elegant and cozy confines of the Cold Rain Pavilion, a sorrowful young girl sat in a reclining chair, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the storage bracelet in her hand, lost in thought. She wondered whether the death of the Demon Blood Sect's leader and the sect's downfall had any connection to him. Alas, perhaps he has truly forgotten me. After all, we had only just met. The memory of that chaotic day when she stumbled into the embrace of a dashing young man lingered in her mind, a warmth that now felt irretrievable. The thought that she may never have the chance to see him again tightened her heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Oh Xiaoyu, you have not been eating well or sleeping soundly these days, have you? Your father knows what weighs on your heart. Yet, that person is merely a transient figure in your life. You must not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. At that moment, a middle-aged man, his legs amputated, was wheeled into the young girl's room by a maid. Observing his daughter's distracted demeanor over the past few days, he gently urged her to reconsider. Father, I understand that he is just a fleeting presence in my life, but my request is not too much to ask, is it? I merely wish to see him once more and exchange a few words. Is that too much to hope for? With that, Xiaoyu collapsed into her father's embrace, weeping openly. This middle-aged man was Xiaoyu's father, Yi Xinghan. Oh, foolish child, he lamented, never imagining that the young man who had rescued his daughter in the city would capture her heart so completely, unbeknownst to them both. At this moment, he could only comfort his daughter with kind words while sighing deeply. After crying for a while, Xiaoyu slowly lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and resolutely declared, Father, I have made up my mind. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the city of darkness in search of this person, and I will not return until I have traversed the ends of the earth. Xiaoyu was determined to seek Haotian, but Yi Xinghan, seated on the wooden cart, immediately interjected. No, you, a young girl with only mid-level magical prowess, embarking on such a journey is akin to courting death. Furthermore, the dark spies of the Blood Demon sect are currently monitoring our family. It is only due to the protection of that esteemed elder that we have remained safe. If you go out now, it would be like a sheep entering the tiger's den. However, Xiaoyu wished to say more, but was promptly interrupted by Yi Xinghan's wave of his hand. There is no however. You will remain at home obediently. In times of crisis, I believe that young man is not devoid of compassion. Since he has promised to return to you, he surely will. Just as Yi Xinghan finished speaking, a maid-like girl hurriedly pushed the door open. Upon seeing the head of the household present, she quickly bowed and exclaimed, Master, Miss, the eldest young lady has returned. As she spoke, the eldest young lady entered the room alongside a handsome young man. Seeing her daughter back, Yi Xinghan was overcome with emotion. "Father!" Yi Xiaohan cried out, rushing into Yi Xinghan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably at the sight of her father, who had lost his legs. Xiaoyu, upon seeing the young man who entered the room with her sister, was instantly overwhelmed with tears and suddenly threw herself into Haotian's arms, her small hands fiercely pounding against his chest. "Why did you come back only now? Do you have any idea what I've been through these past few days? Where have you been?" She sobbed, questioning him. Yi Xiaohan, surprised by the exchange between her sister and Haotian, wondered when they had become acquainted, observing her sister clinging to him with curiosity. Seeing the girl in his arms reduced to tears, Haotian could only imagine the torment Xiaoyu had endured during their separation. "All right, Xiaoyu, I will explain everything to you shortly. Your father and sister are watching us." He gently reassured her, patting her shoulder softly. Realizing her indiscretion, Xiaoyu hastily composed herself, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. "Uncle, I apologize for not visiting sooner after I inadvertently assisted your daughter in the city a few days ago, as I had urgent matters to attend to," Haotian said, bowing slightly to Yi Xinghan in apology. "Haha, no harm done. I have no grievances. It is Xiaoyu who has suffered during my absence. The pain of longing is indeed not easily borne." Yi Xinghan chuckled, unaware that his elder daughter, Yi Xiaohan, was already Haotian's beloved. "Father," Xiaoyu protested playfully as she heard her father teasing her in front of Haotian. "Very well, I shall not intrude upon your reunion," Yi Xinghan said with a few more laughs, waving his hand at the three of them. Chapter 417, Creating Miracles Again, Part 1. Yi Xinghan signaled to the maid standing beside him and prepared to leave. "Who did this?" As Yi Xinghan passed by Haotian, he coldly inquired, noticing the emptiness of Yi Xinghan's legs. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Haotian, Yi Xinghan was taken aback, gazing incredulously at him. "I am currently at the late stage of the Demon Dan realm, yet the aura exuding from Haotian surpasses mine, indicating that this young man is indeed extraordinary." Yi Xinghan mused internally. "Haotian, my father's legs were severed by those wretches from the Blood Demon sect. If it weren't for an old senior's intervention at the Blue Shadow auction house, our Cold Rain Pavilion would have faced annihilation." Before Yi Xinghan could articulate his thoughts, Ye Xiaoyu hurriedly grasped Haotian's hand, her voice tinged with indignation. Haotian's eyes narrowed suddenly, an overwhelming fury igniting within him. Setting aside the fact that Ye Xiaohan was his beloved, the place Ye Xiaoyu held in his heart was also unparalleled. "Haotian, the Blood Demon sect, is formidable. Do not act impulsively and commit foolish acts. At my age, having lost my legs is inconsequential. Let it be," Ye Xinghan said with a wave of his hand, a hint of frustration in his tone. "Uncle, to be candid, I have already slain the leader of the Blood Demon sect and orchestrated its downfall. In the Dark Night Forest, both Xiaohan and I have eliminated all the pursuers sent by the sect, including the Third Elder and numerous formidable members of the Blood Demon sect." Observing the vacant pant legs of Ye Xinghan, Haotian spoke slowly after a moment of contemplation. Ye Xinghan and Ye Xiaoyu were unaware of the bloody turmoil that had transpired in the Dark Night Forest, thus they could not comprehend the extent of Haotian's prowess, mistakenly believing him to be merely an ordinary peak-level practitioner of the Demon Dan. Thank you. Upon hearing that Haotian and his daughter had united to eliminate those who attacked Ye Xinghan and orchestrated the obliteration of the Blood Demon sect, he expressed his gratitude fervently. The current world belongs to the youth. The saying that heroes emerge in their youth indeed rings true. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your reunion any longer. With that, Ye Xinghan motioned for the maid to escort him out of the room. As Haotian watched Ye Xinghan depart, the room was left with only Ye Xiaohan, Ye Xiaoyu, and himself. Learning of Ye Xiaoyu's infatuation, Haotian found himself in a quandary. His sister was already his beloved. He could not possibly bring her sister into his harem. He had only met Ye Xiaoyu once, yet she had fallen for him at first sight, he thought to himself. The three of them, each harboring their own thoughts, exchanged glances, creating a moment of awkward silence. At this moment, Haotian's head throbbed. He sought a reason to temporarily leave the two women, allowing them to navigate the tangled emotions between them. An idea struck him. "Oh, you two sisters carry on your conversation. I shall check on Uncle's leg injury. Perhaps I might find a way to restore his legs." As Haotian spoke, he attempted to slip out of the room. You claim you have a method to regenerate my father's severed limbs?" Ye Xiaohan and Ye Xiaoyu asked in unison, their voices trembling in disbelief. "Yes, I believe I possess a means to enable Uncle's limbs to regenerate, Haotian declared confidently, observing the astonished expressions of the two women. But how can one reattach severed legs if no remnants remain? Is this not mere daydreaming? Furthermore, limb regeneration is but a legend, requiring divine medicines and miraculous pills. Sisters Yi Xiaohan and Yi Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment at Hao Chun, their hearts filled with questions. Yet, since Hao Chun had spoken of a potential remedy for their father's severed limbs, the sisters felt compelled to follow him without further delay to the room of Yi Xinghan. Upon hearing that his legs might be restored, Yi Xinghan was overwhelmed with excitement. Lying in bed, he allowed Hao Chun to examine him thoroughly. The regeneration of severed limbs was no trivial matter, and Yi Xinghan found it hard to believe that they could return to their original state. After a prolonged examination, Hao Chun furrowed his brow, then addressed the two sisters. The reason your father's severed limbs have not healed is due to the dark, poisonous magic from the weapon that caused the injury. It is not akin to wounds inflicted by ordinary weapons, and recovery will pose significant challenges. Yi Xiaohan's heart tightened at this revelation. The thought of her father not regaining the use of his legs would haunt her forever. Although the nature of the weapon remained unknown, residual dark magical poison lingered around the severed area, obstructing healing and regeneration. Hao Chun acknowledged the difficulty of the task. Is there a way to eliminate it? Yi Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it is troublesome, but fortunately, the injury is recent. With some effort, we should be able to eradicate the dark magical poison, Hao Chun replied with a smile. I would appreciate your assistance in guarding the door and ensuring no one disturbs us. As the sisters hurriedly organized their protective watch, Hao Chun entered a meditative state, preparing his body for the task ahead. Upon their return, he meticulously began to cleanse the inflammation at Yi Xinghan's severed limbs. However, the residual dark magical poison was abundant, prompting him to employ the Xiaohao heritage technique, the Xiaoyang method, to absorb the lingering dark energy. Simultaneously, he worked to purify Yi Xinghan's body. After approximately 2 hours, the remnants of the magical poison, including that which had infiltrated his system, dissipated into nothingness. Hao Chun retrieved 2 recovery purple pills from his storage ring, offering one to Yi Xinghan and consuming the other himself. He then produced healing pills and bone regeneration pills, instructing Yi Xiaohan and Yi Xiaoyu to administer them to their father. Following his directives, the sisters bound Yi Xinghan to the bed, allowing Hao Chun to proceed with further disinfection of the severed area. He then conjured a small barrier around the site of injury to isolate it from external air. Simultaneously, he established a protective barrier throughout the room, ensuring both sanitation and safety were upheld. Everything is prepared. Let us commence the restoration of your father's severed limbs. Individual constitutions vary, so the effectiveness of the treatment may differ. As for whether the limbs will regenerate as hoped, that is contingent upon your father's fate, Hao Chun remarked, casting a glance at the sisters. To the astonishment of Yi Xiaohan and Yi Xiaoyu, Hao Chun's subsequent actions were remarkably forceful. Without a word to Yi Xinghan, he unsheathed a dagger and, in an instant, mercilessly mutilated the wounds where the limbs had been severed, leaving a gruesome scene in his wake. Night Star Han let out a great cry, trembling in agony, before his head tilted and he fell unconscious. What are you doing? Is this healing? Night Xiaoyu shouted in exasperation, witnessing her father rendered unconscious by Hao Chun's relentless efforts. Night Xiaohan's heart was filled with an urge to berate Hao Chun vehemently. However, she refrained from voicing her frustrations, for she understood that Hao Chun was performing a miraculous surgery to regenerate her father's severed limbs. As the sisters silently cursed Hao Chun in their minds, they observed the fresh flesh emerging from the wounds on Night Star Han's limbs. Only then did Hao Chun sheath his dagger and once more channel his energy to perform a final disinfection of Night Star Han's legs. Chapter 418, Creating Miracles Again, Part 2. Once the disinfection of Night Star Han's severed limbs was complete, Hao Chun instructed Xiao Han to awaken Night Star Han and administer a restorative pill. Upon hearing his command, Night Xiao Han immediately channeled her vital energy into her father's body. The moment Night Star Han regained consciousness, Night Xiao Han swiftly placed the restorative pill into her father's mouth, aiding him in swallowing it. After a brief interval, Hao Chun instructed Xiao Yu to dissolve a bone growth pill in warm water, preparing it for use. He then retrieved 2 rebirth pills from his storage ring, which had been concocted to heal the patriarch of the Yuan family in Shihe Town. Haotian cautiously sought to place one of the rebirth pills into Night Star Han's mouth, allowing Night Xiao Han to channel her energy to help her father assimilate the medicinal essence. As Night Star Han began to absorb the rebirth pill, Haotian directed Xiao Yu to assist Night Star Han in consuming the bone growth pill liquid. Subsequently, Haotian turned his full attention back to Night Star Han, his actions leaving the two sisters in a state of awe. With unwavering focus, Haotian executed his techniques. Channeling visible would attribute energy into the severed areas of Night Star Han's limbs. At that moment, Night Star Han felt a tingling sensation in his severed legs, akin to countless ants crawling over him, an unbearable torment flooding his consciousness. The sisters' eyes remained glued to their father's severed limbs, witnessing a miracle unfold before them. The severed legs began to writhe, gradually taking on the form of limbs, delicate as those of a newborn. Under the influence of Haotian's potent would attribute energy, the magical properties of the rebirth and bone growth pills surged forth from Night Star Han's body towards the severed areas. The newly forming legs of Night Star Han grew visibly, restoring themselves at an astonishing pace. Is this limb regeneration? How miraculous! Night Xiao Han and Night Xiao Yu were overwhelmed with astonishment, yet dared not disturb Haotian or their father, who was in the midst of recovery, silently marveling in their hearts. Haotian, however, displayed no outward emotion. He had successfully performed limb regeneration for others in the past. The spectacle of regeneration no longer stirred even a ripple within him. Hours later, to ensure Night Star Han's legs returned to their original state, Haotian placed the remaining rebirth pill into Night Star Han's mouth. Regeneration of limbs is not a process that can be completed in a fleeting moment. As Haotian imparted some precautions to Yexinghan, he opened the barrier of the room and beckoned the two sisters to leave together, allowing Yexinghan to remain alone to quietly recover from his severed limbs. Although the three had exited the room, Haotian left a strand of his formidable consciousness tethered to Yexinghan, continuously monitoring everything that transpired within. Yexinghan rose to his feet, gazing in disbelief at his legs, which were restored to their former glory. He pinched here and pressed there, attempting to ascertain whether he was ensnared in a dream. Once convinced of his reality, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Yexinghan was utterly baffled. Who exactly was Haotian? What immense power did this young man possess that enabled him to regenerate severed limbs? At the very moment Yexinghan's legs returned to their original state, Haotian had already summoned the two sisters back into the room. Gazing at their father's exposed legs, the sisters touched and examined them, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The newly restored legs would require diligent exercise to regain their former strength. In the days to come, they were advised to walk and practice frequently, yet they must refrain from any vigorous activities or combat for the time being. Haotian exemplified the professional ethics expected of an alchemist, meticulously outlining the precautions Yexinghan and his daughters should observe during the regeneration process. He left behind several medicinal pills, including recovery pills and restorative purple pills, to assist Yexinghan in his physical recovery. While Haotian regarded these pills with indifference, to Yexinghan and his daughters, they were invaluable treasures, rare and sought after, invoking profound gratitude from them. Once healed, Yexinghan chose not to disclose the miraculous regeneration of his limbs to the other members of the Hanyuj, continuing to allow the maidservants to escort him in and out of the establishment daily. During their time together, Yexinghan shared with Haotian the circumstances surrounding his sister, Yexiu. 16 years prior, Yexinghan had discovered an infant swaddled at the doorstep of their home, the only clue being the embroidered name Xiaoyu on the blanket. Thus, the 2-year-old Xiaoyu became his sister. At this moment, Haotian's lingering doubts were finally resolved. In the dark woods, Yexinghan had mentioned that their mother had passed away at the time of Xiaoyu's birth, leaving Haotian to ponder the origins of his sister. Initially, he had presumed it was merely Yexinghan's continuation of the family line. However, after Yexinghan's explanation, Haotian gained clarity regarding the situation. He briefly recounted his own experiences and introduced Lung Ziyu to the two sisters. When Lung Ziyu suddenly appeared in the room, Yexiu was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth in astonishment. Though Yexinghan had previously encountered her within the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower, she was still surprised to see Haotian in the company of such a striking beauty. It was not uncommon for powerful cultivators in the realm of immortality to be surrounded by numerous enchanting women. However, the existence of a living storage space was exceedingly rare. Yexinghan mused to herself, what other secrets does her man harbor? Lung Xiu quickly became acquainted with the Yexinghan sisters, and the three women engaged in lively conversation, their voices mingling in delightful harmony. Xiao Chui yearned to join the outing as well. Do you think it would be feasible? Lung Xiu, aware that one should act with discretion in unfamiliar territories, discreetly inquired of Hao Chun. Of course. Why not? Has Xiao Chui successfully transformed? Hao Chun questioned Lung Xiu with uncertainty. Indeed. On that day when you cast the transformation pill into the spatial realm, Ling Er had Xiao Chui consume it. When Xiao Chui reappeared before us, Ling Er and I could hardly believe our eyes. The figure before us was that of a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, making me feel utterly inadequate in comparison to Xiao Chui. Lung Xiu chattered incessantly, igniting Hao Chen's curiosity. With a mere thought, Xiao Chui was summoned forth, revealing an enchanting little girl before the assembly. Brother, I did it. Do you like me like this? Xiao Chui exclaimed as she sprang from the spatial realm into Hao Chen's embrace. I like it. Hao Chen replied, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the kingfisher he had inadvertently collected was, in fact, a lost divine beast of the Qingyun lineage. After enduring countless trials, Xiao Chui had finally achieved her transformation, and Hao Chun was elated for her success. The transformation of magical beasts allows for superior cultivation, enhancing their powers significantly. Divine beasts are indeed mightier than their magical counterparts. After a brief moment of affection with Hao Chun, Xiao Chui engaged in hushed whispers with her sisters, leaving Hao Chun to watch the four of them revel in their merriment. With a shake of his head, he retreated to his room alone. Chapter 419. An Invitation from the City Lord, Part 1. Upon entering his chamber, Hao Chun commenced a meticulous examination of the storage rings belonging to the 3rd and 4th elders of the Blood Demon sect, as well as the sect leaders. Among the treasures within the leader Yushuhui's storage ring, Hao Chun discovered a veritable trove of wealth. It was as if he had stumbled upon a mobile treasury. Additionally, the leader had bestowed upon Hao Chun 2 beast-taming bags and a luxurious carriage. One of the taming bags contained a large and a small magical beast, likely a recently birthed female and her offspring. The other bag housed the beast intended for pulling the carriage. This creature hailed from the enigmatic Dark Night Forest. Resembling a horse, yet not quite, with a pair of wings, the exact breed eluded Hao Chen's knowledge. He mused to himself, could it be a hybrid of avian and wild horse? How intriguing. When he sought to propose to Yuan, he had gazed enviously at the carriage. Later, during a nocturnal visit to Lung Ziyuan's carriage, he experienced an entirely different ambience. However, their vehicles paled in comparison to that of Yushuhui. The city lord's carriage was a spatial treasure, capable of both storage and transport. Unlike treasures like small worlds, this vehicle could only be contained within an ordinary beast skin bag. Hao Chun fondled it with great affection, reluctant to part with it as he finally stowed it within his jade pendant's spatial realm. Simultaneously, he employed his beast-taming skills, biting his middle finger and allowing a drop of blood to mark the forehead of the flying horse beast, inscribing intricate seals that entered the creature's mind. By the time Hao Chun had subdued all 3 magical beasts, it was already the early hours of the morning. He then placed the 3 black flying horse beasts within the demon suppression tower, establishing a barrier and constructing a unique living environment reminiscent of the Dark Night Forest for them. The wealth of the 3rd and 4th elders of the Blood Magic sect, along with dozens of their cloaked followers, pales in comparison to what has transpired. In the city of Dark Night, Hao Chun displayed extraordinary prowess by slaying the dominant ruler of the Blood Magic sect, Yushuhui. Such a monumental event has not gone unnoticed, and whispers have spread like wildfire throughout the entire city. In defense of the Night Cold Star family, Chun Hao is prepared to fight for the honor of Dark Night City. After breakfast, under the playful encouragement of the 4 ladies, Hao Chun strolled through the bustling marketplace of Dark Night City, observing their fervent shopping spree. He couldn't help but reminisce about a woman far away in the Tianyuan continent. A silent vow formed in his heart. If only he possessed immense power, he would ensure she never endured the pangs of longing again. Lost in his reverie, a voice broke through his thoughts, inquiring, "Are you young Master Qin?" A man dressed as a guard suddenly appeared before him, politely posing the question. Hao Chun was certain he did not recognize this individual, so he replied, "Yes, that is I. May I ask who you are?" Upon entering Dark Night City, Hao Chun had registered at the Overflowing Inn under the name Chun Hao. Previously, he had used the name Chun Hao, but this time he adopted the surname Chen Xing. as the Qin family was a prestigious lineage in Dark Night City. "Oh, young Master Chun, my master requests your presence at his residence. I was specifically sent to invite you," the guard said. "May I inquire who your master is?" Haotian asked with curiosity. "Rest assured, young master will understand upon arrival. Please follow me," the guard gestured invitingly. After a moment's contemplation, Haotian bid farewell to the four ladies and followed the guard. From the man's attire, Haotian surmised that it was indeed an invitation from the city lord. If the intention were malevolent, there would be no need for such elaborate arrangements. The guard led him through a narrow alley to a carriage. Calmly, Haotian settled inside the carriage, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. After a while, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. "You have arrived, young Master Qin. Please disembark." Haotian lifted his garments and stepped out, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was not entirely unfamiliar with the surroundings. Having visited this place on the night he assassinated Yu Xiuhui. Upon arrival, he speculated that this must be a summons from the city lord. Although he had no prior acquaintance with anyone in the city lord's estate, the guard's demeanor suggested an invitation from a person of significance. The thought crossed his mind. What could be the purpose of this invitation? He resolved to enter and discover the answer. "Please, young Master Qin, come inside," the guard urged. "Thank you very much. Please lead the way," Haotian replied politely. During his previous visit, he had wandered through the estate at midnight and had not taken the time to appreciate its splendor. The city lord's estate was resplendent, gleaming with gold and brilliance. After traversing the interior for about half an hour, he encountered numerous guards and patrolling soldiers. However, with a guide, the way was unimpeded, as the guard possessed a token that facilitated their passage. Upon reaching the entrance of a grand hall, 7 or 8 guards blocked their path. It appeared that the guard had no intention of leading Haotian further inside. Haotian could faintly sense the subtle fluctuations of true energy emanating from these individuals. They were undoubtedly cultivators, and likely of a high level. The essence surrounding him had yet to be entirely contained, which allowed Haotian to perceive it. One cannot help but marvel at the profound depth of the city lord's foundation. The guards are all high-ranking cultivators. However, little did Haotian know that these formidable experts were originally the city lord's personal bodyguards. Could one truly entrust such a role to inept individuals? "The city lord has sent his subordinate to request the presence of young Master Qin. Kindly relay the message." The guard politely addressed the sentinel. The sentinel nodded in silence. And just as one of the guards prepared to turn and report, he had not yet crossed the threshold when a voice resonated from within, commanding, "No need. Please let him in." This robust and commanding voice reached the entrance, audible to all present. The sentinel retracted his foot, which had been suspended in midair, and respectfully responded, "Yes, city lord." He then turned to Haotian and gestured invitingly, "Sir, please, the city lord awaits you inside." "Thank you very much," Haotian replied courteously before stepping inside. Upon arriving at the city lord's residence, Haotian refrained from outwardly extending his spiritual sense and thus failed to detect the concealed guards lurking in the shadows. At that moment, the city lord's demeanor towards Haotian astonished the hidden protectors, though they quickly regained their composure. It was in this fleeting moment that Haotian discerned several concealed sentinels. Reflecting inwardly, it appears the depths of the city lord's estate are quite profound. Even the patriarchs of prominent families from the Night City would need to announce their presence. Yet the city lord permitted Haotian to enter directly. One cannot help but wonder about the identity of this young man, who is undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, despite his youthful appearance, an undercurrent of murderous intent and dominance emanated from him, causing a shiver. Upon Haotian's arrival, the city lord, who had been awaiting him, promptly rose and exclaimed, "Qin Hao, you have arrived. Come, come, take a seat." The city lord's actions also startled the attendant behind Haotian. Although Qin Hao had some renown, it was surprising for the city lord to treat him with such courtesy. The attendant did not inquire further. Having completed his task of escorting Haotian, he departed from the scene. "City lord, you are too kind. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" "I am Xiao Yongchong, the city lord of the Night City. I trust you find my name intriguing." The city lord introduced himself to Haotian. "Indeed, you are a member of the Xiao family," Haotian replied with a sense of admiration. "Whomever assumes the role of city lord will invariably consider the interests of the Night City. The reason I summoned you is that I require your assistance." The city lord, Xiao Yongchong, stated candidly. "Pray tell." Haotian did not mince words in his inquiry. The relationship between the Night City and the Black Demon City has long been one of stalemate, frequently marred by violent clashes. The primary cause of this animosity stems from the competition for a secret cultivation site that occurs every 3 years between the two cities. For decades, the Night City has suffered more defeats than victories. Xiao Yongchang openly detailed the grievances between the Night City and the Black Demon City. "Oh, I am curious to know what is so extraordinary about this cultivation site that it incites contention between two major cities?" Haotian inquired, intrigued. With a sigh, City Lord Xiao Yongchang responded, "This secret site was jointly discovered by the elites of both the Night City and the Black Demon City during an expedition. Although the area of the secret realm is not extensive, the vitality within it is several times greater than that of the outside world. To determine the rights to utilize this secret realm, we have established a competition held every 3 years. Due to the disproportionate victories, the younger generation of Black Magic City has been able to cultivate within the secret realm for extended periods, resulting in their strength surpassing that of our Night City over the years." The city lord, Xiao Yongchang, spoke with a glimmer of aspiration in his eyes. Deep within, he mused, if Night City could secure the rights to the secret realm, it would undoubtedly elevate the abilities of our younger generation over the next 3 years, instilling hope for the next competition. Chapter 420. An Invitation from the City Lord, Part 2. The City Lord intended for me to participate in the contest for the secret realm to seize its rights? Understanding the City Lord's intent, Haotian felt enlightened. Indeed, I invite you to the City Lord's mansion to discuss the competition details. An agreement between the two cities stipulates that participants must not exceed the age of 25, and only those with cultivation at the level of demonic core or great martial master or below are permitted to compete. Additionally, those entering the secret realm are also restricted by age and cultivation, with the same age limit and cultivation level applying. With your strength, participating in this contest offers Night City a glimmer of hope. From the information at hand, even the most talented individuals from Black Magic City are slightly inferior to you. Rest assured, if you can secure the rights to the secret realm, any requests you have will be met to the best of my abilities." As the City Lord Xiao Yongchang places immense value on these rights. Although he does not require it for himself, it would greatly benefit the younger generation of Night City. Cultivating in the secret realm for 3 years would significantly accelerate their overall strength. When does it commence? Haotian was also intrigued. For the secret realm surely harbors undisclosed mysteries. It begins in half a month, precisely 15 days from now. This contest will be hosted by Night City. And according to the agreement, both sides will select 7 participants each. The 4 prominent families and 3 major sects of Night City will each nominate 1 individual. Each participating lineage and sect will be allowed to send 9 companions alongside their representatives into the secret realm for cultivation. With the recent dissolution of the Tianwu sect and the Blood Magic sect, we must gather a total of 7 participants. I wish to invite you to represent the Cold Rain Pavilion and the free cultivators of Night City in this competition. The City Lord's mansion has not previously participated independently. This time, apart from the Blue Network sect, various smaller sects will participate. I wonder what formidable talents Black Magic City possesses. The secret realm certainly holds a certain allure for Haotian. It is not solely the City Lord's promise, but also the fact that the secret realm can exponentially enhance the speed of cultivation. Could it be that he could soon break through to the pinnacle of the late demonic core stage? However, he firmly believed that the younger generation of Black Magic City must also harbor hidden talents. The youth of Black Magic City indeed surpass those of our Night City. At the forefront of Black Magic City's power is none other than the City Lord He Yun's son, He Tianyu. He Kuan Yu has just turned 25 this year. At the age of 20, he participated in the contest for the secret realm. Although he did not claim victory, he had already attained mid-stage demon dance strength at that young age. There are 2 individuals you must pay attention to. One is Su Kuei, the disciple of the Black Demon sect in Black Demon City, who advanced to late-stage demon dan last year. The other is Gui Yuang, a member of the Gui family from Black Demon City. It is said that he recently broke through to the peak of the Demon Dan realm and possesses swordsmanship that is extraordinarily refined, capable of contending with those at the early stage of the Demon Infant realm. Very well. I promise you that I will exert my utmost efforts to win this contest for the secret realm, Haotian declared with unwavering confidence. Good. With your promise, I feel reassured. I understand your desire for the Cold Rain Pavilion to establish a foothold in the Night City. However, relying solely on your current strength, it will be quite challenging to secure a position there. I will keep an eye on the Cold Rain Pavilion. Haotian was overjoyed. His primary concern was indeed the establishment of the Cold Rain Pavilion in the Night City. Gaining the support of the City Lord's mansion would provide a semblance of security. Thank you, City Lord. Haotian quickly expressed his gratitude. Haha, no need for such formality. With your talent, I am certain your future will not be confined to the Night City. I am merely making a preemptive investment. However, aside from the contest for the secret realm, I have another matter to discuss with you, Xie Yongchang said solemnly. Haotian's expression grew serious. This must be the true reason Xie Yongchang sought him out. If my guess is correct, you possess a dark attribute, do you not? City Lord Xie Yongchang inquired, gazing into Haotian's eyes. Indeed, I am a practitioner with the dark attribute, Haotian admitted candidly. The token to access the secret realm is crafted in a rather peculiar manner. Practitioners without the dark attribute cannot utilize the token. It is precisely for this reason that City Lord Xie Yongchang inquired about Haotian's attributes. The bearer of the token must not only possess a dark attribute, but also exhibit formidable strength. The token signifies the City Lord's representative entering the secret realm, thereby designating the bearer as the leader of the expedition. They are responsible for regulating the rules of cultivation within the secret realm, resolving conflicts, and mitigating disputes, ensuring that every participant can devote themselves fully to their training. Upon leaving the City Lord's mansion, Haotian did not return directly to the Cold Rain Pavilion, but instead visited Yimin building to meet with his second senior brother, Qian Shanyu, third senior brother, Gong Chao, and fourth senior sister, Li Wanxia. He shared the details of the City Lord's invitation to represent the Cold Rain Pavilion, as well as the independent practitioners participating in the contest, and invited the three to temporarily join the Cold Rain Pavilion. After listening to Haotian's account, the trio realized that the rising star, Chun Hao, who had recently become a topic of fervent discussion in the Night City, was, in fact, their junior brother. The three gladly accepted Haotian's invitation, thus not only assisting their junior brother, but also strengthening the Cold Rain Pavilion's power while securing their own place in the future. Upon returning to the Cold Rain Pavilion with the three, Yi Xinghan and the two women were naturally elated. Lung Ziyu was particularly joyful, as encountering familiar faces in a foreign land invoked an indescribable sense of nostalgia, bringing an extra layer of laughter and joy to the Cold Rain Pavilion. Aside from exchanging insights on cultivation with his senior brothers and sisters, Haotian also spent time with the women. Senior sister Li Wanxiao remained close to second senior brother Qian Shanyu, surrounded by a chorus of melodious songs and graceful dances. Haotian's presence caught the eye of his third senior brother, Gong Chao, who could only sigh in lamentation over his misfortune and encounters. During the daylight hours, he frolicked with others, but as the moon ascended to its zenith, he would quietly slip into the chambers of Yi Shaohan or the abode of Lung Ziyu. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui, unable to find solace, would cling to Yi Xiaoyu, eager for tales and whispered secrets. Yi Xiaoyu was well aware of Haotian's midnight escapades with his two elder sisters. Yet Xiao Chui's insistence in the evenings left her with no choice but to indulge the younger girl. After days of indulgence, Haotian found himself utterly fatigued and thus declined all engagements, retreating into seclusion to cultivate his skills. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. At dawn, as the first light filtered through, Yi Xiaoyu arrived at Haotian's quarters, having finally managed to extricate herself from her previous obligations, only to discover the room was devoid of its occupant. Realizing she had once again missed her opportunity, she lamented her oversleeping. At that moment, Haotian, Yi Shaohan, and Lung Ziyu, along with Qian Shanyu, Gong Chao, and senior sister Li Wanxia, found themselves outside the Dark Night City. With urgency, they prepared for the coming challenges, as Haotian adhered to the principle that sharpening one's tools does not delay the work at hand, practicing his martial techniques at opportune moments. Arriving at the Tianwu continent, it was imperative for him to familiarize himself with the fundamental spells and martial arts of the region. Over the past few days, as he honed his skills, the others engaged in sparring, leading to a steady enhancement of their collective prowess. With 4 practitioners of the Yuan Dan realm, alongside the 2 Demon Dan practitioners, Yi Shaohan and Yi Xinghan, the Cold Rain Pavilion emerged as a formidable force, bolstered by Yi Xiaoyu's mid-stage demon origin cultivation. The news that Chun Hao represented the scattered cultivators in the competition quickly spread throughout the Dark Night City. Numerous scattered cultivators joined the Cold Rain Pavilion, and with Haotian's substantial financial backing, the pavilion's rise was meteoric. Haotian paid little mind to the affairs of the Cold Rain Pavilion. His 3 senior brothers and sisters took temporary residence, uninterested in power, while everything was managed by Yi Xiaohan herself. Fortunately, Leng Ziyu was well-versed in business, merging the experiences of the Ziyu Pavilion from the Tianyuan continent with those of the Cold Rain Pavilion from the Tianwu continent, allowing for rapid growth. This son-in-law is truly a prodigy, and those around him are equally impressive, Yi Xinghan mused inwardly, observing the swift ascent of the Cold Rain Pavilion. Chapter 421, The Contest for the Secret Grounds, Part 1. Haotian and his companions, including Yi Xiaoyu and Xiao Chui, numbered 8 in total. Naturally, it was Haotian who would participate in the competition, while the others were there to support him. The two elder brothers had surpassed the age limit, and senior sister Li Wanxia, along with Yi Xiaohan and Leng Ziyu, were not a match for Haotian's prowess. Under Yi Xiaoyu's guidance, they navigated past several buildings to arrive at the competition platform located in the northern district of Dark Night City. Beyond the platform lay the Dark Night Forest. The competition platform was a designated area managed by the City Lord's office, where contests took place daily. Fighting was strictly prohibited within the city. Any disputes had to be resolved on the competition platform, where it was deemed lawful. The platform was frequently damaged and repaired, and due to the destructive nature of the contests, participants were required to pay a fee to utilize the space. Today marked a competition between Dark Night City and Black Magic City, a triennial contest for the rights to access the secret grounds. Half a month ago, the Lord's residents of the city closed the competition platform here, assigning dedicated personnel to refurbish it. For the sake of safety, the Lords of both cities personally invited formidable warriors to collaboratively establish protective formations. From a distance, one could observe a faint barrier floating above the competition platform, emanating astonishing waves of energy. The protective formation established by the two cities is undoubtedly robust. Even the most powerful practitioners at the peak of the magic core or Grand Martial Master levels would find it challenging to breach this defense with their powers. The contest for the right to access the secret grounds between the two cities serves as a grand event to assess the prowess of the younger generation. Representatives of various factions from the City of Dark Night and the City of Black Magic gathered in the City of Dark Night. When the Lord of the City of Dark Night, Xiao Yongchong, appeared on the viewing platform, the bustling crowd fell into an unexpected silence. Greetings, everyone. I am Xiao Yongchong, the Lord of the City of Dark Night. The triennial contest for the right to access the secret grounds between the City of Dark Night and the City of Black Magic will be held here this year. According to the agreement between our two cities, entry to the secret grounds must be contested. This contest occurs once every 3 years, and the victor shall possess the right to use the secret grounds for the subsequent 3 years. Now, let us welcome the winner of the last contest for the right to access the secret grounds, the Lord of the City of Black Magic, Yun. As Xiao Yongchang's voice echoed, a towering figure emerged from the front row of the viewing platform. The Lord of Black Magic, Yun, raised a black token high above his head, solemnly handing it over to the judges appointed by both sides for this contest. This token may not appear extraordinary, but only those who have wielded it truly understand its secrets. It serves as the key to unlock the secret grounds. At this moment, the protective formation on the competition platform activated, enveloping the entire area in a soft golden light. Only those participating in the contest and the judges, bearing special tokens, were permitted to enter and exit the competition platform. While the light seemed unremarkable, it was, in fact, a creation of the two lords and the powerful warriors of both cities, capable of withstanding any attack from practitioners at the magic core level. The competition begins. The judge, a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of the magic infant realm, proclaimed after the key ceremony concluded. The triennial contest for the right to access the secret grounds commenced. The first to step onto the stage was Yu Huixing, the eldest son of the Yu family from the City of Dark Night. He called out, "Who dares to challenge Yu Huixing of the City of Dark Night?" Beishan, you go, instructed He Tianyu, the young lord of the City of Black Magic, to a peak-stage magic core practitioner beside him. Yes, Beishan nodded slightly to Yu Huixing and promptly summoned a magic blade, engaging in combat. He proved to be a worthy opponent, displaying impressive combat prowess as a peak-stage magic core practitioner. However, Yu Huixing appeared as if descended from the heavens, unleashing several torrents of magical dragon fire that targeted Beishan's magic blade. After several exchanges, Beishan was defeated. The first match concluded with a victory for the City of Dark Night. In the second match, the young lord of the City of Black Magic, He Tianyu, took to the stage himself. Yi Chun, you go. Yu Huixing commanded. Understood, senior brother Yu. Yi Chun, possessing average combat strength, seemed the most suitable choice to face Haotian, the strongest among the 7 warriors of the City of Black Magic. It is evident that Night City has suffered defeat at the hands of the Black Magic City's young master, Haotian. In the third match, the disciple of the 4 great families, Chun Yu, representing Night City, entered the arena wielding the Ice Spirit Sword, exuding an extraordinary aura. Hey Yu, it's your turn, commanded Haotian, summoning the disciple Heiyu from Black Magic Sect to confront Qinyu of the Chun family from Night City. Although Heiyu was at the late stage of the Magic Dan realm, just a step away from the pinnacle, his mastery of secret techniques was exceptional. His Thunderlight Sword was also a formidable weapon, rivaling the peak of the late Magic Dan realm. This sword of mine is named the Ice Spirit Sword, Qinyu declared with a cold smile. Be careful. With that, she unleashed a powerful strike. A chilling wave surged forth, resembling the luminous blade of an ice dragon, aimed directly at Heiyu. Heiyu's Thunderlight Sword was far from mediocre. He summoned a bolt of lightning to counter the icy dragon's assault. Half an hour later, Heiyu bellowed, "Thunderlight, extinguish." Was that the power of his sword? Qinyu's expression grew grave as she gritted her teeth and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the Ice Spirit Sword. Instantly, the sword transformed into 8 ice dragons. Ice Spirit transforms into dragons. Qinyu cried out. The atmosphere became as frigid as 1,000 miles of ice and 10,000 miles of snow, freezing the sword techniques just recently executed by Heiyu. As Qinyu unleashed her attack, her internal energy was depleted, leaving Heiyu encased as an ice sculpture. Qinyu emerged victorious, albeit at a cost, while Heiyu fell. The third match ended in defeat for Black Magic City. The fourth match saw another loss for Night City. The fifth match resulted in yet another defeat for Night City. With 2 consecutive losses, the atmosphere grew despondent. They had to secure victories in the remaining 2 matches to gain access to the secret grounds. In the 6th match, Night City was represented by Xiao Jiutian. Brother Xiao, it has been quite some time. 3 years ago, our contest resulted in no clear victor. Shall we take the stage again today to determine the outcome? At that moment, Su Kuei, disciple of the Black Magic Sect's master, looked disdainfully at Xiao Jiutian. Haha. Xiao Jiutian chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. It had indeed been 3 years since they last clashed, both at the mid-stage of the Magic Dan realm. And that battle had been fiercely contested. What are you laughing at? Su Kuei's expression hardened as he demanded an answer. Do you know who the most laughable people in this world are? Xiao Jiutian asked, maintaining a serene smile, his expression betraying no fluctuations. Those who overestimate themselves. Su Kuei replied, looking down at Xiao Jiutian with contempt. After all, Su Kuei had already reached the late stage of the Magic Dan realm, a significant leap from mid-stage, marking a considerable gap between them. It was quite normal for someone at mid-stage to feel proud. However, unbeknownst to Su Kuei, the Xiao Jiutian before him was not the same mid-stage practitioner from 3 years prior. You spent 3 years cultivating to ascend from mid-stage to late-stage Magic Dan. Do you think Xiao Jiutian remained stagnant? No, Xiao Jiutian replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. The most laughable individuals are the ignorant ones, who find amusement in their own ignorance. Don't you find that amusing? Is that so? Su Kuei narrowed his eyes, regarding Xiao Jiutian with a dangerous glint, a disdainful smirk curling at his lips. If a fierce beast is ignorant, it could never be toppled by an ant. Who the fierce beast truly is remains to be seen, Xiao Jiutian replied, a devilish smile gracing his lips, filled with intrigue. Enough. In the shadowy realm of the Black Magic City, the young master Haotian, you let out a soft snort, turning his gaze towards the Night City. The eldest son of the Yu family, Yu Huixing, teased. So, for the past 3 years, you Night City folks have merely been honing your verbal skills? Surely, you do not intend to defeat the Black Magic City with mere words? The sarcasm was palpable, yet the crowd from Night City remained unfazed, their expressions tinged with amusement as they regarded him. This only served to confirm that he was a fool, blissfully ignorant, and finding amusement in his own ignorance. The thought provoked laughter among them. Anyone who underestimated Xiao Jiutian would inevitably face dire consequences. Against you, mere words suffice. Before Yu Huixing could retort, Xiao Jiutian responded coolly, leaving Haotian's face flushed with rage, his entire being trembling in fury. Those who delight in mocking others are often like this. The more anger they provoke, the more invigorated they become. However, To disregard them is to deliver a subtle rebuke. Thus, in such situations, ignoring the opponent is indeed the wisest course of action. Chapter 422. The Contest for the Secret Realm, Part 2. With a swift motion, Haotian shot a glance at Zou Ming, who understood the unspoken command and leaped onto the competition platform. With a flourish, a dark spear appeared in his hand, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Haotian, prepare to meet your demise, Zou Ming declared, his voice resonating with the might of a war god, drawing a chorus of cheers from the Black Magic City spectators. Huh. Haotian raised his chin, smirking nonchalantly as he leisurely approached the competition stage. Upon nearing the edge, he sprang onto the platform. Go, brother Haotian. Master Xiao. Show him no mercy. The Night City crowd erupted in cheers, leaving the Black Magic City spectators momentarily perplexed. Was a practitioner of the mid-level magic Dan truly deserving of such fervent acclaim? Utter nonsense, scoffed Haotian, his disdain evident as he cast a cold glance at Yu Huixing. The latter bore a smile that was neither here nor there, merely glancing at Haotian before turning his attention back to the competition platform, a strange glimmer flickering in his eyes. The arrogance of the Black Magic City was astounding. Did they not realize the need for restraint? Alas, how pitiable they were, Yu Huixing thought to himself, having not secured the opportunity to enter the secret realm for years. The younger generation of Night City had been gearing up for this moment. This year's triannual competition aimed to rival the Black Magic City. They had endured hardships and cultivated humility, embodying the principle of feigning weakness to ensnare the strong, a tactic to confound the overconfident denizens of Black Magic City. In preparation for this contest over the secret realm, the Lord of Night City, Xiao Yongchong, spared no expense in resources, meticulously training elite disciples selected from various noble families and sections. Concurrently, intelligence personnel were dispatched to probe the strengths and weaknesses of the Black Magic City competitors, gathering vital information and strategies while relentlessly collecting techniques for concealment. Let every elite participant master the art of concealment, achieving the effect of a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, and thereby shatter the arrogant spirit of the younger generation in the Dark Magic City, ultimately claiming victory in the contest for the secret realm. Do you truly dare to come here and court death? As Haotian approached the contest platform, a palpable aura of menace surged from Zou Ming. Even the spectators below felt the oppressive atmosphere. It is not death I seek, but rather to escort you on your journey, Haotian replied with a light-hearted smile. My friends believe that for someone of my cultivation level to stand on this platform is already an act of high regard towards you. Such words were a direct retort, provoking a wave of laughter from the crowd of Dark Night City. Infuriating Dark Night City. Damn Haotian. At this moment, Zou Ming was gritting his teeth in rage. His face contorted as he said to Haotian, I will ensure your demise is most unsightly. During the contest, if one party does not concede or fails to provide timely rescue, casualties are inevitable. Of course, if one party surrenders, the other must refrain from further assault. Is that so? Haotian suddenly ceased his smile, a fierce battle intent erupting from him. Die? Zou Ming, enraged beyond reason, felt his very soul tremble. Seeing the seemingly weaker Haotian daring to display battle intent before him ignited a fury that surged within. With a fierce roar, Zou Ming swiftly executed his steps, his spear resembling a ferocious dragon as it lunged toward Haotian. Faced with the approaching spear and the overwhelming killing intent, Haotian merely smiled with intrigue. Extending his hand, a pair of resplendent golden flame dragon maces materialized in his grasp. The long, bladeless flame dragon maces, exuding immense power, met the oncoming spear's brilliance. Poison Dragon Strike. Flame Dragon Slash. The three violent and extreme spiritual artifacts collided with a thunderous roar. Boom. A deep sound echoed as two beams of golden light cleaved through a dark, raging dragon. The weighty flame dragon maces wielded by Haotian were not easily handled by the weak. Even the mightiest of treasures could not withstand such formidable force. The aura of the flame dragon maces struck terror, capable of crushing even through spiritual armor. In midair, the maces met the spear, intertwining two golden dragon shadows with a black, demonic dragon, their roars shaking the heavens. At the moment the astonished crowd gasped, a sound akin to a balloon bursting resounded. The dark dragon disintegrated into 3 segments. The two golden dragon shadows, still brimming with fury, appeared reluctant, as they were summoned back by Xiao Jutian. In truth, the clash of their spiritual artifacts in the air transpired within mere moments, culminating in their duel. Shocking palm. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Jutian moved with agility. Seizing the moment, while Su Kuei remained in shock, he merged the two maces into his left hand, transforming his right hand into a palm, unleashing a tremendous force that struck directly against Su Kuei's chest. Slap. Crack. The shocking palm landed squarely on Su Kuei's chest, instantly causing his ribcage to cave in with the sound of splintering bones. Su Kuei was sent soaring through the air, blood gushing from his mouth. He landed on the opposite side of the contest platform, rolling several times before tumbling off the stage. The arrogant and overconfident Su Kuei, before losing consciousness, was filled with confusion and pondered, how could he possibly be defeated by one at the mid-stage of the Demon Pill realm? In just one glance and two exchanges, the late-stage Demon Pill cultivator Su Kuei found himself vanquished, feeling both wronged and indignant. The rapid conclusion left the faces of the onlookers from the Black Magic City frozen in disbelief. The young master, Haotian, was equally astonished, at a loss for words. How could they accept that a late-stage Demon Pill powerhouse from Black Magic City was bested by someone merely at the mid-stage? Brother Jutian, splendid. The voice filled with admiration echoed, praising the talent of the Xiao family. Indeed, Xiao Jutian was proving himself to be extraordinarily formidable. The crowd from the Dark Knight City couldn't help but gasp at such an outcome. When had Xiao Jutian become so powerful? It seemed the Xiao family harbored depths yet to be fathomed. Within Hao Chen's eyes lay a complex expression. He recognized Xiao Jutian's strength. Having concealed his late-stage Demon Pill cultivation, playing the role of the underdog on the competition stage. Although he was technically at a lower realm, his actual prowess was now on par with Hao Chen's. It appeared that the Tianwu continent was teeming with talent. Even within the Dark Knight City, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Henceforth, one must navigate the Tianwu continent with utmost caution. Xiao Jutian's victory resulted in a stalemate, with both sides equaling 6 wins. This gave Dark Knight City a glimmer of hope. The moment that would determine the outcome was approaching, and a fierce confrontation between Dark Knight City and Black Magic City loomed. Chapter 423, The Contest for the Secret Grounds, Part 3, The Moment of Decision. The most captivating was at hand. The hidden strongmen of both sides would soon reveal themselves on the competition platform. Match 7. The contest commenced. As the referee's voice echoed, Dark Knight City, Chen Hao please. Hao Chun leaped onto the competition platform, addressing the young man who had arrived first, radiating an air of arrogance. With a respectful clasp of his fists. Black Magic City, Gui Yuang. Chen Hao, prepare to meet your demise. A flicker of coldness crossed Gui Yuang's face as he clenched his fists, a surge of killing intent erupting forth, launching a fierce strike toward Hao Chen's chest. In response, Hao Chun met the incoming punch with equal force, their fists colliding with tremendous impact. The clash of power seemed to threaten the very integrity of the formation. After testing each other, both retreated several steps. With a low shout, Gui Yuang reached into the void and summoned a black spear into his hand. With a shake, the spear transformed into a streak of black light, thrusting violently toward Hao Chun. Hao Chen's expression hardened as he turned his palm, revealing a golden red sword. Upon its emergence, it was but a mere inch in size, yet as Hao Chen channeled his energy, the golden red radiance suddenly erupted, morphing into a 3-foot-long flying huang sword. With the blade drawn, Hao Chen stepped forward, executing the stunning step, his garments billowing as he met the oncoming black spear with a fierce counter. Clang! Sparks flew in the void, the sound reverberating. Both the black spear and Hao Chen's flying huang sword were treasures, yet at that moment, they were wielded as though they were mere ordinary weapons. Both parties appeared intent on testing each other's prowess, engaging in a simple exchange where neither exerted their full strength, resulting in an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. The cold light flickered, shadows intertwined, as their pace quickened. There was no need to elaborate on Haotian's agility and swordsmanship, in comparison to the half-step demon infant realm of Gui Yuang. It could be said that Haotian had reached the pinnacle of mastery within the demon Dan realm before entering the demon infant stage. Surprisingly, Gui Yuang's spear technique was equally formidable, exhibiting extraordinary power. Each thrust was capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Every action, piercing, lifting, sweeping, was executed with remarkable speed, precision, and a seamless rhythm. Clang! The precious sword clashed against the spear shaft, and a burst of black radiance erupted, deflecting the ferocious sword strike. The black spear in Gui Yueheng's hand was evidently no ordinary weapon. Even its shaft was crafted from special materials, impervious to blades. Although Haotian's swordsmanship was exquisite and his movements swift, Gui Yueheng's spear held the advantage of reach. As the spear danced, a myriad of black shadows enveloped the area within several feet, rendering it nearly impossible for Haotian to penetrate. Yet, Gui Yueheng began to feel a sense of frustration. He hadn't anticipated that not only was his opponent immensely powerful, but also possessed an intricate sword technique and movements as swift as lightning. Despite the spear's sharpness, it could not touch Haotian. Suddenly, Gui Yueheng trembled as he wielded his spear. Buzz! With a resonant hum, the black shadow shifted, revealing a row of silver spear illusions. The sudden appearance of these shimmering silver forms dazzled the eyes, launching toward Haotian with lethal intent. Although merely phantoms created by energy, the chilling aura of death permeated the entire arena. Haotian thought to himself, while one can dazzle the eyes of others, this was a miscalculation. In an instant, he closed his eyes, extending his consciousness outward. With a flick of his precious sword, he thrust it forward into the void, executing the long-forgotten illusory sword technique. The golden-red sword shadow instantaneously transformed, emitting a faint azure glow, which sent ripples of energy through the air. Haotian's choice of the illusory sword technique was influenced by Gui Yueheng's conjured spear shadows. The azure light surged from the void, enveloping Haotian entirely as it flowed along his sword. Empowered by the illusory sword technique, Haotian's speed surged significantly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, reappearing in midair. Clang! A flurry of metallic clashing sounds echoed as the silver spear illusions dissipated into nothingness. Haotian landed back on the stage, subsequently gathering dark energy before him, swirling black mist coiling like a giant serpent as he coldly declared, "Taste my sword." The sword's shadow was ethereal, yet devoid of murderous intent. By the time Gui Yueheng comprehended the true nature of Haotian's words, it was already too late. The sword Haotian referred to was not merely a sword. It embodied his unique technique of illusory focus, which was far from trivial. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Haotian propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward Gui Yueheng. However, the dark energy released did not surge toward Gui Yueheng. Instead, it eerily coalesced at the tip of Haotian's finger, forming 4 strands of pitch-black energy flames. With a swift motion, Haotian's index finger pointed forth, and wherever the dark flames passed, all was rendered into nothingness. As Gui Yueheng beheld this, his pupils narrowed slightly, and he bit his lower lip, his thoughts igniting a shimmering armor that enveloped him in layers of radiant shields. What is this? The spectators beneath the arena momentarily paused in surprise, quickly comprehending the situation. Gui Yueheng had entirely relinquished his offensive, channeling all his magical energy to fortify his true essence shield. Not only that, but he also summoned 2 or 3 layers of true essence armor. The formidable technique, the delusion finger, unleashed by Haotian, reached him in an instant. As the black flames made contact with the luminous shield, it shattered into countless fragments within a heartbeat. To minimize the area of bodily harm, Gui Yueheng had assumed a half-crouch position to resist the onslaught of the delusion finger's black flames. Nonetheless, he was still pushed back by more than 3 steps. Undaunted in the face of peril, Gui Yueheng suddenly produced several talismans to bolster his defenses. However, Haotian's successive strikes, the second and third fingers, compelled Gui Yueheng to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. The armor, shield, and talismans, unable to withstand the ferocity of the delusion finger's assault, were riddled with flaws and in tatters. Yet, he managed to fend off 3 waves of attacks. At this moment, a glimmer of determination ignited in Gui Yueheng's eyes as he rummaged through his storage for further resources to reinforce his body. He believed that if he could withstand the 4th strike, it would spell victory. He surmised that after this next onslaught, his opponent would be depleted of energy, presenting him with the opportunity to counterattack. With each of Haotian's finger strikes, the dark points at his fingertips coalesced with increasing intensity. Yet he refrained from unleashing his full power. After all, this was merely a contest. Defeating his opponent sufficed, and there was no need to resort to lethal measures. However, he was taken aback by the resilience of his adversary, who had endured the first 3 strikes and still refused to concede. It seemed that Gue Yueheng was even contemplating a counterstrike. Recognizing his opponent's mindset, Haotian thought to himself, it appears that only by demonstrating true might will you understand the gravity of the situation. With this in mind, he unleashed the fourth strike in an instant, confident that it would utterly dismantle Gue Yueheng's defenses, leaving him no chance to recover. Embrace your fate, Haotian bellowed. And as expected, Gue Yueheng's defenses crumbled. Yet, despite employing the delusion finger, Haotian did not seek to eliminate Gue Yueheng. It was not that he could not. Rather, he intentionally spared him, merely obliterating all his protective measures. At the moment when Gue Yueheng's armor was completely shattered, he suddenly sensed that his opponent had retracted his force. I concede. With his face marred in blood, Gue Yueheng understood that Chun Hao had shown him mercy, and he had no choice but to concede reluctantly. Chapter 424. Entering the secret realm, defeating Gue Yueheng of the Black Demon City signified victory for the Dark Knight City. At this moment, the arena of Dark Knight City was ablaze with fervor. Ha ha ha, it's finally in our grasp. We've obtained it at last. The Lord of Dark Knight City, Xiao Yongchang, was utterly unrecognizable in his excitement, shedding the decorum expected of a city lord. Even a city lord could not contain his exhilaration. For the long-awaited right to access the secret realm had finally returned, seemingly reserved solely for the Black Demon City. Conversely, the expression of the Black Demon City's lord, Haotian, was exceedingly grim. This turn of events was beyond his wildest expectations. Everything had unfolded as it had in years past, until this year, when the dark horse, Chen Hao, unexpectedly emerged. Humph, what is there to be excited about? Next time, I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. You may borrow it for 3 years, nothing more. Haotian's demeanor was exceptionally rigid. He was an individual who valued his pride immensely. Although they suffered defeat today, he showed no signs of conceding verbally. Ha ha, Haotian, your temperament remains unchanged. Even though the secret realm would now be under my management in the Dark Knight City, there is no need for you to be so incensed. Zou Ming was in high spirits, each word eliciting laughter from him. Haotian let out a cold snort, ignoring his remarks. All right, since the competition has concluded, remaining here serves no purpose. Let's depart. At that moment, the mood of Haotian, the Lord of the Black Demon City, was quite dismal. He took the lead in leaving the observation platform, followed by the others as they exited the competition arena. Chen Hao, I look forward to our next clash. Gue Yueheng remarked before also leaving the arena. Gue Yueheng felt no discontent from his defeat to Haotian. On the contrary, he had already acknowledged Haotian as a formidable opponent. For the people of Dark Knight City, not only was it a visual feast, but such a level of combat also represented a form of honor. This honor was earned through the efforts of Chun Hao and his 6 companions. Ignoring the fervor of the crowd, Haotian gazed at the departing figures of the Black Demon City. Furrowing his brow slightly, he pondered for a moment before dismissing the thoughts. Haotian then approached the city lord, presenting the token of the secret realm to Zou Ming, saying, Lord, this is the token of the secret realm. Haha, splendid. Zou Ming graciously accepted the token from Haotian's hand. Come, let us return to the city lord's residence together. I have already dispatched people to prepare a celebratory feast. Individuals from all factions of Dark Knight City will come to celebrate. Entering the secret realm for cultivation is a coveted opportunity for the younger generation of Dark Knight City. Zou Ming continued to speak to Haotian. There's no need for the celebratory feast. I am not particularly fond of such lively occasions. However, I am curious about the wonders of this secret realm. In truth, Haotian could not fathom what made the secret realm so extraordinary. But seeing the reverence others held for it, he ultimately decided to heed Zou Ming's advice and remained to head to the city lord's residence. As Haotian and his companions departed, the attendees of the city lord's banquet gradually dispersed. At that moment, Zou Ming led the head of the Chun family to stand before Haotian. The head of the Chun family addressed Haotian, saying, Chen Hao, once you return from the secret realm, please visit the Chun family. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Haotian looked at the head of the Chun family with some confusion, but nodded in agreement. The 3-year usage rights of the secret realm represented invaluable resources for cultivation. After a selection process, 7 individuals from the Cold Rain Pavilion were chosen to enter the secret realm, including Haotian, his senior sister Li Wanxia, and Yi Xiaoyu. The remaining 4 spots were allocated by Yi Xiaoan. Yi Xiaoyu had originally been at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of demon origin, and by the time Haotian arrived at the Yi family, Efforts had already begun to elevate Yi Xiaoyu's cultivation to the pinnacle of the late stage of demon origin. In Haotian's mind, if one day Yi Xiaohan were to leave the Cold Rain Pavilion with him, and the three senior siblings also departed, leaving only Yi Xinghan, who was at the Demon Dan realm, it would be a grave misstep for the Cold Rain Pavilion to stand alone. Therefore, with Yi Xiaohan's consent, he proactively prepared for Yi Xiaoyu's cultivation enhancement, ensuring that they would not panic if Yi Xiaoyu were to go missing. The group was transported into the 6th layer of the Demon Suppression Tower to accelerate their cultivation. With the assistance of abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their prowess was rapidly elevated to the realm of the Demon Dan. During the trial of the minor heavenly tribulation, Haotian, along with Qian Shanyu and Li Wanxia, accompanied Yi Xiaoyu to the Dark Night Forest, ensuring a smooth passage through the ordeal. To avoid drawing attention, Haotian imparted the techniques of concealing one's aura and altering one's appearance to her. Thus, Yi Xiaoyu concealed her cultivation level, a secret known only to their fellow disciples and Yi Xiaohan, keeping even Yi Xinghan in the dark. This marked the first time the Cold Rain Pavilion participated as a formidable force in the conflicts of Dark Night City. Yi Xiaohan, maintaining her integrity, refrained from entering the secret realm for cultivation, choosing instead to manage the Cold Rain Pavilion. She was unconcerned about the secret realm, knowing that Leng Ziyu and Xiao Chui had already entered the Demon Suppression Tower for training. She herself would eventually enter the tower for cultivation, a far superior option compared to the secret realm. The following dawn, Xiao Yongchang led Hao Chun and his companions to a precipice within the Dark Night Forest. At that moment, 49 individuals awaited their arrival. In front of the crowd, Xiao Yongchang entrusted the token for entry into the secret realm to Hao Chun, who would return it upon their exit. The secret realm offered benefits to all, yet entry was restricted to those at the Demon Dan or Grandmaster level, and only individuals under the age of 25 were permitted. Each faction meticulously selected their most outstanding disciples to enter the realm for cultivation. This secret realm was a sanctuary preserved by powerful cultivators, presenting an invaluable opportunity for those present. The concentration of spiritual energy within the realm was several dozen times that of Dark Night City, making it a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. Within its confines, one could cultivate for 3 months, sufficient time to elevate one's prowess by a level, but exceeding this duration necessitated departure due to the realm's depletion of energy. The weakening phase of the secret realm would result in cultivators lingering within being mysteriously drained of their life force, leading to untimely demise. Recovery from this state took 3 months. Thus, the secret realm could only be accessed twice a year, with a maximum limit of 49 individuals permitted entry. Any additional person would render the token inoperative. Most of the time, the secret realm was controlled by the Black Demon City, and its resources had been largely depleted. This time, they secured a 3-year right to use the secret realm, dispatching 49 elite individuals for cultivation. Xiao Yongchang expressed his hope that those entering would prioritize their training, aiming for significant advancements within the brief span of 3 months. Once he elucidated the situation, the atmosphere became electrified, with fervent anticipation gleaming in everyone's eyes as they eagerly urged Hao Chun to activate the token for entry. Xiao Yongchang had informed Hao Chun that utilizing the token was remarkably simple. One merely needed to channel dark energy and press their finger at the center. Quietly, Hao Chun infused dark energy into the token, and as black light erupted forth, he extended his right index finger and placed it at the token's center. At that moment, the token radiated a brilliant glow. The myriad of intricate runes above seemed to come alive, transforming before their very eyes. The next scene sent a shiver of astonishment through all present. The token had conjured a shimmering portal of transference. "Quick, everyone, step into the portal," commanded the city lord, and forthwith, 48 individuals hastily entered the glowing gateway, with Haotian being the last to step through, token in hand. At the moment he crossed the threshold, the activated token dissipated into nothingness. As the group of 49 was engulfed by the portal, a wave of dizziness washed over them, and they found themselves transported to a realm rich in primordial energy. Typically, individuals could cultivate only one type of primordial energy, and many were born without a foundation for it. They would usually practice internal cultivation techniques alongside their families to develop a corresponding attribute of primordial energy. For instance, practitioners of the Yunhai sect from the Tianyuan continent, once they possessed a foundation, could harness primordial energy. Similarly, Those who practice demonic arts would cultivate demonic primordial energy. Thus, the foundation would naturally be demonic in nature, and those born in the underworld would cultivate underworld primordial energy. However, under ordinary circumstances, a person could only cultivate one type of primordial energy throughout their life, meaning each individual possessed but a singular foundation. Yet, Haotian was an anomaly. He possessed a multi-attribute primordial energy foundation, which was the source of his extraordinary prowess. While others were confined to a single type, he could cultivate multiple energies simultaneously and seamlessly merge them. As the group instinctively absorbed the abundant energy surrounding them, they realized that this location was an enigmatic sanctuary for multi-attribute cultivation. For those practicing different techniques, they could only absorb one type of energy, but for Haotian, it was an unparalleled haven where he could devour and refine all forms of primordial energy. Chapter 425. An unexpected discovery. The so-called secret places are, in truth, the remnants or sanctuaries left behind by powerful beings. Some are independent parallel spaces discovered by these strong individuals, while others are areas sealed off by powerful formations. Naturally, to be deemed a secret place, it must be a site left by practitioners of at least the nascent soul stage, qualifying it as such. These secret locations are fraught with peril, yet they are equally replete with opportunities. Within them, one might find techniques, elixirs, and divine weapons that have been preserved. However, such secret places are notoriously elusive. Many have fallen into the hands of the most formidable sects and families. It is through the resources found in these secret sites that these sects and families can continuously produce exceptional talents and maintain their enduring legacy. Generally, secret places are not open to outsiders unless they are of little value or utility. The secret location they had just entered had been thoroughly explored. Consequently, their objective in this realm was to leverage the bountiful primordial energy for cultivation. This was a training ground left behind by a powerful being named Qingyun, discovered during a joint expedition by the practitioners of the two cities. The lords of these cities were themselves formidable nascent soul practitioners, both at the later stages of their cultivation. After extensive exploration and verification by the powerful figures from the two cities, it has become evident that this cultivation site left behind by Qingyun was intentional. With his formidable magical prowess, Qingyun constructed a celestial array, confining this secret land with the intent to nurture the younger generation of the Tianwu continent. This sacred ground represents a precious legacy bestowed upon the Tianwu continent by this formidable being. The secret realm is beneficial for practitioners at the Yuandan realm. However, for those below the foundation establishment stage, the overwhelming density of spiritual energy could prove to be intolerable, with even a slight misstep potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences. The reason the powerful figures from Anya City and Haimo City have chosen to open this secret site is to foster competition among the practitioners of both cities. Furthermore, this site holds little significance for cultivators above the nascent soul realm, thus making it a strategic decision to attract and unify the hearts of the people. Is this truly the sanctuary of cultivation? The richness of the spiritual energy is astonishing. This secret land indeed contains multi-attribute spiritual energy, which is quite extraordinary. Yes, indeed. Is this the legendary secret realm? It certainly differs greatly from the outside world, as the newcomers felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy and observed their surroundings. A chorus of discussions erupted among the crowd. The entire space was enveloped in a dense aura of spiritual energy, making it feel as though they were bathing in a verdant luminescence. The scene here resembled the twilight in the outside world, abundant in spiritual energy and vast in expanse. Indeed, under the detection of Haotian's divine consciousness, it was revealed that this secret land spans a radius of nearly 1,000 miles. Let us convene here at noon on the 90th day. With these words, Haotian produced a red cloth and hung it on a sturdy tree nearby as a marker. The 49 individuals who had arrived at the secret land began to seek suitable locations to commence their cultivation. Haotian led Yi Xiaoyu and Li Wanxia to a nearby gathering spot to begin their training. Meanwhile, Haotian, citing the many inconveniences between genders during cultivation, deliberately distanced himself from the two women. He wished to keep the secret of his otherworldly cultivation method concealed. Choosing a secluded area to distance himself from the two women, Haotian set up a phantom killing array and constructed a barrier in his chosen cultivation space to ensure his peace of mind while he trained. Nevertheless, for safety reasons, he refrained from summoning Shaner, Shuang'er, Ziyu, and Xiaocui, to avoid attracting unwanted attention and causing unnecessary trouble. After operating the Can Li San Xianju cultivation method for a while, without significant gains, he shifted to practicing the Shaohao inheritance, the Shaoyangju technique. The Shaohao inheritance. The Shaoyangju is indeed a transcendent technique, especially for those who cultivate both martial and magical arts, allowing them to devour the heavens, the earth, and spiritual essences, transforming them into their own being, capable of contending with the heavens and daring to challenge fate. His main dantian was enveloped in chaotic energy, while his 5 elements dantian swirled with various attributes of spiritual energy. The wind and thunder dantian was shrouded in darkness, with wind howling and lightning flashing. As he practiced the Shaoyangju, the 3 dantians operated with fervor, and the secret land's spiritual energy surged wildly into his body. Haotian's form resembled a black hole, voraciously absorbing the spiritual essence of the secret realm, more akin to plundering than mere absorption. Not only did Haotian himself absorb and refine the abundant essence of the secret realm, but the demon suppression tower and the jade pendant also indulged in this energy, merging it into their spaces. After 7 days of frenzied consumption, the essence within a 100-mile radius had nearly been depleted. It was only then that Haotian emerged from his cultivation, rising to his feet and stretching his body. He felt significantly more robust, and his cultivation had markedly improved. Even the 2 treasures emitted a glimmering aura. In that moment, Haotian sensed that the aura emanating from him surpassed that of the moonlit balance. A practitioner from the Black Magic City. Should they engage in battle again, Haotian was confident he could defeat his opponent with a single strike. However, should he continue to devour energy in such a reckless manner, it would likely arouse suspicion. Moreover, one could not solely focus on cultivation. A balance between work and rest was essential. With this thought in mind, Haotian began to meander through the secret realm. Upon entering this clandestine place, he could not find peace without conducting an exploration. After all, a secret realm is inherently mysterious, harboring secrets unknown to others who yearn for its essence and relentlessly cultivate within its confines. Yet Haotian remained unfazed. He resolved to conduct a thorough and profound investigation of this secret realm while savoring its unique charm. Lush woodlands, expansive grasslands, babbling brooks, and the cries of birds and beasts presented a picturesque landscape that filled Haotian with elation. For his exploration, he employed both divine consciousness and spiritual eye techniques, conducting a 3-dimensional survey, observing the skies, the earth, and probing both horizontally and vertically. After 3 days, in a desolate patch of land, he stumbled upon a remarkably concealed cave. This cave could merely be deemed a badger's burrow, yet driven by curiosity and a desire for wild game after a prolonged abstinence, Haotian contemplated capturing a badger for a feast. However, while probing the badger's den, he unexpectedly uncovered something peculiar. Those who had entered the secret realm for cultivation, including the former Yuaning experts who had ventured here, would have been incapable of discovering this secret. Only Haotian, endowed with a divine consciousness akin to that of a prodigy at the divine realm, could glimpse the hidden wonders beneath the badger's den, revealing a world of enigmas concealed within. To maintain secrecy and preserve the natural topography, Haotian summoned the demon suppression tower, swiftly vanishing into it, and transformed the tower to match the size of the badger's burrow, delving deep into the cave. He activated the tower to rotate and excavate, leaving behind a discreet, fist-sized hole, which he concealed with segmented barriers. As the tower advanced several feet, it finally entered the mysterious underground chamber. Upon entering the cave, Haotian discovered it to be a winding passage, filled with twists and turns. The passage held no particular significance, and as he stealthily explored, he found it to be utterly devoid of anything unusual. Progressing smoothly along the path, he encountered no unforeseen incidents. What lay ahead? Upon reaching the end of the passage, Haotian found it considerably wider than the tunnel, spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals standing side by side. This was a chasm, or rather, an immense underground pit. Gazing down, he beheld an unfathomable abyss, akin to a bottomless pit. Before him lay a swirling sea of mist, reminiscent of the world's edge. Where Haotian stood felt like the brink of existence itself. He picked up a stone and cast it into the sea of clouds. The stone fell silently, as if devoured by the very fabric of space. What peculiarities lay hidden in this realm? After probing for some time, Haotian discerned no unusual features. Despite the existence of this enigmatic, boundless abyss being inherently strange, what significance did it hold? His purpose in coming here was not merely to behold such a spectacle. Rather, the air of mystery only heightened his curiosity. Chapter 426. Unbelievable after several investigations. Haotian finally uncovered the oddity of the mist. There was not a trace of elemental energy fluctuation. The absence of such energy implied that one could not harness the forces here. Should one enter a space devoid of elemental energy and remain without a supply of vitality, they would inevitably succumb to an irretrievable fate once their internal energy was depleted, especially without any indication of the end of this void. Pondering deeply, Haotian refused to abandon his exploration of this peculiar space. While others might falter without elemental energy, he possessed hidden capabilities. Not only did he have a flight shuttle, but he also wielded aerial martial techniques. Had he not also cultivated the wing of wind technique? A thought flickered through his mind. The wing of wind, as its name suggests, allowed for flight through the condensation of true energy into wings. In this space devoid of elemental power, Haotian felt undaunted. Summoning his true energy, pale azure strands emerged from within him, swirling around his form before converging upon his back. Suddenly, a pair of ethereal, luminous wings materialized behind him. With a mere thought, the wings rose gently, and with a powerful flap directed downward, a gust of wind erupted, lifting Haotian into the air. Possessing a multi-elemental constitution, Haotian could alter the manifestation of the wing of wind at will. Exercising caution, he directed the wings straight ahead, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. After several round trips, feeling no immediate threat, he bolstered his resolve to delve deeper. Nonetheless, he clutched the demon suppression tower tightly, prepared to retreat within it at the first sign of danger. As he descended further into the abyss, a thunderous roar emanated from the depths below. Dimly, he perceived a flicker of light, followed by a beam of white radiance, as thick as a child's arm, shooting forth from the clouds, illuminating the vicinity. Before he could react, a tremor surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. Upon the emergence of the white light, the abyss's depths reverberated with a cacophony of thunder. To his astonishment, the luminous figure began to disperse, permeating the area. The ground beneath him quaked violently, and before he knew it, the clouds had completely shattered. With a deafening roar, the surrounding space filled with the sound of shattering glass. This was dire. Despite not having reached the nascent soul stage and having only brushed against the most rudimentary of rules, Haotian could sense that the breaking sounds around him were anything but ordinary. They signified the collapse of the entire spatial barrier. He was acutely aware of the consequences of spatial fragmentation, having faced life and death experiences within chaotic currents before. His expression shifted dramatically as he summoned all his true energy, preparing for a final stand. To his astonishment, after the spatial barrier shattered, the anticipated dreadful consequences did not materialize. Instead, the surrounding white light suddenly intensified, enveloping him in a dazzling expanse that rendered his vision void. Before Haotian could employ his spiritual sight, he found himself plummeting downward, his feet unexpectedly touching the ground. Stunned, Haotian stood there, gazing at his surroundings. The world had transformed, and he was incredulous to discover that the ambient spiritual energy was remarkably pure. He mused silently. Had he fallen into the realm of immortals? Beneath a cerulean sky and fluffy clouds, a gentle breeze caressed the landscape, causing the myriad grasses to dance gracefully. The air was thick with fragrance, intoxicating and lush. The area was adorned with vibrant and exotic flora, a picturesque view that captivated the senses. It was only when Haotian's mind calmed that he could comprehend the astonishing sight before him. He recognized the presence of precious herbs and plants such as the Xian fruit, Padok flower, ascension fruit, and other rare spiritual herbs, all of which were treasures aged over a millennium. Despite the abundant spiritual energy and resources in this realm, the human population was considerable, and every plot of land had its owner. After countless years of exploitation, it had become exceedingly rare to find spiritual herbs or medicines over 1,000 years old in human territories. To acquire such ancient treasures, one would need to venture into uninhabited areas, fraught with peril, where not everyone was privileged to enter. Even those who could gain access faced a slim chance of returning alive. Thus, spiritual herbs and medicines exceeding a millennium in age were exceedingly rare. At this moment, Haotian beheld a ground strewn with spiritual herbs and medicines, all aged over 1,000 years. Even the grass beneath his feet was the elusive Skywalker grass, aged a millennium. Not to mention the rare flowers and plants, each a precious spiritual herb or medicine, all at least 1,000 years old. What was happening? Haotian felt as if he had entered a mythical world. Where was this? As he summoned Lung Ziyu, Shaner, Shuang'er, and Xiao Zui from the spatial realm. The four women gazed in bewilderment at the breathtaking scenery before them, exclaiming in astonishment. Even their vast experiences could not prepare them for the scene that unfolded. This was akin to a dream. No, it couldn't be. It must be a dream. Was there any other explanation for such a phenomenon? Though they were unsure why this extraordinary event had occurred, it did not diminish their excitement. Indeed, excitement surged within them, for there was no reason not to be thrilled in the presence of so many spiritual herbs and medicines. The ascension fruit, aged a millennium and brimming with spiritual energy, was typically a treasure sought after, existing only within the vaults of ancient families. It was the coveted fruit for cultivators at the late stage of the Great Ascension. Yet now, before their eyes, there were not merely 1,000 but perhaps 800. Xiao Zui contemplated inwardly. How long would it take to consume all this? The ascension fruit was merely one among countless spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits. The presence of the bashianshi and padok flower, among others, sent both Haotian and the four women into a frenzy of exhilaration. Upon witnessing such a plethora of delectable treats, Xiao Chui first plucked a celestial fruit and indulged in its sweetness, savoring each bite until her belly was pleasantly full. Subsequently, she succumbed to sleep without a care, for slumber for divine beasts equates to cultivation. In contrast, Lung Ziyu, Shaner, and Shuang'er did not exhibit the same gluttonous demeanor as Xiao Chui. After delicately consuming a celestial fruit, they promptly settled into meditation for their cultivation, perhaps due to the overwhelming spiritual energy of the fruit. It was not long before Shaner and Shuang'er were immersed in profound cultivation. Meanwhile, Lung Ziyu appeared to be cultivating but did not delve into deep meditation. Observing the four women, satiated and either resting or practicing their cultivation, made Haotian feel an envious pang. Unlike them, he was not carefree. The sight of such exquisite delicacies left him restless. His heart yearned, for these treasures lay scattered and unattended, a veritable waste of fortune. These spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits rightly belonged within the confines of a jade pendant space. Thus, when heavenly materials met the discerning eyes of a prodigious scavenger, he could not resist the temptation. At that moment, Haotian's greedy disposition surged, and he began fervently gathering resources. Any spiritual herb, medicine, or fruit was fair game for collection, excavation, and transplantation. His methods were unlike any other, akin to a thorough excavation. He did not even spare the soil beneath his feet. However, despite his avarice, he had not descended into madness, refraining from hoarding every species into the jade pendant space. He showed no mercy to those over a century old, but selectively spared some of the younger herbs, medicines, and fruits. As he collected, he muttered to himself, "Though these are indeed treasures, one must not act in a way that leaves future generations devoid of hope. That is the true path." After his fervent gathering, he looked upon the ravaged landscape with a bittersweet smile, lamenting the transformation of what was once a picturesque and vibrant locale into a scene of devastation. Chapter 427. The opportunity for breakthrough. It was not until this moment that Haotian extended his spiritual sense outward. To his astonishment, he detected a grand palace looming before him. More accurately, it was a tall hall, imbued with an ancient and weathered aura. The hall, several stories high, was supported by stone pillars that, due to years of neglect, appeared somewhat dilapidated from a distance. In a swift motion, Haotian found himself in the square before the grand hall, which was enveloped in a barrier. The intricate formation did not pose a challenge for him. He employed his spiritual eye technique to swiftly identify its weakest point. Though breaking the barrier was not particularly difficult, he was cautious not to use brute force, fearing it would jeopardize the palace's structural integrity. Instead, he utilized a divine power technique to carefully tear a fissure, allowing him entry into the barrier. However, he did not recklessly step into the hall. Rather, he employed the divine power technique to reinforce the structure within the barrier. He wished to prevent the building from collapsing under the pressure of his own aura, which could potentially damage its valuable contents. Once he deemed the hall sufficiently stable, he cautiously stepped inside. The walls on either side of the hall were adorned with nautical maps and star charts, capturing Haotian's utmost fascination. Approaching the western wall, one can observe the edge of a nautical map, indicating the borders of the continent, predominantly occupied by the azure waters of the Blue Origin Sea. This strait, nestled between the Tianyuan continent and the Tianmu continent, is known as the Blue Origin Sea. This nautical chart not only delineates the myriad routes between countless islands within the Blue Origin Sea, but also marks various resource points. Certain locations reveal veins of eternal gold, while others indicate the treasures of the heart of the ocean, the sites of numerous shipwrecks, the lairs of formidable sea beasts, and the perils of treacherous waters, all meticulously annotated. Upon a platform within the Grand Hall lie scattered numerous beast skins, each adorned with intricate partial sea maps, marking areas rich in precious minerals and the growth sites of rare treasures. At the edge of the platform, several chests overflow with local sea charts and maps of various islands. Even with Haotian's steadfast resolve, he found his breath quickening. These were akin to countless treasure maps, clearly marked. He mused to himself, it appears the original master of this place was indeed a mariner. In this world, it is common knowledge among those with even a modicum of insight that the greatest wealth lies within the perilous depths of the ocean. The resources and treasures of the sea surpass those found on all the continents of the Qingyun realm. However, the ocean is fraught with danger, and most of its wealth remains concealed beneath the waves. In the vast expanse of the sea, there are virtually no effective means of exploration. The endless ocean, when viewed from the surface, appears largely indistinguishable. Even sailing over a massive vein of ore, one might fail to discover the precious deposits hidden below. Since the distant era of celestial beings and demons, the allure of the ocean's resources and wealth has drawn countless souls to venture forth into its depths. Yet, the majority of these adventurers have met their eternal rest in the boundless waters. Nonetheless, such perils have not quelled humanity's insatiable greed for the ocean's vast riches. Countless ships have succumbed to the depths, their fates shrouded in mystery. Still, the mere act of salvaging these shipwrecks has birthed innumerable fortunes. Many legends began upon the waves, and numerous powers have risen due to the ocean's bounty. Yet, despite the passage of countless years, the resources and wealth unearthed from the graves of the ocean's pioneers merely scratch the surface of its vast treasures. After studying the nautical maps for a time, Haotian cautiously stored them all within the jade pendant space. What a tremendous bounty! With these charts, he could traverse the ocean freely, seeking immeasurable wealth while minimizing the dangers of the sea, even saving considerable time that would otherwise be spent in resource exploration. If one possessed a starship, the stellar charts would allow for celestial voyages. It seems that upon departing this place, preparations for aerial and aquatic ventures must commence, to gather those colossal resources into his possession. At this moment, Shaner and Shuanger were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, while Ziyu and Xiaozue hurriedly approached the barrier of the Grand Hall, calling out Haotian's name. Upon opening a portal, they entered the confines of the barrier. Brother, something has happened. A grave incident. The treasures of heaven and earth outside have been destroyed. Xiao Chui entered the Grand Hall, burrowing into Hao Chen's embrace as she wept. It's all right, it's all right. It was my doing, I apologize. My greed frightened you all. I'm truly sorry, Hao Chen said, gently patting Xiao Chui's back. Meanwhile, Lung Ziyu shot a fierce glare at Hao Chun, thinking to herself, I knew it was you. No one else would have laid waste to such a beautiful place, devoid of any awareness of nature's preservation, let alone any sense of aesthetics. Alas, what unfortunate encounters! While Lung Ziyu continued her inner musings, Hao Chun turned to approach the eastern wall, curious to see if it bore a more exquisite nautical chart. However, as he drew near, he discovered that the wall was adorned with a magnificent star map, sprawling across its entirety. The celestial depiction transformed the wall into an expanse reminiscent of an infinite night sky. Upon gazing at the star map, Hao Chun felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins. The Shaoyang Sutra instinctively activated, releasing an overwhelming force that surged toward the star map. At that moment, the sky was ablaze with countless stars, their brilliance almost blinding. Yet, as Hao Chun focused intently, he sensed that the star map concealed deeper mysteries. Whether it was the luminous major stars or the faintly glowing minor ones, none appeared to be the focal point. The map seemed to lack something crucial, an indispensable element, or perhaps a principal character. Suddenly enlightened, Hao Chun perceived a glimmer of opportunity, recognizing it as the essence needed to advance to the nascent soul realm. He casually addressed the two women, who were still in a daze. You two, search around here and see if there are any other treasures. I felt a breakthrough approaching while immersed in the star map. I shall step outside to refine the nurturing infant pill. Guard me during my ascension. After exiting the Grand Hall, he found Shaner and Schwanger deeply engrossed in their cultivation. He swiftly placed them into the demon suppression tower to prevent any mishaps during his advancement. Once they were secured, he moved 100 paces away to set up his alchemical furnace and began crafting the auxiliary pill for his progression to the nascent soul stage. Initially, he attempted to refine the fractured pill grass. Although this herb could be consumed directly, Haotian decided to purify several of the fractured pill grass, transforming it into what he named the fragmented yuan pill. The ability to concoct pills proved advantageous. This refined fragmented yuan pill possessed potency 100-fold greater than that of the raw fractured pill grass. After warming up, Haotian then focused intently on crafting the nurturing infant pill. Chapter 428. Careful Preparation. Haotian had previously delayed his advancement to the nascent soul due to the incomplete collection of materials for the nurturing infant pill. Now, with everything in place, only the final catalyst was needed. As usual, he ignited the alchemical flames to preheat the furnace. Following the instructions of the formula, he systematically added the required materials into the furnace, having refined his alchemical process since discovering the 5 elements method. The furnace in question is none other than the Qingyun furnace, acquired within the depths of the night-cold Qingyun Cave. After meticulous refinement by Haotian, it was revealed to be a high-grade alchemical furnace, the most exquisite among all of Haotian's collection. At this moment, the flame employed by Haotian is the most sophisticated in the realm of alchemy. It not only encompasses the essence of the Dan flame, but also the fervor of the Dan blaze, making it far superior for the purification and refinement of medicinal herbs compared to other flames. This remarkable fire can even compensate for any technical flaws of the alchemist. Akin to a master chef who, with the right tools and a good flame, can create a splendid feast as long as the ingredients are present, albeit with varying quality. Haotian finds himself in a similar predicament. Having previously concocted 5th-tier and even 6th-tier elixirs, he is recognized as a 6th-tier alchemist by the Alchemist Guild. Given his current capabilities, it is reasonable to assert that Haotian possesses the skill of a 6th-tier alchemist. Crafting the classic 5th-tier elixir, the Ning Ing Dan, feels akin to a novice bride embarking on her first journey. Fortunately, Haotian does not lack for raw materials, as he retrieves the Ning Ing grass. This particular herb was not sourced from the Tua Mountain secret realm, but harvested from this very locale, each specimen over a millennium old, to be refined within the Wu Yin furnace. With utmost care, he controls the combustion point of the Dan blaze, delicately refining and purifying the Ning Ing grass. As the herb condenses into a light purple liquid, he swiftly transfers it into the Qingyun furnace. Haotian has managed to maintain a constant temperature within the furnace. With optimal flames, an excellent furnace, and his proficient techniques, failure to produce the Ning Ing Dan would indeed be inconceivable. To claim he is not anxious would be disingenuous. The successful completion of the primary ingredient S refinement, the Ning Ing grass, is merely the first step. Numerous additional ingredients, totaling in the dozens, require refinement and purification, demanding an unparalleled mastery to accomplish within the shortest possible time. As time elapses, the window for Haotian to refine and purify these materials grows increasingly narrow. Should he fail to complete the purification within the allotted time, the opportunity to concoct the Ning Ing Dan may slip away, jeopardizing his chance for advancement. Beads of sweat have begun to dot Haotian's forehead, and he curses the lack of additional hands, having no time to wipe away the perspiration. Only upon the successful creation of the elixir can he share the joy with the 2 women awaiting him. The raw materials for the Ning Ing Dan have all been placed within the Qingyun furnace. Time is of the essence, as the extensive duration required for the purification of the numerous ingredients is pressing. The refinement of the primary material, the Ning Ing grass, has already taken longer than anticipated. Coupled with the necessary time for integration, there is the risk of the grass solidifying and settling, leading to catastrophe. The crafting of this batch of Ning Ing Dan is pivotal to his potential elevation to the Yuan Ing stage. Success or failure rests in the hands of fate. Haotian does not allow himself the luxury of wiping away the sweat, which streams down his cheeks, obscuring his vision. He resolutely closes his eyes and extends his consciousness into the furnace. Employing the 5 elements refinement method, he gracefully integrates and purifies the raw materials. At the moment, the various components of the Ning Ing Dan meld together. A subtle yet enchanting fragrance wafts from the Qingyun furnace. The fragrant aroma of the elixir stirred excitement within Haotian, causing his hands to tremble and his heart to race fervently. At that moment, he dared not open his eyes to check. Instead, he remained focused, employing his spiritual sense to meticulously control the temperature of the Qingyun furnace. As moments passed, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, he heard no explosive sounds emanating from the furnace, yet the intoxicating scent of the elixir grew ever more potent. This enchanting fragrance, capable of driving one to madness and inspiring acts of courage, filled Haotian with indescribable joy. This was the condensed embryo pill. Upon consuming it, one could successfully advance to the Yuaning realm and extend their lifespan by several millennia. Such a miraculous elixir was worth its weight in gold. With the temperature under his precise control, sensing that the elixirs were ready, he gradually withdrew the flames. In an instant, as he opened his eyes, he leaned closer to the transparent lid of the furnace. Beneath it, 9 perfectly rounded pills rolled within the cauldron. Haotian discerned that 6 of the jubilantly bouncing pills were top-tier condensed embryo pills, 2 rolled leisurely as mid-tier, and 1 lay motionless as a low-tier pill. Witnessing the successful concoction of the condensed embryo pills filled Haotian's eyes with moisture, an overwhelming urge to weep surging within him. Tears of happiness flowed unbidden. Carefully lifting the lid, he placed the condensed embryo pills into a jade box, meticulously storing each of the 8 precious pills, including the low-tier one, before solemnly placing them into his jade pendant space and subsequently putting away the furnace. Only then did Haotian exhale deeply, sitting cross-legged on the grass, diligently recalling every detail of the alchemical process. He hoped to retain these intricacies, for if he could consistently produce condensed embryo pills at this level, he would be satisfied. After all, he had created 9 fifth-tier condensed embryo pills. During the alchemical process, 2 young women had been nearby, guarding him. As he stored the pills, they finally relaxed their wide-eyed stares and closed their mouths. Brother, I can smell the delightful fragrance of the pills you've concocted. Can I have one to taste? The dazed Xiao Zui instinctively pleaded. Hearing her request, Haotian was at a loss for words. Did she think the condensed embryo pill was a mere candy? Gazing into her tear-filled, expectant eyes, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Merely muttering to himself, Haotian retrieved a jade vial containing a condensed embryo pill and handed it to Xiao Zui, saying, you only think of eating. Here, of course. The elixir he offered her was merely a mid-tier condensed embryo pill. Upon witnessing Haotian gift Xiao Zui one of the freshly crafted pills, Ziyu also extended her hand. As fairness dictated, she should not be overlooked. Haotian felt a pang of heartache. In such a brief moment, he had been deprived of 2 pills, albeit mid-tier. Yet they were still invaluable condensed embryo pills. I crafted these condensed embryo pills, not mere snacks. Keep them safe and use them when you advance. Haotian reminded them as he handed over the vial. Upon learning that it was a mid-tier condensed embryo pill, the 2 girls were momentarily stunned. Such a treasure was indeed priceless. Haotian's generosity bewildered them, as they had assumed it was an ordinary elixir. The 2 individuals reluctantly retrieved the elixir and returned it to Hao Chun, whose expression brightened at their actions. If you do not wish to keep this elixir, feel free to return it to me. Hao Chun jested, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the 2 girls. It seemed as though they shared a silent understanding, moving in unison and with remarkable speed, swiftly storing the elixir into their storage bracelets. Chapter 429. Ascending to the Yuan Infant, Part 1. After stowing away the alchemical apparatus, Hao Chun took a brief respite before commencing his cultivation, intent on restoring his body to peak condition. Although the ambient spiritual energy in this space was quite abundant, to avert any unforeseen mishaps during his advancement to the Yuan Infant stage, he, with the assistance of Lung Ziyu and Xiao Chui, arranged a gathering formation. Once the formation was set, he meticulously cleared himself of all possessions, including the Demon Soul Blade, the Azure Soul Dagger, and the Flying Huang Sword and Demon Sorrow Sword from his Dantian, transferring them into the space of his jade pendant. He then solemnly entrusted the pendant to Ziyu for safekeeping, choosing to keep only the Demon Suppression Tower at his side, signifying a determination to stake everything on this endeavor. Before him lay 6 jade vials containing high-grade infant condensation pills, alongside a considerable quantity of high-grade and supreme-grade yuan stones. He had even prepared a Demon King crystal and 2 pieces of exceptional yuan stones. Additionally, a purple jade cauldron filled with various elixirs such as the Restoration Pill and the Purple Recovery Pill, as well as rare treasures like 10,000-year spiritual liquid and 1,000-year stone bamboo milk, were also arrayed before him. With 6 infant condensation pills, several auxiliary elixirs, and the Gathering Formation, along with the Demon Suppression Tower, he possessed ample resources for his ascension to the Yuan infant stage. However, ascending to the Yuan infant stage represented a formidable bottleneck, distinct from previous advancements. It could not be achieved solely by augmenting one's yuan power. Instead, one must first undergo the stages of pill shattering, marrow cleansing, and infant condensation. Moreover, Haotian, possessing 3 dantians, was acutely aware that this time he would focus on his primary dantian, followed by the 5 elements dantian, and finally the wind, thunder, and darkness dantian. Sequentially shattering pills into infants. Marrow cleansing, an indispensable step in every advancement, was a given. Yet he had heard that the process of pill shattering was excruciatingly painful, and without complete preparation, most individuals would not dare to attempt it lightly. Many cultivators had perished, reduced to dust, unable to endure the immense torment of pill shattering. Given Haotian's resolute spirit, it was inconceivable for him to remain at the Yuan Dan realm. Furthermore, apart from the 9 infant condensation pills he had concocted himself, he was left with only 6 high-grade and 1 low-grade infant condensation pill. Nevertheless, he still possessed 3 cultivation pills obtained from the storage ring of the Blood Demon sect's leader, along with the 10,000-year shattered pill grass he had gathered in this locale and the shattered yuan pills he had refined. He was determined to give it a try. Ziyu, Xiao Chui, I will rely on your protection and the operation of the Gathering Formation, Haotian instructed, sharing various points of caution as he handed each of them a storage bag filled with medium-grade and high-grade yuan stones. Rest assured, Lung Ziyu replied cheerfully. With all arrangements in place, Haotian entered the Gathering Formation and sat cross-legged. After a brief interlude, he unhesitatingly consumed 3 restoration pills, directing their potent energies into his dantian. At this moment, he exerted all his strength to activate the Canli 3 mysterious formula, channeling his yuan power to prepare his body for its optimal state. Haotian did not engage in the practice of the Xiaohao inheritance, specifically the Xiaoyang technique, but instead, he methodically cultivated the Canli Sanxian technique. After consuming the recovery purple pill, he completely absorbed and refined its medicinal properties, bringing his body to an optimal state. At Haotian's signal, Lung Ziyu, adhering to prior instructions, activated the Gathering Yuan Formation and cast the shattered yuan grass into the array. Once the shattered yuan grass was appropriately introduced into the formation, Haotian promptly initiated its operation. As the formation commenced, the shattered yuan grass gradually vanished, replaced by myriad fragments of shattered yuan grass that began to merge into Haotian's body. At this moment, Haotian executed his technique, slowly absorbing the medicinal essence of the shattered yuan grass within the Gathering Yuan Formation. After the span of an incense stick, he had thoroughly assimilated the medicinal power, and his body reached its peak condition. Now, he was ready to attempt the shattered pill. Haotian retrieved a jade bottle containing shattered yuan pills and consumed 3 of them, directing them into his 3 dantians with focused intent. Several hours later, 3 distinct sounds akin to porcelain shattering emanated from the 3 dantians within Haotian's body. As these sounds resonated, a look of anguish crossed Haotian's face, and beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead. In a short while, he gritted his teeth, and the expression of pain deepened. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, swiftly grasped the jade bottle containing the recovery purple pills, unsealed it, and consumed 3 pills in quick succession. Enveloping them with his true essence, he directed them into his 3 dantians with his spiritual awareness. As the potent effects of the recovery purple pills were absorbed, the torment on Haotian's face significantly alleviated. Closing his eyes once more, Haotian couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing efficacy of the recovery purple pills. Without the formidable support of their medicinal power, he could not guarantee that he would endure the agony of the shattered pills. As time passed, the grueling ordeal stretched over 3 days, leaving Haotian in a state of utter exhaustion. At this juncture, the yuan dan within his 3 dantians had shattered, transforming into liquid energy that churned within them. With the shattering of the yuan dan, the yuan power within the 3 dantians began to coalesce wildly. Under Haotian's mental control, miniaturized. Palm-sized ethereal figures slowly began to form in each dantian. The rich yuan energy from the gathering yuan formation morphed into countless beams of light that swiftly converged around Haotian. At that moment, the yuan energy from the surrounding area surged towards him, with massive orbs of energy continuously flowing into the gathering yuan formation. It was a pivotal moment. And uncertainty loomed over whether Haotian would successfully condense the ethereal form. Long Ziyu, observing the unusual phenomena in the air, expressed her anxiety. "Sister, do you think brother will succeed in condensing?" Xiao Chui inquired, glancing at Lung Ziyu. "It is still too early to tell. It will depend on his fortune," Ziyu replied, shaking her head. Just then, a tremendous sound erupted from within the gathering yuan formation, causing the energy orbs and light to begin dissipating and retreating. This is not good. Realizing the unexpected turn of events, Lung Ziyu discerned that the surrounding yuan energy seemed to have spiraled out of control, no longer converging into the gathering yuan formation. It appeared that Haotian's advancement might end in failure. "Quick, the yuan stones." As Ziyu and Xiao Chui lamented for Haotian, a commanding voice erupted from him. Upon hearing Haotian's call, both Cold Ziyu and Xiao Chui swiftly cast their mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones from their storage bags into the gathering formation. Simultaneously, Haotian waved his hand and took 3 embryonic cultivation pills in one go, rather than consuming them sequentially. He then drank the essence of a millennium stone bamboo and a 10,000-year spirit liquid, unleashing an immense surge of spiritual energy from the gathering formation. The dissipating aura began to coalesce once more, rapidly surging towards Haotian's body as the formation operated. Amidst the kaleidoscopic lights, Haotian's figure appeared almost ethereal, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth within the formation. To forcibly absorb the energy of spirit stones and the essence of the world, truly reckless, Xiao Chui remarked, glancing at Cold Ziyu with admiration. "Indeed, it is my first time witnessing such an audacious advancement," Cold Ziyu replied, equally astonished by Haotian's actions. At this moment, Haotian was already drenched in sweat within the gathering formation. However, the 3 ethereal nascent souls within him had fully materialized, and their facial features were becoming increasingly distinct. Without hesitation, Haotian consumed another 3 nurturing pills to further solidify his nascent souls. The 2 women guarding him felt a pang of anxiety, initially fearing failure. To their astonishment, Haotian not only utilized high-grade spirit stones, but also summoned supreme-grade stones to activate the gathering formation. Moreover, he audaciously swallowed 3 embryonic pills at once, employing his mental force to seize the errant energies of heaven and earth. What was even more astonishing was that Haotian's body not only forcibly absorbed the natural energies, but also frantically drew from the energy emanating from the spirit stones, enduring the impact of both types of energy. As time gradually passed, the last remnants of energy fully merged into the gathering formation, and the dissipating aura ceased to drift away, swirling around the formation like mist. Gradually, vibrant light screens began to manifest around the formation. Suddenly, a dense, inky black cloud rushed towards the sky above the gathering formation, multiplying rapidly and overshadowing the vibrant light screens in an instant. The dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, bore down upon the space where Haotian resided. A heavenly tribulation? Haotian wondered, scanning his surroundings, and his mental probe quickly relayed feedback to his mind. Aside from Cold Ziyu and Xiao Chui, he detected nothing unusual. Haotian contemplated, why would there be a heavenly tribulation? Besides, this place harbors no cultivators in the tribulation stage. Could it be that a treasure has emerged? The arrival of this heavenly tribulation indeed seemed peculiar. Lifting his gaze towards the void, he saw the ominous clouds rapidly converging, coming to rest directly above him. What the hell? Is it a joke? A heavenly tribulation for advancing to the nascent soul stage? Realizing that the tribulation was aimed at him, Haotian hurriedly fled toward a valley far from the main hall, simultaneously sending messages to Cold Ziyu and Xiao Chui to distance themselves from him. Haotian understood that if it were a heavenly tribulation, there would be no escaping it. Nevertheless, he hoped that this tribulation was not summoned by his own actions. However, he was already aware that in his quest to advance to the nascent soul stage, he had perused numerous texts, which elucidated that those who practiced defiant cultivation techniques would inevitably face tribulations upon reaching this level. Heavenly tribulations frequently manifested whenever a cultivator broke through their limits. They might encounter various forms of tribulation, Certain divine weapons would also provoke minor tribulations upon their emergence, and the crafting of specific elixirs could elicit smaller tribulations as well. During his time in Xia Town, while refining a regeneration elixir, he had previously faced a minor tribulation. When treating the injuries of his ancestor, Haotian Bei, in Yu City, the ancestor's advancement had summoned a smaller tribulation, yet none compared to the ferocity of the current one. The tumultuous clouds of tribulation rolled ominously above him, and Hao Chun concluded that this tribulation was indeed drawn by his own presence. How could he not be susceptible, given the flawed body his parents bestowed upon him? As he ascended to the Yuan Dan realm, he had unexpectedly cultivated 3 Danshins, resulting in the formation of 3 Yuan Dan. Advancing to the nascent soul realm, he now faced the daunting prospect of condensing 3 nascent souls, accompanied by a heavenly tribulation. Hao Chun momentarily forgot his earlier admiration for the benefits of possessing 3 Yuan Dan. Since he could not evade the heavenly tribulation, he resolved to confront it. Was there not a demon suppression tower at his disposal? If the situation became unbearable, he would have no choice but to employ it as a shield against the sudden onslaught of the tribulation. Of course, the intensity of minor tribulations varied from person to person. The greater the prodigy's talent, the mightier the lightning that struck. The minor tribulation encountered during elixir refinement merely consisted of 3 bolts of lightning, primarily targeting the elixir itself. With his cultivation at the 16th level of Qi refinement, Hao Chun constructed a barrier of true essence and reinforced his body with a Vajra spirit talisman to endure the impact of the lightning. All living beings that cultivate draw upon the immense power of the heavens and the earth, an act that defies the natural order. Only by transcending the heavenly tribulation and mastering such power can one earn the acknowledgement of the heavenly path. However, to reap significant benefits, it was still essential to face the tribulation with one's own body whenever possible. After all, a heavenly tribulation would not descend upon its intended target and simply depart. The thunder rumbled ominously, gathering tremendous momentum as the massive tribulation clouds took form, obscuring the sky and enveloping the area around Hao Chun in a stifling atmosphere. As the tribulation clouds perceived that Hao Chun had ceased his flight, they too halted, absorbing the vital energy of the heavens and earth within a radius of 100 miles. Within the span of a single incense stick, the void was shrouded in inky darkness, illuminated by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. At this moment, he could no longer ponder the origins of the tribulation clouds, for the lightning was already descending. Hao Chun did not employ any defensive artifacts. At this juncture, he refrained from activating the Kan Li San Xianju technique, and instead chose to invoke the Shao Yang Ju from the Shao lineage. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and a thick bolt of lightning surged down towards his body. Hao Chun swiftly raised his head, his fierce gaze meeting the oncoming lightning with unyielding defiance. In an instant, he activated the devouring spell of the Shao Yang Ju, attempting to absorb the incoming tribulation lightning. Simultaneously, the domineering energy of the lightning engulfed Hao Chun, submerging him within its tumultuous grasp. A faint black smoke permeated the void as the lightning struck, and energy coursed over his body. Waves of searing pain thrust Hao Chun into the liminal space between life and death. Haotian fervently immersed himself in cultivation, inheriting the Shaoyang secret art from Xiaohao, devouring the power of thunder and lightning. The force of the lightning coalesced into an energy that melded into his wind thunder dark dantian. Upon entering the dantian, the wind thunder dark electric demon infant, which had been condensed within, opened its mouth to ingest the lightning into its core. For a full incense stick's duration, it consumed the last remnants of energy from the first tribulation thunder. As Haotian absorbed this tribulation energy, he felt the nascent soul within his dantian becoming increasingly refined, seemingly enhancing his cultivation once more. He easily withstood the first bolt of heavenly thunder. Nonetheless, his expression remained grave. The power of the tribulation thunder grew more formidable with each subsequent strike. As the next bolts descended, each one more potent than the last, Haotian stood resolutely, embracing the baptism of lightning. Utilizing the devouring technique of the Shaoyang secret art, he continuously ingested and refined the tribulation thunder, while the demon infant in his wind thunder dark dantian feasted heartily, not neglecting to share some of the essence with his 2 dantian brethren. Even as he continued to refine the remaining electric energy within, the The energy contained in the seventh bolt of tribulation thunder was comparable to the total of the first four. Despite employing the Shaoyang's secret art to absorb and refine the tribulation thunder, Haotian endured great suffering. His exterior bore the charred stench of scorched flesh, an unbearable odor. After the 7 bolts of tribulation thunder, the storm clouds gradually dispersed. Had he truly passed the minor heavenly tribulation? Not 9 strikes, but merely 7? Before he could employ the demon suppression tower to shield against the more potent tribulation thunders, he had already transcended the tribulation. The sky returned to its previous clarity. A vibrant tapestry of colors re-emerging, transforming into myriad luminous shadows that vanished into Haotian's being. Following the completion of his minor heavenly tribulation, a rich, divine nectar suddenly surged from the heavens. His grievous wounds began to mend at an astonishing pace. At this moment, Haotian's consciousness and the nascent souls within his 3 dantians reveled in the divine feast. Remarkably, he had ascended to the nascent soul realm through such a fortuitous method. Lung Ziyu gazed at Haotian with astonishment, her face betraying a flicker of excitement. "Oh, brother is without clothes," exclaimed Xiao Chui, her eyes fixated on Haotian's form. The surprise in Xiao Chui's voice drew Lung Ziyu's gaze towards her, her cheeks flushing as she retorted, "After being struck by tribulation thunder, can one's garments remain unscathed? When it's your turn to face the tribulation, let us see if you emerge clothed." "I certainly hope not," Xiao Chui replied hastily. Haotian had successfully ascended to the nascent soul realm, achieving the remarkable feat of transforming 3 dantians into 3 nascent souls. He could be considered the pioneer of this unprecedented achievement, a feat unmatched in history. The 3 nascent souls manifested distinct forms. One radiated a white chaotic halo, embodying sanctity. Another bore a 7-colored aura, resembling a celestial being. The third shimmered with the essence of wind and thunder, akin to a divine spirit. Gathering the essence of heaven and earth within himself, the 3 nascent souls coalesced into unity. The chaotic dantian initiated the conception of a primordial chaotic space, while the 5-element dantian supported a vibrant 7-colored cyclone. The wind-thunder dark electric energies formed a unique cycle of reincarnation, allowing the nascent souls to exist in their own realms. The 3 emotionless infants hovered serenely in their respective spaces. With a mere thought, Haotian summoned the 3 infants into his consciousness, capable of transforming the intangible into the tangible, merging into one, or returning to their individual dantian spaces. However, at the moment of achieving the nascent soul and advancing to that realm, Haotian remained in a state of unconsciousness. Ignoring the state of being completely unclothed, they were unaware of the whispers shared between Lung Ziyu and Xiao Chui. Hao Chun remained deeply engrossed in comprehending the laws of the universe, taking a full 4 hours to thoroughly digest the essence of these celestial principles. Upon assessing his physical condition, he found it comparable to that of a precious artifact. The tribulation he faced was not as formidable as that encountered by cultivators in the tribulation stage. It was only 1/3 as powerful and, in fact, the lightning aided in his martial cultivation advancement. Under the tempest of tribulation, Hao Chen's martial prowess ascended into the realm of martial sovereign. His body, now imbued with an overwhelming surge of energy, had been refined by the lightning to a level equivalent to that of a precious artifact, akin to donning a suit of armor of such caliber. Precious artifacts were rare in the world of cultivation, and Hao Chen's body had become one. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. Even against a cultivator at the early stage of spirit division, he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to contend. Hao Chun believed that with his current cultivation level, coupled with his remarkable physique, he had acquired a certain level of self-preservation in the cultivation realm. Chapter 431, The Blessing of Fortune, Part 1. With his cultivation elevated, his spiritual awareness also ascended to the late 6th level, allowing him to probe his surroundings with a reach of 1,000 miles, rivaling that of a spirit division cultivator. He expanded his consciousness to meticulously explore this mysterious location, finding the terrain somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen it before. Upon witnessing Hao Chen's ascension to the nascent soul realm, Lung Ziyu and Xiao Chui were naturally elated for him. After returning the jade pendant to Hao Chun, the 2 women resumed their treasure hunt within the grand hall. While Hao Chun was deep in thought, Xiao Chui suddenly exclaimed, Brother, come quickly. I've discovered something fun." Her shout interrupted Hao Chen's contemplation and halted Lung Ziyu's treasure-seeking endeavor. Both Hao Chun and Lung Ziyu swiftly moved towards the source of Xiao Chui's voice from different directions. Emerging from a collapsed passageway, Xiao Chui appeared covered in dirt. What happened? How did you end up here? Hao Chun asked, brushing off the mud from her. You little rascal, why do you always run off? Lung Ziyu admonished her with concern. I found a fun place here. You'll see once you come in. Xiao Chui replied, feeling aggrieved at their scolding. The collapsed passage was narrow enough that only the petite Xiao Chui could venture inside. Thus, the three worked together to widen the entrance before squeezing into the tunnel. Upon entering the passage, they found an entirely different world. Not far ahead, a stone door barred their way, sealed with a barrier, which explained why Xiao Chui had mentioned a fun place. After considerable effort, Hao Chun finally unraveled the barrier's seal. Yet, they discovered that the stone door remained stubbornly shut. Searching the surroundings yielded no hidden mechanisms, but they did find a diamond-shaped recess on the door. Clearly, this recess was unusual. Could it be the key to opening the stone door? The sight of the diamond-shaped recess reminded Hao Chun of the scene in the Valley of Immortal Sorrow, where the key to the stone door was a peculiar dagger. The recess before him, however, was distinctly diamond-shaped. At this moment, he was earnestly endeavoring to recall where he had encountered the diamond-shaped key. Suddenly, a memory struck him. The slaying of the Blood Shadow Hall's leader, Chu Qingyun, from whom he had obtained an unrefinable diamond token within his storage ring. He promptly communicated with the spirit of the jade pendant, Linger, instructing her to search for Chu Qingyun's storage ring within the pendant's spatial storage. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's time, Linger finally located Chu Qingyun's storage ring among the numerous others. From Chu Qingyun's ring, Hao Chun retrieved the unrefinable diamond token and placed it within the recess of the stone door. The moment the diamond token was embedded in the stone door's slot, a rustling sound emanated as the door slowly began to rise. Before their eyes lay a vast stone chamber, within which rested a ship-like flying vessel, devoid of any other items. Wow! The three were taken aback by the sight of the flawless flying vessel. It was indeed a spaceship. With a joyful exclamation from Xiao Cui, Hao Chun and Lung Ziyu rushed forward as well. This vessel measured 10 zhang in length, 3 zhang in width, and 1 zhang in height, encircled by a protective array that shielded it from the dampness of the stone chamber. Hao Chun pondered why it was placed here rather than stored within a ring for safekeeping. Brother, what are you thinking? Hurry and break the barrier so I can take a look, Xiao Cui urged, noticing Hao Chun lost in thought. Yes, what are you waiting for? Break the barrier. Lung Ziyu chimed in, equally eager to take a glimpse. Upon hearing their urging, Hao Chun snapped back to reality and inspected the barrier. Discovering it resembled a soundproof array, he then employed his spiritual eye technique to meticulously scan the vessel, identifying the array's node at the vessel's tail. As he dismantled the array, the barrier dissipated, revealing a brand new spaceship before the three. Xiao Cui, unable to contain her excitement, leapt onto the ship but found no entrance, causing her to jump anxiously against the ship's shield. Seeing Xiao Cui aboard, Lung Ziyu hastily followed suit. The two searched for an entrance for quite some time, engrossed in the thrill of discovery, yet forgetting that this was a magical treasure that required refinement before use. Hey, you two, come down. Stop fooling around. This is a magical artifact. Hao Chun chuckled as he observed the two girls in a flurry atop the ship. Hearing his teasing call, the two reluctantly descended from the vessel. Once they were down, Hao Chun unabashedly employed his spiritual consciousness to envelop the entire ship, beginning to probe its internal structure. Inside the hull, there was a central passage with rooms of varying sizes on either side. At the bow lay a large compartment alongside two smaller ones. While the central hall served as the control room of the ship, the spiritual imprint of the ship's owner was concealed within the left small compartment. Erasing this spiritual imprint took a full hour, leaving Hao Chun somewhat fatigued despite consuming several recovery pills. Had it not been for his spiritual consciousness having advanced to the late 6th level, he would have found it nearly impossible to eliminate the previous owner's imprint. After a prolonged period of meditation, I finally directed my consciousness into the propulsion system of the spacecraft. Upon refining the vessel, it effortlessly levitated under my control. During the process of refining, I discovered that this craft was an interstellar ship. While I could amplify its size with my thoughts, the ship could only be reduced to its current state, as an ordinary storage ring could not accommodate it. Consequently, I communicated telepathically with Linger, the spirit of the jade pendant, to establish a designated area for storing the vessel. Moments later, with a mere thought, I successfully stored the ship within the jade pendant space. Simultaneously, I beckoned the two women to enter the pendant's realm alongside me. As I opened the spacecraft's hatch, Ling, Xiao Chui, and Ziyu jostled to enter in succession. This vessel resembled a mobile treasure trove, with several compartments brimming with high-quality elemental stones, and even some top-tier ones. Along with thousands of storage rings piled high, the study was adorned with a plethora of ancient tomes, dazzling to behold. It was only when I perused a letter on the desk that I discovered this place was an accidental secret location unearthed by Yi Hanxiao in the Tianwu continent. During his exploration of this realm, Yi Hanxiao failed to traverse the ethereal mists, concluding that this was merely a small, independent parallel space. The reason for placing the ship here was that, after discovering it within this stone chamber, Yi Hanxiao exerted tremendous effort to refine it, but could not transport it away, as he lacked a sufficiently large spatial artifact. Even if he had one, it would be futile due to the ship's elevated rank, which created its own internal space. Just as a storage bag cannot contain another storage bag, only an independent parallel space can accommodate it. Fortuitously, the Jade Pendant space was capable of housing the ship. Unlike the Demon Suppression Tower, this serendipitous discovery led me to stumble upon this secluded, tranquil realm, far removed from the clamor of the world. According to Yi Hanxiao's conjecture, this spacecraft could be a celestial or divine artifact, likely a remnant from the era of the divine demonic war, complete with star maps and sea charts left behind in the Grand Hall. From the information left by Yi Hanxiao, I learned that this ship was likely bequeathed by immortals over 10,000 years ago, or perhaps even earlier, with the specifics now lost to time. The items within the ship were primarily the spoils of Yi Hanxiao's thousands of years of plundering, concealed in this sanctuary. Chapter 432, A Fortuitous Encounter, Part 2. It seems there must be other passages or teleportation arrays here. The place I recognized was indeed the location of the treasure map belonging to Yi Hanxiao. However, without the map, I had inadvertently stumbled upon the treasure site of Yi Hanxiao in the Tianwu continent. The stone chamber housing the spacecraft should rightly possess a teleportation array or another passage. With this thought, I called upon Ziyu and Xiao Chui to leave the Jade Pendant space and return to the stone chamber. On the right wall of the chamber, I discovered a mechanism button. Upon activating it, the rock wall gradually ascended, revealing a hexagram pattern on the chamber floor that caught my eye. This was a teleportation array, approximately 10 feet in diameter. The scene within the stone chamber mirrored precisely that of the teleportation array I had encountered in the Qingyun forest on the Tianyuan continent. A beam of light streamed in from the ceiling, illuminating the stone chamber with a radiant glow. Certainly, the exit at the top of the stone chamber is a transparent barrier, a manifestation of gas that is imperceptible to those outside, visible only from within. Through the discerning eyes of Haotian, it was revealed that this was a pristine teleportation array. The array, approximately the size of a zhong, features a hexagram design adorned with 12 indentations, while the remaining areas are inscribed with a plethora of enigmatic runes. From the intricacies of the engravings, Haotian surmised that the array had been inscribed by a single individual. Specifically, it was Knight Cold Xiong who had engraved it. The 12 indentations of the teleportation array were uniform, and in order to further assess its capabilities, Haotian stored both Lung Ziyu and Xiao Chui within the Jade Pendant space, placing high-quality elemental stones into the array's recesses before activating it. After a flash of white light, the duration of which was indeterminate, Haotian found himself miraculously returned to the Qingyun Cave manor nestled within the Qingyun forest of the Tianyuan continent. Observing no notable changes within or around the manor, he proceeded to establish a new formation to seal it. Given Haotian's current nascent soul cultivation, it was likely that few in the Tianyuan continent could unravel the seals he had placed. At this moment, Haotian commenced meditation in the Qingyun Cave manor, seeking to restore the essence he had expended during the teleportation process. There remained numerous matters for him to address in the Tianwu continent, necessitating his return. Once again, he replenished the teleportation array with high-quality elemental stones and activated it, resolutely returning to the Tianwu continent. Unbeknownst to him, the teleportation array's range was not particularly vast. A short distance passage led from the abandoned ancient battlefield in the Qingyun forest to the Tianwu continent. Upon re-entering the Tianwu continent, Haotian found himself transported back to the mysterious space of the Tianyuan continent. He promptly summoned Lung Ziyu and Xiao Chui, exclaiming that they had just returned to the Tianyuan continent. He then recounted the discovery of the Qingyun Cave manor and the process of repairing the teleportation array. With the assistance of Ziyu and Shui, Haotian meticulously transcribed the nautical charts, star maps, and the teleportation array schematics from the walls of the Grand Hall. Utilizing his memory, he crafted jade slips to preserve the information. He filled the teleportation array with elemental stones, configured the array's barrier, and resealed the stone chamber containing the array. To mislead outsiders and protect the true teleportation array, Haotian decided to set up another teleportation array within the stone chamber housing the ship. Drawing from his experience in repairing the array at the Qingyun Cave Manor and the intact array as a reference, he completed the engravings in 3 days. According to the transcribed schematics, after confirming its accuracy, he deliberately erased several critical components and aged the array. Once he removed the high-quality elemental stones from the 12 indentations, Haotian finally exited the stone chamber. Following his suggestion, the trio once again split up to search the space. After thorough exploration, they found little left to investigate. It was time to return to the secret location, so they approached the spatial exit to depart. He instructed Ziyu and Shui to re-enter the jade pendant space. As he was set to traverse the space back to the secret realm, to safeguard the secrets of this place, he felt compelled to return and reunite with those cultivating in the secret realm. Gazing upward at the vast expanse of swirling mist above, Haotian descended from the dense fog that enveloped the sky. Upon reaching the Yuaning realm, flying no longer posed a challenge. However, as he ascended into the tumultuous fog, an intangible pressure rendered him unable to harness his Yuan force, compelling him to descend. This overwhelming force was not one he could withstand, and he found himself trapped within the roiling mist. The more potent his true essence became, the greater the pressure he experienced. He endeavored to traverse the fog using the true essence derived from his Yuan Dan cultivation, though the pressure diminished. So too did his ability to penetrate the mist. Recalling that he had employed the wings of wind during his descent, Haotian pondered whether he could use them to navigate back through the fog. After resting for a considerable time, he finally activated the wings of wind. With a mere thought, a pair of wings, each about a foot long, unfurled at his sides. Infusing true energy into the wings, he soared skyward. Bolstered by the power of thunder, he encountered no obstructions and swiftly transcended the swirling fog. This mist was likely a barrier formed by a formation array, designed by an individual who utilized Yuan force to restrict movement. Only true energy could facilitate passage. Haotian mused as he traversed the fog, that few in the world practiced both martial and spiritual cultivation, and none could rival the prodigious talents of those with 3 dantians throughout history. Apart from the ancient power that set the formation, only Haotian dared to brave the ocean of clouds. Emerging from the cloud sea, he flew directly to the exit of the cliff passage. Standing there, he gazed once more at the churning mist below. He contemplated that if this formation were to be fortified with a cycle of blood poison, it would be even more formidable, though somewhat inhumane. The profound secrets concealed beneath could not be allowed to surface. With determination, he resolved to implement this idea. Not rushing back, he racked his brain and began to devise a blood poison array using an illusion formation, successfully crafting one. However, this formation required high-grade Yuan stones as its energy source, capable of sustaining itself for only 20 years, while supreme-grade Yuan stones could extend its life to 50 years, a resource Haotian possessed in abundance. Arriving at the mouth of the passage, he navigated the winding, serpentine route, ultimately returning smoothly to the Badger Cave. Sealing the passage behind him with a wave of his hand, Haotian then re-entered the demon suppression tower, retracing his steps to the surface. Upon reaching the exit, he planted trees and vines, quietly employing the spirit rain technique to rapidly restore the vegetation. Satisfied with his handiwork, he let out a sigh of relief and sought a secluded spot to commence his cultivation. The Canli Sanxianju had become ill-suited to his current level of cultivation, prompting him to begin training in the Shaoyangju, an art of dual martial and spiritual cultivation. The Shaoyangju is divided into 2 parts. The upper section focuses on martial techniques, while the lower section delves into spiritual practices. The exposition on martial arts within this scripture is more explicit and detailed than that of spiritual cultivation. In the primordial era, as the heavens and earth opened and all things awakened, the path to true enlightenment was obscured, leading seekers to pursue methods of defiance against fate. Consequently, while some could not attain recognition from the celestial principles and resonated not with the great Tao, they remained mere mortals. Yet, this method holds the power to devour the heavens, the earth, and the spirit, assimilating them into one's being, reconstructing multiple dantians, and forging an immortal physique, thus allowing mortals to embark upon the path of cultivation, to coexist with the heavens and the earth, to shine alongside the sun and the moon. Finding an equal on the same tier is a rare occurrence indeed. This method is exceedingly defiant against the celestial order, contending with the heavens and challenging fate. Thus, the path is fraught with adversity, and those who ascend to the pinnacle are few. This is the essence conveyed in the prologue of the Qingyun Jungle, the legacy of Xiaohao. In comparison, the Qingyun Sanqian pales in difficulty and defiance, merely a minor sorcery when juxtaposed with the Qingyun Jungle. Having grasped the fundamental tenets of the Qingyun Jungle, Haotian seated himself cross-legged, inhaled deeply, and commenced his cultivation of the technique. Chapter 433. Expanding Desires. The Qingyun Jungle not only represents a dual cultivation of martial and mystical arts, but also possesses an insatiable devouring ability, perfectly aligning with Haotian's 3 dantians and 3 primordial infants, fulfilling the need to absorb the vital energies of the universe. The creator of this technique, recognizing the necessity of multiple dantians and primordial infants to absorb an abundance of cosmic energies, painstakingly devised the transcendent Qingyun Jungle. The journey of cultivation progresses from weakness to strength. The human body, inherently less robust than other races, employs various body refining methods to attain greater fortitude. The strength of the body is crucial to the cultivation process, as it directly correlates with the speed of cultivation, the volume of absorbed vital energy, and overall combat prowess. While practicing the Qingyun Jungle, the devouring function is utilized to refine the body through lightning. This refinement is categorized into 5 realms: lightning refinement, minor thunder achieved, major vajra accomplished, vitality perfected, and the undying body. The specifics of this cultivation vary from person to person, as the Qingyun Jungle merely offers guidance. Reaching the minor thunder realm through lightning refinement grants one the swiftness of the cosmos and unparalleled combat capabilities. Attaining the major vajra realm renders the body indomitable, akin to a divine artifact. Upon achieving the vitality perfected stage, one gains an astonishing regenerative power, and reaching the undying body realm allows one to shine alongside the sun and moon. Before long, as Haotian practiced the Qingyun Jungle, his spiritual consciousness divided into 3. It is often said that one cannot serve 2 masters, yet upon entering the primordial infant realm, Haotian was able to focus on 3 pursuits simultaneously. While the average practitioner might struggle, Haotian was deeply immersed in his cultivation experience. The primordial infant within the chaotic dantian began to absorb the chaotic energies of the universe, gradually enriching the chaotic essence within the dantian. The primordial infant of the 5-element dantian suddenly opened its eyes, fervently absorbing the vital energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as properties beyond the 5 elements, such as ice, time, and space, resulting in an even more resplendent 7-colored rainbow aura. Conversely, the demonic infant within the wind and thunder dantian refrained from absorbing elemental energies, instead quietly contemplating the path of the demigods. After 7 days and nights, Haotian concluded his practice. As his cultivation advanced, so too did his burgeoning desires, surging within him. He remained preoccupied with the many treasures he had yet to refine. Seizing the momentum of his enhanced abilities, Haotian initiated the battle to conquer these treasures. He first attempted to refine the flying rainbow sword and the nameless sword, a task that presented no difficulty. The flying rainbow sword transformed into a flickering light, entering the 5-element dantian, where it floated alongside the flying phoenix sword before the celestial infant. Only after refining the nameless sword did Haotian realize it was a celestial artifact known as the slaughtering immortal sword. Indeed, without the existence of the chaotic dantian, the slaughtering immortal sword could never have been refined. Before having the chance to delve into the details, the sword of slaughter autonomously entered, while the chaotic dantian suspended beside the sacred infant fell into slumber. The Qingpa short sword and the Qingling short sword remained unrefined. After regaining his strength, with a mere thought, he placed the demon soul blade and the Qing soul dagger, both stored in the jade pendant space, back onto his right arms. The sword of slaughter nourished within the chaotic dantian, while the Feihuang sword and the Feihong sword became mere toys for the 5 elements sacred infant. The Mozhang sword and the demon suppression tower were under the control of the wind thunder dantian's demon infant. Haotian's cultivation remained at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, as he preferred to keep his recent breakthrough into the Yuan infant realm discreet. Timing seemed appropriate. Haotian quietly made his way to the training ground of Yi Xiaoyu and senior sister Li Wanxia. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyu had ceased her training, idly toying with the flower she had picked, lamenting as she tore the petals apart. Upon seeing Haotian approach, she rushed toward him without a second thought. "I thought you were still training and didn't dare to disturb you," she said, her face wet with tears. "Huh. I just finished my training and came to find you," Haotian reassured her, patting her back. Hearing Haotian's voice, senior sister Li Wanxia hurried over, her enthusiasm evident. After her time in the secret realm, she had broken through the stagnation in her cultivation and progressed to the late Yuan Dan stage. Haotian chose not to disclose the peculiar experiences from the secret realm to the two women. Except for Lung Ziyu and Xiao Chui, he wished to keep this experience confidential. Xiao Chui, being a divine beast, and Linger, an artifact spirit, were exceptions to this rule. The secret realm was shrouded in dense mist, obscuring sunlight, yet, amidst the haze, a green luminescence still shone through. Haotian accompanied Li Wanxia and Yi Xiaoyu, arriving punctually at the assembly point. The other 46 individuals, who had been training across a 1,000-mile radius, also converged from all directions, gathering before the tree draped in red cloth where Haotian had departed. 3 months have passed. "It is time for us to leave," Haotian declared, producing the token that granted entry to the secret realm. Infusing the token with dark energy, a black light erupted, revealing a shimmering portal. "Quick, everyone, enter the portal," Haotian commanded. As the crowd rushed into the portal, a wave of dizziness enveloped them, and they found themselves back at the steep cliffs of the dark night forest, at that enigmatic precipice. Upon their arrival, the city lord, Xiao Yongchang, had long been awaiting them. At this moment, Haotian had employed the forbidden Yuan technique to maintain his cultivation at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. Although the divide between the Yuan Dan and Yuan infant realms was merely a threshold, throughout history, over 90% of individuals had failed to cross it, resulting in their demise. After some pleasantries, Haotian handed the teleportation token to City Lord Xiao Yongchang. Under the City Lord's guidance, they exited the Dark Night Forest and successfully returned to Dark Night City. They agreed to reconvene in 3 days at the City Lord's residence, after which everyone departed in succession. Haotian also led Li Wanxia, Yi Xiaoyu, and the other 9 back to the Cold Rain Pavilion. Yi Xiaoyu's father had fully recovered and, accompanied by Yi Xiaohan and the members of Cold Rain Pavilion, stood at the door, awaiting the return of those from the secret realm. The return of Haotian, Li Wanxia, Yi Xiaoyu, and the others stirred excitement within Cold Rain Pavilion. After the banquet, only the father and daughter of the Yi family remained in the living room, accompanied by 3 senior disciples. Yi Xiaohan shared a brief account of the recent developments at the Cold Rain Pavilion with those present. Haotian, representing the Cold Rain Pavilion and the loose cultivators, had gained fame through a decisive victory in the competition for the rights to access a secret location. The Cold Rain Pavilion was rapidly advancing, emerging as a formidable force in Dark Night City, attracting the attention of various factions. Some individuals with ulterior motives frequently sought to impede the Cold Rain Pavilion's progress. Internally, the pavilion was not as tranquil, with the increasing number of individuals. Power struggles began to emerge, hindering its development. Upon hearing Yi Xiaohan and the others speak, Haotian's temper flared. The oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator enveloped the living room, making it difficult for those present to breathe. In the midst of this shock, the second senior brother, Qian Shenyu, pointed at Haotian in astonishment and exclaimed, You have advanced to the nascent soul stage? Indeed, I have reached the nascent soul stage in the secret realm. Haotian replied, confirming his advancement. What did you say? You have reached the nascent soul stage? This is marvelous. As long as you are here, who would dare to challenge the Cold Rain Pavilion? Yi Xinghan exclaimed jubilantly. Your future is boundless, Haotian. Haotian smiled at Yi Xinghan's words, assuring him, Uncle, rest assured. With me around, I will not allow anyone to threaten the Cold Rain Pavilion. He intended to leverage the platform of the Cold Rain Pavilion to establish a significant economic entity on the Tianwu continent, unlike Yi Hanshao, who had secretly amassed wealth from the Tianyuan continent. The desire for wealth, ignited by his cultivation progress, burned brightly within him. With substantial wealth as a foundation and interstellar ships as transport, everything was in place, awaiting the right opportunity. Haotian aspired to create a vast wealth-accumulating platform on the Tianwu continent, integrating it with the Ziyu Pavilion of Shihai City and the Intelligence Center of Yuqing, along with the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce in Yuqing. The third senior brother, Gong Chao, and the fourth senior sister were left speechless, internally lamenting. Our master has taken on such an extraordinary disciple. This puts us in a difficult position. No matter how hard we cultivate, we cannot compare to our junior brother. At this moment, Yi Xiaohan felt a quiet sweetness in her heart. With a husband like this, what more could a wife desire? Yi Xiaohan was well aware of the situation in Dark Night City. It was one of the few major cities on the Tianwu continent. If Haotian could establish his prestige in Dark Night City, no one would dare to threaten the Cold Rain Pavilion in the future. Yi Xiaoyu gazed at Haotian with starry eyes, her resolve to pursue him solidifying in her heart. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but him. As the sky darkened, the guests lingered in the living room for a while before departing. Only Yi Xinghan and Haotian remained. Yi Xinghan had long understood the relationship between Haotian and Yi Xiaoan. He had already accepted Haotian as part of the Yi family and advised, well, Chin'er, spend the next few days at home diligently cultivating, consolidating your strength, and conserving your energy. Do not venture out recklessly. Haotian nodded in agreement. Uncle, you can rest assured. I am well aware of my responsibilities. By the way, take these, he added, presenting a collection of items he had obtained previously. Consider this a small token from your junior. Haotian retrieved a substantial amount of rare materials from his spatial pendant and laid them out in the living room. In truth, he had been preparing these treasures for many days. Rather than viewing it as an investment in the development of the Cold Rain Pavilion, it is more akin to a betrothal gift. The items entrusted to Yi Xinghan by Haotian are as precious as those given to the families of Yuan and Yi Mei. Chapter 434. Team Exploration. Most of the cultivation resources Haotian presented to Yi Xinghan were acquired upon his arrival at the Tianwu continent, primarily sourced from the possessions of the blood demon sect's leader, Yu Shihui, as well as items extracted from the spatial rings of black-clad individuals vanquished in the Dark Night Forest. Additionally, there were some rare treasures and a considerable number of elixirs that Haotian had painstakingly collected over the years. Uncle, this spatial ring is for you as well. It will be convenient for you to carry your belongings in the future, Haotian said, handing Yi Xinghan a spatial ring along with several storage pouches. Of course, the spatial ring he gifted was not the one belonging to Yu Shihui, as that particular ring could not be allowed to surface in the Night City for fear of attracting unwanted attention and causing a significant uproar. Yi Xinghan gazed at the items before him, his expression one of astonishment, particularly at the sight of the spatial ring, which left him momentarily speechless. A spatial ring is indeed a remarkable treasure. Throughout his life, Yi Xinghan had only seen such a thing, but had never had the opportunity to use one. The storage pouches he had utilized were merely a few feet in size. Chainer, you should keep this. It will be more convenient for you when you are traveling, Yi Xinghan suggested, even though he secretly yearned for a spatial ring of his own. Uncle, you may keep that one. I have another, Haotian replied dismissively, as he waved the spatial ring he possessed in front of Yi Xinghan. Amused, Yi Xinghan responded, very well then, I shall accept it. Uncle, I must take my leave now to check on Xiao Han, Haotian announced as he rose from his seat. Go on, that girl, Xiao Han, has been thinking of you. Yi Xinghan chuckled. As Haotian exited the living room, he spotted Yi Xiaohan waiting outside. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, enhancing her beauty. Evidently, she had overheard the conversation between Haotian and Yi Xinghan. Xiaohan, what's wrong? Are you feeling feverish? Haotian teased upon seeing her shy demeanor. Do I look good? Yi Xiaohan, aware of Haotian's playful nature, shot him a playful glare. Indeed, I find you quite lovely, Haotian replied as he followed her into her chamber. After a long separation, the two could not help but indulge in some affectionate moments. Despite their efforts to keep their voices down, they inadvertently awakened Yi Xiaoyu, who was resting next door. Unable to bear it, she merely buried her head under her pillow and covered her ears. It was not until Yi Xiaohan begged for mercy that Yi Xiaoyu sighed in relief, thankful that the enchanting sounds had finally subsided. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to temptation and joined the fray. The following dawn, all members of the Cold Rain Pavilion gathered in the square, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Xinghan deliberately organized a series of contests among the pavilion members, intending for Haotian to offer guidance on their spells and techniques. At present, Haotian's reputation within the Cold Rain Pavilion had become a topic of much discussion. Naturally, some individuals harbored resentment, believing that Haotian had usurped the goddess of their hearts. Yet, Qingyun intended to establish Haotian's reputation while simultaneously encouraging everyone to strive diligently in their cultivation. In response, Haotian did not decline. As long as it could aid the Hanyu Pavilion, he was willing to offer guidance, no matter the task. After all, two exquisite beauties graced his life, one already his partner, and the other vowing to marry him exclusively. As the competition commenced, the disciples of Hanyu Pavilion, including the younger generation of the Yi family, showcased their utmost abilities, fervently demonstrating their skills. Perched upon the observation platform, Haotian was fully engaged, attentively watching the contests. After each match concluded, he provided insightful critiques to the participants. Although his guidance was succinct, it was profoundly illuminating, leaving the disciples enlightened and visibly transformed. When Haotian finally descended to compete, even the strongest contender was swiftly defeated, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. As the competition drew to a close, the moon ascended to its zenith. Qingyun had already prepared a banquet. The previous night's gathering had been modest in scale. However, news of the event spread, and friends and acquaintances flocked to the scene. While the Yi family of Dark Knight City began to forge bonds with Hanyu Pavilion. As the feast commenced, guests raised their glasses in tribute to Haotian, who graciously accepted their toasts. Nevertheless, even one as formidable as he could not keep pace with such a multitude. Halfway through the festivities, Haotian succumbed to intoxication and fell into a stupor. When drinking with outsiders, he could effortlessly expel the alcohol from his system. Yet, in the company of the Hanyu Pavilion and the Yi family, he refrained from such actions, for their shared libations symbolized a deeper camaraderie. On the following day, at the behest of the Chun family patriarch, Chun Fengyang, Haotian, accompanied by Qingyun, visited the Chun residence. Haotian pondered the nature of Chun Fengyang's business with him, feeling a twinge of curiosity. As Haotian and Qingyun arrived at the grand entrance, Chun Fengyang was already aware of their presence. He swiftly approached to greet them. Have you heard of the Zou Ming Valley? It is set to open in 3 months. I shall not conceal my intentions. The Chun family is organizing an expeditionary team, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. After some pleasantries, Chun Fengyang straightforwardly invited Haotian to be part of the exploration team. Absolutely. I accept. Without hesitation, Haotian embraced the invitation to venture into the Zou Ming Valley. Having recently emerged from the Qingyun secret realm, he was contemplating a journey across the Tianwu continent to experience its culture and geography, and Chun Fengyang's invitation resonated perfectly with his desires. My young friend, you must understand that the Zou Ming Valley is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. For this expedition, aside from the disciples of the Chun family, I seek to recruit several like-minded companions. Chun Fengyang paused before continuing. The greater the number, the stronger our collective power, thus enhancing our chances of success. I sought you out specifically because of your dark attribute, which will provide us with an advantage in exploring the secret realm. Chun Fengyang did not shy away from expressing his intentions, directly articulating his purpose for inviting Haotian. His forthright demeanor aligned perfectly with Haotian's preferences. Understood. I will now provide a refined and elegant translation of the text you provided. Well, I wonder how many like-minded individuals the master has gathered now? After a moment of contemplation, Haotian inquired, are there any plans in place? Given his lack of knowledge regarding the Valley of Souls, joining the expedition team posed no significant concerns for him. However, it would be prudent to acquire more information, as possessing additional intelligence could pave the way for survival. Haotian's intention in joining the expedition was to amass wealth within the Tianwu continent, seek out rare treasures, and seize resources from the land. Even if unexpected events or conflicts arose, he was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed, relying on his strength. Haha, my young friend, you are quite forthright. Come, let us converse as we walk. There are 2 members of the Chun family in the living room. We should go and introduce ourselves. Chun Fengyang smiled at Haotian and Yi Shaoan. All right. Haotian responded casually. The 3 of them chatted as they made their way towards the Chun family's living area, passing numerous houses and traversing through pavilions adorned with flowing waters. They soon arrived at an intricately carved pavilion, which served as the guest quarters for esteemed visitors of the Chun family. Please, my young friends, enter. Chun Fengyang said as he led Haotian and Yi Shaoan directly to the first floor's living room. Master, you have returned. And who are these 2? As they reached the threshold of the living room, 2 practitioners approached them. Upon seeing the 2 men, Haotian could hardly muster any compliments. One was short and stout, bearing an unpleasant demeanor, while the other, clad in a black robe, exuded a rather sinister aura. An unsettling feeling crept into his heart as he thought, I must exercise caution when associating with such individuals. Despite his internal discontent, Haotian kept a pleasant expression. After all, appearances are merely a gift from one's parents. One should not judge a person's character solely based on looks. In the realm of exploration, it is one's abilities that count, and as long as one's intentions are pure, collaboration is feasible. Allow me to introduce. Qin Fengyang gestured towards Yi Shaohan. This is Lady Yi Shaohan of the Cold Rain Pavilion. The two practitioners, seemingly oblivious to Qin Fengyang's introduction, stood frozen at the entrance, gazing at the enchanting beauty before them, momentarily forgetting to greet her. Observing their lecherous stares, Qin Fengyang stepped forward to block their line of sight. Ahem. He cleared his throat to prompt them, then raised his voice to introduce Haotian. This young man is Chun Hao, who gained fame in the Secret Realm Championship of Dark Knight City with a single battle. Upon hearing Qin Fengyang's loud introduction of Haotian, the stout man finally regained his composure and hastily said, Welcome to the expedition team. I am Qin Fengyang. The man in the black robe followed suit, stating, I am Qin Fengyang. Let us discuss further inside, Qin Fengyang said, ushering everyone into the living room. Chapter 435. Each with their own agenda now that we are 5 in number. I believe that our collective strength will grant us a measure of safety within the Valley of Souls. After everyone had settled, Qin Fengyang spoke candidly. Yet, as he surveyed the 4 individuals before him, he silently mused, with their abilities, entering the Valley of Souls should pose no problem. However, if we were to traverse the ancient battlefield's parallel space, their cultivation levels would be inadequate. With this thought in mind, Qin Fengyang shifted his tone, suggesting with a hint of cunning, However, I personally believe that we should recruit a few more individuals to enhance our chances. What does everyone think? Indeed, the master is correct. We still have 3 months before the Valley of Souls opens, which provides ample time for further preparations, Qin Fengyang concurred. It is said that within the Valley of Souls, there exists a boundary-breaking talisman. I wonder if this is true? Upon hearing Qin Fengyang's words, Qin Fengyang nodded in agreement, but then suddenly inquired. Indeed, the boundary-breaking talisman has been found in the Valley of Souls, Qin Fengyang affirmed confidently. Upon hearing this, Haotian felt a surge of reassurance, as Qin Fengyang had truly voiced his innermost thoughts. The boundary-breaking talisman is a precious artifact that allows one to traverse the barriers of space. Though he had only heard of it before, he had no means to seek it out. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression as calm as still water, utterly unfazed, even if the heavens were to collapse. It seems that Brother Fengyun is also concerned about the boundary-breaking talisman. However, acquiring it may prove to be quite challenging. Everyone who enters the Valley of Souls seeks the talisman, and inevitably, there will be fierce competition. Bloodshed is likely. We must remain united and proceed with caution. Qin Fengyang sighed. The family head speaks wisely. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity for caution when entering the Valley of Souls. I shall venture outside again to see if I can find more companions to return with. If you find yourselves restless, you may also wish to seek your fortunes. The more brothers we gather, the greater our chances of obtaining the boundary-breaking talisman should it indeed appear. Thank you, family head. I will visit various merchants to gather materials and forge a few artifacts. Qin Fengyang expressed his desire to equip himself. It seems this short, stout fellow is indeed a master craftsman. I will retreat for meditation, for sharpening a blade at the last moment is not effective, Qin Fengyang declared. We shall return to the Cold Rain Pavilion to cultivate, Haotian remarked to the 3 members of the Qin family upon witnessing the situation. Each of them articulated their plans, and thus the group dispersed to undertake their respective tasks, with Qin Fengyang once more venturing out in search of like-minded individuals. On the return journey, Yi Shaohan elaborated to Haotian about the opening of the Valley of Souls and its connection to the parallel space of the ancient Battle Alliance. In truth, the Valley of Souls is merely the first teleportation portal to enter the ancient Battle Alliance. This portal opens once every 20 years. Within the Valley of Souls, there exists a second portal that opens once every 100 years, granting access to the parallel space of the ancient Battle Alliance. This time coincides with the centennial, and both portals are set to open simultaneously. A month swiftly passed. Haotian arrived at the Cold Rain Pavilion. Having transformed all the spiritual herbs and medicines that could not be planted into elixirs, successfully concocting 6th-grade elixirs, the cultivation nurturing pill and the essence nurturing pill. At this moment, Haotian advanced to the nascent soul realm. Not only had his cultivation improved, but his alchemical skills had also soared through relentless practice, now attaining the level of a 7th-grade alchemist. Though he is a 7th-grade alchemist, the creation of 7th-grade elixirs is no simple feat. Aside from the spiritual herbs and fruits cultivated within the jade pendant space, all herbs capable of producing 1st to 6th-grade elixirs had been refined into various elixirs for storage. After completing his alchemical endeavors, Haotian directly consumed 3 cultivation nurturing pills, assimilating their potency to nurture his nascent soul. The cultivation nurturing pill is indeed a 6th-grade elixir. The energy of the elixir permeated directly into the body of his nascent soul. After 3 days and nights of refining, he fully digested the energy from the 3 cultivation nurturing pills, and the 3 nascent souls within his 3 dantians grew more robust in flesh and bone. The dispersing medicinal essence has fortified Haotian's body, were it not for his dual cultivation of martial and magical arts. An ordinary practitioner at the nascent soul stage would likely be overwhelmed and burst from the sheer force of this energy after consuming 3 nourishing infant pills. 2 months later, Haotian's cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage. At this moment, imbued with the bloodline of the Xiaohao, his vitality surges like a dragon, exhibiting remarkable strength. Should he encounter practitioners of the same rank, it is likely that a mere pulse of his vitality would render them devoid of combat capability. Presently, relying solely on his physical prowess, he is confident in effortlessly annihilating practitioners below the transformation stage. With a single punch, the space trembles and subtle fissures begin to form, showcasing extraordinary power. During these 3 months, his martial cultivation has also seen significant advancement, nearing the threshold of martial sovereignty. Particularly, his mastery of the Feihuang sword technique has reached an exquisite level. With a mere thought, the sword intent seamlessly integrates into the blade's tip. A full-force strike could severely injure a spirit division practitioner or even directly obliterate one at the transformation stage. However, Haotian has sensed that his cultivation has entered a bottleneck. Regardless of his martial skills, spiritual cultivation, or physical attributes, he finds himself stagnating, unable to make any progress. Recently, he has felt an absence of the pivotal opportunity for breakthrough, which he believes can only be attained through combat, leading to an elevation in his cultivation. Yet, Haotian is confident that when the opportunity arises, it will naturally come to fruition, allowing him to transcend the mid-nascent soul stage and perhaps even enter the transformation realm. Suddenly, amidst his contemplation, he hears a knock at the door. With a sweep of his consciousness, he recognizes that it is Yi Xiaohan. Haotian swiftly conceals his aura before opening the door, presenting himself before her as an ordinary person. Haotian, it is time to head to the Qin family, Yi Xiaohan urges, watching him emerge from his secluded training. All right, I will tidy up and be there shortly, Haotian replies, gathering the firebird Xiaohong and the puppet that had been concealed in the shadows before following Yi Xiaohan out of the chamber. For the past 3 months, Xiaohong has been vigilantly guarding him, serving as his protector. The humanoid puppet has also been dutifully fulfilling Haotian's commands, safeguarding the inner sanctum. Both the firebird and the puppet have made considerable progress, and Haotian has even refined several batches of elixirs specifically for their consumption. Xiaohong has reached a minor mastery of its demonic techniques, now capable of human speech, and if it were to acquire a transformation pill, it could assume a human form. However, the firebird has chosen to maintain its original shape, concealed within the demon suppression tower. Without the transformation pill, it cannot undergo metamorphosis to face the heavenly tribulation. Even if it had such a pill, Haotian does not intend to allow the firebird to transform prematurely into a human form, as he believes that a demonic beast should only undergo transformation after sufficiently enhancing its cultivation and physical robustness, which will ultimately benefit its future training. Unlike Xiao Chui, who is a divine beast with innate heritage, Xiaohong is merely an ordinary demonic creature. 3 months prior, Haotian and Yi Xiaohan returned to the Hanyu Pavilion. Analyzing the dangers present in the Shanghuan Valley, they concluded that Yi Xiaohan's cultivation was too low, and thus it would be prudent for her to refrain from venturing there. After repeated persuasion from Haotian, she eventually acquiesced, yet she remained unwilling, insisting that if Haotian could go, so could she. At this moment, Yi Shaoan believed Haotian was still at the early nascent soul stage, only to be astonished when he released the aura of the mid-nascent soul stage. Haotian once again approaches the Qin family, prepared to embark on his journey. When Haotian arrived alone at the Qin family's residence, Qin Fengyang, noticing his solitary presence, spoke with evident urgency. "Oh, has the Valley of Souls opened?" Haotian inquired, feeling certain it was still 10 days away. "It has not yet opened. But according to reliable intelligence analysis, there are too many individuals intending to enter the Valley of Souls. We must reach the entrance before the crowd to secure advantageous terrain and gain immediate access to the valley," Qin Fengyang replied, his impatience palpable. Half an hour later, the group set off toward the Valley of Souls. After nearly 3 months of effort, Qin Fengyang had gathered 9 additional cultivators, each at least at the nascent soul stage, with 3 possessing abilities that far surpassed that level, having reached the transformation stage or even higher. However, these 3 concealed their presence so expertly that no one could detect any flaws. Only Haotian could faintly sense their true power. Others assumed they were merely at the peak of the later nascent soul stage. It seemed that entering the Valley of Souls was merely a pretext. Traversing the parallel space of the ancient battle alliance was the true objective. This parallel space must be a formidable realm, as even beings at the transformation stage had been drawn to it. The group consisted of 13 members, among whom Haotian, disguising his true prowess as a peak nascent soul cultivator, participated in the expedition. The others were all at least at the nascent soul stage, with the 3 powerful beings only revealing their peak nascent soul capabilities. In the world of martial arts, it was not only Haotian who played the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Each of the 13 in the expedition harbored their own schemes. The others regarded Haotian's cultivation with disdain, had it not been for Qin Fengyang's deliberate selection of someone with dark attributes. Such a level of cultivation would have long been dismissed. Haotian's methods of concealing his presence were undetectable by anyone, including the 3 powerful beings, who could not discern his true capabilities. However, these 3 did sense a hint of danger emanating from Haotian. He possessed the combat strength equivalent to 3 nascent soul cultivators, a power that far exceeded the peak of the nascent soul stage, comparable to that of the transformation stage. Chapter 436, Outside the Valley of Souls, Part 1. The journey of Haotian and his 13 companions took 3 days. After this swift trek, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Valley of Souls. The Valley of Souls is the gateway to the parallel space of the ancient battle alliance. The reason people come here is not merely to explore the valley itself. The Qingyun realm contains numerous parallel spaces. Haotian, while in the Tianyuan continent, had visited the Huinha ancient battlefield, which exists as an independent parallel space, a small world apart from the Qingyun realm. The once flourishing headquarters of the ancient battle alliance was established within a parallel space on the Tianwu continent of the Qingyun realm. This parallel space, rich in spiritual energy, is a blessed land. In ancient times, a battle erupted over the control of the ancient battle alliance's parallel space, resulting in mutual destruction between the immortals and demons. The ancient battle alliance has transformed into the relics of the immortal demon ancient battlefield. This parallel space of the ancient battle alliance has its entrance located within the Valley of Souls. At this moment, outside the Valley of Souls, the area is already teeming with people, with cultivators at the nascent soul stage visible everywhere, though those at the transformation stage are rare, appearing only occasionally. 70% of the cultivators are at the levels of nascent Dan, demon Dan, or great martial masters, while 20% are at the martial sovereign, nascent soul, or demon infant stages, alongside numerous martial and demon venerables, as well as transformation experts. One can even faintly sense the presence of martial and demon saints, along with those at the separation stage. It can be said that the area surrounding the Valley of Souls has gathered over 80% of the high-level cultivators from the heavenly martial continent. All the cultivators arrived early, waiting for the opening of the 2 teleportation gates connecting the Valley of Souls and the parallel space of the ancient battle alliance. To my surprise, the number of adventurers arriving at the Valley of Souls exceeded my expectations. "Brother Fengyang, fellow friends, shall we find a place to settle?" spoke a cultivator clad in brown robes. This individual is one of the 2 most mysterious cultivators among the trio, concealing their true powers. "What Taoist says is wise," replied the cultivator, and following his suggestion, Qin Fengyang led the group deeper into the Valley of Souls. On the surface, Qin Fengyang appeared to be the organizer and was regarded as the leader by all. Through discreet observation, Hao Qin noted that Qin Fengyang was evidently wary of the two cultivators with concealed powers, frequently casting glances in their direction. Moreover, Hao Qin discovered that Qin Fengyang was quite familiar with this area, skillfully navigating through the crowds and turning left and right, swiftly guiding everyone into the depths of the valley. Although this location was somewhat distant from the entrance of the Valley of Souls, it was unlikely that many knew of it. Everyone can temporarily reside here to recuperate in no more than 10 days. The teleportation gate of the Valley of Souls will open. Rest assured, I will venture out to gather more information. Qin Fengyang addressed the group after bringing Hao Qin and the others to this secluded spot, adhering to Xie Yun's suggestion. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist. We shall await good news here, said Xie Yun, dressed in brown robes, politely addressing Qin Fengyang. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their satisfaction with this tranquil location. After all, there were far too many cultivators seeking accommodation in the Valley of Souls, and most had nowhere to stay. Having a peaceful place to settle was a rare opportunity. Hao Qin had already shifted his focus to the two cultivators with concealed powers, including the mysterious individual beside Xie Yun. The others were mostly at the late nascent soul stage and posed no threat to him, so there was no need for Hao Qin to monitor them closely. Through his observations, Hao Qin had discerned that Qin Fengyang was undoubtedly quite familiar with the two cultivators. It could be said that the successful arrival at this location was largely due to the contributions of these two mysterious figures. Although Qin Fengyang appeared well acquainted with the area, he had paused several times to observe. While others believed he was surveying the terrain, Hao Qin's spiritual sense indicated that each time such a situation arose, the two mysterious cultivators were subtly communicating with Qin Fengyang. They considered their actions to be exceedingly discreet, yet under Hao Qin's spiritual perception, they were unable to conceal themselves, revealing multiple flaws. However, despite his suspicions, Hao Qin chose to remain silent, covertly monitoring these two enigmatic individuals as well as the one at the transformation stage. To seek the boundary markers and enter the parallel realm of the ancient battle alliance, one must rely on the guidance of these individuals. Otherwise, he remains utterly oblivious to the circumstances within that parallel space. Apart from Qin Fengyang, who has departed, the remaining 12 individuals have established a temporary sanctuary here, largely absorbed in their own pursuits with minimal conversation. On the surface, they appear unfamiliar with one another, yet in secrecy, they maintain frequent communication, each harboring their own schemes. Hao Qin, in silence, carved out a small cave, sealing its entrance to enter seclusion and consolidate his cultivation. Sharpening one's skills at the last moment is not without merit. 7 days have passed, and Qin Fengyang excitedly informed everyone that the teleportation portal to the Valley of Lost Souls might open within 3 days. Instantly, the group's spirits were lifted, and they hastily emerged from their seclusion. Friend Fengyang, can you confirm the authenticity of this news? Asked Xie Yun, clad in a brown robe, with a hint of skepticism. The others were equally intrigued by this revelation, all ears awaiting Qin Fengyang's response. Indeed, it is nearly confirmed. Qin Fengyang replied solemnly. Finally, the opportunity to enter the Valley of Lost Souls and access the parallel realm of the ancient battle alliance was at hand. The group erupted in jubilance, quickly gathering their belongings in preparation for the impending adventure. After a brief moment, they reconvened. Let us proceed. We shall remain vigilantly at the entrance for 3 days, Qin Fengyang declared, leading the way as they stealthily advanced toward the entrance. Upon nearing the Valley of Lost Souls, they gazed upward, noting that the area had already been divided. Four factions stood at the cardinal points. To the east was the martial hall, their garments adorned with the character for martial flanked by sword motifs. Led by 3 elderly figures, their powers rivaled that of Xie Yun. After all, the martial hall held the strongest influence on the Tianwu continent. To the south stood the Hunchuan sect, their attire embroidered with the character for Hunchuan, beneath which were 3 wavy patterns, also led by 3 elder masters whose might was comparable to that of the martial hall. To the west gathered the largest contingent, again led by 3 elders, accompanied by thousands of cultivators and martial artists, predominantly from noble families, rogue cultivators, and weaker factions. Many among them were at the late stages of the Demon Pill, Yuan Pill, or Grand Martial Master realms, seeking to seize the opportunity presented by the opening of the Valley of Lost Souls to break free from their current limitations. These cultivators from noble families, rogue practitioners, and minor forces also included numerous formidable figures of the nascent soul realm, exuding a fierce aura that matched that of the stronger sects. The sects of the Tianwu continent had yet to reach a stage where they could dominate all noble families, rogue cultivators, and weaker forces, prompting a tacit agreement to allow rogue practitioners their space. In essence, the expedition to the Valley of Lost Souls served as an unconscious trial by fire for the various factions, wherein only through blood and flames could true talents emerge. To the north stood the Blood God cult, clad in black, with a circular emblem on the left side of their chests, featuring a white background and the scarlet character for God, beneath which were a varying number of star patterns. In terms of presence, the Blood God cult matched the previous two factions. The adventurous team, led by Haotian, naturally aimed to explore the realm of the loose cultivators. Begone. This territory has already been claimed by the 7 heroes of Qingyun, just as Haotian and his companions discovered a vacant area. A formidable cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm emerged, brazenly blocking their path. The 7 heroes of Qingyun? Chun Feng's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to lead his group elsewhere. This is the domain of our black magic city. Do you think you can roam here at will? Depart. For this is the territory of South Yuan Island. The group was utterly disheartened. The entrance to the Valley of Shattered Souls was completely occupied by various factions. Even within the territory claimed by loose cultivators, powerful beings had divided parts of it among themselves, leaving Qin Feng and his companions at every turn thwarted. At this moment, the members of Haotian's team were brimming with indignation. Typically, these cultivators held themselves in high regard, rarely subjected to such treatment. Particularly, the 2 enigmatic powerhouses among them wore expressions of fury, itching to obliterate those who dared to challenge them. Chapter 437. Outside the Valley of Shattered Souls, 2. However, Haotian's team possessed the wisdom to recognize the formidable nature of these factions, understanding that they were not entities to provoke. They could only suppress their anger and depart in frustration. Begone. Are you seeking death? Do you not realize whose territory this is? At that moment, after much effort, Haotian's team found another open space, but before they could settle, a burly man rushed over, bellowing angrily. Who are you? The previously silent cultivator at the transformation realm. Upon observing that the man before him was merely at the pinnacle of the late-stage nascent soul, felt a surge of indignation. He stepped forward, striking like lightning. Do you wish to die? How dare you provoke someone from the Liang sect? The burly man exclaimed, dodging while shouting. Upon hearing that this was a member of the Liang sect, the adventurer's expressions immediately shifted. Yet the transformation realm cultivator seemed unfazed, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! The burly man failed to evade the transformation realm cultivator's strike, instantly marked by 5 crimson imprints on his face, his cheeks swelling dramatically. You! The burly man stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that anyone would dare to provoke a member of the Liang sect outside the Valley of Shattered Souls. What do you mean by you? Depart. I care not for your Liang sect. This place is now under my control, the transformation realm cultivator barked, seizing the burly man's clothing in a moment of distraction and flinging him several yards away. Wait, we of the Liang sect will not let this matter rest. The burly man, having fallen to the ground, struggled to rise as he shouted angrily before turning to leave. Friend Xiao, although the Liang sect may not possess the overwhelming strength of a dominant force, it is still a top-tier sect. We should take our leave. Qin Feng whispered to Qiao Hong, a cultivator of the transformation realm. The numerous cultivators behind him displayed fear, unwilling to confront the Liang sect head-on. They looked at Xiao Hong with apprehensive eyes, hoping he would not act recklessly and would choose to depart. Only Haotian, Xie Yun, and the mysterious individual beside Xie Yun remained composed and unperturbed. Very well, since everyone prefers to avoid conflict with the Liang sect, let us depart. Observing the group's expressions, Xiao Hang's face changed, and ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation. Although he harbored no fear of the Radiant Sun sect, without the assistance of others, he would inevitably find himself unequipped to contend against them alone. It was likely that he would become a solitary figure, unable to seize any opportunities within the ancient battlefield relics amidst the relentless pursuit of the Radiant Sun sect. Thus, Haotian and his companions departed swiftly from the scene, leaving behind a gathering of onlookers who felt a sudden disinterest. Some even jeered loudly, pointing fingers at the retreating group. However, Haotian and his companions chose to ignore the cacophony, vanishing from the sight of the audience in the blink of an eye. Only Qiao Hong remained, his expression a stormy shade of fury. An hour passed, and finally, Haotian and his company discovered a suitable refuge. This location was devoid of formidable forces, and though it lay a fair distance from the entrance, their prowess allowed them to traverse the terrain in an instant without hindrance. At last, they settled down, preparing to await the opening of the Valley of the Lost Souls 3 days hence. Just as they had begun to relax, a thunderous voice echoed from ahead. Those affiliated with the Radiant Sun sect, clear out all irrelevant individuals. The voice boomed like a bell, reverberating for miles, causing numerous disciples from smaller sects and independent cultivators to flee in panic. Haotian and his companions were also startled. Gazing at the hundreds of cultivators who were scattering in terror, their expressions varied, with most appearing quite grim. In less than 3 breaths, the area surrounding Haotian's encampment transformed into a desolate expanse. Within 100 zhang radius, not a single soul dared to remain, save for the 13 of them. Kill. Those who dare to offend the Radiant Sun sect shall be met with no mercy. A group of Radiant Sun sect cultivators surged towards Haotian's location, their murderous intent palpable. Among them were 2 to 3 dozen demon core and demon infant cultivators, including 4 or 5 formidable figures at the demon sovereign level. Their overwhelming presence sent shockwaves through the onlookers, who hastily retreated to a safe distance. With a thunderous roar, the Radiant Sun sect's cultivators arrived at Haotian's encampment, their intent to kill unmistakable. A barrage of powerful spells hurtled toward Haotian and his companions, resembling a relentless torrent, fierce enough to intimidate even those at the transformation realm. The very air trembled, as if on the brink of shattering. Kill. Exchanging glances, Haotian and his companions realized that it was now too late to retreat. They could only muster their strength to fight back. Xiao Hung was the first to strike, brandishing his life-bound artifact, the half-moon wheel, as silver light flickered around him, slicing through the air towards the Radiant Sun sect's members. The others followed suit, unleashing their full powers, various artifacts emitting their might to counter the oncoming deluge. With a resounding crash, the 13 of them were sent staggering back 100 steps, their faces pale and breathless, with some sustaining minor injuries. The void around them was instantly marred by fissures of varying widths, the chaotic space filled with the horrors of battle. Show no mercy. The leader of the Radiant Sun sect issued another attack command, disregarding the spatial rifts, as he continued to direct his forces fiercely against Haotian and his companions. Is the Radiant Sun sect merely a pack of cowards, relying on numbers to bully the few? If you dare, step forward for a one-on-one challenge. Xiao Hung bellowed in defiance. At that moment, facing the overwhelming assault from the Radiant Sun sect, he wielded the half-moon wheel, unleashing beams of silver light to protect himself with unwavering determination. As Haotian and his companions found themselves cornered, they abandoned their intentions to confront their enemies, each resorting to their protective artifacts in a desperate bid for self-preservation. Being mere transient cultivators, hastily assembled, they lacked any semblance of coordination. Confronted by the well-trained disciples of the Liang sect, they were utterly powerless, akin to scattered grains of sand. As Haotian and his group retreated while fending off attacks, the expedition team of 13 was swiftly dismantled by the Liang sect. A rabble, they dared to provoke us, unaware of their impending doom. The leader of the opposing faction bellowed, unleashing a third wave of attacks with blinding speed. Retreat. Regroup in the valley. Suddenly, Qin Fengyang shouted, pivoting and fleeing with lightning speed. The others, understanding the urgency, hastily followed suit. Pursue them. The disciples of the Liang sect quickly gave chase. However, the sheer number of practitioners in this area was overwhelming, each possessing formidable skills. The 13 scattered, seamlessly blending into the throng of people. Though the Liang sect boasted a greater number, they found themselves at a complete loss. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, not only did the Liang sect fail to catch the enemies, but amidst the chaos, several of their disciples were also slain. An hour later, the group reconvened in the valley where they had previously trained, all 13 present and accounted for. The disciples of the Liang sect are truly nothing special. I've finally vented my frustrations and even took down 2 of their members, Xiao Hung exclaimed, bursting into laughter upon entering the valley. However, upon noticing the disheveled state of his comrades, he swiftly fell silent, feeling a pang of guilt. Had it not been for him, they might all have been resting peacefully. After a moment, as the group's spirit stabilized, Qin Fengyang spoke. It is a relief that everyone is unharmed. For now, we shall rest here for 2 days. He then shifted his tone with unwavering confidence. When the Shanhan Valley opens in 3 days, we will seize a position at the entrance. At that moment, We shall be teleported inside, leaving the Liang sect to merely watch in disbelief. Indeed, as long as we are not up against the mightiest forces, securing a spot near the entrance should be within our grasp. Xiao Heng interjected promptly. Let us all recuperate. We will address everything in 3 days. At this, Xie Yan also chimed in. Agreed. In that moment, the group had no objections. Their only course of action was to proceed as planned.